Summer of 2010. Palermo, Sicily, Italy. The July afternoon sunlight like molten gold poured over the pitch of the Renzo Barbera Stadium. Run. Faster. Cross it. Damn it, what kind of pass was that? The trial match had reached the 65th minute. The score was 1-1. A dozen or so trial players stood by the sideline. Among them one with black hair, yellow skin, and a Chinese face. 20 years old Lin E. He stared fixedly at the pitch, his eyes like an eagle's. A month ago he had woken up from a hospital bed in 2024, returning to 14 years in the past. Back to the summer that should have been the starting point of his football career. In his previous life, he was a recognized genius in Chinese football. He set foot in Europe at 18 and scored 15 goals in a single Eredivisie season at 20. And then, injuries, malicious fouls, internal team strife. At 23, his cruciate ligament ruptured. At 25, his third meniscus surgery. At 28, he retired in obscurity. On the day he left, he sat in the locker room all night. He didn't cry. He just felt something inside his chest shatter. Later he became a youth coach, watching young players, always asking himself, what if back then? There was no what if. Until the car accident. When he opened his eyes again, it was 2010. The Palermo trial camp. A 20-year-old body. Chance to start over. Lin, warm up. The coach's shout broke his thoughts. Linny got up and started jogging. Muscle memory was still there. Every joint was cheering. You're playing striker. The assistant coach handed him a green vest. Move a lot, link up. Linny nodded and put on the vest. He knew what this meant. 1 month after being reborn, he rejected a €1,000,000 annual contract at home. He flew to Italy alone. He stayed in the cheapest hostel, eating discounted bread from the supermarket, training late into the night every day. All for today. All to stand here. Get on. The whistle blew. Lin E stepped onto the pitch. The turf felt familiar underfoot. The sunlight was a little dazzling. He took a deep breath. System activate. Yes, the system. On the day of his rebirth, something extra appeared in his mind. Football superstar system loading. Loading progress 99 activation condition play in an official match. For a month the progress bar had been stuck at 99. Until this moment, ding, detected that the host has entered an official match environment. Football superstar system activated. A cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Lin E paused mid-step and a translucent blue interface popped up in front of him. Host Lin E. Age 20. Current template none. Available attribute points 0. Skill slot empty. Newbie gift pack 1. Open the gift pack. Newbie gift pack opening. Congratulations. You obtained S-level special skill, Box Terminator, effect when touching the ball in the opponent's 6-yard box. Shot conversion rate is 100. Note king of the penalty area. A touch means a goal. 100. Lin Yi's pupils shrank sharply. What is the 6-yard box? It is the closest place to the goal. The striker's golden zone. The place where Inzaghi, Van Nistelrooy, and Romario reigned. 100 conversion rate. It meant that as long as the ball was passed into the 6-yard box, as long as he could touch it, it would definitely go in. Hey, Chinese kid. What are you spacing out for? An opposing Italian defender shouted at him with an unfriendly tone. Lin E raised his head and his eyes changed in an instant. The confusion and unease from before had now left only one thing. Hunger. Hunger for goals. Continue the game. The referee blew his whistle. The Palermo trial team kicked off. The ball was passed around in midfield a few times, then sent to the right wing. The winger dribbled to the byline and looked up at the box. Lin E was already running, dropping back, then suddenly bursting forward. It was Inzaghi-style movement. Simple, lethal. Cross it. The winger struck the ball. The cross was not great. High and floating. Inside the box, 2 Padova defenders held their positions. Lin E was between the 2 defenders. At 183 centimeters and 75 kilograms, he was not outstanding in Europe. Even average. But just at the moment when the ball was about to drop, he moved. Left foot forward, right foot back. Body tilted sideways. His right shoulder leaned into one defender, left arm spread out to shield against the other. Textbook positioning. The 2 Italian defenders were stunned. This Chinese kid has quite some strength. In the half-second they hesitated, the ball arrived. Lenny did not trap it. No adjustment. He didn't even look at the goal. Lifted his foot. Volley. A powerful shot. Thud. A dull impact sound. The ball like a cannonball slammed toward the upper left corner of the goal. The Padova goalkeeper didn't even react. He could only turn his head. He watched the ball hit the underside of the crossbar and bounce into the net. Swish. The net rippled. 2-1. The trial team took the lead. The whole field was silent for a second. Then, what the fuck? The Chinese trial player by the sideline blurted out. That ball went in. A volley. At the edge of the 6-yard box. Must be a fluke. Lin E landed, turned around. No celebration. He just took a glance at the ball in the goal, then jogged back to the center circle. His expression was as calm as if nothing had happened. Only he knew that something had exploded inside him. The Box Terminator. 100 conversion rate. It was real. Beautiful. By the sideline the assistant coach couldn't help shouting. Next to him a middle-aged man in sunglasses paused his pen. Name. Lin E. Chinese, 20 years old. He played in the youth team back home. Physical stats. 183 centimeters, 75 kilograms. 100 meters in 11.8 seconds. Not outstanding. The man nodded and wrote in his notebook, Lin E. China 20 years old. Shooting a movement B, physique C. After writing he raised his head, his eyes behind the sunglasses fixed on Lin E. Interesting. The match continued. Padova kicked off. The conceded goal made them impatient, and they pushed forward en masse. The trial team was suppressed in their own half. Lin E. remained up front, barely touching the ball. But he didn't stand around waiting. He ran, kept running, dropping back to receive, moving wide to support, running into gaps. Like a tireless hound. In the 78th minute, Padova's attack was intercepted. The trial team's defensive midfielder hoofed it clear. No, it was a long pass. The ball flew toward the left wing of the attacking half. It was empty, but Lin E. was running. He cut diagonally from the center, sprinting toward the landing point. Padova's right back chased back. The defender wasn't slow. The two reached the ball almost at the same time. But Lin E. got his foot there first. He didn't trap it. He gently flicked it with the outside of his right boot. The ball slipped through the defender's legs. A nutmeg. He's through. Shouts from the sideline. Lin E. got past the defender and charged toward the box with the ball. Another center back came over to cover. Lin E. slowed down, looked up, observing. Inside the box, teammates were making runs, but their positions weren't good. Pass or shoot. He feigned a cross. Right foot raised. The center back indeed stuck out a leg to block. But Lin E. flicked his ankle. Not a cross. A chop. He pulled the ball inside with his left foot, creating an angle. Shooting. Another feint. The center back stretched out his leg a second time. Lin E. chopped with his right foot again. This time he really shook the defender off. Only the goalkeeper remained ahead of him. The 6-yard line was right there. As long as he stepped into it. Stop him. The Padova goalkeeper shouted. The defender who had just been beaten chased back and slid in from the side and behind. A dangerous challenge. The studs were aimed at Lin Yi's ankle, but Lin Yi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. A split second before the tackle arrived, he gently poked the ball with the toe of his left foot. The ball rolled to the right. At the same time, he jumped, dodging the sliding challenge. He landed. The ball was 1 meter ahead to his right. The goalkeeper had already rushed out to cover the near post. The far post. A defender was covering it. In a flash, Lin Yi made his choice. His right heel gave it a gentle flick. To the left, behind himself. Everyone froze. The goalkeeper, the defenders, everyone on the sideline. The ball carved a bizarre arc, slipped past the goalkeeper's feet, and rolled toward the far corner of the goal. That spot was empty. The ball wasn't fast, but it was enough. It lazily rolled over the goal line. 2-2. No, it was 3-1. The trial team was leading. But at that moment no one cared about the score. Everyone was staring at Lin Yi, the young Chinese who had flicked in that bizarre goal with his heel from 3 meters outside the 6-yard box. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, what the hell was that? A heel flick. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Lucky. It had to be luck. Lin Yi turned and ran toward the center circle. He still didn't celebrate. He only glanced at the defender who had made the tackle as he passed. His eyes were calm. But the Italian defender inexplicably shuddered. How many does that make? Asked the man in sunglasses on the sideline. The assistant coach looked at the scoreboard. 2 shots, 2 goals. 100 conversion rate. The man quickly wrote, shooting S to be confirmed, ball control, a composure A. He looked up and took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of sharp blue eyes. I want this Chinese kid. Mr. Mike, he's here for a trial with Palermo. I know. Mike stood up. That's exactly why I have to grab him. He took out his phone and dialed. Hello, it's me, Mike. I'm at the Palermo trial ground. I saw an interesting kid. Chinese, 20 years old, a striker. Yes, I want to sign him. Now. Right away. Mike hung up and looked at the assistant coach. Are you planning to offer him a contract? The assistant coach hesitated. He's played well, but he's only been on for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, 2 shots, 2 goals. Mike cut him off. One was a heel flick. Do you think that was luck? But. No buts. Mike smiled. If you don't want him, I do. Chivo wants him. He looked at the pitch. Lin Yi was tracking back, sweat soaking his jersey, his eyes bright as fire. This kid, Mike said softly, will be the next Inzaghi. No, he'll be even more terrifying than Inzaghi. Because he's young. Youth is the greatest asset. On the pitch, the match entered its final stage. Padova launched a frantic comeback. The trial team fell back to defend. Lin Yi also retreated to his own half. In the 89th minute, Padova won a corner kick. Their goalkeeper came up too. Last chance. The corner was sent in. The penalty area was in chaos. The ball was headed out and dropped to the edge of the box. The Padova holding midfielder stepped up and lashed a shot. The ball hit a defender and bounced toward the 6-yard box. Their bodies were packed together. But Lin Yi was there. At some point he had slipped back into the penalty area. The ball bounced over. The landing spot was 2 meters in front of him. 2 Padova players charged at him. Lin Yi moved. He didn't wait for the ball to land. He threw himself forward. A diving header. Bang. His forehead slammed heavily into the ball. The ball changed direction and flew toward the goal. The goalkeeper was still on the line. He dived, but the ball was too fast. It grazed past his hand and smashed against the inside of the post. It bounced into the net. 4-1. Whoa. The whole crowd erupted. This time no one said it was luck. 20 minutes. For shots. For goals. 100 conversion rate. This wasn't luck. This was a monster. The referee blew the final whistle. The trial team won 4-1. Trial players poured onto the pitch to celebrate. But more people surrounded Lenny. Bro, that was insane. How did you even think of that heel flick? How long did you practice it? Lin E just smiled and answered them one by one. As he was speaking, the assistant coach walked over. Lin, come here a moment. Lin E followed him to the sideline. Standing there were two men, the Palermo assistant coach and the man in sunglasses. Lin, this is Mr. Mike, a scout from Chivo. Chivo, a Serie A club. Lin Yi's heart stirred. Hello. Mike extended his hand first. You played brilliantly. Thank you. Lin E shook his hand. Interested in coming to Chivo? Mike went straight to the point. We can offer you a professional contract with the first team. Before Lin E could speak, the assistant coach grew anxious. Mr. Mike, Lin is here for a trial with Palermo. I know. Mike shrugged. But you haven't signed him yet, have you? We're about to sign him. About to. Mike smiled. I came with a contract in hand. I can sign him right now. He looked at Lenny. Kid, Chivo can give you more playing time. We're a small club, but that's exactly why young players get opportunities. Palermo have Cavani and Pastor. If you come here, you might sit on the bench for a long time. But at Chivo, you could be a starter. The words were blunt and realistic. Lenny was silent for a few seconds, then asked, Can I see the contract? Mike's eyes lit up. Of course. He pulled the contract out of his bag. Lenny took it and quickly scanned it. Annual salary 50000. 3-year contract. A 2 million release clause. Very low. But for a 20-year-old Chinese player who had never played professional football, it was already quite good. What do you think? Mike asked. Lin E looked up. Instead of answering directly, he turned to the Palermo assistant coach. What can Palermo offer me? The assistant coach was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin E to be so calm. A normal 20-year-old upon hearing about a professional contract would have been excited out of his mind. But this kid was comparing. We can give you the same salary, the assistant coach said, but playing time will depend on the head coach's arrangements. Meaning it's not guaranteed. Lin E nodded. Mr. Mike. He turned to Mike. I'll take the contract, but I need to discuss it with my agent. You have an agent? I'm looking for one. Lin E said, I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Mike gave him a long, deep look. Fine. 3 days. He handed over his business card. Contact me anytime. Lin E took the card, thanked him, turned, and walked toward the locker room. Behind him, the two coaches exchanged a glance. The assistant coach lowered his voice. This kid is not simple. Mike watched Lin Yi's back and smiled. Far more than that. He knows exactly what he wants. He also knows his own value. At 20, this composure. I've seen it in many star players. But those were all after they had made their names. He hasn't even played a single professional match. Mike put away the contract. I'm determined to have this Chinese kid. Even if it costs more. In the locker room of Stadio Renzo Barbera, steam mingled with the scent of sweat. Lenny, fresh from a cold shower, sat on the bench with his eyes closed. In his mind, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Host's debut match detected, compiling statistics. Match Palermo trial match playtime 25 minutes, goals 4 shots on target, 4 conversion rate, 100 box touches, 3 box shots, 3 box goals, 3 special skill, box terminator, triggered 33 performance rating S, calculating rewards. Congratulations. Host received 2 attribute points. Allocate now. Open the attribute panel. With a thought, a translucent interface materialized before Lenny. Host Lin E, age 20, height 182 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, current template none, available attribute points 2 physical attributes, strength 65, average pro, level speed 72, fair explosiveness 70, fair stamina 68, fair agility 75, good balance 70, fair technical attributes, shooting 80, excellent, heading 65, average dribbling 70, fair passing 68, fair first touch 75, good set pieces 60, average mental attributes, composure 85, excellent decision making 80, excellent off the ball movement 82, excellent vision 70, fair leadership 60, average. It was very detailed and very realistic. Apart from shooting, composure, and off-the-ball movement, the rest were barely at the passing grade for a professional. Some were even below average. Strength, for instance, was only 65. In Serie A, with that strength, he couldn't hold his own against center backs, maybe not even fullbacks. 2 points all into strength. Lin E confirmed his intent. Strength 65-67, though it was only a 2-point increase. Lin E could distinctly feel his muscles becoming denser and his bones more robust. Not enough. He clenched his fist. To survive in Serie A, I need at least 80 strength. But no rush. I have the system. I have time. I have a second chance. He dismissed the panel and began to change. The locker room door swung open. Several trialists walked and spotted Lin E and gathered around him. Lin, you were incredible. That back heel, how did you practice that? Were you a star back in China? Lenny smiled and brushed them off, but his mind was elsewhere. Chivo, Palermo. Which to choose? Chivo guaranteed playing time, but it was a smaller stage. Palermo offered a bigger platform, but with Cavani and Pastor, the competition was fierce. Wait. Lin E suddenly remembered. Before his rebirth, he had watched the 2010-11 Serie A season. The details were fuzzy, but he had a general impression. Palermo that season. Weren't they pretty good? Cavani scored a lot. Pastore also broke through. They finished in the European spots. If that's the case, at Palermo, I can learn from Cavani. Play in Europe, get more exposure. But I might not play for half a year. Lin, he rubbed his temples. Tough choice. Lin. The assistant coach appeared at the door again. The head coach wants to see you. The head coach, Delio Rossi, the Palermo manager. Lenny got up and followed him out. The office was small and simply furnished. Behind the desk sat a man in his 50s with graying hair and sharp eyes. Delio Rossi, a well-known Serie A coach adept at nurturing young talent. Sit, Rossi said in Italian. The assistant coach translated. Lin, he sat down. You played very well today. Rossi got straight to the point, but you know a trial and a real match are different things, right? I know. Palermo's target this season is Europe. We have Cavani, Pastore, and Olisic up front. Competition is intense. I understand. So if you come, you might have to start with the Primavera or go out on loan. But if you perform well, there will be opportunities. Rossi looked at him. What do you think? Lenny was silent for a few seconds, then looked up. Coach, can I ask a question? Ask. If my goal-scoring efficiency is higher than Cavani's, higher than Pastore's, will I get to play, eh? Rossi was stunned. The assistant coach was stunned too. The office was silent for a few seconds. Then Rossi laughed. It wasn't a mocking laugh. It was a laugh of amusement. Young man, confidence is good. But Cavani scored 15 goals last season. Pastore cost us 10 million euros. What makes you think your efficiency is higher than theirs, eh? Lenny smiled too. Because I scored 4 today. Because I only needed 4 shots. Because I can turn any pass into a goal inside the 6-yard box. He said it calmly, but every word hit Rossi like a hammer. Rossi's smile faded, and he carefully studied the young Chinese man before him. 20 years old. His eyes were clear but resolute. Neither humble nor arrogant. It didn't sound like boasting. It sounded like stating a fact. The 6-yard box. Rossi repeated, you specialize in the 6-yard box. Yes. Lenny said, as long as the ball comes into the box I will score. 100%. He added in his mind. Rossi fell silent again. This time the silence lasted a long while. So long that the assistant coach thought he might get angry. But in the end Rossi just nodded. All right, I'll give you a chance. Tomorrow you train with the first team. You'll practice with the Primavera. If you can impress me, I'll offer you a contract. If you can't. Rossi didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Lin, he stood up. Thank you, coach. I won't let you down. Walking out of the office, Lin, he took a deep breath. Done. The first step was done. Staying at Palermo. Starting on a bigger stage. As for the competition, he had never been afraid of competition. In his past life, he had competed. In this life, he would only be fiercer. System. Here, next mission. Main mission issued, sign with a professional club requirement, sign an official contract with any professional club, reward 5 attribute points, 1 random skill draw, current progress 0, a professional contract. Lin, he looked at the business card in his hand. Mike Chivo scout. And also, Rossi's promise. Soon. He murmured, I'll get it soon. Outside the stadium. Mike was sitting in his car not leaving. He was on the phone. Yeah, I saw him. Chinese 20 years old striker. Playing style, top tier shooting, smart movement, and as cool as a cucumber, doesn't act 20. Physical, slightly above average, but can be developed. What? Budget? Mike frowned. 500,000 euros. Transfer manager, are you joking? For a talent like this, 500k won't even buy one of his legs. An exasperated voice came from the other end. Mike, you know the club's finances. 500k is the maximum budget we can offer. Then add clauses. Mike raised his voice, goal bonuses, appearance fees, future sell-on percentage. We can negotiate. But Palermo won't let him go, right? They haven't signed him yet. Mike said, I saw with my own eyes today Palermo only gave him a trial, didn't even mention a contract. Then let's try. But remember, max 500k base fee, plus some performance-related add-ons. All right. Mike hung up and took a deep breath. He knew the club was poor. Chivo was a small team with a limited budget. But he had to try. Because the feeling Lin E gave him was too special. That composure, that decisiveness, that predatory instinct in the box. It wasn't something a 20-year-old should have. Unless he was a genius, a true prodigy. Lin E returned to the youth hostel. It was a cheap room furnished with only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. Yet it was impeccably clean. He lay down on the bed and took out his phone. There was a missed call. From a Chinese number. His mother. He called back. Hello. Xiao E. Mom, it's me. How was the trial? It went well. I scored 4 goals. 4, eh? His mother's voice pitched higher with excitement. Really? Really? The coach said they might sign me. Oh my God. Lao Lin. Your son scored 4 goals. The coach wants to sign him. His father's excited voice came through the receiver, followed by a commotion. Eventually his father took the phone. Xiao E. Dad, play well, his father said simply. Don't get hurt. Do you have enough money? Enough. Don't lie to me. I'll send you some tomorrow. No need. Listen to me. Okay. After hanging up, Lin E lay in bed staring at the ceiling. His parents' voices still echoed in his ears. In his previous life they had been just like this. Always supportive, always believing. Even when he was bettered they only said, "It's all right, son, let's go home." This life. Lin Yi clenched his fist. It won't be like that. I will make it. I will stand on the highest stage. I will make the whole world see the name of a Chinese player. He closed his eyes. Training. Matches. Goals. Everything would start anew tomorrow. The next day at 6 in the morning. Lin Yi woke up right on time. He washed up, changed into his training gear, and headed out. The Palermo training ground wasn't far from the hostel, a 20-minute walk. Dawn was just breaking when he arrived. The training pitch was deserted. He set down his bag and began to warm up. Jogging, stretching, dynamic activation. Then came individual drills. Dribbling through cones. Short passing practice. Shooting drills. Without a goal, he used the wall as his target. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Sweat dripped down his forehead. His shirt was soaked. But he didn't stop. Until 7:30 when the first team players began to arrive. The first to arrive was a tall man with sharp eyes and blonde hair. Edinson Cavani. The Uruguayan striker who had scored 15 goals in Serie A last season was Palermo's absolute core. He saw Lin Yi and paused for a moment. Then he nodded a silent greeting. Lin Yi nodded back. Cavani didn't say anything more and went to the locker room to change. Next came Javier Pastor, the Argentine midfield prodigy who had joined last summer for 10 million. Then the rest of the first team followed. They looked at Lin Yi with curiosity. New guy, eh? A Chinese. The one who scored 4 in the trial yesterday. That's him. Amidst the murmurs, an assistant coach approached. Lin, come here. Lin Yi walked over. You'll train with the reserves today, but you'll participate in the first team's practice match. Perform well, the assistant coach said. The head coach is watching. Understood. Lin Yi nodded. The practice match was scheduled for 10 o'clock. Before that it was basic training. Running, passing, shooting drills. Lin Yi trained with the reserves, but he stayed close to the first team's area. He was observing Cavani's movement, Pastor's passing, Ilisic's dribbling. These were the things he needed to learn. At 9:50, the practice match began. Rossi divided the players into 2 groups. The main team led by Cavani, Pastor, and Ilicic. The second team, Lin Yi, was included. 20-minute halves, 40 minutes total, Rossi announced. Be serious, all of you. The whistle blew. The match started. The main team showed their quality from the kickoff. Pastor received the ball in midfield, easily dribbled past a defender, and played a through ball to Cavani. Cavani controlled, turned, and unleashed a fierce shot. Bang! The ball flew just wide of the post. So close. The second team goalkeeper wiped his brow. Lin Yi up front watched it all. He didn't rush back to demand the ball. Instead, he observed. He studied the main team's defensive line. He watched his teammates' runs. He looked for an opportunity. 5th minute. The second team won the ball in their own half and launched a long ball forward. Lin Yi sprinted. He dropped deep first, then suddenly burst forward. Cavani was marking him, but was half a step late. The ball dropped. Lin Yi controlled it with his chest. It was a solid touch, but Cavani was already on him. A physical battle. Bang! Lin Yi was knocked half a step off balance. The ball was lost. Not strong enough, Lin Yi knew. His strength of 67 was indeed insufficient for a Serie A striker. But he wasn't discouraged. He kept running, kept searching for chances. 12th minute. A cross came in from the wing for the second team. It was high and loopy with an uncertain landing point. But Lin Yi was already on the move. He positioned himself between the 2 center backs. He leaped. A header. Bang. The ball was saved by the goalkeeper. Unlucky. Someone shouted from the sideline. Lin Yi landed and shook his head. His heading attribute of 65 was indeed lacking. But it didn't matter. He had the box terminator trait. If he could just get a touch inside the 6-yard box. It was a guaranteed goal. 18th minute. His chance came. The second team won the ball in midfield and launched a quick counterattack. 3-on-3. The winger sprinted to the byline, looked up at the box. Lin Yi was already charging into the 6-yard box. But the pass didn't come. The winger chose to shoot himself. The ball was parried away. Lin Yi frowned. He raised his hand for the ball, but his teammate didn't pass. Looks like I need to earn their trust, he thought. 25th minute. The main team scored. Pastor slipped a pass through, and Cavani finished 1-on-1. 1-0. Trailing, the second team grew restless. Lin Yi raised his hand. Stay calm. Give me the ball. He said it in English. His teammates glanced at him, but didn't respond. They didn't object either. 33rd minute. The second team countered again. This time the winger, after reaching the byline, finally delivered a cross. It was a poor ball, high floating and dropping behind him. But Lin Yi had already anticipated it. He took 2 steps back to meet it. Cavani was pressing him from behind. The physical disparity was clear, but Lin Yi didn't fight it. He leaned into Cavani's pressure and let himself fall forward. At the same time, he stretched out his right foot. A back heel. Another back heel. The ball traced a bizarre arc, slipped between Cavani's legs and rolled towards the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper's view was blocked and his reaction was a fraction too slow. The ball went in. 1-1. Beautiful. The assistant coach couldn't help but shout from the sideline. Rossi's eyes also lit up. This goal was very clever. He had turned the disadvantage of physicality into an advantage. using the opponent's force against them. This kid has a very high football IQ, Rossi thought. On the pitch, Cavani looked at Lin E, his expression complex. On that play he thought Lin E would try to hold him off. Instead, he used Cavani's own momentum to execute the shot. Interesting, Cavani smiled. Looks like today won't be boring. The match continued. The main team intensified their attack. But Lin Yi's goal had boosted the second team's morale. They began to pass the ball to him more often. Lin Yi didn't let them down. 39th minute. He received the ball outside the box, dribbled past two defenders in succession, and burst into the penalty area. Facing the goalkeeper, he calmly slotted it towards the far post. The ball rolled just wide. Unlucky. So close. Sighs came from the sideline. Lin Yi also shook his head. That shot missed because he wasn't inside the 6-yard box. His box terminator trait only activated there. But it was fine. He had found his rhythm. Just before halftime, the second team won a corner. Lin Yi stood at the near post. The ball was whipped and dropping towards the front. Lin Yi suddenly darted forward, reaching the edge of the 6-yard box. He met the ball. A venomous volley. Bang. The ball rocketed into the net like a cannonball. 2-1. Halftime. The second team was in the lead. Lin Yi had scored a brace. On the sideline, Rossi's expression had changed. From initial observation to now admiration. 2 shots, 2 goals. Both from inside the 6-yard box. This is no coincidence. He said to his assistant coach, bring him to my office after this afternoon's training. To sign him? Yes, Rossi nodded. We can't let a player like this get away. At the same time, at Chivo's club office in the transfer manager's office, Mike sat on the sofa, his expression serious. We must increase our offer. Palermo will definitely sign him. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. The transfer manager rubbed his temples. Mike, I know you have a good eye, but 500,000 is already our limit. If we offer more, the board will. Then add performance-based clauses. Mike said goal bonuses, appearance fees, a future sell-on percentage. Whatever Palermo can offer, we can offer too. But, no buts. Mike stood up, placing his hands firmly on the table. Manager, I watched him for 20 minutes of that match. 4 shots, 4 goals. One was a volley, one was a backheel flick. With that finishing, that composure, that movement. Are you telling me he's worth only 500,000 euros? You must be joking. The manager was silent. After a long moment he sighed. All right, I'll try to negotiate with the board. But the maximum I can offer as a base fee is 700,000, plus some add-ons. I can't go any higher than that. Mike took a deep breath. Fine. 700,000. I'm heading back to Palermo right now. We must sign him before Rossi does. Training ground. 3 minutes into the second half of the scrimmage. Lin Yi received a through ball from a teammate in the front court. With his back to the goal, Cavani pressed tightly against him. The Uruguayan's body was like a wall, making it nearly impossible for Lin Yi to turn. The gap in strength is too great. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, choosing not to force the issue. He stepped on the ball with his left foot, pulling it back, then swiftly pivoted to his right. Cavani immediately followed. But Lin Yi's turn was merely a feint. The moment Cavani shifted his weight, Lin Yi used the outside of his right foot to push the ball to the left. 2 consecutive fake moves. Cavani was finally shaken off for half a step. That half step was all he needed. Lin Yi pushed the ball forward with his left foot and burst away like an arrow released from its bow. So fast. Someone on the sidelines gasped. Lin Yi's speed was only 72, not top tier. But his explosive power was 70, and combined with his agile turn, this acceleration left Cavani a half beat behind. That half beat was enough for Lin Yi to charge into the penalty area. But another center back had already moved to cover. It was the Argentine defender Silvestre, standing 188 centimeters tall and weighing 85 kilograms. An absolute brute. Kid, this is where it ends. Silvestre stretched out his leg to block. But Lin Yi didn't choose to shoot. He flicked his right ankle, passing the ball horizontally to a teammate surging up the left. Then he continued his forward run. A give and go. The receiving teammate understood the intent and threaded the ball back. The ball rolled towards the left side of the 6-yard box. Lin Yi had already arrived. The goalkeeper was charging out. The angle was tight. There was almost no room to shoot. But Lin Yi still took the shot. A delicate flick with the toe of his left boot. The ball traced a small arc, sailed over the goalkeeper's fingertips, and headed for the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper lunged desperately, but he was just short. The ball grazed the underside of the crossbar and nestled into the net. 3-1. Who? The substitute players on the sideline erupted in cheers. A hat trick. Lin Yi had completed a hat trick. Beautiful. That chip was so clever. Silvestre was completely fooled. Cavani stood in the penalty area watching the celebrating substitutes and shook his head. This kid. He's got some real skill. He wasn't the type to envy teammates. On the contrary, he admired players with talent. Lin Yi's finishing, positioning, and composure all surprised Cavani. Chinese football has players like this. Cavani remembered playing a friendly against the Chinese national team while with Uruguay. Chinese players. Rough technique, weak in duels, low tactical awareness. But this Lin Yi was completely different. Though his body wasn't strong enough, yet his technique and game intelligence were already at Serie A level. Pastor, Cavani called over to the Argentine midfielder beside him. My, that Chinese kid, what do you think? Pastor glanced at Lin E, who was high-fiving teammates, and shrugged. Great finishing, smart movement, lacks physicality, but that can be trained. Same thought as you. Cavani smiled. Seems we've got an interesting character in our squad. The match continued. But everyone could tell the starters' mentality had shifted. They no longer treated it as a simple training match. It had become a real contest. A contest they couldn't afford to lose. 55th minute. Pastor received the ball in midfield, dribbled past two players, and delivered an exquisite through ball. Cavani timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap, bearing down on goal one-on-one. A composed finish. 2-3. The starters pulled one back. Great goal. That's the Cavani we know. Come on. One more. The starters' morale soared. But the substitutes didn't panic. Lin E raised his hand, signaling for his teammates to stay calm. Don't rush. We still have the lead. Slow it down, hit them on the counter. He spoke in English, but with his gestures, everyone understood. 63rd minute. The substitutes won the ball in their own half and launched a rapid counter. It was 3-on-3 again. Lin E was central with teammates on both wings. The right winger in possession chose not to hug the byline, but cut inside instead. He created half a yard and unleashed a shot. Bang. It deflected off a defender's leg and bounced towards the 6-yard box. A chance. Lin E sprinted towards it like a cheetah. Cavani was also tracking back. Both raced towards the ball. But Lin E was half a step quicker. He stretched out his left foot, beating Cavani to it. No control. No adjustment. A first-time volley. Bang. The ball rocketed into the bottom left corner like a cannonball. 4-2. For goals. Holy shit. This efficiency. Is he even human? Everyone on the sidelines was on their feet, including head coach Rossi. He stared intently at Lin E, his eyes filled with shock. 4 goals in a 20-minute trial. 4 more goals in a 40-minute scrimmage. 8 shots, 8 goals. A 100% conversion rate. This was beyond what genius could describe. This was a monster. Assistant coach. Rossi's voice was hoarse. Contact the club manager immediately. We need to sign him. Now? Right away. This instant. The assistant coach snapped into action, pulling out his phone. But coach, his contract demands. Whatever he asks for, as long as it's reasonable, agree to it. Rossi cut him off. We can't let a player like this slip away. Understood. The assistant coach walked to the sideline to make the call. On the pitch, the match continued. But everyone's attention was on Lin E, including the starters. They no longer saw him as just a trialist, but as a true opponent. Again, Cavani walked up to Lin E and said in English, "One more goal. Show me what else you've got." Lin E smiled. All right. He relished this kind of duel, this kind of competition, because it was the only way he could improve. 75th minute. The starters laid siege to the substitutes' penalty area. 3 consecutive shots were blocked. The ball spilled out of the box. Pastor met it with a fierce strike, but a substitute defensive midfielder threw himself in the way, blocking with his body. The ball bounced out again. This time Lin E won the race to the loose ball. He didn't hoof it clear. Instead, he pushed the ball forward and started driving up the pitch. Counter. Get back. The starters scrambled to recover. But Lin E was quick. He carried the ball past midfield, facing the last defender. It was Silvestre. The Argentine had learned his lesson and didn't dive in recklessly. He backed off, jockeying to cut off the inside lane. But Lin E didn't cut inside. He suddenly slowed down and glanced at the goal. Over 30 meters out. What's he doing? A long shot. From this distance. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lin E drew back his right foot. Bang. A thunderous strike. The ball flew towards the goal like a projectile. The goalkeeper, positioned high up his line, scrambled back upon seeing it. But he was too slow. The ball dipped in the air, grazed the crossbar, and dropped into the net. 5-2. A screamer. The substitutes went wild. They mobbed Lin E, surrounding him in a huddle. Incredible. That strike. Lin, you're amazing. Lin E was at the bottom of the pile, a smile spreading across his face. This feeling of being acknowledged. It felt great. On the sideline, Rossi was speechless. He had seen many talents. Seen many spectacular goals. But a 5-goal haul in a training match with every goal different. He had never witnessed it before. Assistant coach, did you get through? Yes, the manager said he's on his way. Good. Rossi took a deep breath. This Chinese player. I must have him. Outside the training ground, a black sedan screeched to a halt. Mike rushed out, clutching a folder. He had just received a call from the club. The board had approved the 7,000 base transfer fee offer. They had also agreed to include goal bonuses, appearance bonuses, and future sell-on clauses. This was the maximum sincerity Chivo could offer. I have to beat Palermo to it. Mike sprinted towards the training ground gate, but a security guard stopped him. Sir, outsiders are not allowed inside the training ground. I'm a scout for Chivo. I need to see Lin E. Sorry, I can't let you in without the head coach's permission. Then relay a message for me. Tell him Mike is here, it's urgent. The guard hesitated, then picked up his walkie-talkie. Assistant coach, there's a scout from Chivo at the gate asking for Lin E. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Then the assistant coach's voice came through, tell him to wait. He says it's urgent. He waits. The guard shrugged, looking at Mike. You heard him. Wait. Mike was anxious. He knew Palermo would be making their move too. Every minute he waited increased the chance of Lin E being signed away. No, I have to get in there. He tried to push past, but the guard held him firmly. Sir, if you keep this up, I'll have to call the police. Mike had no choice but to wait outside, fuming with impatience. Inside the training ground, the scrimmage had ended. Final score 6-3, a resounding victory for the substitutes. Lin scored 5 goals and assisted one, almost single-handedly defeating the starting lineup. As he walked off, all his teammates surrounded him, patting his shoulders and offering praise in various languages. Lin, you're incredible. Welcome to Palermo. Make sure to pass me the ball in the future. Lin smiled in response, but inwardly he was clear-headed. Winning this scrimmage didn't mean much. The real test was official matches. It was Serie A. It was top players like Cavani and Pastore. Lin, come here a moment. The assistant coach approached, his expression serious. The head coach and the club manager want to see you. Here it is. Lin knew the moment of truth had arrived. He followed the assistant coach towards the office area. On the way, he saw Mike still held back at the gate. Mike saw him too, waving frantically and shouting something. But they were too far apart to hear. Lin, ignore him. The assistant coach said. See our manager first. Lin nodded and walked into the office building. In the meeting room, 3 people were seated. Head coach Rossi, club manager Maglia, and a middle-aged man in a suit, presumably an agent or lawyer. Lin, have a seat. Rossi gestured to the empty sofa. Lin sat down, his expression calm. First, congratulations on your outstanding performance today. Maglia spoke in English. 5 goals in a single scrimmage is a first in our club's training history. Thank you. We've seen your performance and believe you have what it takes to make it in the first team. Maglia continued. So we've decided to offer you a contract. He slid a document across the table. Annual salary of 800, a 3-year deal with a 5 million release clause. You'll be registered with the first team and get opportunities, but you'll have to compete for your place. What do you think? Lin took the contract and skimmed through it. 80K a year was higher than Chivo's 50K. The 5 million release clause was also higher than Chivo's 2 million. The terms were indeed better. But playing opportunities depend on competition. Lin looked up, meaning I might not play for half a season. Rossi spoke. Lin, I understand your concern. But you need to understand we are a club with European ambitions. Cavani is our starting striker, Pastore is our starting attacking midfielder, and Olisic is a key rotation player. To get playing time, you have to prove you're better than them. You did that today, but it was just a scrimmage. Official matches are a different story. Lin fell silent. He knew Rossi was right. Training matches and official games were worlds apart. The pressure, the intensity, the targeted defending from opponents. Everything was different. But he had confidence. Coach, what if I can maintain today's efficiency in official matches? Rossi smiled. If you can do that, I promise you'll be a starter. All right. Lin nodded. I'll sign. He picked up the pen, ready to sign. But at that moment, wait. The meeting room door burst open. Mike rushed in, panting, with a security guard trying to hold him back. Lin, don't sign. Chivo offers you better terms. In the meeting room, the air suddenly froze. Everyone turned to look at Mike as he burst in. A security guard tried to restrain him. So you can't come in here. Let go of me. Mike shook off the guard's hand, strode quickly to Lin and pulled a contract from his folder. Lin, this is Chivo's new offer. The club manager Maria frowned. Mr. Mike, this is Palermo, not your Chivo office. I know, Mike said, panting, but his eyes were locked on Lin. But Lin hasn't signed yet, has he? He has the right to choose a better contract. What we offered is already. Hear my offer before you speak. Mike cut Maria off, sliding the contract in front of Lin. A base annual salary of 100 euros, a 3-year contract, and a buyout clause of 3 million euros. A guaranteed spot in the first team plans. At least 15 appearances in the first half of the season. If you perform well, that number will only increase. Goal bonuses 500 euros per goal, 200 euros per assist. Plus a future sell-on clause if your transfer fee exceeds 5 million euros, Chivo will give you 20 of it. Mike finished in one breath, then stared into Lin's eyes. Lin, at Chivo you won't have to compete with stars like Cavani or Pastore. You're the answer we need up front. At Palermo you might sit on the bench for half a season. But at Chivo you could start in the Serie A opener next weekend. You're only 20. You need matches experience and a chance to prove yourself. Chivo can give you all of that. Mike's words were like needles piercing the hearts of the Palermo contingent. Rossi's face had turned grim, and Maria stood up abruptly. Mr. Mike, this is poaching. This is business. Mike didn't back down. A player has the right to choose a better contract. Mine is better, isn't it? You? Enough. Rossi spoke. He stood up and walked over to Lin. Lin's right. A player has the right to choose a better contract. But I want to ask you a question. Do you want to start for a small club and slowly fade into obscurity? Or do you want to be on a bigger stage, push towards European competition with stronger teammates and face true giants? Football isn't just for money or playing time. Football is about glory, about challenges, and about becoming a better version of yourself. Rossi's voice was calm, but every word carried immense weight. At Palermo you'll have to compete with Cavani and Pastore. It will be tough, but it's precisely that competition that will make you grow faster. At Chivo you might become a starter quickly, but who will you be facing? Defenders from relegation battling teams. Where's the room for improvement there? Lin, you're a smart man. You understand what I'm saying. Lin E fell silent. He had to admit Rossi had a point. Starting for a small team would guarantee more playing time, but the ceiling for growth was limited. At a big club the competition was fierce, but if you could establish yourself you'd improve much faster. And besides, system. Yes, if I go to Chivo, what's the probability of me becoming a starter? Analyzing data. Chivo's current forward lineup: Policier 32, declining Chario 28, average expected difficulty, to become starter, medium expected appearances this season 20 to 25. What about Palermo? Palermo's current forward lineup: Cavani, world-class Pastor, core player, Ilicic, rotational starter, expected difficulty, to become starter, extremely high expected appearances this season 5 to 10. If you fail to prove yourself quickly, the contrast was stark. Going to Chivo, almost guaranteed playing time. Going to Palermo could mean a long stint on the bench. But what if I prove myself at Palermo? If you succeed in the competition and earn a starting spot, expected appearances this season 25 to 30, expected growth rate, extremely fast, competing with top players, accelerates, attribute growth. Lin E took a deep breath. He had a choice to make. Was it the comfort of a starting role at a small club or the risk of fierce competition at a big one? Lin, Rossi spoke again. I can make you a promise. If you sign with Palermo, I guarantee you'll get consistent playing time in the preseason friendlies and the early rounds of the Coppa Italia. If you prove yourself in those matches, I'll give you Serie A opportunities. If you keep scoring, I'll give you a starting spot. This promise, I can add it as a supplementary clause to your contract. This was the most sincerity Rossi could offer. Maria looked anxious. Coach, this. Shut up. Rossi cut him off. A player like this is worth the risk. Mike's face fell. He hadn't expected Rossi to go this far. Writing a playing time guarantee into a contract was rare in Serie A. It meant that if Rossi didn't give Lin E a chance, Lin E could take the club to court with the contract. Lin Chivo can make the same promise. Mike said hastily. But Chivo doesn't have teammates like Cavani. Lin E suddenly spoke. Mike was taken aback. At Chivo, I'd be the main man carrying the goal-scoring burden. At Palermo, I'm just a newcomer. I can learn and adapt first. And Lin E looked at Rossi. Coach, if I keep scoring in training, can you guarantee me a spot in the matchday squad at least? Rossi didn't hesitate. Yes. All right. Lin E smiled. I choose Palermo. Mike staggered, almost losing his balance. Lin, think it over. No need. Lin E shook his head. Thank you for the offer, Mr. Mike, but I want to challenge myself. I want to compete with players like Cavani and Pastor. I want to stand on a bigger stage. So I choose Palermo. Mike opened his mouth to say something, but in the end nothing came out. He knew he had lost. Not on the contract. He had lost on ambition. This young man from China had bigger ambitions. All right. Mike put away the contract and gave a bitter smile. Good luck, Lin. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Chivo's door is always open for you. Thank you. Mike turned and left his back looking somewhat dejected. Only the Palermo contingent remained in the meeting room. Lin, welcome to Palermo. Rossi extended his hand. Lin E shook it. I won't let you down, coach. I know. Rossi smiled. Now sign it. Lin E picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. In Chinese, Italian, and English. 3 versions, 3 signatures. As he finished the last stroke, the system notification chimed. Ding. Main quest completed. Sign with a professional club. Rewards distributed: 5 attribute points, 1 random skill. Draw. Do you wish to draw a skill now? Draw. Lin E focused his mind. A golden wheel appeared before him. The wheel had 12 segments, each with a skill icon. Drawing. The wheel spun rapidly, then gradually slowed. The pointer landed on a red icon. Congratulations, host. You've obtained A rank skill. Fox in the box effect increases off-the-ball movement speed within the 6-yard box by 20 and increases success rate of shaking off defenders by 15. Note, as cunning as a fox, always finding the deadliest position. What a great skill. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Box Terminator guarantees shot conversion. Fox in the box improves positioning and off-the-ball movement. The combination of these 2 skills was a perfect match. Attribute points all into strength. His strength was 67, adding 5 points would make it 72. It wasn't top tier yet, but it was enough to hold his own in Serie A. Strength 67-72, a feeling of fullness returned to his muscles. Lin E could feel a tangible increase in his power. Lin, Rossi's voice brought him back to reality. The contract is signed. You can head to the locker room to formally meet your teammates. This afternoon's training will be with the first team. Okay, coach. Lin E stood up and put away his copy of the contract. Stepping out of the meeting room, he took a deep breath. A professional contract. Palermo. Serie A. This was finally the beginning. In the locker room, the first team players were resting. As Lin E entered, all eyes turned to him. Everyone. The assistant coach clapped his hands. Allow me to introduce our new signing, Lin E, a forward from China. He scored 5 goals in today's training match. From this day forward, he is a member of our first team. Let's welcome him. Sparse applause followed. There was curiosity, scrutiny, and disdain. In the world of football, strength speaks volumes. A 5-goal haul in a single training match was indeed impressive. Yet it wasn't enough to fully convince these seasoned Serie A veterans. Lin, your locker is over here, the assistant coach said, pointing to a locker in the corner. Lenny nodded and walked over. His locker was next to Cavani's. The Uruguayan who was changing gave him a nod. Welcome. Thanks. Played well today, Cavani said in English. But training matches are different from official ones. Be prepared. I will. Good. Cavani said no more and continued changing. On the other side, Pastor glanced at Lin E but remained silent. The Argentine prodigy was introverted by nature. Lin E didn't mind and began to organize his belongings. Training kits, boots, and shin guards were already placed in his locker. His number was 23, a number not typically associated with a starter. But Lin E didn't care. Numbers weren't important as strength was. Hey Chinese kid. A voice came from beside him. Lin E turned to see a large man, Silvestre. You got past me twice today, the Argentine defender said with a scowl. Next time in a real match I'll show you that Serie A defenders aren't so easy to get by. It was a challenge. Lin E smiled. I look forward to it. His response was neither humble nor arrogant. Silvestre was taken aback for a moment, then snorted and walked away. Ignore him. A gentle voice spoke up. Lin E turned to see a blond man, Olisic. The Slovenian midfielder was known for his technical finesse and precise passing. That's just Silvestre, he's like that with everyone, Olisic said with a smile. You played excellently today. Keep it up. Thanks. No problem. At Palermo, strength is what matters. If you have the strength, you'll earn everyone's respect. Olisic patted Lin E on the shoulder and left. The atmosphere in the locker room was subtle. Some were friendly, some were watchful, some were hostile. But Lin E didn't care. All he needed to do was play every match well and score more goals. Earn respect through strength. The afternoon training session focused on tactical drills. Rossi placed Lin E with the substitute group alongside the first team's fringe players. The tactic was simple: defend and counter-launch long balls and target Lin E as the focal point. Lin, your job is to score goals, Rossi said, pointing at the tactics board. In the box you are the finisher. Don't drop too deep and don't get involved in too much defending. Your position is always near the penalty area. Understand? Understood. Lin E nodded. This was his characteristic, his advantage. He didn't need to do much, he just needed to be in the right place at the right time and put the ball into the net. Tactical drills were monotonous. But Lin E was serious. He knew that tactical discipline was a fundamental skill for Serie A players. If he couldn't execute the coach's tactics, he wouldn't gain trust no matter how strong his individual abilities were. After training, Lin E stayed for an extra half-hour practicing his shooting. Cavani was also doing extra work. They trained at adjacent goals, each focused on their own practice. There was no communication, but a silent competitive understanding existed. You score one, I score one. You practice volleys, I practice headers. They only stopped as the sky began to darken. Kid, you've got good stamina, Cavani said, wiping sweat from his brow in English. So do you. See you tomorrow. All right. It was a brief exchange, but there was a sense of mutual respect. Both were forwards, both craved goals, and both were willing to give everything for victory. As he was leaving the training ground, Lin E received a phone call. It was a number from China. Hello. Xiaoyi, it's me, your Uncle Shun. Shen Guodong. Lin Yi's benefactor and his guarantor in Italy. Uncle Shun, is something the matter? I just heard you signed with Palermo. How did you know? I have friends in Italy too, Shen Guodong said with a laugh. Not bad, kid. Signing a professional contract on your first trial day. Qingyan will be thrilled when she finds out. Qingyan. Shen Qingyan, Shen Guodong's daughter, and Lin Yi's childhood sweetheart. They had grown up together, but contact had waned after she came to Italy to study. How is sister Qingyan? She's doing great, studying at the Florence Academy of Fine Arts, and she talks about you all the time. Shen Guodong paused. Xiao, since you've signed with Palermo, give it your all. If you have any problems, call me anytime. I have some connections in Italy that might be able to help. Thank you, Uncle Shun. We're family, no need for that. By the way, Palermo has a match in Florence this weekend. Yes, an away game against Fiorentina. Perfect. Qingyan said she wants to come and watch you play. I'll have her contact you. Okay. Hanging up, Lin E felt a warmth in his heart. In a foreign land, having the support of family and friends was always a comfort. Back at the hostel, Lin E lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. Too much had happened today. The trial, the goals, the contract, the competition, the extra training. It was all very fulfilling. But he knew this was just the beginning. The real challenges lay ahead. Serie A, one of the grandest stages in European football. This was where he would prove himself. Prove that a Chinese player could hold their own in Europe. And even become a superstar. System. Here. Open my status panel. A translucent interface materialized. His strength had risen to 72, but the other attributes remained unchanged. What should I improve next? Suggestion: prioritize improving speed, burst, and stamina. Serie A matches are fast-paced and demand high physical fitness. It is recommended that the host focus on enhancing physical conditioning in upcoming training sessions. Understood. Lin E dismissed the panel and closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be another new day. New training, new challenges, and new beginning. He would climb step by step to the very top. 3 days after signing the contract. At 6 in the morning, Lin E arrived at the training ground on time. Unlike the previous 2 days, someone was already there waiting for him. It was Cavani. The Uruguayan was stretching. Seeing Lin E, he nodded. Morning. Morning. Without further exchange, they each began their warm-up. But Lin Yi could sense a subtle shift in Cavani's attitude towards him. From the initial scrutiny to now. Acceptance. Or rather it was the respect between competitors. Half an hour later Pastor arrived. Then Alisic Silvestre Balzaretti. The first team players gradually assembled. At 7:30 formal training began. Rossi divided the players into two groups for small-sided passing drills. Lin Yi was placed in the second group with Cavani, Pastor, and Alisic. Lin, watch your movement, Rossi shouted from the sideline. Position yourself closer to the box, don't drop too deep. Understood. Lin Yi adjusted his position. The drill was simple: midfielders retain possession, forwards make runs looking for shooting opportunities. But what seemed simple proved difficult in practice, because defenders would press tightly, block space, and disrupt play. First combination. Pastor received the ball in midfield, glanced at Lin Yi's run. Lin Yi first drifted left, then suddenly changed direction, darting towards the right side of the box. A clever run. But Pastor didn't pass. He chose to dribble himself, beat a defender, and unleashed a shot from distance. The ball flew over the crossbar. Pastor pass. Rossi shouted from the sideline. Lin was in a better position. Pastor shrugged, saying nothing. But Lin Yi could feel the Argentine's lack of complete trust in him. Second combination. This time Alisic had the ball. The Slovenian was unselfish. Seeing Lin Yi make space, he immediately played a through ball. The pass was slightly overhit. Lin Yi chased, desperately managing to hook the ball back into the box just before it went out for a goal kick. But the defender had recovered, and the shooting angle was blocked. Lin Yi could only lay the ball back. Cavani followed up and smashed it home. Goal. Great goal. Beautiful. His teammates applauded. Cavani high-fived Lin Yi. Good run. Pass was a bit off. It'll be better next time. A brief exchange, but the atmosphere had improved significantly. Third combination. Lin Yi made space again. This time Cavani had the ball. The Uruguayan looked at Lin Yi's position, feigned a solo dribble, and then suddenly released the pass. The pass was perfect. It landed a step ahead of Lin Yi, requiring no adjustment, allowing him to shoot first time. Lin Yi met the ball and struck it. Bang! The ball rocketed into the top right corner like a cannonball. Beautiful. What a move. Lin, brilliant strike. Cheers erupted from the sideline. Lin Yi and Cavani high-fived, nodding to each other. Understanding was slowly being built. Training continued. But Lin Yi could feel that Pastor still rarely passed to him. Even when he made space, the Argentine preferred to handle it himself. It wasn't personal. It was a habit. Pastor was a core player accustomed to dribbling and solving problems on his own. At Palermo, he was both the initiator and one of the finishers of attacks. Suddenly having a striker who needed service, he needed time to adapt. Don't worry, Cavani approached Lin Yi during a break. Pastor is just like that, it's not personal. I know. Give him time. Your movement is good, he can see it. Once he gets used to it, the passes will come. Thanks. Don't mention it. Cavani took a sip of water. On the pitch we are teammates. When you score, the team scores. I understand that logic. Lin Yi smiled. Cavani was more mature than he had imagined. A true star who rose from the slums of Uruguay. Having endured hardship, he knew its value and understood the importance of the team. The morning session ended at 11. Lin Yi stayed for an extra half hour of shooting practice before heading back to the locker room. Lin. A familiar voice called from the sideline. Chinese. Lin Yi turned and froze. Standing by the training ground was a girl. Around 20 years old, with long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, carrying a canvas bag. Sunlight bathed her. Her smile was pure. Shen Qingyan. Qingyan Jia. Lin Yi quickly walked over. Why are you here? I thought you were only coming for the weekend match. Wanted to surprise you. Shen Qingyan tilted her head and smiled. What, not welcome? No, it's just a bit sudden. My dad said you signed for Palermo. I couldn't resist coming to see. Shen Qingyan said, pulling a box from her bag. Here, a gift. What is it? Open it. Lin Yi opened the box. Inside were a pair of football boots. Nike's Mercurial Series, the latest model. I saw the boots you wore yesterday were the old model from back home. Shen Qingyan said. Serie A is fast-paced. The demands on equipment are high. These are light with great traction, suitable for a speed-based striker like you. This is too expensive. What's expensive about it? Shen Qingyan waved her hand. My dad is a Nike distributor. He got these at cost price, didn't cost much. Think of it as me investing in a promising stock. She winked. Once you become a big star, these boots will be worth a fortune. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he accepted them. Thank you. Don't be so polite. Shen Qingyan looked at the training ground. Are you done with training? Yeah, just finished. Then, how about lunch? I know a decent Chinese restaurant nearby. Okay. The two walked off the training ground side by side. Behind them, by the locker room window, several heads huddled together. Is that Lin's girlfriend? Pretty, isn't she? Are all Chinese girls this beautiful? Stop staring, get to training. At the Chinese restaurant. The owner was from Guangdong. Seeing Shen Qingyan, she greeted her warmly. Qingyan, here you are. Brought a friend today. Yeah, my brother Lin Yi, a Palermo player. Oh, my, a professional footballer. Impressive. Auntie will add an extra dish for you today. The owner laughed and headed to the kitchen. You come here often? Lin Yi asked. Yeah, the food is authentic and it's close to my school. Shen Qingyan said. I study at the Academy of Fine Arts in Florence, and I usually come to Palermo on weekends to see my dad. Since I heard you signed for Palermo, I decided to stay a few extra days. Uncle Sean is in Palermo. Yeah, he has business here. Shin Qingyan paused. Lin, do you really plan to stay at Palermo? Of course the contract is signed. That's not what I mean. Shin Qingyan looked at him seriously. I mean, are you ready for this? Serie A isn't the domestic league. The competition here is fierce, and the pressure is immense. I've seen many Chinese players come to Europe fail to make it, and slink back home in disgrace. I know, then you. I won't. Lin interrupted, his gaze firm. Qingyan Jia, I wasn't reborn to come on a tour of Europe. Reborn? Shin Qingyan was stunned. Nothing. Lin smiled. I mean, I'll give it everything I have. If I don't make it, it's because I lack the ability. But as long as there's even a sliver of a chance, I won't give up. Shin Qingyan looked at him for a few seconds, then smiled. You're still as stubborn as when you were a kid. Is that bad? No, it's great. Shin Qingyan rested her chin on her hand. It's that stubbornness I like about you. So keep going, young man. I'll be there at the weekend match to cheer for you. You're not going back to Florence? Nope, I asked for leave from school. Shin Qingyan smiled slyly. I want to see with my own eyes our Lin Yi's Serie A debut. A warmth spread through Lin Yi's heart. Okay, the food arrived. Braised pork belly, steamed fish, stir-fried greens, wintermelon soup. Simple home-style dishes, but delicious. They chatted while eating, reminiscing about their childhood. Remember when you broke Uncle Wang's window playing football as a kid, and I took the blame for you? Shin Qingyan said with a laugh. I remember. I got a beating from my mom for it later. Serves you right for not owning up. I was scared. Chicken. Laughing and talking time flew by. After the meal, Shin Qingyan had to return to Florence. For the weekend match, I'll be in the stands. You have to give it your all. I will. And? Shin Qingyan hesitated for a moment. If you run into any trouble with the team, don't try to tough it out alone. Call me or call my dad. We're in Italy, we can still help out a bit. I know, thanks Qingyan Jia. I told you not to be so polite. Shin Qingyan waved, got into a taxi. Lin watched the car drive away, then turned and headed back to the training base. The afternoon was a tactical analysis session. Rossi played footage from last weekend's Serie A matches analyzing opponents' tactical characteristics. Lin listened attentively. He knew that to establish himself in Serie A, technical skill alone wasn't enough, he also needed tactical understanding. After the session, it was free time. Lin was about to head to the gym for extra strength work. Lin, Cavani called out to him. Got a minute? Let's talk. Sure. They walked to the edge of the training ground and sat on a bench. Don't take Pastor's behavior to heart. Cavani got straight to the point. It's not personal, he's just used to being the main man. Give him time, he'll adapt. I understand. And Silvestre, well, that's just how he is with everyone. Ignore him, just focus on your game. Yeah. Cavani looked at Lin and suddenly smiled. You know, you remind me of when I first came to Europe. Oh, I'm from Salto, Uruguay. A very small place. Cavani said. I joined Palermo at 17. During my first training session, everyone thought I was some country bumpkin and looked down on me. But I shut them up with my goals. On the pitch, performance is the only language that matters. You score and you're right. You don't score and nothing you say matters. So don't overthink it. Just train hard, play hard, and score goals. Once you score, everyone will shut up. Cavani patted Lin on the shoulder. Play well this weekend. I will. Good luck. Cavani got up and left. Lin sat on the bench watching the training ground under the setting sun. Cavani's words made him think. Indeed, on the pitch, performance is the only language. Scoring goals is the best response. System. Here. How effective will my fox in the box skill be in official matches? Hey. Skill effectiveness is correlated with the opponent's defensive strength. Against mid to lower table Serie A teams, the skill is highly effective. Against top-tier defenders, the skill's effectiveness will be reduced. It is recommended that the host quickly improve attributes to enhance personal ability. Understood. Lenny got up and walked towards the gym. Strength, speed, explosiveness, endurance. He needed to improve comprehensively. Only then could he remain a threat against stronger opponents. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin returned to the hostel. There was an unread text message on his phone. It was from Shin Qingyan. Arrived safely at school. See you on the weekend, good luck. Lin smiled, replying with an okay. Then he turned on the TV to watch Serie A match replays. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the league's style and opponent's characteristics. At 9 the phone rang. It was Mike. Lin, it's me, Mike. Mister. Mike, is something up? Nothing much, just wanted to ask how things are going at Palermo. It's going well. The teammates are great and the coach is great too. That's good. Mike paused. Lin, I'll say it again, if you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Chivo's door is always open for you. Thank you for the offer, but I've made my decision. All right. Mike sighed. Good luck, Lin. And if you ever need any help, don't hesitate to reach out. I have some connections in Italian football circles. Thank you. Hanging up, Lin felt a mix of emotions. Mike was a good man and a good scout. Unfortunately, he had chosen Palermo. But Lin didn't regret it. Because this was the challenge he wanted. Turning off the TV, Lin lay on his bed. Tomorrow the team would announce the squad for the weekend match. Would he be selected? He didn't know, but he would be ready. If he got the chance to play, he was determined to score. Prove himself with goals. Earn respect with goals. Show everyone with goals that a Chinese player can not only survive in Serie A, but also become the protagonist. Friday morning in the training base's meeting room. All the first-team players were present, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Head coach Rossi stood before the tactics board holding a piece of paper. It was the matchday squad list for the weekend game against Fiorentina. Gentlemen, I'll announce the starting lineup first. Rossi cleared his throat and began reading out names. Goalkeeper Sirigu. The young Italian goalkeeper raised his hand in acknowledgement. Defensive line from right to left Cassani Bovo, Silvestre Balzaretti. The four defenders nodded. Midfield double pivot Migliaccio Basanovic. Trequartista Pastor. Wingers Alisic Pania. Striker Cavani. The starting 11 was almost identical to last season's main lineup. No surprises. But next came the substitutes list. 7 substitutes. Rossi began reading. Goalkeeper Benassi. Defenders Munoz Della Fiore. Midfielders Dadalo Nasarino. Forward Abel Hernandez. When the 6th name was read, Lin Yi's heart sank. His name hadn't been called yet. Only one substitute spot remained. The final substitute. Rossi paused for a moment, glancing at Lin Yi. Massimiliano Pessina. Silence fell over the meeting room for a few seconds. Then murmurs began. Pessina, 19, a youth academy prospect, had only made a single appearance in the Coppa Italia last season. And he made the bench. Lin Yi, who scored 4 goals in his trial, then 5 in a training match, and had just signed a professional contract. Yet he was left out. Cavani frowned. Alisic glanced at Lin Yi with a hint of sympathy. Silvestre, however, curled his lip into a faint sneer. All right, that's the squad. Rossi closed the list. We meet tomorrow at 9 in the morning bus to Florence. Kickoff is at 3 in the afternoon. Now dismissed. Free training this morning, afternoon off. With that, Rossi turned and left the meeting room. The players gradually got up. Cavani approached Lin Yi. Don't overthink it. The coach has his reasons. I know. Lin Yi nodded, his expression calm. But inside there was indeed a sense of disappointment. He had expected at least a spot on the bench. After all, everyone had seen his performances in training. Lin, come here a moment. The assistant coach called from the doorway. Lin Yi followed him out. In the corridor, Rossi was waiting. Coach. Lin, I know what you're thinking. Rossi cut to the chase. You didn't make the squad. Do you think it's unfair? No. Be honest. Lin Yi paused for a few seconds. A little. That's right. Rossi smiled. Having emotions means you care. But I have to tell you, I didn't pick you because you're not good enough. Then why? Because you're too good. Rossi said, Lin, you're only 20. You just arrived in Italy, just signed your first professional contract. If I put you in the squad right now, what would your teammates think? What would the media write? What would the fans expect? Pressure is one of the biggest enemies of a professional footballer. What you need now is to adapt, to accumulate experience, to gradually integrate into the team. Not to be thrust into the spotlight and bear pressure you shouldn't have to bear. Rossi patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Trust me, I have a plan. For this match, observe carefully from the stands. Watch the tempo of Serie A, study the opponent's defensive methods, analyze Cavani's movement and finishing. Learning is more important than playing. When you're ready, I'll give you your chance. And, Rossi paused. I promise you will be in the squad for the next home game against Udinese. It was a promise. Lin Yi looked into Rossi's eyes and nodded. I understand, coach. Good, go train. Yes. Lin Yi turned and headed towards the locker room. Rossi watched his retreating figure, a complex look in his eyes. The assistant coach walked over. Coach, do you really think leaving him out was the right call? Yes. Rossi said. That kid is too calm. Too calm for a 20-year-old. But precisely because of that, I need to temper him. If everything goes too smoothly, he might get carried away. Letting him face some setback is a good thing. But what if he loses his confidence? He won't. Rossi shook his head. Look at his eyes. Only someone who has experienced failure and risen again has that look. This little setback won't break him. Are you so sure? I'm sure. Rossi smiled. Because in him, I see a reflection of my younger self. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was subtle. Most teammates had changed and were ready for training. When they saw Lin Yi enter, some nodded, others averted their gaze. Hey, Chinese kid. Silvestre walked over, a mocking expression on his face. Heard you didn't make the squad. What a shame. I was hoping to see you try to get past me on the pitch. Provocation. Bare-faced provocation. The locker room fell silent, all eyes on them. Cavani frowned, about to speak. But Lin Yi spoke first. Silvestre, I got past you twice in the training match. His tone was calm, but every word landed like a slap. Silvestre's face changed instantly. That was just training. You couldn't stop me in training. How are you going to stop me in a match? You? Enough. Cavani stepped between them. Silvestre, go train. Cavani, are you protecting him? I'm protecting no one. Cavani stared at Silvestre. But this is the locker room, this is the team. If you have a problem, solve it on the pitch. Causing trouble in the locker room, what's the point of that? Silvestre gritted his teeth, but ultimately said nothing more and walked away. Thanks. Lin Yi said. Don't mention it. Cavani shook his head. Silvestre is like that. He likes to pick on the new guys. Just ignore him and focus on your game. I know. Are you going to the stands for the weekend match? Yeah, the coach told me to observe and learn. That's good, Cavani said. Serie A is different from training matches. Watch one, and you'll see where the gap is. I'll watch closely. Good luck. Cavani patted Lin E on the shoulder and left as well. Lin E was alone in the locker room. He sat in front of his locker looking at the nameplate on the door. Lin E 23, professional footballer, but couldn't even make the matchday squad. To say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Rossi was right. What he needed now was to learn to adapt, to accumulate. Impatience wouldn't solve anything. System. Here. Open the attribute panel. A translucent interface appeared. Strength 72, speed 72, explosiveness 70, stamina 68. All attributes had improved, but it wasn't enough. Can I play in the next match? Based on Rossi's promise, there is a 90 probability the host will make the squad for the next home game against Udinese. But whether the host gets to play depends on the match situation and the host's form. That's enough. As long as there was a chance he would seize it. Closing the panel, Lin E changed into his training kit and headed to the training ground. The morning session was optional, but most players chose to do extra work. Cavani was practicing shooting. Pastor was working on free kicks. Ilicic was crossing. Silvestre was lifting weights in the gym. Lin E joined in. He practiced shooting for half an hour, dribbling for half an hour, and finished with half an hour of fitness work. Sweat soaked his training top, but he didn't stop. He knew he still had a long way to go. At noon, Lin E had lunch in the canteen. Palermo's canteen was excellent, with nutritionists customizing meals for each player's physical condition. On Lin Yi's tray were chicken breast, a vegetable salad, whole wheat bread, and milk. Mind if I sit? A voice spoke up. Lin E looked up. It was Ilicic. Please. Ilicic sat down opposite him. Don't take this morning to heart. The Slovenian said Silvestre is like that with everyone. He gave me a hard time when I first arrived too. I know, and don't overthink the coach's decision. Ilicic said. Coach Rossi likes you. He must have his reasons. Yeah, he told me. Good. Ilicic smiled. By the way, are you going to the stands for the weekend match? Alone? Yeah. Why don't you sit with us? We have a little group. For away games, our families and friends all sit together. Is that okay? Why wouldn't it be? They're all teammates, families, and friends. One more won't matter. Ilicic said. Besides sitting alone in the away, and you might get some abuse. With us it's safer. Lin E felt a warmth in his heart. Okay, thank you. No problem. Ilicic winked. But you owe me a coffee. Deal. They exchanged smiles. The afternoon was free, so Lin E returned to the hostel to rest. As soon as he got to his room, his phone rang. It was Shin Qingyan. Lin E, I heard you didn't make the squad. News traveled fast. Yeah, the coach wants me to observe and learn first. Oh. Shin Qingyan's voice carried a hint of disappointment, but she quickly perked up. It's okay, I'm sure you'll make it next time. Are you still coming to Florence for the weekend match? Yeah, I'm traveling with the team. I'll be observing from the stands. That's great. I'll treat you to dinner then to comfort your wounded soul. I'm not wounded. I say you are. It's settled. See you this weekend. The call ended. Lin E was caught between laughter and tears. But he did feel a bit better. At least someone cared about him. In the evening, Lin E continued watching match footage. This time, he was watching Fiorentina. Their head coach was Mihajlovic, and the team played attacking football. Their front line featured attackers like Gilardino Mutu and Jovetic, making them a formidable side. This away game would be tough for Palermo. But Lin E believed in Cavani, believed in Pastor, believed in the team. Saturday at 9 in the morning, the team bus departed for Florence. The journey took 3 hours. Lin E sat in the back looking out the window. The Italian scenery was beautiful, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. His mind was only on the match. Nervous? Ilicic asked from beside him. A little. That's normal. I was nervous on my first away trip with the team too. Ilicic said. But look at Cavani sleeping like a log. Up front, Cavani was asleep, headphones on, leaning back in his seat. That's experience. Ilicic chuckled. Being able to sleep means a calm mind. A calm mind is essential for playing well. Noted. Take it slow. You're still young. The bus arrived in Florence at noon. The team had lunch at the hotel and then rested. At 2 in the afternoon, they set off for the Stadio Artemio Franchi. As the bus pulled into the stadium parking lot, Lin E spotted Shin Qingyan waiting at the entrance. A few other girls were with her, seemingly her classmates. Lin E. Shin Qingyan waved. Lin E got off the bus and walked over. What are you doing here? Waiting for you. Shin Qingyan said with a smile. Let me introduce you. These are my classmates Anna and Sophia. They're football fans too. They came to watch the match today. Hello. Hello, hello. The two Italian girls said excitedly. So you're the Chinese player? We heard you scored 4 goals in your trial. Just lucky. So modest. Good luck today. Thanks. Alright, you should head in. Shin Qingyan said. I'll wait for you here after the match. Okay. Lin E returned to the team and followed his teammates into the stadium. The Stadio Artemio Franchi, with a capacity of 47,000. The home of Fiorentina, a traditional Serie A powerhouse. The atmosphere was electrifying. The stands were packed with singing, chanting, and drumming that was deafening. Lin E followed his teammates into the locker room, then along with the other players not in the squad, went to the away section. His seat was next to Ilicic's family. So this is Lin. He's so young. I heard he's very good. Too bad he's not in the squad today. Lenny smiled, but said nothing. His gaze was fixed on the pitch. The grass was lush, the floodlights were bright. The players were starting their warm-up. Cavani, Pastor, Ilisic. They were in their pink and black away kits running, passing, and shooting on the field. Watching them, a surge of longing rose in Lenny. He wanted to be out there, to fight alongside his teammates, to make a name for himself in this stadium. Easy now. Ilisic's father patted Lin E on the shoulder. You're young. You'll have plenty of chances. Yeah. Lin E nodded. But he knew that chances wouldn't come on their own. They had to be seized. And he was ready. The match was about to begin. At the Stadio Artemio Franchi. In the away section, Lin E sat beside Ilisic's family, his eyes fixed intently on the pitch. The match was in the 35th minute. The score was 1-0. Fiorentina were leading. The goal had come from Jovetic, a long-range strike from the edge of the box in the 28th minute, curling into the bottom left corner. Sirigu had gotten a hand to it, but couldn't keep it out. Damn it. A Palermo fan on the terraces muttered. Lin E clenched his fists. On the pitch, Palermo were not looking comfortable. Fiorentina's midfield was dominating, with Montalivo and D'Agostino controlling the tempo. Pastor was being tightly marked and struggled to get on the ball. Cavani was isolated up front, constantly double-teamed whenever he received the ball. This can't go on. Lin E thought anxiously. But he knew he was just a spectator now. He couldn't do anything. All he could do was watch. In the 40th minute, Palermo had a counter-attack opportunity. Cavani received the ball in midfield, turned, and accelerated. He beat the first defender, but the second was already covering. It was Fiorentina's holding midfielder D'Agostino, a seasoned veteran. He didn't dive in, instead showing Cavani the outside, cutting off the inside lane. Cavani tried to shift past him, but D'Agostino's defending was solid, giving nothing away. Eventually, Cavani was forced into a hopeful cross. The goalkeeper collected the ball easily. A sigh echoed from the stands. Lin E shook his head. If that had been him, what would he have done? He would have feigned to slow down, then burst past D'Agostino, using a dummy to shift his weight before cutting inside and shooting. But that was with the benefit of hindsight. On the pitch against top-level defending, decisions had to be made in a split second. It was tough. The halftime whistle blew. 1-0 to Fiorentina. The players headed for the changing rooms. In the stands, the fans were discussing the game. They need to change things in the second half. Pastor is being marked out of the game. Someone else needs to step up. Cavani needs support too. What about that Chinese kid? Why isn't he playing? He's only just arrived. The coach probably doesn't trust him yet. Lin E listened to the chatter around him, feeling calm. He knew his time hadn't come yet. The second half began. Rossi made a change, bringing on Abel Hernandez for Pinilla to bolster the attack. But the impact was minimal. Fiorentina were defending resolutely, and Palermo struggled to create any clear-cut chances. Then in the 55th minute, the unexpected happened. Cavani collided with Fiorentina defender Gambarini while challenging for the ball. Both players went down. The referee stopped the play. The medical staff rushed onto the field. Everyone in the stadium held their breath. Cavani was Palermo's top scorer. If he was injured, their chances in this match would evaporate. After a few minutes of examination, the physio signaled to the bench. Substitution. Cavani got to his feet, but he was limping heavily, clearly unable to continue. It's over. With Cavani off, who's going to score? Hernandez. Is he up to it? Rossi stood on the touchline, his face ashen. He only had one substitution left. For the striker position, there was only one option left on the bench. Pessina, warm up. Rossi shouted. Massimiliano Pessina, a 19-year-old youth academy product, stood up and began to warm up. In the stands, Lin Yi's heart sank. Pessina, the youth player who had edged him out of the matchday squad. Now he was about to come on. The coach still doesn't trust me. Lin Yi thought with a bitter smile. But he understood. Pessina was a product of Italian youth football, familiar with Serie A and the team's tactics. He, on the other hand, was a newcomer from China who had only been with the club for a week. With Cavani injured, bringing on Pessina was the safer choice. Don't worry, Ilisic's father said, patting Lin Yi's shoulder. You're young, there will be plenty of opportunities. Lin Yi nodded. But inside he felt a pang of unwillingness. Pessina came on. He took the right-wing position, moving Ilisic into the center, pushing Pastor further forward with Hernandez leading the line. A switch to a 4-3-3 formation to increase attacking pressure. But Fiorentina quickly adapted. They dropped deep, looking to hit on the counter. Palermo enjoyed more possession, but still struggled to create clear-cut opportunities. In the 68th minute, Pastor tried his luck with a shot from distance. It was deflected behind for a corner. In the 72nd minute, Ilisic's cross found Hernandez, whose header went wide. In the 78th minute, Pessina was fouled while dribbling down the right. A free kick. Pastor stepped up and went for goal directly. The ball curled over the wall, but the goalkeeper palmed it away. The clock was ticking. The score remained 1-0. The Palermo fans in the stands were beginning to lose hope. It's over. Without Cavani, nobody can score. What a difficult start to the season. Lin E watched the game unfold, his mind racing. What weaknesses were there in Fiorentina's defense? Their right-back, 25-year-old De Silvestri, was better going forward than defending and loved to overlap. The left-back, 33-year-old Pasquale, was experienced but lacked pace. The center-back pairing was the 31-year-old Gambarini and the 28-year-old Kroldrup, one aggressive, one solid. But Kroldrup was only 183 centimeters tall, and his aerial ability was a weakness. If only he could. Lin. A voice cut through his thoughts. It was the assistant coach running up to the stands out of breath. The coach wants you to warm up. What? Lin E was stunned. Cavani's injury is worse than we thought, and Pessina isn't performing well since coming on. The coach has decided to use the last substitution slot for you. Me. But I'm not in the squad. Special rule. If a player on the pitch is injured and can't continue, and there are no suitable replacements left on the bench, a player not initially named in the squad can be called upon from the stands. It's a Serie A rule. The assistant coach grabbed Lin E and started pulling him towards the tunnel. Quick. There's no time. Lin Yi's heart suddenly hammered in his chest. An opportunity. It had arrived. In the changing room, the physio was applying ice to Cavani's ankle. The Uruguayan's ankle was already swollen. How is he? Rossi asked. He'll need at least 2 weeks out, the physio said, shaking his head. A slight ligament strain, but thankfully no tear. Damn it. Rossi clenched his fists. The season had just started and his main striker was injured. It was a huge blow. Coach Lin E is here. The assistant coach rushed in with Lin E. He had already changed into his kit. Number 23. Lin. Rossi looked at him, his expression serious. Listen, it's 1-0 to them, we're behind. There's about 10 minutes left. Your task is simple: score a goal. I don't care how, just get the ball in the back of the net. Fiorentina's defense is running on empty. Their right back De Silvestri loves to get forward, so there's space in behind him. Their left back Pasquale is slow, you can use your pace against him. And Kroldrup, the center back, is weak in the air, so put in some high balls. Got it. Got it. Lin E nodded. Rossi patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, just play like you do in training. You're a fox in the box, remember that. Now go. Yes. Lin E turned and ran out of the changing room. In the tunnel, the fourth official was already holding up the substitution board. Number 23 on, number 20 off. Pessina off, Lin E on. As Lin E stepped onto the pitch, a chorus of sounds erupted from the stands. Surprise, curiosity, doubt, expectation. That Chinese guy, wasn't he not in the squad? A temporary call-up from the stands. Has Rossi lost his mind? Bringing on a newbie at a time like this? A desperate gamble. Lin E ignored the noise. He ran to his position, center forward. As he passed Pastor, the Argentine looked at him. Make smart runs, and I'll find you. A simple sentence. But Lin E understood. It was trust. All right. The game resumed. Palermo kicked off. Lin E stood in the center circle, taking a deep breath. Serie A. He had arrived. The Fiorentina players looked at this sudden Chinese face with curiosity, but more than that, with disdain. A newbie not even in the squad, called up from the stands at the last minute. How much of a threat could he be? Keep an eye on number 23, don't give him an easy touch. Fiorentina's captain Montalivo shouted. Kroldrup nodded and moved close to Lin E. Kid, this is Serie A. Don't think scoring a few goals in practice means you can run riot here. Lin E glanced at him, but said nothing. However, his eyes made Kroldrup feel a sudden chill. That look. It wasn't the look of a rookie. It was the look of a hunter. Match time, 85th minute. Palermo won the ball in their own half and launched a quick counterattack. The ball was played to Pastor. The Argentine looked up and then played a through ball. It was aimed towards the left side of the box. Lin E was running there. He first drifted to the right, drawing his marker, then suddenly changed direction, darting towards the left. Fox in the box, skill activated. Movement speed increased by 20. Kroldrup was a half step behind. That half step was all Lin E needed to reach the ball's landing point. The ball arrived. Trap, adjust, shoot. No, Lin E didn't trap it. He hit it first time with his left foot, a venomous volley. Thud. The ball rocketed towards the near post like a cannonball. Fiorentina's goalkeeper Fry had the angle covered. He threw out a hand. His fingertips brushed the ball, but the power was too great, and the ball nestled into the back of the net. 1-1. Goal. The away end erupted instantly. The Palermo fans went wild. They jumped, screamed, embraced, and waved their scarves. It's in. It's in. That Chinese guy. He's scored. First touch. First shot. And it's a goal. My God. Is he really a rookie? On the pitch, Lin E stood still, looking at the ball in the net. Then he turned and jogged back to the center circle. No elaborate celebration. No roaring. Just calmly running back. But inside, a storm was raging. Serie A. First goal. Was it that simple? No, it wasn't simple. The run, the finish, they were the result of countless hours of training. Today he was simply in the right place at the right time. Beautiful. Pastor ran over and high-fived him. Great run, great finish. Great pass. Let's keep going. The other teammates gathered around, patting his shoulders and head. Great goal. Well done. Keep it up. Lin E nodded, his eyes full of determination. The game wasn't over. There was still time. They could still win. In the stands, Shen Qingyan had leapt to her feet. It's in. It's in. Lin E scored. Her classmates were cheering along too. Incredible. A goal with his first touch. Is he really from China? Qingyan, your brother is amazing. Shen Qingyan smiled, her eyes glistening. She knew how hard Lin E had worked. She knew how much he had sacrificed for this moment. Now he had finally scored in Serie A. It was as a substitute and via a temporary call-up. But a goal was a goal. It was the perfect start. On the touchline, Rossi clenched his fist. Good lad. He hadn't expected Lin to score with his very first shot. Such efficiency, such composure, such confidence. It was unbelievable. Coach, did we? The assistant coach hesitated. Did we what? Strike gold. Rossi smiled. Yeah, we struck gold. A gem who can score with his first shot in Serie A. And he's so young. Rossi watched Lin on the pitch, his eyes full of anticipation. This season is going to be interesting. On the pitch, the game restarted. Fiorentina kicked off. They were stunned by the sudden goal, but quickly regrouped and began to press forward. There were 5 minutes left plus stoppage time, making it roughly 7 or 8. They still wanted to win. But Palermo's morale had soared. Lin's goal had given the whole team hope. They defended with more resolve. They counterattacked with more purpose. In the 89th minute, Fiorentina won a corner. Montalivo swung it in, and Gambarini rose to head towards goal. Sirigu pushed it away. Palermo countered. The ball was played to Pastore. The Argentine drove forward, drawing in 2 defenders. Then he laid it off. On the right, Ilicic received the ball and whipped in a cross. In the box, Lin was on the move. Kroldrup was glued to him. But Lin suddenly checked his run, then darted towards the near post. Kroldrup was left flat-footed. The ball arrived. On the 6-yard line. Box terminator triggered. Lin met it heading towards goal. Thud. The ball bounced down and up into the net. 2-1. They had turned it around. Hoa. The away end went absolutely berserk. The Palermo fans couldn't believe their eyes. 2 goals in 2 minutes. From behind to ahead. And the architect of this comeback was a Chinese newcomer who had been on the pitch for just 5 minutes. Lin. They chanted his name. In that moment, this Chinese teenager had become a hero for Palermo. On the pitch, Lin was mobbed by his teammates. Pastore, Ilicic, Silvestre, Balzaretti. Everyone was hugging him, patting him, celebrating the goal. Awesome. Fing, brilliant. You saved us. Lin was smiling, but he quickly calmed down. The game isn't over, there's still stoppage time. Right, defend. Defend. The teammates quickly got back into position. Fiorentina kicked off. They launched a final desperate assault. But Palermo stood firm as a unit, holding on through the 3 minutes of stoppage time. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score remained 2-1. Palermo had come from behind to beat Fiorentina away, securing a victorious start to the season. And the architect of the comeback was a Chinese teenager named Lin. He had been on the pitch for 5 minutes, had 2 shots, and scored 2 goals. A 100 conversion rate. Monster. A Fiorentina fan muttered in the stands, that guy is a Fing monster. The away team's dressing room at the Franchi Stadium was like a wild celebration. Cheers. Beer foam sprayed through the air, soaking everyone's hair and jerseys. We won. We f***ing beat Fiorentina. Away win. A comeback. A winning start. Lin, how the hell did you do that? 2 goals in 5 minutes. The players surrounded Lin, patting his shoulders, expressing their excitement with profanities in various languages. Trapped in the middle, Lin was a bit overwhelmed, but an irrepressible smile spread across his face. Thanks. Cut the crap. Ilicic wrapped an arm around his neck. You saved the team today. The drinks are on you tonight. I'll pay. Count me in. Silvestre squeezed and holding a beer. Kid, I admit I underestimated you before. But today you were amazing. The Argentine defender who had been the most hostile towards Lin now had only respect in his eyes. To you. To the team. They clinked bottles and drank it all. A louder cheer erupted in the dressing room. The door swung open and head coach Rossi walked in. He couldn't hide his smile, but quickly put on a stern face. All right, that's enough. We have training tomorrow. Calm down. Coach, let us celebrate. Yeah, it's a season opener win. Quiet, all of you. Rossi clapped his hands. Good performance today, especially in the second half. But don't forget, this is just one game. Next week's home match against Udinese will be the real test. Understood. Now go shower, get changed, and get ready for the trip back. The bus leaves in 20 minutes. Yes, coach. The players dispersed, but the festive atmosphere lingered. Lin walked into the shower, and as the hot water cascaded over him, fatigue finally set in. 5 minutes, 2 goals. It looked easy, but every second was spent sprinting, every moment thinking. The intensity of Serie A was indeed much higher than in training matches. But he had held his own, and he had scored. System. Here. Show my match data. Match Serie A Round 1 Fiorentina versus Palermo. Minutes played 5 goals, 2 shots on target, 2 conversion rate, 100 touches in the 6-yard box, 2 shots in the 6-yard box, 2 goals in the 6-yard box, 2 skill, box terminator, triggered 22 skill, fox of the box, triggered 3 times, successful escapes, performance rating S, calculating rewards. Congratulations. Host received attribute points 3, a skill point 1, 3 points, and 1 skill point. Skill points can be used to upgrade existing skills or unlock new ones. Attribute points all into strength. Current strength was 72, adding 3 would make it 75. It was still about average for a Serie A striker, but at least it provided a fundamental physical presence. Strength 72-75, a feeling of fullness returned to his muscles. Skill point, use it to upgrade fox of the box. The skill had performed well today, improving movement and escape abilities made it the perfect partner for box terminator. Ding. Skill Fox of the Box, upgraded successfully. Current level LV2 effect enhanced off-the-ball running speed in the 6-yard box increased by 25, success rate of escaping markers increased by 20. Not bad. Lin E closed the interface and continued showering. He knew this was only the beginning. Outside the dressing room, Cavani leaned against the wall on crutches. His ankle was already bandaged, swollen like a bun. How are you feeling? Rossi walked over. Not bad, I can bear it. Cavani said, coach, about Lin today. Impressive, right? Yeah. Cavani nodded. Those 2 goals weren't luck. The positioning, the finishing, the composure, all top-notch. He's only 20. Yes, only 20. Rossi sighed. I was planning to hold him back, let him develop gradually. But it seems we can't hold him back anymore. Why hold him back? Cavani looked at Rossi. If he has the talent, he should play. In football, talent speaks for itself. I know, but... Coach, do you think he can take my place? Rossi was taken aback. What do you mean? My contract expires next summer. Cavani said calmly. Napoli, Juventus, Paris. They've all been in contact with my agent. I might leave. Rossi was silent. He knew Cavani was telling the truth. Palermo was a small club, they couldn't hold on to big stars. At 23, Cavani had already proven himself in Serie A and was destined for a top club sooner or later. If Lin can develop, I'll feel more at ease when I leave. Cavani said, so coach, give him the chance. Let him play more matches, gain more experience. I believe he will become Palermo's next banner. Rossi looked at Cavani and after a long moment nodded. All right. Thank you, coach. Cavani hobbled into the dressing room on his crutches. At the shower entrance, Lin E was just coming out. Cavani, your foot. It's nothing, just a minor knock. Cavani looked at Lin E and smiled. Great performance today. Just lucky. It wasn't luck. Cavani shook his head. That was skill. Remember this feeling, but don't get arrogant. Serie A is harder than you can imagine. I understand. By the way, you should change your locker. Huh. Cavani pointed to the locker in the corner. Starting tomorrow, you use mine. Lin E was stunned. Lockers in the dressing room held significance. Starters used the ones in the middle, while newbies and substitutes used the ones in the corner. Cavani's locker was right in the center, the most important spot in the room. This isn't right, It is right. Cavani interrupted. In Palermo, talent speaks. You saved the team today. You've earned this spot. But, no buts. Cavani patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Take it. Once I'm back from my injury, we'll compete for it again. But until then, you're the starter. Lin Yi looked into Cavani's eyes and finally nodded. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just play well and don't embarrass me. I will. On the bus back, the atmosphere remained lively. Players were still discussing the match and Lin Yi's 2 goals. Lin, for your first goal, how did you decide to shoot first time without controlling it? And the second one, your timing was perfect. Did the coach plan for you to come on as a substitute all along? Lin Yi responded to each question but remained humble. He knew he had been lucky today, seizing his chances. The real test was still ahead. The bus returned to Palermo at 10 p.m. Outside the club, over 100 fans had already gathered. They held up scarves and sang the team's anthem, welcoming their heroes home. Lin, welcome home. Score again next match. Lin E was startled by the reception. Don't be nervous, you'll get used to it. Elisic said with a grin. In Palermo, scoring goals makes you a hero. You scored 2 today, and they were comeback goals. Of course the fans love you. But I enjoy it. You've earned it. The players got off the bus interacting with fans, signing autographs, and taking pictures. Lin E was surrounded the most. Lin, can I have your autograph? A photo. Will you start next match? Lin E patiently fulfilled the fans' requests until an assistant coach came to his rescue. All right, break it up. The players need to rest. The fans reluctantly dispersed. No training tomorrow, morning session in the afternoon. The assistant coach told the players. Go home and get some proper sleep. No staying up late. Yes, coach. The players went their separate ways. On his way back to the hostel, Lin Yi's phone buzzed nonstop. Text messages, calls, WeChat. All from friends and family back in China. Xiaoyi, I saw the news. You scored. Amazing. A brace on your Serie A debut. There's hope for Chinese football. Lin Yi replied to each one, his heart feeling warm. It was already 11 p.m. when he got home. But he couldn't sleep. He turned on his computer and searched for his name. The headlines across Italy's major sports media had already changed. Palermo's sensational comeback. Chinese youngster stunned Serie A with 2 goals in 5 minutes. From the stands to hero, the dream debut of number 23, Lin Yi. Rossi's gamble, the newly drafted rookie, saves the team. A Chinese miracle. Or the next Inzaghi. There were many reports and even more comments. Who is this Chinese guy? Never heard of him before. Scored 4 in trials, 5 in training matches, and 2 in 5 minutes in an official game. What kind of efficiency is that? Palermo struck gold, but he only played 5 minutes. Need to see more. Will he start against Udinese? Lin Yi closed the webpage and lay on his bed. He knew he was famous now, but how long would this flame last? It depended on his performance in the next match. If he played poorly next time, the praise would quickly turn into doubt. The world of football is just that realistic. Ding, his phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number this time, an Italian one. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? A very polite male voice asked in English. Yes, speaking. Who is this? I am a scout for Inter Milan. My name is Andrea Ramaccioni. Congratulations on your brilliant performance today. Inter Milan. Lynn E. sat up straight. Thank you. What can I do for you? I'd like to talk to you about your future. Ramaccioni said, Inter Milan is very interested in you. We believe you have the ability to succeed at a top club. If you're willing, we can arrange a meeting to discuss a potential transfer. A top club. Inter Milan. The treble winners from last season. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. But Lynn E. quickly calmed down. Thank you for the recognition, but I just signed with Palermo. It wouldn't be appropriate to discuss a transfer right now. I understand, but I hope you'll consider it. At Palermo, you're only Cavani's backup. But at Inter Milan, you could train and play alongside top strikers like Milito and Eto'o. That would be more beneficial for your development. I'll think about it, but for now, I just want to focus on playing for Palermo. Very well. Ramaccioni didn't push further. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Inter Milan's door will always be open for you. Thank you. The call ended. Lenny put down his phone and let out a long breath. An invitation from Inter Milan. It had come too quickly, but he knew this wasn't the time. He needed to establish himself at Palermo, gain more match experience, and prove he wasn't a one-hit wonder. Besides, the system task isn't complete yet. Main quest updated: become Palermo's starting striker. Requirement: earn 3 consecutive starts in official matches. Reward: attribute points 10, A-grade skill draw, 1 current progress 0, 3 starting striker. That was his next goal. As for the top clubs, once he became a starter for Palermo and a top scorer in Serie A, they would naturally come knocking. For now, all he had to do was play well in the next match. At home against Udinese. Rossi had said he would be in the squad for that game. And now with Cavani injured, there was a real chance he could start. At that thought, Lin Yi's heart began to race again. Starting. A Serie A start. He had to seize this opportunity. September 12, 2010. Palermo Stadio Renzo Barbera. The afternoon sun blazed at 3 o'clock, yet all 360 seats were filled to capacity. Pink and black flags surged across the stands, the chanting nearly tearing the roof off. Palermo, Palermo, Palermo. In the locker room, Lin E took a deep breath and tucked his shin guards into his socks. The number 23 jersey clung to him, its texture feeling surreal. Nervous. Captain Britos walked over and patted his shoulder. A little. Normal. I nearly threw up in the tunnel before my Serie A debut 10 years ago, the 33-year-old veteran grinned. But remember, once you're out there, don't overthink it. Play your football, silence them with goals. Understood. Rossi entered the locker room and tapped the tactics board. Listen, Udinese's defense is tough and physical. Especially their center-back duo, Domitzi and Zapata. One's aggressive, the other's dirty. The referee is Rocky, known for his lenient calls. Lin, your job today is to score. But I want you to be smart. Don't go head-to-head with them. Use your movement to shake them off. Understood. Yes, coach. Good. Get out there. In the tunnel, Udinese players were already waiting. Lin E stood at the back of the line, clearly feeling their gazes upon him. Disdainful, curious, appraising. At the very front stood Udinese captain Di Natale, last season's Serie A top scorer, currently chatting casually with Pastore. His gaze then swept over Lin E, lingering briefly, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Kids savor Serie A today. Suddenly a hoarse voice cut through the air beside him. Lin E turned his head to see a fierce-looking face. Andrea Domitzi, 28 years old. Udinese starting center-back. 188 centimeters, 85 kilograms. Renowned in Serie A for his brutal challenges and trash talk. I will. Lin E responded calmly. Hope you last until the second half. Domitzi sneered, turned, and walked back to his team. As they entered the pitch, the roar was deafening. As Lin E stepped onto the field, a voice in Mandarin rose from a corner of the stands. Lin E. Jiao. A dozen small 5-star red flags waved amidst the pink and black sea. Shen Qingyan, standing in the front row, waved at him energetically. Lin E nodded towards them, took a deep breath, and jogged to the center circle. The referee's whistle blew to start the match. Palermo kicked off and quickly settled into midfield possession. The first 5 minutes were a tactical probe from both sides. Udinese set up in a 4-4-2, their defensive lines compressed tightly, giving Palermo's forwards almost no room to turn. Playing up front, Lin E was acutely aware of Domitzi's shadow-like marking. In the 7th minute, the first real physical contest occurred. Pastore received the ball at the edge of the box, spotted Lin Yi's diagonal run, and threaded a pass through. Lin E accelerated, but Domitzi started almost simultaneously, slamming his shoulder hard into Lin Yi's ribs. Thud. A dull impact. Lin E was knocked off balance, and the ball was easily poked away by Domitzi. Referee Rocky had the whistle in his mouth, hesitated, but didn't blow. Welcome to Serie A, rookie. Domitzi muttered as he ran past Lin E. Disapproving boos echoed from the stands. That's not a foul. Is the ref blind? Lin E rubbed his ribs and straightened up. The hit was heavy, but within his tolerance. More importantly, he'd learned Domitzi's defensive habits. He liked to lead with his body, was aggressive with his tackles, but was slow to turn. In the 12th minute, Palermo won a corner. Pastore swung in a curling ball, and Lin E leaped near the penalty spot. Just as he reached his highest point, a knee dug into his back. Lost his balance. The header sailed over the bar. Lin. Pastor raised his arm to protest to the referee. He fouled him. Rocky waved his hands, signaling play to continue. Lin landed and turned to see Dimitsi's smirking face. Is that all? Provocation. Bare-faced provocation. Lin said nothing, just looked at him, then turned and jogged away. System: how was my strength in that contest just now? Contest analysis: opponent strength approximate 81, host strength 75. Strength gap 6 points. Suggestion: avoid direct physical confrontations. Use positioning and agility to create space. Understood. If brute force is a losing game, then I'll use my head. In the 18th minute, a chance came. Ilisic broke down the right and delivered across the ball high and looping. Lin was in the center, sandwiched between Dimitsi and Zapata. Just as the ball was about to drop, Lin suddenly took a half step back. Dimitsi instinctively followed. But Lin's step back was a feint. He pushed off his left foot and burst forward. Fox in the box activated. A 20 boost to positioning speed allowed him to instantly gain half a yard on Dimitsi. Jump. Header. Thud. The ball was directed towards the bottom left corner. Udinese goalkeeper Handanovic had already dived, but his fingertips were just short. The ball grazed the post and went wide. Ah! A huge groan echoed around the stadium. So close. What a run. He completely lost Dimitsi. Lin landed, glanced at the post, and shook his head. With a heading attribute of only 65, it was difficult to generate a high-quality shot under pressure. Lucky break, kid. Dimitsi came up from behind, digging his elbow into Lin's lower back. Won't be so lucky next time. Lin turned around, looking Dimitsi straight in the eye. You talk too much. Without waiting for a reaction, he turned and jogged away. Dimitsi was stunned for a moment, his face darkening. Play continued. Udinese tackling grew increasingly aggressive, but Rocky's whistle seemed broken. In the 25th minute, Lin received the ball with his back to goal outside the box. As he tried to turn, Dimitsi stuck a leg out and tripped him. This time Lin fell hard, rolling twice on the turf. The referee's whistle finally sounded. But his signal was, get up, no foul. What a... Pastor charged over. Ref, he tripped him. He tripped himself. Rocky's face was expressionless. Dimitsi extended a hand, feigning a helping gesture. Need a hand, rookie. Lin slapped his hand away and got up on his own. His ribs were burning where he'd been hit, and his ankle was a bit twisted. System injury check. Detected minor soft tissue contusion. No structural damage. Suggestion: ice after the match. Good. He flexed his ankle. He could continue. But a bigger problem was brewing. Rocky walked over and pulled out a yellow card. It was for Lin. Simulation. The referee's tone was absolute. Ref, he tripped me. Lin tried to explain. I said simulation. Rocky pointed at Lin. Stop acting. The stands erupted. Corrupt ref. Corrupt ref. Corrupt ref. Is this our home game? Rocky, get out. Rossi was furious on the touchline, and the fourth official had to restrain him in the technical area. Lin looked at the yellow card, took a deep breath, and swallowed the protest rising in his throat. Arguing with the referee was pointless. It would only invite a second yellow. Stay calm, Lin. Pastor grabbed him. Don't fall for it. They're doing it on purpose. I know. Lin nodded, then turned to look at Dimitsi. The man was making a crying face at him. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. But Lin smiled instead. He gave Dimitsi a thumbs up, then turned and jogged back to his position. That smile sent a chill down Dimitsi's spine. This Chinese kid. Something's off. A normal 20-year-old rookie targeted like this would either be furious or dejected. But he was smiling. A smile that was deeply unsettling. Play continued. In the 33rd minute, the turning point arrived. Palermo won the ball in midfield and launched a quick counterattack. Pastor drove forward, drawing the attention of three defenders. Just as they closed in, he slipped the ball out wide to the overlapping Ilisic. The Slovenian looked up at the box and whipped in a cross. It was a flat, fast delivery aimed at the edge of the 6-yard box. Box terminator domain. Lin sprang into action at that moment. He didn't run straight for the ball. Instead, he first pulled wide, dragging Dimitsi out, then suddenly changed direction and cut inside. Fox in the box activated for the second time. A 25 boost to positioning speed made his burst incredibly quick. Dimitsi was a half-step late, and that half-step made all the difference. At the edge of the 6-yard box, Lin met the ball and unleashed a first-time volley. Thud. The ball rocketed into the top right corner like a cannonball. Handanovic didn't even get a proper dive in. 1-0. Goal. Lin. He's opened the scoring. His first goal at home in Serie A. The entire Stadio Barbera erupted. The pink and black sea surged wildly, the roar nearly deafening. Lin sprinted to the corner flag, spread his arms wide, and closed his eyes under the gaze of tens of thousands. Savoring this moment. Serie A. Home. Goal. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Pastor was the first to embrace him. That movement was insane. Ilisic ruffled his hair. Not bad, kid. Even Silvestre gave him a firm pat on the back. Amidst the celebrating crowd, Lin looked over at Dimitsi. The man stood in the box, his face ashen. Lin mouthed silently, that's one. Dimitsi understood and his fists clenched instantly. The first half ended 1-0. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was electric. Lynn, that goal was a massive boost. Let them be arrogant. Keep it up in the second half. Rossi walked in, clapping his hands firmly. Quiet down. Good first half, especially you, Lynn. But we can't relax. Udinese will come out fighting in the second half. You've all seen the referee's standard. Protect yourselves, don't get injured. Lynn, that yellow card is dangerous. Be careful with your challenges in the second half. Don't give the ref a reason. Understood, coach. The second half began. As expected, Udinese aggression intensified. In the 51st minute, Lynn received the ball on the wing. As he turned, Isla took him down from behind. This time, Rocky finally called the foul and showed a yellow card. But the Palermo fans in the stands were still furious. A yellow for that. Should be a red. Lenny got up. His ankle hurt, but he could manage. In the 65th minute, Udinese equalized. Asamoah's long-range strike deflected off a defender, leaving Sirigu with no chance. 1-1. The equalizer boosted Udinese morale, and their attacks became more ferocious. Meanwhile, referee Rocky's decisions grew increasingly baffling. In the 72nd minute, the decisive moment arrived. Pastore delivered a brilliant through ball from midfield. Lynn timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap. 1-on-1. He dribbled into the box, Handanovic rushing out to close him down. Just as Lynn was about to shoot, a tremendous force slammed into him from behind. Domitzi, sprinting at full speed, had launched himself, his shoulder crashing into Lin Yi's side. Thud. Lin Yi was sent flying, tumbling several times across the turf. The referee's whistle sounded. His finger pointed to the penalty spot, but at the same time he pulled out a yellow card. Another one for Lin Yi. Simulation. Second yellow card. Rocky raised his hand towards Lin Yi. Red card. The entire stadium fell silent for a split second. Then an earth-shattering roar erupted. Corrupt ref. Get off. Rachi, your mother. Rossi went berserk, storming onto the pitch, only held back by his assistant coach. Are you blind? That was a charge from behind. A red card offense. But Rocky remained impassive, sticking to his decision. Lin Yi picked himself up off the ground, staring at the red card, his mind a blank. Absurd. Utterly absurd. System, that collision just now. Collision force extreme. Offense nature, charge from behind. Should be penalty, red card. Referee decision, simulation. Second yellow card. Red card. Lin Yi laughed. A laugh of pure exasperation. He looked at Rocky and nodded. Fine. Very good. Then he turned and walked towards the tunnel. As he left the pitch, the entire Stadio Barbera sent him off with the loudest boos imaginable. No, they were booing the referee. Lin, stay strong. We support you. Corrupt ref. Corrupt ref. Corrupt ref. Just before entering the tunnel, Lin looked back and glanced at Domitzi on the pitch. The man was making a mocking goodbye gesture at him. Arrogant. Smug. Shameless. Lin committed that face to memory. In the tunnel, it was so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. Lin leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Angry. Yes. Frustrated. Yes. But more than that. It was a cold, chilling clarity. This is Serie A. This is professional football. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is fairness, there is injustice. System. Here. Will my red card lead to an additional suspension? According to Serie A rules, a red card from 2 yellows usually results in a 1-match ban. However, if the referee's report deems it serious foul play or simulation, an extended ban is possible. So I might miss the next match against AC Milan. Most likely you will not be available. Lin opened his eyes, looking at the light filtering in from the end of the tunnel. He straightened up and walked towards the locker room. His back was straight, his steps firm. As if that absurd red card, that unjust decision, that match filled with malice, was just a passing rainstorm. And what he needed to do wasn't to hide from the rain. It was to wait for it to stop, and then keep moving forward. In the medical room of Palermo FC, the team doctor carefully examined Lin Yi's ankle and ribs. Soft tissue contusion on the ribs, a slight ankle sprain. Nothing serious. Apply ice for 2 days and rest for 3, and you should recover. Can I train in 3 days? Normal training is fine, but you must be careful during contact drills. The doctor put away his stethoscope. Lin, you took quite a beating today. Those tackles from Domitzi were aimed at you, not the ball. Lin nodded and pulled on his training top. Thank you, doctor. As he exited the medical room, the corridor was already packed with reporters. Lin, can you comment on the red card? Do you think the referee's decision was fair? Will you appeal to the Serie A referees committee? The assistant coach blocked the reporters. No interviews today. The player needs to rest. Lin kept his head down as he pushed through the crowd and entered the locker room. It was silent inside. The players had already showered and dressed, but no one had left. As Lin entered, everyone's gaze fell upon him. Lin. Pastore hesitated, his words trailing off. I'm fine. Lin walked to his locker and began packing his things. That red card was absolutely ridiculous, Illicit couldn't help but say. Everyone saw Domitzi crash into you, yet the referee called it a dive. And then he gave a second yellow card. Bertozzi shook his head. That bastard Rocky was clearly targeting you. Targeting me. Lin paused his movements. You don't know? Silvestro walked over. Rocky and Domitzi are from the same town, both from Bologna. And Rocky's wife is a classmate of Domitzi's cousin. The locker room fell silent for a moment. So this is not necessarily deliberate, but it definitely has an influence. Berto's sighed. In Serie A these connections are common, but being this blatant is rare. Lin E was silent for a few seconds, then resumed packing. Understood. Lin, aren't you angry? Pastor asked. I am angry. Lin E zipped up his bag. But anger is useless. He slung the bag over his shoulder and looked at his teammates. I might not be able to play in the next match against AC Milan. You need to win. We'll win. We'll win it for you. Good. Lin E nodded, turned, and left. As the door closed, Bertos let out a sigh. That kid is too calm. Too calm for a 20-year-old, Pastor said. It's a good thing, but also a bad thing. Silvestre shook his head. If he endures too much, people will take advantage of him. Then we'll stand up for him. Ilicic clenched his fist. Next match against Udinese, I'm going to make sure they know that the people of Palermo are not to be trifled with. Yeah. When Lin E returned to the hostel, it was already dark. There were over a dozen missed calls on his phone, mostly from back home. He called his parents first. Chowie, are you okay? We saw the news, they said you were sent off. Mom, I'm fine, just a minor knock. That referee is outrageous. We all saw it, the other guy crashed into you. I know. The club will appeal. Don't worry. How can we not worry? You're abroad, all alone. Mom, I'm really fine. Take care of yourselves, don't worry about me. After hanging up, Lin E lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. The collision, the red card, Demitsi's arrogant face, all replayed in his mind. Was he angry? Yes. But after the anger came clarity. In Serie A, at a small club, being targeted by referees and fouled maliciously by opponents was a rite of passage for almost every young player. The difference was that some were crushed by it while others endured. He was determined to be one of the latter. System opened the attribute panel. A translucent interface appeared. Strength 75, speed 72, explosiveness 70, stamina 68. Strength was still not enough. If his strength had been 80 today, or even 85, he might not have been sent flying so badly by Demitsi's charge. I need more attribute points. Main quest, become Palermo's starting striker, start 3 consecutive matches. Current progress 13, interrupted by red card. The red card had interrupted his progress. He would likely be suspended for the next match against AC Milan. Only after that could he start anew. System, is there a quick way to earn attribute points? Complete achievement quests to earn attribute point rewards. Achievement quest 1. Score a hat trick in a single match, reward 5 attribute points. 2. Score in 3 consecutive matches, reward 3 attribute points. 3. Be named to the Serie A team of the week, reward 2 attribute points. A hat trick, 5 attribute points. Tempting, but very difficult. One step at a time. He closed the system interface and prepared for rest. His phone buzzed again. This time it was Shin Qingyan. Lenny, how are you? I'm fine, Sister Qingyan. I saw everything. That referee was way out of line. Shin Qingyan's voice was choked with emotion. My dad said he knows some media contacts in Italy who can help speak up for you. No need, Sister Qingyan. Lin E interrupted her. The club will appeal. Let the professionals handle it. But, really, it's fine. Lin E softened his tone. Things on the football pitch should be settled with football. In the next game I'll respond with goals. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Alright, I believe you. But promise me you'll protect yourself and not get hurt again. I promise. After hanging up, Lin E turned off the light to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. His mind was filled with game footage, the referee's whistle, and the crowd's jeers. At 2 a.m., his phone vibrated. It was a text from an unknown number. Lin, this is Edison Cavani. Meet me at the training ground at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Don't tell anyone else. Cavani. He should be resting with his ankle injury. Lin E replied with 2 words, okay. The next morning at 5:50, Lin E arrived at the training ground. It wasn't fully light yet, and the training ground was shrouded in a thin mist. Cavani was already there, standing on the sidelines with crutches. Morning. Morning, Cavani. Your foot. It's nothing, just a minor knock. Cavani waved his hand dismissively. I watched the match replay. They really targeted you out there. Lin E gave a wry smile. In Serie A, all newcomers go through this. But it's rare to see it done as blatantly as yesterday. Cavani hobbled over to a chair by the pitch and sat down. Do you know why? Because I'm Chinese. That's part of it. Cavani nodded. In Serie A, Asian players are rare, especially Chinese players. Many people think Chinese football is weak, and so are its players. They look down on you and want to drive you out using these tactics. So what should I do? Let your strength shut them up. Cavani looked at Lin E. But strength alone isn't enough. You also need intelligence. Intelligence. Yes. Football isn't just about running fast and shooting accurately. It's about knowing how to protect yourself within the rules and how to use the rules against your opponents. Cavani paused. When I came to Serie A at 20, I was bullied the same way. Then I learned a trick. I'll teach it to you today. What trick? Anticipating the collision. Cavani said. When you know an opponent is going to hit you, don't brace for it. Learn to use their momentum. As he charges and go down with the force of the impact. But at the same time use a subtle movement to make sure he ends up worse off. Lin E was stunned. Isn't that a foul? It is a foul, but it's very hard for the referee to see. Cavani smiled. Football is a man's game. Sometimes you need a few tricks. Of course I'm not teaching you to hurt others, but to protect yourself. He stood up, setting aside his crutches. Come, I'll show you. For the next 2 hours, Cavani, limping slightly, taught Lin how to protect himself in duels, how to ensure the referee sees the fouls committed against him, and how to create fouls in the box. In the penalty area, you're the most dangerous, but also the most likely to be fouled. Cavani said, learn to use that to your advantage. When a defender gets too close, stop suddenly and let him crash into you. Or when he sticks a leg out, knock the ball away so he kicks you. Isn't that just diving to win a penalty? It's not diving, it's creating. Cavani corrected him. There's a fine line between legal contact and a foul. Your job is to push the opponent over that line. Lin seemed deep in thought. Cavani patted him on the shoulder. Also, you need to get stronger. Otherwise you won't survive in Serie A. I'm working on it. Just working out isn't enough. You need a proper method. Cavani said, starting today, after every training session, I'll teach you strength training for half an hour. My personal trainer has some methods that are very effective for strikers. This is too much trouble for you. It's no trouble. Cavani smiled. I believe in you, Lin. I hope you can make it big here at Palermo and take over from me. Lin was taken aback. Take over from you? My contract expires next summer. I might leave. Cavani said calmly. Palermo needs a new standard bearer, and I think you can be it. But, no buts. Just train hard. Cavani picked up his crutches again. Remember, in the world of football, strength is the only language. But sometimes you also need a little wisdom. I'll remember that. Good. See you tomorrow. Cavani hobbled away. Lin stood on the training pitch, watching his retreating figure, a warmth swelling in his chest. In Serie A, in this foreign land, someone was willing to help him like this. He couldn't let that trust down. At 9 a.m., the regular training session began. Rossi delivered the bad news. The Serie A referees committee has upheld the decision. Lin's red card stands, resulting in a one-match ban. He will not be available for the match against AC Milan. Curses erupted in the locker room. Damn it. What a bunch of corrupt bastards. That was clearly a biased call. Rossi raised his hand to calm them down. Quiet. The club has officially appealed, but the chances of overturning it are slim. So we'll have to play the next match without Lin. Lin, you'll train with the reserve team for the next few days to keep your fitness up. Understood, coach. Training began. Due to the suspension, Lin couldn't participate in tactical drills and had to train alone. He did extra strength work in the gym, extra shooting practice on the field, and extra endurance runs on the treadmill. Sweat soaked through his training gear, but he didn't stop. During the midday break, the assistant coach found him. Lin, the president wants to see you. In the president's office, Zamparini's face was grim. Those bastards on the referees committee are in Udini's pockets. President, please calm down, Perinetti advised. Calm down, my ass. Zamparini looked at Lin. Lin, don't worry, the club will fully support you. We've submitted a formal protest to the Liga Serie A. If the committee doesn't overturn the decision, we'll take it to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Thank you, President. No need for thanks, it's the club's duty. Zamparini paused. Also, your new contract is ready. Annual salary of 2.0, a release clause of 10 million. Are you signing? Lin glanced at Ricci, his agent. Ricci nodded. I'll sign. Excellent. Zamparini's expression brightened slightly. From today, you are Palermo's key project. The club will give you the best resources and support. You only need to do one thing. Score goals. Yes, score goals. Zamparini smiled. Shut up, all the doubters with goals. After the afternoon training, Lin stayed for extra practice. Cavani arrived as promised, accompanied by his personal trainer. This is Marco, my trainer. He'll help you devise a strength training plan. Hello, Lin. Marco was a burly man in his 40s. Cavani told me about your situation. Starting today, we'll add an hour of strength training after every practice. Thank you. For the next hour, Lin underwent targeted strength training under Marco's guidance. Squats, deadlifts, bench presses, core work. Sweat dripped down like rain. Not bad, you have a good foundation. Marco nodded. Stick with it for 3 months, and you'll see significant results. When the session ended, Lin was nearly collapsed on the floor. The first day is always like this. It gets easier. Cavani handed him a sports drink. Remember, in Serie A, without a strong body, even the best technique is useless. I'll remember. Good. See you tomorrow. Cavani and Marco left. Lin lay on the grass, gazing at the sky. The sun was setting, painting the sky a fiery orange. It was beautiful, but he had no time to admire it. He needed to get stronger. Strong enough that no one dared to bully him, strong enough that referees wouldn't dare to cheat him, strong enough that all opponents would fear him. His phone buzzed. It was a text from Ricci. Inter Milan contacted me again. They're willing to pay the 10 million release clause and offer a salary of 6,000. Lin, are you sure you don't want to consider it? Lin replied, no, I'm staying at Palermo. Then he turned off his phone and continued training. He knew that going to Inter Milan might be easier with more protection, but that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to rise from adversity, to prove himself amidst doubt, to explode under pressure. He wanted everyone to know, Lin didn't come to Serie A for a vacation. He came to conquer. Milan San Siro Stadium. September 19, 2010, 8:45 p.m. The Champions League anthem echoed through the arena, the roar of 80,000 fans making the stands tremble. Lin sat in the third row of the away section draped in a Palermo scarf, his eyes fixed on the pitch. Suspended. Because of that absurd red card, he was relegated to being a mere spectator. Beside him sat Munoz, also suspended, along with a few young players left out of the squad. Nervous? Munoz asked. A bit. Normal. First time I watched a game at San Siro, my legs were shaking. Munoz chuckled. But tonight we're just spectators. Take it easy. He couldn't take it easy. Lin looked at his teammates on the field. Bertozzi, Pastore, Ilicic, Silvestre. Each face etched with grim determination. Across the pitch stood AC Milan. Ibrahimovic, Pato, Ronaldinho, Pirlo, Thiago Silva, Nesta. A constellation of stars, a squad of dazzling depth. How are we supposed to play against this? A young player muttered nearby. Munoz shot him a glare. Shut up and watch. The match began. AC Milan asserted their dominance from the first whistle, controlling over 70% of possession and pinning Palermo back in their own half. In the 11th minute, Ibrahimovic unleashed a long-range strike that whistled past the post. In the 18th, Pato was through on goal, only to be denied by a heroic save from Sirigu. In the 23rd minute, Robinho cut inside and shot blazing over the bar. Palermo could barely cross the halfway line. At this rate, a goal is inevitable. Lin clenched his fists. Sure enough, in the 33rd minute, AC Milan scored. Pirlo delivered a pinpoint long pass from midfield. Ibrahimovic controlled it on his chest at the edge of the box and volleyed. Sirigu had no chance. 1-0. The San Siro erupted in a deafening roar. Sighed the Palermo fans in the stands. Lin gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palms. If he could be out there, at least he could pose a threat up front, occupy a defender or two, give his teammates some breathing room. But for now, all he could do was watch. Halftime 0-1. In the dressing room, Rossi adjusted the tactics, but with limited effect. The second half began, and AC Milan continued their siege. In the 58th minute, Pato scored again, making it 2-0. The match seemed to be losing all suspense. In the 65th minute, Rossi made a substitution, bringing on Abel Hernandez for the exhausted Migliaccio to bolster the attack. But the attack remained toothless. In the 78th minute, Rossi used his final substitution. Number 9 on number 20 off. When the fourth official held up the substitution board, the entire San Siro fell silent for a moment. Then a massive gasp erupted. Number 9, Edinson Cavani. Wasn't he injured? Wasn't his ankle still swollen? Lin shot to his feet, staring at the players' tunnel. Cavani limped out, his expression calm, his gaze resolute. What is he doing? Munoz murmured. Fighting, Lin said. Cavani was on the pitch playing as the central striker. His movement was visibly hampered, but every touch, every layoff still displayed the quality of a top striker. In the 82nd minute, Cavani received the ball with his back to goal on the edge of the box, sandwiched by Nesta and Thiago Silva. He forced his way around and shot. The ball was parried by Abbiati. Great effort. The Palermo fans in the stands applauded. But Lin noticed that as Cavani landed after the shot, his ankle visibly twisted. He winced, but quickly recovered and continued his run. In the 85th minute, Palermo won a corner. Pastore swung it and Cavani leaped at the near post. Nesta and Silva jumped with him, the three colliding in midair. The ball was headed clear. Cavani landed. And then he collapsed, clutching his right ankle, writhing on the turf. Medic. Rossi rushed to the touchline. The San Siro fell quiet. Everyone watched the fallen Uruguayan. The medic ran on, examined him for a few seconds, then made a signal to the bench. A stretcher. Cavani was lifted onto it, his hands covering his face. As he was carried off, Lin could see his expression. Pain, defiance, despair. It's over, Munoz said quietly. Lin stood up, trying to get down to the pitch, but was stopped by a steward. Let me through. I'm his teammate. Sorry, you can't go in there. Lin watched Cavani being carried into the tunnel, disappearing from sight. The match continued, but no one cared anymore. In 3 minutes of stoppage time, AC Milan scored again, making it 3-0. The final whistle blew. Palermo suffered a crushing 3-goal defeat away from home. But at this moment, winning or losing no longer mattered. In the away dressing room at San Siro, the atmosphere was suffocating. The players sat with their heads down, no one speaking. The door to the medical room was closed, the medic inside examining Cavani. Lin stood outside, hearing the muffled groans of pain from within. The door opened, and the medic walked out, his face grim. How is he? Rossi asked. Torn ligaments in his ankle. At least 3 months out. The medic shook his head. And it could affect his career. The dressing room fell into a terrifying silence. 3 months. It meant Cavani would miss the entire autumn season. And the phrase could affect his career struck each heart like a hammer. Can I go in and see him? Lin asked. The medic glanced at Rossi, who nodded. Inside the medical room, Cavani lay on the treatment table, his right foot already bandaged, swollen like a bun. He saw Lin and managed a weak smile. Lost badly. Your foot. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Cavani said, but the pain in his eyes was undeniable. I'm sorry. Lin lowered his head. If I could have played, you might not have had to risk yourself. It's not your fault. Cavani interrupted him. I chose to play. The team needed goals, needed hope. Even though I couldn't help in the end. He paused, looking at Lin. Lin, I'm going to be away for a while. 3 months, it'll pass quickly. No, it's not just 3 months. Cavani shook his head. After I recover, I'll talk to the club. If my recovery goes well, I might transfer in the winter window. Lin was stunned. Why? Aren't you happy at Palermo? I am happy, but it's not enough. Cavani gave a bitter smile. Lin, I'm 23. It's time for a bigger stage. Napoli, Juventus, PSG. They've all been in contact with my agent. This injury might lower my price tag, but it won't change my decision. But don't try to persuade me. I've made up my mind. Cavani looked at Lin. I asked you to come because I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? After I leave Palermo, we'll need a new focal point. Someone who can score goals, someone who can lead the team forward. Cavani took Lin's hand. I believe you can be that person. Me? Yes, you. Cavani's gaze was earnest. You have talent, drive, and ambition. More importantly, you have that unyielding spirit. It's what Palermo needs most. Lin was at a loss for words. The next 3 months are going to be tough for the team. Without me, and with you suspended, there's no one up front to score. Cavani said. But you'll be back for the next match against Chievo. The team will be relying on you then. I'm afraid I'm not good enough. You are. Cavani smiled. Lin, believe in yourself. I've seen your performances in training, your goals in matches. You're not a flash in the pan. You're a true talent. You just need time and opportunity. He let go of Lin's hand and picked up something from the bedside table. It was the captain's armband. Palermo's captain's armband, pink and black, embroidered with the club crest. Here, this is for you. But this is Bertoz's. I've spoken to Bertoz. He agrees. Cavani pressed the armband into Lin's hand. Starting from the next match, you are Palermo's vice-captain. On and off the pitch, you must shoulder the responsibility. Lin looked at the armband in his hand, feeling its weight. Cavani, don't refuse. You've earned it. Cavani lay back down, closing his eyes. I'm tired. I want to sleep. You should go. Prepare well for the next match. Lin stood up and walked to the door. Cavani. Thank you. Cavani didn't speak, just waved his hand. Lin walked out of the medical room and closed the door. In the dressing room, his teammates were all looking at him at the captain's armband in his hand. No one spoke, but in their eyes was recognition and expectation. Bertozz walked over and patted Lin on the shoulder. Cavani told me. From today, you're the vice-captain. Help me out on and off the pitch. I will. Good. Pack up, we're heading back. The atmosphere on the bus back to Palermo remained heavy. Cavani's injury had cast a pall over everyone's spirits. Lin sat in the back row watching the night scenery whiz by. In his hand, he clutched the captain's armband tightly. Vice-captain. 20 years old vice-captain in Serie A. The pressure was immense. But Cavani's words echoed in his ears. You have talent, drive, and ambition. You're a true talent. The team is counting on you. He took a deep breath and placed the armband in his bag. Then he pulled out his phone and watched the match footage of their next opponent, Chievo. Chievo, who finished 12th last season, a mid to lower table side. Their defense was one of the leakiest in Serie A, with slow, cumbersome center backs. This was an opportunity. He needed to score. He needed to win. He needed to win for Cavani. His phone buzzed with a text message from Xin Yen. Lin, how's Cavani's injury? The news says it's serious. Torn ligaments, out for 3 months. Oh my God. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'll score in the next match against Chievo. I believe in you. Good luck and stay safe. Putting his phone away, Lin continued watching the footage. He needed to study Chievo's defensive weaknesses, their defensive habits, and their goalkeeper's tendencies. In the next match, he had to score. He had to win. He had to prove to everyone that even without Cavani, Palermo still had Lin. The bus drove through the night. The interior lights dimmed and most of his teammates were asleep. But Lin's eyes remained open, staring into the darkness outside the window. The painful expression on Cavani's face was still before his eyes. The unjust whistle of the referee still echoed in his ears. The malicious challenges of the opponents were still fresh in his memory. All of this had to be answered with goals. Washed away with victory. Proven with strength. System. Here. Open the attribute panel. Strength 75, speed 72, explosiveness 70. For the next match, I want a hat trick. Objective hat trick. Difficulty high. Suggestion, improve, shooting accuracy, improve, off-the-ball movement. How do I improve? Complete high-intensity training for a chance to naturally increase attributes. It is recommended that the host focuses on shooting and movement training for the next week. All right. Lin closed the system and shut his eyes. In his mind, he began simulating match scenarios. Where were the gaps in Chievo's defense? Their right back liked to push forward, leaving space behind him. The left back was slow, could be beaten for pace. The center back pairing was one tall but clumsy and one short but agile. How should he move? How should he shoot? How could he create chances? Once, twice, 3 times. It wasn't until the bus entered the city of Palermo that Lin opened his eyes. His gaze had changed. From confusion to determination. From tension to composure. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Score goals. Win matches. Lead the team forward. This was Cavani's charge. And it was his own responsibility. At 1 a.m., the bus arrived at the club. The players went their separate ways home. On his walk back to the hostel, Lin received a call from Ricci. Lin, I have some news. What is it? Napoli have made an official bid for Cavani. 20 million. Palermo will likely accept. Lenny stopped in his tracks. When did this happen? Today, right after the match. Ricci said. Cavani's injury has driven his price down, but Napoli are still willing to pay 20 million. It's hard for Palermo to refuse. Does Cavani know? He should buy now. His agent is negotiating. He fell silent. If Cavani leaves, you'll be Palermo's only attacking focal point. The pressure will be immense, but so will the opportunity. Ricci paused. You need to perform in the next match against Chievo. Show the club that even without Cavani you can lead this team to victory. I will. Good. Get some rest. Training tomorrow. Good luck. The call ended. He stood under a streetlight looking at the captain's armband in his hand. Pink and black, it glowed faintly in the lamplight. It was light, yet heavy. He gripped the armband tightly and continued walking, his steps even more resolute. Next match. Chievo. He would make everyone remember. Lenny is here. September 26, 2010. Palermo. Stadio Renzo Barbera. 3 in the afternoon. The sunlight was perfect. The stands were packed to the rafters, pink and black flags fluttering loudly in the autumn breeze. In the players' tunnel, he stood at the head of the line, the captain's armband wrapped around his left arm. He was the vice-captain, but at Britos's insistence, he was the one leading the team out today. It's Cavani's wish and the wish of the entire team, Britos had said in the locker room. Today you lead us out. Behind him, Pastore patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. Just play like you always do. I'm not nervous, Lenny said. He truly wasn't nervous. He was angry. Angry at the referee's injustice, angry at the opponent's malice, angry at Cavani's injury. Today he was going to channel all that anger into goals. Players enter the pitch. The announcement blared. Lenny took a deep breath and led the team out of the tunnel. The moment his figure appeared on the pitch, the entire Stadio Barbera erupted in a thunderous roar. Lin, welcome back. How many goals today? In the stands, Shen Xinyan and a dozen Chinese international students waved the 5-starred red flag with all their might. Go Lenny. Lenny nodded towards the stands, then turned his gaze to the opposite side. Chievo's players had already entered. Their captain Pellissier, a 33-year-old veteran, looked at Lenny with a scrutinizing gaze. Then the defensive line. The center-back pairing of Andriali and Caesar, one tall, one quick. Right back Fry strong going forward, but weak defensively. Left back Mantovani experienced, but slow. Lenny's gaze eventually settled on Caesar. The Brazilian center-back, 28 years old, 185 centimeters tall, 82 kilograms. Known for his fierce tackles and trash talk. At that moment, Caesar was also looking at Lenny, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Chinese kid, today I'll show you Serie A isn't so easy to survive, he said in Portuguese, assuming Lenny couldn't understand. But Lenny had spent one skill point in the system to learn basic Portuguese. I'm waiting, Lenny retorted in Portuguese. Caesar froze, his smile stiffening on his face. Kickoff. Palermo got the game underway, quickly taking control of the midfield. The first 5 minutes were a feeling-out process. Lenny roamed the front line, Caesar shadowing his every move. In the 7th minute, the first real clash came. Pastore threaded a through ball from midfield, and Lenny timed his run to beat the offside trap. Caesar sprinted back at full speed, and at the edge of the box, he shoved Lenny hard with his arm. Lenny stumbled, nearly falling, but managed to regain his balance and continue dribbling. The referee's whistle remained silent. That's not a foul. Fans in the stands cursed. Caesar caught up from behind, pressing against Lenny. That all. Fall over at a touch. Lenny ignored him, continuing his charge into the penalty area. Facing the rushing goalkeeper, he opted for a chip. The ball sailed over the keeper, but went just over the crossbar. So close. If only that had gone in. Lenny landed, glancing at Caesar. Next time I'll score. Caesar sneered, you won't get another chance. The match continued. Chievo's defending was tough, their challenges were heavy. The referee, Rocky, him again, kept his whistle lenient. In the 15th minute, Lenny received the ball on the wing and was scythed down from behind by Fry. This time Rocky finally called the foul, but didn't produce a card. That's only a free kick. Pastore protested. Rocky glared at him. Cut the chatter. Lenny got up, flexing his ankle. Luckily no injury. The free kick was taken and cleared. In the 23rd minute, Palermo won a corner. Pastore swung it in, and Lenny leapt at the near post. Caesar behind him dug his elbow into Lenny's back. Lenny lost his balance, and his header went wide. The referee didn't call it. Ref. That's a foul. Britos charged over. Rocky shook his head, signaling play on. Caesar smiled smugly. Welcome to Serie A, rookie. Lenny looked at him, then suddenly smiled too. You talk too much. Then he turned and ran off. Caesar's smile froze on his face. This Chinese kid. Something's off. Being targeted like this, being bullied like this, and he can still smile. Either he's an idiot or he simply didn't give a damn about him. Caesar leaned towards the latter, which made him even angrier. Damn it, I'll deal with you, he muttered. In the 31st minute, the turning point arrived. Palermo won the ball in midfield and launched a swift counterattack. Pulisic advanced with the ball on the right flank, glancing up at the box. Lenny was in the center, sandwiched by Caesar and Andriali. But he suddenly stopped short, then drifted towards the left. Caesar instinctively followed. However, Lenny's drift was merely a feint. he suddenly changed direction, darting back towards the right. Fox in the box activated. A 25 boost to positioning speed made his change of direction astonishingly quick. Caesar was half a step behind. That half step made all the difference. Illicic's cross arrived. At the right edge of the 6-yard box. Box Terminator triggered. Lin met the ball and unleashed a thunderous volley. Bang. The ball rocketed into the bottom right corner of the net like a cannonball. 1-0. Goal. Lenny. A goal on his return. Brilliant. The entire Stadio Barbera was in raptures. Lin sprinted towards the corner flag, and under the gaze of tens of thousands of fans he lifted his shirt, revealing a t-shirt underneath. On the t-shirt was a line of text. Para ti Cavani. He kissed the club crest on his chest, then pointed to the sky. In the stands, Shin Xingyan was already sobbing. He scored. He actually scored. On the pitch his teammates rushed over to embrace Lin. Beautiful. That run was incredible. Cavani will definitely see this. After the celebration, Lin looked at Caesar. The Chivo defender stood in the box, his face ashen. Lin said in Portuguese, "That's the first." Then he turned and jogged back to his own half. Caesar clenched his fists. The first half ended 1-0. Back in the locker room, the atmosphere was electric. Great play, Lin. Keep it up. Get another one in the second half. Rossi walked in, clapping his hands firmly. Quiet down. Good first half, especially you, Lin. But don't relax. Chivo will come out fighting in the second half. Everyone protect yourselves. Don't get injured. Lin, that t-shirt of yours might get you fined. I'll pay it, Lin said. Good. Rossi nodded. Keep it up in the second half. Let's try to seal the win early. The second half began. As expected, Chivo pushed forward with more intent. But Palermo's defense held firm, conceding few clear chances. In the 51st minute, Lin had another golden opportunity. A through ball from Pastor. Lin timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap, going one-on-one with the keeper. He charged into the box with Caesar sprinting back frantically behind him. Just as Lin was about to shoot, Caesar lunged in with a reckless slide tackle from the side. The studs aimed directly at Lin's ankle. A dangerous challenge. Lin saw it coming, but he didn't dodge. Because he knew if he dodged, the chance would be gone. If he didn't. System: calculate the consequences of the collision. Collision prediction: minor sprain, no structural damage. Recommendation: absorb the impact, complete the shot. Lin gritted his teeth and continued his shooting motion. He struck the ball with his right foot, aiming for the far corner. At the same moment, Caesar's stud slammed into his ankle. Bang. The shot. Bang. The collision. The ball rolled into the net. 2-0. Lin collapsed onto the turf, clutching his ankle. The referee's whistle sounded, pointing to the penalty spot. No, he signaled the goal was valid. Then he walked over to Caesar and pulled out a yellow card. Referee, that's a red card offense. Britos charged over. Dangerous challenge. Yellow card. Rocky said, expressionless. He stamped on his ankle. That's malicious. I said it's a yellow. A huge chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Cheat. 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 Rocky, get out. That's a red card. The medical team ran onto the pitch to examine Lin's ankle. How is it? Rossi rushed to the touchline. It's all right, no bone damage, but it's definitely swelling, the doctor said. Do you want a substitution? Lin shook his head, enduring the pain as he stood up. I can continue. Are you sure? I'm sure. Rossi looked into Lin's eyes, and after a long moment nodded. All right, but if you're not comfortable, tell me immediately. Understood. Lin got up, limping a few steps before settling back into a normal running stride. Caesar stood not far away, watching him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. That tackle, he'd put 70% of his strength into it. A normal player would be down and out for treatment. Yet this Chinese kid was still standing. System: status of my injury. Right ankle, mild sprain, soft tissue contusion. Recommendation: apply ice after the game, rest for 3 days. Current pain level 510, tolerable. He could endure it. Lin glanced at Caesar and smiled. It was a smile that sent a chill down Caesar's spine. You? That all? Lin said in Portuguese. Didn't you have breakfast? Caesar's face flushed crimson instantly. You mother. Caesar, calm down. Policier rushed over and held him back. Lin turned and ran off, leaving Caesar fuming in place. The match continued. Lin's ankle throbbed with increasing pain, but his movement remained relentless. Because he knew his team needed him. Cavani was watching him from the stands. The fans were watching him. He couldn't fall. In the 73rd minute, the third goal arrived. Palermo won a free kick in the attacking third. Pastor stood over it. The ball was curled to the back post, and Lin rose above the crowd. Caesar also jumped, but this time he dared not pull any more tricks. Because the referee was watching closely. Lin out-jumped Caesar and powered a header into the net. 3-0. A hat trick. Ugh. A hat trick. Lin has completed a hat trick. A hat trick in his comeback match. Unbelievable. This time Lin didn't sprint to the corner flag. Instead, he ran to the sideline, faced the camera, and pointed to the captain's armband on his arm. Then he pointed to the stands. Cavani should be watching there. He wanted Cavani to see. The team had him. No problem. In the final 10-odd minutes, Chivo had nothing left to give. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score was frozen at 3-0. A resounding home victory for Palermo, a hat-trick for Lin, a perfect comeback. After the match, Lin was surrounded by reporters. Lin, first of all, congratulations on the hat-trick. How are you feeling right now? I'm very happy, very excited. But most importantly, we won. You dedicated the goal to Cavani. How is he doing now? He's recovering. I believe he'll be back soon. What did you make of Caesar's challenge? The referee only gave a yellow card. Do you think that was fair? Lin paused for a few seconds, then said, I trust the referee's judgment. But I want to say football is a sport of competition, not a fighting ring. We should speak with our skill and our goals, not with malicious fouls. How is your ankle? Will you be fit for the next match? It hurts a bit, but it's not a major issue. The medical team will take care of it. You now top the scoring charts with 7 goals, and it's only taken you 4 matches. Do you think you can win the Golden Boot? The season is still long. I'll take it one game at a time. The interview concluded. Lin headed towards the players' tunnel. At the tunnel entrance, Caesar blocked his path. Kid, you got lucky today. Lin looked at him and suddenly smiled. You know what? In Serie A, luck won't get you far. I rely on strength. With that, he sidestepped Caesar and walked into the tunnel. He left Caesar standing there, his face alternating between pale and red. In the locker room, the celebrations were still in full swing. Lin, brilliant. A hat-trick. A perfect comeback. Cavani must be over the moon. Lin responded with a smile, but the pain in his ankle was becoming increasingly pronounced. The doctor had him lie down and began applying ice. It's swollen quite a bit. We'll need to get an x-ray at the hospital tomorrow. Is it serious? It shouldn't be, but we need to confirm, the doctor said. No training for the next few days. Get plenty of rest. Can I play against Napoli next game? We'll see how the recovery goes. If it's just soft tissue damage, 3 days should be enough. Good. Lin closed his eyes and the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement hat-trick. Reward 5 attribute points. Current attribute points 5. Allocate now. Add points. All of them to strength. Current strength was 75. Adding 5 points would make it 80. Not quite at 85 yet, but closer to unlocking the physically strong trait. Strength 75-80. A feeling of fullness spread through his muscles once more. The pain in his ankle seemed to ease slightly. System, what's the next achievement task? Achievement tasks updated. 1. Score in 3 consecutive matches, current progress 13. 2. Be named in the Serie A team of the week, incomplete. 3. Score 4 goals in a single match, incomplete. Scoring in 3 consecutive matches rewards 3 attribute points. That was achievable. Next up was Napoli, and then Juventus. Both were tough fixtures, but the tougher the match, the more he needed to score. Lin. Britos walked over, handing him a phone. It's Cavani. Lin took it. Hello. A hat-trick. Beautiful. Cavani's voice sounded tired but carried a smile. How's your ankle? It's fine. Recovering. Cavani paused for a moment. Lin, you played very well today. But you have to remember, Napoli are much stronger than Chievo. Hamsik, Cavani, Lavezzi. They're all top players. Next match will be difficult. I know, but I believe in you, Cavani said. Keep scoring. Keep winning. Show everyone that Palermo has you even without me. I will. Alright, I'll hang up now. Get some rest. Don't get injured. The call ended. Lin put the phone down, staring at the locker room ceiling. Napoli. Stadio San Paolo. A fortress. The next match would be even harder. But he wasn't afraid. Because he was Lin, the vice-captain of Palermo, the top scorer in Serie A. He would keep scoring. Keep winning. Keep conquering. Naples, the Stadio San Paolo. Palermo faced Napoli as away visitors. As Lin stepped onto the turf, he could clearly feel the vibrations beneath his feet. It wasn't an earthquake, but the stomping of 60,000 Napoli fans. Napoli. 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 A massive tifo unfurled across the stands, depicting Maradona's legendary moments. The Devils' home ground lived up to its fearsome reputation. In the players' tunnel, Napoli's squad was already waiting. Captain Marek Hamsik, the Slovak midfielder, was a top star in Serie A. Cavani. Not Palermo's Cavani, but a compatriot of Uruguayan striker Edinson Cavani. This one shared the surname, but was named Ederson. Ezekiel Lavezzi, the Argentine winger famed for his nimble dribbling. Also in the lineup were goalkeeper Morgan De Sanctis and center-backs Paulo Cannavaro and Hugo Campagnaro. A galaxy of stars. Hamsik's gaze swept over Palermo's formation, lingering a few seconds longer on Lin. So you're that kid from China? He spoke in Slovak, but Lin had spent 1 skill point in the system to learn basic Slovak. That's me. Heard you're quite the goal scorer, Hamsik said with a smile. But this isn't Palermo. This is San Paolo. Scoring here isn't so easy. I'll give it a try, Lin replied calmly. Hamsik raised an eyebrow, but said no more. Yet a flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. The match began. Napoli asserted their home dominance from the kickoff, controlling over 65% of possession and pinning Palermo back into their own half. In the 8th minute, Hamsik fired a shot from outside the box that whistled past the post. In the 15th, Lavezzi cut inside and shot only for Salvatore Sirigu to palm it away. In the 22nd minute, Cavani's header soared over the bar. Palermo could barely cross the halfway line. Lin was isolated up front, constantly shadowed by 2 markers, Campagnaro and Andrea Dos Santos. Napoli's tactics were clear double-team Lin, cutting off his supply lines from midfield. System, can my movement shake them off? Opponent, defensive intensity high. Suggestion, conserve energy, avoid useless runs, wait for counterattack opportunities. Lin adjusted his tactics, dropping deeper to receive the ball rather than making blind forward runs. In the 33rd minute, the first chance arrived. Palermo won the ball in their own half and launched a swift counterattack. Javier Pastore drove forward, drawing 3 defenders towards him. Just as the defenders converged, he slipped the ball out wide to Josip Ilicic on the right. The Slovenian looked up at the box and swung in a cross. Lin was in the penalty area, sandwiched between Campagnaro and Dos Santos. But he suddenly stopped, then took a half-step back. Fox in the box, activated. The 25 boost to positioning speed allowed him to instantly create half a yard of space. He leaped. Header. Thump. The ball was directed towards the bottom right corner. De Sanctis had already dived, but his fingertips were just inches short. The ball grazed the post and went wide. Ah! A collective sigh from the Palermo fans in the stands. So close. What a run. He completely lost his markers. Lin landed, glanced at the post, and shook his head. His heading attribute was only 65, with 2 players hassling him. It was difficult to generate a high-quality shot. Lucky break, kid. Campagnaro came up from behind. But you won't be so lucky next time. Lin ignored him and jogged away. The match continued. Napoli's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. In the 41st minute, the goal came. Hamsik picked up the ball in midfield, dribbled past 2 players, and unleashed a shot from the edge of the arc. A screamer. The ball rocketed into the top right corner. 1-0. The San Paolo erupted in a deafening roar. Hamsik. 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 Palermo's players hung their heads, trudging back to the center circle. 2 minutes of stoppage time yielded no miracle. 1-0 to Napoli at halftime. The atmosphere in the dressing room was heavy. Rossi paced in front of the tactics board. We were far too passive in that first half. Napoli's pressing is intense. Our midfield was completely overrun. Lin, you were double-teamed and couldn't get the ball. That's understandable. But you can't just stay up top waiting. You need to drop deeper, offer more support, and drag defenders out of position. Pastore, you need to feed Lin the ball more, even if he's marked. Only when the ball reaches his feet can he create danger. Second half, we changed the formation. We're switching from 4-4-2 to 4-3-3. Lin, Hernandez, and Ilicic will be the front 3. Pastore drops back to trequartista to bolster midfield control. Tactics are simple: defend and counter, hit long balls to Lin. Lin, your job is to score. Understood? Understood. Good. 5 minutes left, everyone adjust. Second half, let's show them what we're made of. Yeah. The second half began. After the formation change, Palermo had more control in midfield, but they were still on the back foot. In the 51st minute, Napoli scored again. Lavezzi broke down the right and crossed, and Cavani rose above Mattias Silvestre to power a header home. 2-0. The San Paolo erupted once more. It's over. Palermo fans in the stand sighed. Lin stood in the center circle, watching the celebrating Napoli players, and clenched his fists. 2 goals down. The Devils' home ground. Opponents in top form. It was tough. But system, when does fatal strike activate? Match time 51st minute, fatal strike. Activation time after the 75th minute, 24 more minutes. He had to hold on until the 75th minute. Then he would score. The match continued. Napoli 2 goals up, played with more freedom. Some Palermo players had already given up the fight. Except Lin. He ran tirelessly up front, pressing and harrying even if he knew he wouldn't get the ball, just to pressure the opposition defenders. In the 58th minute, he robbed Campagnaro high up the pitch and drove into the box. But Dos Santos and another defender had already covered. Triple teamed. Lin managed to get a shot away in a tangle of bodies, but De Sanctis saved it easily. Is that all? Dos Santos taunted. Lin ignored him and turned to track back. In the 63rd minute, Rossi made a substitution, bringing on Antonio Nasserino for the exhausted Francesco Bolzoni to strengthen midfield. In the 68th minute, he brought on Luca D'Andrea for Abel Hernandez to add more thrust on the wings. They switched to a 4-2-4 all-out attack. Last 20 minutes, let's give it everything. Rossi gestured from the touchline. The players gritted their teeth. In the 72nd minute, a turning point arrived. Palermo won the ball in their own half and broke quickly. Nasserino played a long ball towards Lin. Lin received it with his back to goal at the edge of the arc, with Campagnaro and Dos Santos closing in. But this time Lin didn't trap it. He used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball backwards, then quickly spun and darted between the 2 defenders. A nutmeg. He's through. Lin is through. Gasps echoed around the San Paolo. Lin surged into the box and De Sanctis came rushing out. Facing the keeper, he calmly slotted the ball into the far corner. Goal. 2-1. Goal. Lin again. Brilliant. He beat 2 players single-handedly. Palermo pull 1 back. In the away end, a few hundred Palermo fans went wild. They jumped up, waving their scarves, chanting Lin's name. Lin didn't celebrate. He ran into the goal, grabbed the ball, and sprinted back to the center circle. There's still time. We can still score, he shouted. The match restarted. Napoli kicked off. The goal had unsettled them, but they quickly regained their composure and began to control the game again. The 75th minute. Fatal strike activated. Lin could feel a distinct improvement in his shooting accuracy and power. It was as if the goal had grown larger and the goalkeeper had shrunk. In the 78th minute a chance came. Palermo won a free kick in a dangerous area. Pastor stood over it. The ball was delivered to the back post. Lin rose among a crowd of players. Campagnaro and Docena jumped with him and the three collided. But Lin out-jumped them both and powered a header towards goal. Thump! The ball crashed against the crossbar and bounced away. So close. Almost. Palermo fans sighed in the stands. Lin landed, glanced at the crossbar, and gritted his teeth. Again. In the 82nd minute Palermo won a corner. Pastor took it, and Lin attacked the near post. Campagnaro was behind him, digging an elbow into his back. This time the referee saw it. The whistle blew. He pointed to the penalty spot. Penalty. The referee has given a penalty. It's a foul by Campagnaro. Campagnaro protested, but the referee was adamant. A penalty. Lin stood over the spot staring at De Sanctis. The Napoli keeper was tall with long arms and lightning-fast reflexes. But Lin had fatal strike. Shooting accuracy 35, or shooting power 25, plus a 10 chance to trigger guaranteed hit. He took his run up and shot. He placed it low to the bottom right corner. De Sanctis guessed the right way, but the ball was too fast and the placement too precise. He dove, but the ball flashed past his hand and nestled into the net. 2-2. Level. Whoa. The penalty is in. Lin has scored a brace. 2-2. Palermo have equalized. My God. From 0-2 to 2-2. The San Paolo with its 60,000 Napoli fans fell silent. They couldn't believe their eyes. At home 2 goals ahead, and now pegged back. And by a Chinese teenager who had scored twice to complete the comeback. This is impossible. Who is he? Who exactly is he? Since when did China produce a monster like this? On the touchline, Napoli's manager Walter Mazzarri had already hurled his water bottle to the ground. Mark him. If 2 can't handle him, use 3. If 3 can't, use 4. Just don't let him shoot. But it was already too late. In the 88th minute Palermo countered 3 against 3. Lin drove forward through the middle facing the last defender Fabio Cannavaro. The legendary Italian defender, vastly experienced and defensively solid. But Lin didn't slow down. He suddenly cut inside. Cannavaro followed. But Lin's cut was just a feint. He suddenly dragged the ball back and went down the outside. He had created half a yard of space against Cannavaro. That half yard was all he needed. Lin on the edge of the box unleashed a shot. The fatal strike effect was still active. Shooting accuracy 35, or shooting power 25. Plus the 10 chance to trigger guaranteed hit. This time it triggered. Guaranteed hit. Thump. The ball like a cannonball from a barrel flew in a dead straight line towards the top left corner. De Sanctis had already launched himself, but the trajectory was too bizarre, the speed too immense. He missed it. The ball hit the back of the net. 3-2. A hat trick. A comeback. What a goal. A hat trick. Lin has scored a hat trick. 3-2. Palermo have taken the lead. The San Paolo has been conquered by one man. In the away, and the Palermo fans had lost their minds. They were jumping, shouting, crying, and laughing. Lenny. On the pitch, Lin ran to the corner flag, spread his arms wide, and closed his eyes. Listening to the silence of the San Paolo and the frenzy of the away end. This was a moment he had waited for so long. In Serie A at the San Paolo on Napoli's home turf. To score a hat trick and lead his team to a stunning comeback. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement. Away hat trick. Reward 5 attribute points, 1 skill point, current attribute points, 5 skill points, 1 more match. One more match. And he could draw his second S-rank skill. In the final minutes, Napoli had no answer. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score was fixed at 3-2. Palermo had overturned Napoli away from home, causing another major upset in this Serie A season. And Lin, who scored the hat trick, was hoisted high into the air by his teammates. Hero. You're our hero. Lin. At the post-match press conference, Mazzarri's face was ashen. We played well for 80 minutes, but in the final 10, we made mistakes. Lin is a dangerous player, and we gave him too much space. The press conference ended. On the bus back to the hotel, Rossi sat next to Lin. Lin, you played very well today. Thank you, coach. But you need to understand, from today onwards, you will be the focus of the entire Serie A. Every team will study you, target you, and defend against you. You need to be prepared. I understand. The next match against Juventus will be even harder. Juventus's defense is tougher than Napoli's. You need to protect yourself. I will. Rossi looked at Lin, his expression complex. Sometimes I wonder if signing you was the right decision. Moi. You are a treasure for Palermo. But for yourself, you might be a burden. Rossi said. At a small club, you have to bear too much. Scoring, assisting, lifting, morale, leading the team. That's too heavy a load for a 20-year-old kid. Coach, I don't see it as a burden. Lin looked out the window. I love football. I love scoring. I love winning. If this is a burden, then I'm willing to carry it. Rossi smiled. All right, then you keep carrying it. Carry it until the day you can't or don't want to. Tell me then. I'll let you go to a bigger stage. Thank you, coach. The bus traveled through the night. Lin took out his phone and saw countless unread messages. From his parents, his friends, his former national teammates, and even his former national team coach. Shawi awesome. You've made the country proud. Keep it up. We're all watching you. The future of Chinese football rests on your shoulders. Lin Yi replied to them one by one, his heart filled with strength. He knew he wasn't just playing for himself. He was playing for all the Chinese fans. He was playing for Chinese football. He was determined to prove that a Chinese player could be the protagonist in European football. At the Juventus training ground, the evening sun gilded the lawns of the Vinovo training center in gold, but the atmosphere on the pitch was as serious as if preparing for a battle. Everyone gathered around. Head coach Luigi Del Neri clapped his hands, summoning the players to the tactics board. The 61-year-old coach with his graying hair and sharp eyes had led Sampdoria to a fourth-place finish in Serie A last season and had replaced Ferrara as Juventus' manager that summer. This weekend against Palermo, I want you all focused. Del Neri's voice was not loud, but every word carried an unyielding authority. Palermo. A lazy voice came from the back of the dressing room. Coach, aren't they a mid-table team? Why so serious? The speaker was Alessandro Del Piero, the symbol of Juventus. Though 35 years old, he still wielded immense influence in the dressing room. Del Neri glanced at him, not angry, but smiling instead. Alex, you think Palermo are weak? They finished 12th last season. Are they strong? Del Piero shrugged. That was last season. Del Neri walked to the tactics board, where Palermo's last 4 match results were posted. Look at this: round 4, a 3-2 comeback away at Napoli; round 5, a 1-0 home win over Udinese; round 6, a 3-1 away victory against AC Milan; round 7, a 3-1 home win over the team next door to us. In 4 rounds, 3 wins, and a draw, 10 points, 4th in the league. The dressing room fell silent. And Del Neri paused. In those 4 matches, they've scored 10 goals. 8 of those came from one man. He pinned a photo to the tactics board. Black hair, yellow skin, calm, yet sharp eyes. Number 23, Lin Yi. A Chinese player 20 years old, joined Palermo on a free transfer this summer. In the first 4 Serie A rounds, he has 8 goals and 2 assists, averaging 2.5 goal involvements per game. Top of the scoring chart, second in assists. Del Neri scanned the room. Now, does anyone still think Palermo are weak? No one spoke. This Chinese player, I've studied all his match footage. Del Neri started playing a highlight reel. Look at the first goal against Napoli, a volley from inside the 6-yard box. And this one against AC Milan, a shot after shaking off 2 defenders in the box. And this. On the screen, Lin Yi scored from various angles and in various ways. Volleys, headers, long-range strikes, one-on-ones, penalties. What do you notice? Del Neri paused the video. His finishing is excellent. Chiellini said. His movement is intelligent. Bonucci added. What else? The dressing room was silent for a few seconds. Then a voice came from the corner. He always operates near the 6-yard box. The speaker was David Trezeguet, the legendary French striker who had retired that summer and stayed at Juventus as a youth coach, occasionally helping the first team analyze opponents. Exactly. Del Neri nodded. David, elaborate. Trezeguet walked to the tactics board and picked up a marker. Look at his heat map. He drew a red zone on Palermo's half of the tactics board. 80 of his touches are in the opponent's box, with 60 of those near the 6-yard box. He's not the type to drop deep to receive the ball, nor is he a winger who drifts wide. He does one thing: waits in the box for the ball, then shoots. Sounds simple. Buffon, sitting in the goalkeeper's designated spot, said with a smile. Simple, eh? Trezeguet looked at Buffon. Gigi, do you think Inzaghi was simple? Buffon's smile faded. Inzaghi also did one thing: danced on the offside line and scored goals. But how many defenders in Italy could stop him? The room fell silent again. This Chinese player reminds me of a young Filippo. Trezeguet said. No, he's even more frightening than Filippo. Because he's stronger, faster, and he's only 20. David is right. Del Neri took over. This Lin Yi is a classic box assassin. He doesn't participate in build-up, doesn't track back much, doesn't waste energy on useless runs. He just waits for a teammate to pass the ball into the box, and then uses his top-tier finishing to put it in the net. He drew several arrows on the tactics board. So our defensive strategy is simple: don't let him into the box. Giorgio Chiellini, Leonardo Bonucci, your task is to mark him out of the game. Don't give him any chance to touch the ball in the 6-yard box. If he drops deep, it's up to Andrea Pirlo and Claudio Marchisio. If he drifts wide, it's up to Martin Caceres and Paolo De Segli. Remember, better to commit a foul, better to give away a free kick than to let him receive the ball comfortably in the box. Understood? Understood. Good. Now for our attack. Del Neri switched to another tactical diagram. Palermo's defense has 2 weaknesses. First, their starting center-back Munoz is injured and his replacement lacks experience. Second, their left-back Balzaretti is more of an attacker than a defender and loves to push forward. So our attacking focus will be down the right wing. Krasic, your job is to exploit the space behind Balzaretti. He'll push up and there will be space behind him. Use that space to cross or cut inside. Understood, coach? Krasic nodded. Alessandro Del Piero, Amori, I want you two to interchange positions frequently up front to pull their defense out of shape. If Palermo sit deep, Andrea Pirlo will shoot from distance. Understood. Finally, Del Neri looked at Buffon. GG, this Chinese player likes to shoot for the near post, especially the bottom right corner. Look at his goal compilations, 60 of his goals are scored at the near post. Buffon smiled. Coach, don't worry. If he dares to shoot, I dare to save. Good. Delnery clapped his hands. That's it for today. We'll continue training tomorrow, focusing on the tactics to stop Lin Yi. Yes, coach. The players dispersed to the dressing room. Buffon and Trezeguet walked out last. David, do you really think that Chinese kid is that good? Buffon asked. GG, I've played in Serie A for over 10 years and seen countless strikers. Trezeguet said. Some rely on physique, some on technique, some on movement. This Lin Yi, he relies on instinct. That sense of smelling a goal-scoring opportunity in the box is innate. You can't train it. Like Filippo. More pure than Filippo. Trezeguet pondered. Filippo would complain, demand the ball, and track back to defend. This Lin Yi, you watch his matches, he's like a hunter lurking in the box waiting for his prey to appear. Then he strikes with lethal precision. Buffon was silent for a few seconds. Then I'll see if his instinct is stronger or my gloves are. You will see. Trezeguet patted Buffon on the shoulder. But GG, I have to warn you. This young man has a special aura about him. What kind of aura? Calmness. Trezeguet said. Look at his eyes. A 20-year-old scoring a hat-trick at San Siro, a brace at San Paolo, handling the media with ease. That kind of calm is abnormal. You mean? He's faking it. No, it's genuine calmness. Trezeguet shook his head. It's as if he's experienced things more important than football, so the wins and losses on the pitch don't faze him much. But he also has an almost obsessive desire for victory. Buffon frowned. I don't get it. You will in time. Trezeguet smiled. Enjoy the match this weekend. Competing against an opponent like that is both a privilege and a test for a goalkeeper. The two walked into the dressing room. Buffon sat by his locker, took out his phone, and searched for Lin Yi. Articles in Italian, English, and even Chinese popped up in abundance. Chinese prodigy stuns Serie A. 4 games, 8 goals. The next Inzaghi. Palermo struck gold. Lin Yi, I want to be Serie A's top scorer. Buffon clicked on a goal compilation video. A 5-minute video, 8 goals, each accompanied by the commentators' exclamations and the roar of the fans. After watching, Buffon put down his phone, leaned back against his locker, and closed his eyes. In his mind, the goal replays flashed by. Volleys, towering headers, clinical finishes, long-range screamers. Truly impressive. But I am Gianluigi Buffon. He muttered to himself. Scoring against me? Not so easy. At the same time in Palermo, Lin Yi had just finished extra training and was stretching in the gym. His phone buzzed. It was Shin Qingyan. Lin Yi, training over. Just finished. What's up? I saw the news. Juventus are focusing on studying you, and Buffon gave an interview, saying he won't let you score. Lin Yi smiled. He's right. He's the world's best goalkeeper. Stopping goals is his job. How are you not nervous? Why should I be nervous? Lin Yi retorted. Competing against the world's best goalkeeper is an honor for a striker. If I can score against Buffon, that proves I've truly improved. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. You really are different now. Am I? Yeah. Back home you were confident, but not this. Unflappable. Like nothing could rattle you. Maybe I've just been through a lot. Lin Yi said. Rebirth system, Serie A goals, red cards, controversies, injuries. In these 3 months, he had experienced more than most people do in a lifetime. Qingyan Jia, will you come to the match this weekend? Of course. I've booked my flight. I'll be in Turin tomorrow. I'm definitely watching you play Juventus live this time. Great, see you then. After hanging up, Lin Yi continued stretching. System. Here. Open the attribute panel. A translucent interface materialized. Host Lin Yi, age 20, height 182 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, current template none, available attribute points 5, skills box, Terminator S box, Fox LV. 2, lethal strike LV. 2 attributes, strength 77, good speed 73, fair explosiveness 71, fair stamina 70, fair agility 76, good balance 72, fair shooting 85, excellent heading 68, average dribbling 72, fair passing 70, fair ball control 78, good set pieces 65, average composure 90, top tier decision making 85, excellent off the ball movement 85, excellent vision 73, fair leadership 75, good. All attributes had seen a comprehensive increase, especially shooting, which had reached 85, a top tier level in Serie A. Composure at 90 and off the ball movement at 85 were the keys to his goal scoring prowess. 5 attribute points. Where should I put them? Suggestion: increase strength to 80 to unlock the physically strong trait. Alright, let's increase strength. Strength 77, 80. Congratulations. Host has unlocked the trait, physically strong, effect physical dueling ability 20, injury probability -15, a feeling of fullness spread through his muscles once more. Lin Yi could feel a qualitative leap in his power. If before he could barely hold his own in Serie A, now he could firmly plant his feet. Still not enough. He knew that against top center-backs like Chiellini and Bonucci, his strength of 80 was just the starting point. But at least he now had the capital to compete. Closing the system, Lin Yi walked out of the gym. The training ground was empty, with only a few staff members tidying up the equipment. The sun was setting, painting the sky a fiery orange. It was beautiful, but he had no time to admire it. He had to get back to his dorm and watch Juventus match footage, to study Chiellini's defensive habits, Bonucci's positioning, and Buffon's saving characteristics. This weekend, he was going to score. He would score against Buffon. He would prove to all of Italy at the Juventus Stadium that he was not a flash in the pan. He was a true superstar. At the Palermo training ground 2 days before the away match against Juventus, the atmosphere was as somber as a funeral. "Run, keep running," the assistant coach shouted from the sidelines, but the players' steps were heavy, their eyes vacant. During a simple passing drill, they made 3 consecutive errors. "Stop." Head coach Delio Rossi finally lost his patience and halted the training session. "What are you doing? Going for a stroll? This is training, not walking your dog in the park." The players hung their heads in silence. "Speak up. Cack out your tongues." Still silence. Rossi took a deep breath and pointed to the sideline. "Come here, all of you. Sit down." The players dragged their feet over and sat on the grass. Rossi stood before them, his face ashen. "I know Cavani's season is over and Munoz is injured. It's a huge blow to the team. I also know Juventus is a powerhouse, a title contender from last season. And I know playing away is tough. But that's no excuse to give up," he said, raising his voice. "We are professional players. When you wear this jersey, you fight to the end for this team. Even if there's only a 1 chance of winning, we must give 100 effort. Look at yourselves now. You've surrendered before even stepping onto the pitch. With this mentality, we could be beaten by a Serie B team, let alone Juventus." Javier Pastore lifted his head, looking as if he wanted to say something. "Javier, what do you want to say?" "Coach," Pastore said in a low voice. "It's not that we don't want to win. It's that we don't think we can. Juventus defense, Chiellini, Bonucci, Buffon. How are we supposed to score against them?" "Yeah, Coach," Elisic added. "Without Cavani drawing defenders, will definitely be marked closely. What can we rely on to win? So we just don't play?" Rossi scoffed. "Fine, I'll call the Liga Serie right now and say we forfeit, take the 0-3 loss. That way you won't have to embarrass yourselves in Turin. How about that?" No one spoke. "Useless." Rossi turned and stormed off the training ground in a rage. The assistant coach sighed and told the players, "Training is cancelled for today. Go home and think hard about this. We meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow. If anyone is still in this state, you're not going to Turin." The players slowly got up and walked to the locker room, heads down. He remained seated. He watched his teammates' backs, then looked at the setting sun in the distance. He took out his phone and called Shin Qingyan. "Qingyan, have you landed in Turin?" "Just got off the plane." "What's up?" "I need a favor. Tell me. After training tomorrow, could you come to the training ground and be my interpreter?" "Interpreter? What are you planning?" "To do what I have to do." The next morning, the atmosphere at the training ground was still heavy. Rossi, stone-faced, led the basic drills. No one spoke. The only sound was the scuff of boots on grass. At 11 a.m., training ended. As the players headed to the locker room, he stood at the door, blocking their path. Shin Qingyan stood beside him. "What's this?" asked Britos. "I want to say a few words," he said, looking at his teammates. "Just a few minutes. Qingyan will translate, so everyone can understand." The players exchanged glances and stopped. "Javier," he looked at Pastore. "Do you remember why you came to Palermo?" Pastore was taken aback. Shin Qingyan translated the question into Italian. I transferred here from Huracan." "No, I'm asking why you chose football, why you came to Europe." Pastore was silent for a few seconds. "I want to be the best player like Riquelme, to conquer Europe with my passes and goals." "Good." He nodded, then turned to Elisic. "Josip, what about you?" "Me?" Elisic thought for a moment. "I want the fans in Slovenia to be proud of me. I want to prove that players from small countries can make it in Serie A. Antonio, I want to earn money to give my family a better life. Mattia, I want to win a trophy, even just one." He asked each of them. Everyone spoke of their original aspiration. Finally, he looked at all of them. "Do you remember why Palermo is called the Pink and Black Legion?" The question stunned everyone. "Because our jerseys are pink and black," someone murmured. "No." He shook his head. "Pink represents the passion and romance of Sicily. Black represents the resilience and unyielding spirit of Sicily. 100 years ago, when Palermo was founded, Sicily was the poorest, most backward region in Italy. But the fans here supported the club with money saved from their own mouths, because they believed football could bring hope and change destinies." Shin Qingyan translated every word, her voice soft, but each syllable striking the players' hearts. 100 years later, we stand here, wearing the pink and black jersey, representing Sicily, representing everyone who believes in us. But what are we doing now, He scanned his teammates, his voice rising. "Because the opponent is a big club, we give up. Because our teammate is injured, we surrender. Because we think we can't win, we stop fighting. Then are we worthy of this jersey? Worthy of the fans in the stands? Worthy of the original passion we had when we chose football?" The silence at the locker room door was deafening. "Yes, Juventus is strong. Buffon is the best goalkeeper in the world. Chiellini is an Italian international. Pirlo is a passing maestro. Their squad value is 10 times ours. Their depth is twice ours. Their experience is triple ours. But so what?" Lin Yi's eyes burned like fire. "Football is round. The game lasts 90 minutes. Anything is possible before the final whistle. In 2004, a Greece won the European Championship. In 2005, a Liverpool came back against AC Milan. Football history is full of underdogs beating the odds. Why? Because those underdogs never saw themselves as underdogs. They believed they could win, so they gave everything, and they created miracles. What we lack now isn't ability. It's confidence, fighting spirit, the courage to challenge the big boys. He walked to the center of the locker room, looking into the eyes of every teammate. I ask you, if we admit defeat now, if we give up now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when we're old and look back on today, what will we think? We'll regret it. We'll regret not giving it our all, not believing in miracles, and choosing to retreat in the face of adversity. But if we fight, even if we lose, we can walk off the field with our heads held high. We can tell everyone we gave it everything, we fought to the very last moment. And Lenny paused, speaking each word deliberately. Who says we're destined to lose? Javier has top-class passing, Josip has precise crosses, Antonio has long-range shooting, Mattia has pace. We have weapons. We have the ability. Why can't we win? Cavani's injury is a blow, but it's also an opportunity. A chance to prove to all of Italy that Palermo isn't about one player, but about the team. To prove that we can still win without Cavani. This weekend we go to Turin. Not to surrender, but to fight. Not to lose, but to win. Let all of Italy see the spirit of Sicily, the fighting heart of Palermo. So are you with me? Silence. A full 10 seconds of silence. Then yes. Britos was the first to roar. Yes. Pastor stood up. Yes. Ilicic clenched his fist. One by one, all the players rose, eyes red, veins bulging. Yes. 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 At the locker room door, Rossi stood with tears in his eyes. He had heard every word Lenny said. He had also seen the change in the players. From despair to hope. From surrender to determination. This kid, Rossi muttered to himself, is he really only 20? Training resumed in the afternoon. But the atmosphere was completely transformed. The players moved with energy, tackled hard, and passed decisively. During one attacking move, Pastor slipped a through ball. He surged forward and finished. The ball hit the back of the net. Great goal. That's how we play. Again, the training ground was alive once more. After training, the players gathered around Lenny. Len, thank you, Pastor said sincerely. For what? For waking us up. Pastor smiled wryly. We were lost for a while. With Cavani injured and Munoz out, we thought the season was over. But you reminded us why we play. We don't play for Cavani. We play for ourselves, Lenny said. Right, for ourselves. Len, Ilicic walked over. This weekend, I'll get you more crosses. Just get into position, and the ball will come. I'll feed you more passes too, Pastor said. I'll push forward on the wing and drag defenders away. Balzaretti added. I'll hold the midfield and make it hard for them to pass through, Nasserino chimed in. Len, he looked at his teammates and smiled. All right, let's show Juventus what Palermo is made of. That evening, Len, he returned to his dorm. His phone rang. It was Ricci. Len, I have news. Go on. Juventus has made an offer. Len, he was stunned. An offer for who? You? How much? 15 million transfer fee, 2 million annual salary, 1 million signing bonus. And they're willing to pay the 10 million release clause in your Palermo contract. Len, he fell silent. Len, I know you don't want to leave right now. But this is Juventus, a top Serie A club. And they've promised you a starting spot. At Palermo you're the core player, but you carry too much burden. At Juventus you just need to score. Others will handle the rest. Besides, Ricci paused, if you perform well in the weekend match your value will only go up. Then 15 million won't be enough. So what's your advice? Accept the offer, but negotiate for a higher salary. Say 5 million. Juventus has money. What they need is a striker who scores. And right now you're the hottest striker in Serie A. Lenny thought for a moment. Tell them no. What? Len, think it over. No need. Lenny said. I'm not leaving Palermo now. At least not this season. Why? Because of loyalty. Because of the fans. Len, football is business, not a fairy tale. At Juventus you can win titles, play in the Champions League, earn more money, and become a world-class star. Stay at Palermo, and the best you'll be is the Serie A top scorer. No titles, no Champions League, and a salary of just 2,000. You're right, Lenny smiled. But Ricci, you forgot something. What? If I choose to join a stronger team because I'm afraid of failure, then what's the difference between me and those who give up when things get hard? This isn't about fearing failure. It's a smart decision. To me it is. Len, he continued. I'm staying at Palermo to lead this team, to challenge Juventus, to challenge Milan, to challenge all the big clubs. I want to prove that a small club can create miracles. But it's so hard. Hard is what makes it interesting. Lenny went on. If everything was easy, football would be boring. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. All right, I respect your decision. I'll turn down Juventus. But Len, know this, opportunities like this don't come often. If your form dips this season or you get injured, the big clubs might lose interest. I know, Lenny said, but I won't regret it. The call ended. Len, he lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. Juventus. 15 million. 2 million a year. Truly tempting. But he had a greater goal. To lead Palermo and create a miracle. To prove the ability of a Chinese player in Serie A. to show the world the progress of Chinese football in the Champions League. And these weren't things he could achieve as a supporting actor at a big club. He wanted to be the protagonist at Palermo, to rise from adversity, to prove himself, through doubt, to fight back from the brink. That was the football he wanted. System. Here. What are my chances of winning against Juventus this weekend? Analyzing data. Palermo win probability 32, draw probability 28, Juventus win probability 40, key factors 1. Buffon's form, current status, peak 2. Chiellini's defending restriction level on host, high 3. Host's box finisher skill, effectiveness. So as long as I can score, we have a chance to win. Correct. However, you will need at least 2 goals. 2 goals. Lin closed his eyes. In his mind, he began to simulate the match. Chiellini's defending, Bonucci's covering, Buffon's saves. He had to find the gaps, find the opportunities to score. Again and again and again. Until late into the night. Turin Juventus Stadium. 7 in the evening, 1 hour before kickoff, but the area outside the stadium was already a sea of people. Black and white striped flags surged in the stands, and the songs of 40,000 Juventus fans shook the very earth. Juve storia di un grande amore. Bianco che abbraccia il nero. The away team bus slowly pulled into the stadium parking lot. Through the window, Lin could see the dense crowd of Juventus fans outside waving scarves, singing the club anthem, their eyes filled with undisguised arrogance. Damn this atmosphere. Balzaretti muttered. Shut up. Britos glared at him. Don't let them see we're scared. I'm not scared. Then sit up straight and show some spirit. In the locker room, the atmosphere was so tense it could freeze. The players changed slowly, no one speaking, only the rustle of fabric. Rossi stood before the tactics board, making his final confirmations. Remember, attack from the start. High press, catch them off guard. We must create threats in the first 15 minutes. Lin, your task is to score. But don't force it, coordinate with Javier and Jasa. Chiellini and Bonucci are strong defenders. Don't try to take them on one-on-one, use your movement to lose them. Understood. Good warm-up. In the player tunnel, Lin stood at the front of the line, the captain's armband on his left arm. Pink and black glinting dimly under the tunnel lights. Behind him, Pastor, Elisic, Silvestre, each with serious expressions and determined eyes. Across from them, the Juventus players emerged. Buffon led the way, and upon seeing Lin, he raised an eyebrow. Captain's armband. Got a promotion, kid. Interim captain. Lin replied calmly. Not bad. Buffon smiled. But wearing the armband and scoring goals are 2 different things. Today you'll learn the difference between a top Serie A goalkeeper and an ordinary one. I look forward to it. They shook hands. Buffon's grip was firm, but Lin Yi's expression didn't change. Then came Chiellini. The Italian international held Lin Yi's hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Today I'll show you what real defense is. I'll be waiting. Bonucci, Pirlo, Marchisio, Krasic, Iaquinta. One by one they shook hands, exchanging words. Provocation, warning, disdain. Lin responded to each, neither humble nor arrogant. Finally, Trezeguet. The Frenchman, a Juventus legend, was serving as a pundit today and had come to the tunnel for a visit. Lin, Trezeguet said in English, good luck. Show me what you've got. I will. Players take the field. The announcement blared, and the Champions League anthem began to play. Lin took a deep breath and led the team out of the tunnel. The moment he stepped onto the pitch, the entire Juventus stadium erupted in deafening boos. Ho, Chinese kid. Go home. This isn't Palermo. You'll leave crying. The boos of 40,000 people crashed down like a tsunami. But Lin Yi's expression didn't change, he even waved to the stands. This gesture enraged the Juventus fans, and the boos grew even louder. Got some nerve, Buffon said from behind. Thanks. The teams lined up, sang the anthems, and took photos. Then they went through their warm-ups. In the stands, Shin Xingyan sat with dozens of Palermo fans surrounded by Juventus supporters. Xingyan, your brother. The student next to her paled. This is terrifying. Don't be afraid. Shin Xingyan's hand holding the 5-star red flag trembled, but her voice was steady. Lin isn't afraid, so we aren't either. But this is Juventus's home ground. So what? Shin Xingyan looked at the pitch where Lin was practicing his shots. He will score. I believe in him. At 8:45 p.m., the match began. Juventus kicked off. Pirlo controlled the ball in midfield, looking up to survey the field. Palermo's formation was 4-3-3, but they pushed forward en masse from the start, pressing high. Are they crazy? A Juventus fan in the stands exclaimed, daring to attack at the Juventus stadium. But Palermo was indeed crazy. For the first 5 minutes they pressed like mad dogs, making it extremely difficult for Juventus to play out from the back. In the 3rd minute, Pastor intercepted Marchisio in the final third and let fly with a long-range effort. The ball sailed over the crossbar. Good shot. Keep it up. The Palermo fans in the away end cheered. In the 7th minute, Palermo came again. Elisic broke down the right and crossed. Lin jumped in the box. But Chiellini was glued to him, constantly using his hands. Lin lost his balance and headed wide. The referee didn't call it. That's it, Giorgio. Buffon gave Chiellini a thumbs up. Chiellini nodded and continued to stick to Lin. Is that all you've got? He whispered in Lin Yi's ear. What's the hurry? Lin smiled. The match has just begun. In the 12th minute, Palermo won a corner. Pastore took it, and Lin E jumped at the near post. Chiellini and Bonucci jumped with him, and the three collided. Buffon claimed the ball. Is that it? Chiellini taunted after landing. Lin E ignored him and turned to track back. The match continued. Palermo's high press lasted 15 minutes, but yielded no goals. And Juventus had already adapted to the rhythm. In the 18th minute, Pirlo delivered a precise long pass from midfield. Krasic received it on the right, beat Balzaretti, and crossed. Iaquinta's header was saved by Sirigu. So close. Juventus are starting to counter. In the 25th minute, Juventus won a free kick in a dangerous area. Pirlo took it and shot directly. The ball curled over the wall and headed for the top right corner. Sirigu dived, getting a fingertip to it, and tipped it over the bar. What a save. Pirlo's free kicks are still so accurate. Palermo's defense began to feel the pressure. In the 35th minute, the first goal arrived. Juventus passed the ball around midfield, then Pirlo suddenly unleashed a pinpoint-long pass over 40 meters. The ball sailed over the entire Palermo defense and landed at Krasic's feet. The Serbian winger shook off Balzaretti and was one-on-one with Sirigu. He calmly slotted it into the far corner. 1-0. Goal. Krasic. Juventus take the lead. The entire Juventus stadium erupted. Black and white flags waved wildly, and the singing was deafening. Palermo's players hung their heads as they walked back to the center circle. Stay calm. Lin E clapped his hands. It's only the 35th minute, we still have time. But morale had already taken a hit. For the next 10 minutes, Palermo's attacks grew even more feeble. Juventus, on the other hand, grew in confidence. In the 44th minute, Pirlo played another through ball. Iaquinta beat the offside trap and was clean through. But the linesman raised his flag for offside. There was 1 minute of stoppage time in the first half, and no miracle occurred. 1-0 Juventus led. In the locker room, the atmosphere was oppressive. Players gasped for breath, sweat dripping down their faces. Rossi stood before the tactics board, his face grim. We played well for 15 minutes, then went back to our old ways. Why? Because of fitness. Because of quality. No, because of mentality. He slammed the tactics board. The moment we conceded, we panicked. The moment we were pressured, we gave up. What kind of mentality is that? No one spoke. Lin. Rossi looked at Lin E. Coach, we need goals in the second half. What are your thoughts? Lin E stood up and walked to the tactics board. Chiellini is a strong defender, but he has a habit. He loves to step up and tackle. Every time I get the ball, he immediately closes me down using his arms and body. So, Rossi asked. So we can use that habit to our advantage. Lin E drew an arrow on the board. When Javier passes, don't play it to my feet. Play it into the space ahead of me. I'll deliberately take a heavy touch, making Chiellini think he can intercept. Then I'll suddenly accelerate and burst past him. But he's not slow. He assent, but his first step is slower than mine. Lin E said. If I can trick him into committing first, I can get half a yard on him. Half a yard in the box is all I need. Rossi thought for a moment. All right, let's try it. But remember, if it doesn't work, we switch plans. We still have 45 minutes. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. Understood. Also, Rossi looked at the whole team. In the second half, we need to be more decisive. Don't be afraid of mistakes. Don't be afraid of losing the ball. Attack, and attack again. Even if we lose gloriously. Yes. The second half began. Palermo kicked off and quickly controlled possession in midfield. For the first 5 minutes, both sides probed each other. In the 51st minute, Lin Yi's chance came. Pastore had the ball in midfield and glanced up. Lin Yi was at the edge of the box, back to goal with Chiellini tightly marking him. Pastore's pass arrived. Not to his feet, but 2 meters into the space ahead. Chiellini took the bait. Thinking Lin Yi would miss control, he stepped forward to pounce. But that's exactly what Lin Yi was waiting for. The moment Chiellini moved, Lin Yi moved too. No, he was faster. The fox in the box, skill activated. The 25 boost to positioning speed made his burst astonishingly quick. He reached the ball before Chiellini. He didn't trap it, he knocked it past him and ran. Then acceleration. He's through. Lin Yi is through. The Palermo fans in the stands gasped. Lin Yi drove into the box and Bonucci had come across to cover. Facing Bonucci, Lin Yi didn't slow down. He suddenly cut inside. Bonucci followed. But Lin Yi's cut was a feint. He then abruptly dragged the ball back and went down the outside. Bonucci was beaten by half a yard. And that half a yard was all Lin Yi needed. At the right side of the 6-yard box, he shot. The fatal strike effect wasn't active yet. It activates after the 60th minute, but with a shooting accuracy of 85, it was enough. He placed it into the far corner. Buffon had covered the near post, but Lin Yi aimed for the far. He dived. His fingertips grazed the ball, but it still went in. 1-1. Goal. Lin Yi. It's Lin Yi again. A beautiful dribble. A beautiful finish. Palermo have equalized. In the away end, a few hundred Palermo fans went berserk. They jumped, waved their scarves, and chanted Lin Yi's name. Lin Yi sprinted to the corner flag, and under the gaze of 40,000 Juventus fans raised a single finger to his lips. Then he pointed at Buffon. It wasn't provocation. It was a response. Buffon got up from the ground, looked at Lin Yi and smiled. It was the kind of smile that said, interesting. Great goal. He said to Lin Yi. Thanks. Lin Yi nodded and jogged back to his half. The match continued. After the equalizer, Palermo's morale soared. Juventus on the other hand grew impatient. In the 58th minute, Pirlo shot from outside the box, but it went high. In the 63rd minute, Krasic cut inside and shot, but Siriga saved. In the 68th minute, Iaquinta headed wide. Palermo's defense held firm. In the 72nd minute, Rossi made a substitution. He brought on Nasserino for the exhausted Basanovic to strengthen the midfield. In the 75th minute, he brought on Dadalo for Hernandez to add width and pace. They switched to a 4-2-4 formation, committing fully to attack. Last 15 minutes give it everything. Rossi waved from the touchline. In the 78th minute, fatal strike activated. He could feel a noticeable increase in his shooting accuracy and power. The chance came soon. In the 82nd minute, Palermo won a free kick. Pastore took it, swinging the ball to the back post. He rose among the crowd. Chiellini and Bonucci jumped with him, and the three collided. But he out-jumped both, powering a header towards goal. Bang! The ball crashed off the crossbar and bounced out. So close. Just an inch away. The Palermo fans in the stand sighed. He landed, glanced at the crossbar, and gritted his teeth. Again. In the 85th minute, Palermo won a corner. Pastore took it, and he jumped at the near post. Chiellini was behind him, jabbing his elbow into Yi's lower back. This time the referee saw it. The whistle blew. The referee pointed to the spot. Penalty. It's a penalty. It's a foul by Chiellini. Chiellini protested, but the referee stood by his decision. Penalty. He stood over the spot, looking at Buffon. The world's #1 goalkeeper was staring into his eyes, trying to read where he would shoot. But Yi's gaze was as calm as a lake. He ran up and shot. A low drive to the bottom left corner. Buffon guessed correctly, but the ball was too fast and the angle too precise. He dived, but the ball flew past his hand and nestled into the net. 2-1. Palermo had turned it around. Oh, the penalty is in. He scores a brace. 2-1. Palermo have taken the lead. My God, they've come from behind at the Juventus stadium. The entire stadium, all 40,000 Juventus fans, fell into stunned silence. They couldn't believe their eyes. Home leading, pegged back, and now behind. And all because of a Chinese teenager who had scored twice to complete the comeback. This is impossible. Who is he? Who is he really? When did China produce a monster like this? On the touchline, Del Neri had already hurled his water bottle to the ground. Mark him. If 2 can't stop him, use 3. Don't let him shoot. But it was too late. In the 88th minute, Palermo countered 3-on-3. He drove forward with the ball in the center, facing the last defender, Bonucci. The Italian international backpedaled, trying to block the shooting angle. But he didn't slow down. He suddenly cut inside. Bonucci followed. But Yi's cut was a feint. He then abruptly dragged the ball back and went down the outside. Bonucci was beaten by half a yard. And that half a yard was all he needed. At the edge of the box, he shot. The fatal strike effect was still active. Shooting accuracy boosted by 35, shooting power by 25. And there was a 10 chance to trigger a guaranteed goal. This time it triggered. Guaranteed goal. Bang. The ball flew like a cannonball straight as an arrow into the top left corner. Buffon had already launched himself, but the trajectory was too bizarre, the pace too fast. He missed it. The ball hit the net. 3-1. A hat trick. A comeback. A worldie. A hat trick. He has completed his hat trick. 3-1. Palermo have sealed the win. The Juventus stadium has been conquered by one man. In the away end, the Palermo fans had lost their minds. They jumped, shouted, cried, and laughed. Lenny. On the pitch, he ran to the corner flag, spread his arms wide, and closed his eyes, listening to the silence of the Juventus stadium and the celebration from the away end. He had waited for this moment for so long. In Serie A at the Juventus stadium in front of Buffon, he had scored a hat trick and led his team to a comeback. In the final minutes, Juventus had no answer. When the referee blew the full-time whistle, the score remained 3-1. Palermo had overturned Juventus away from home, causing the biggest upset of the Serie A season. Who scored the hat trick, was hoisted into the air by his teammates. Hero. You are our hero. Lin. In the stands, Shin Xingyan was already in tears. He did it. He really did it. After the match, Buffon approached Lin. The third goal was beautiful. Thanks. But I've got my eye on you now, kid. Buffon smiled and patted Lin on the shoulder. Next time in Palermo, I won't let you score again. I'll be waiting. At the press conference, Del Neri's face was grim. We played well for 80 minutes, but in the last 10, we made mistakes. Lin is a dangerous player. We gave him too much space. On the bus back to Palermo, the players were still celebrating. Lin, you're a legend. A hat trick at the Juventus stadium. You even got to Buffon. Lin smiled in response, but his heart was calm. He knew this was just one match. There were many more games and challenges in Serie A. He had to take them one at a time and win them one at a time, until he reached the very top. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Ricci. Real Madrid have made an offer. 30 million, 4 million a year. Lin, you really need to think about this one. Lin glanced at it and turned off his phone. Real Madrid. The Bernabeu. Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, Benzema. It was tempting, but it wasn't enough. He didn't want to be a supporting actor at a giant club. He wanted to lead Palermo to create a miracle. and then make the Giants come begging for him. As the Palermo players celebrated their victory in the locker room, a tall, striking figure appeared at the door. Her silhouette alone suggested beauty, but when she stepped fully into the light, even the seasoned Serie A players were stunned into silence. Her skin was as pale as snow, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her blue eyes resembled the lakes of Siberia. She stood there, a vision seemingly stepped out of a painting. Wait, I know her. Nasserino rubbed his eyes. She's that supermodel who's been huge in Italy lately. Monica. Yes, Monica Ivanova, a Russian Caucasian. She was on the cover of Vogue Italia last month. I remember now. Balzaretti slapped his thigh. I saw her interview on TV. She walked in Milan Fashion Week at 18, and now she's Italy's hottest new-gen supermodel. What's she doing at our locker room? She must be looking for someone. Who knows her? The players exchanged glances, sizing each other up, wondering who the supermodel's target was. Until Monica spoke, asking in fluent Italian, "Is Lin E here? Could I meet him?" The locker room fell instantly silent. All eyes turned to Lin E, a mix of surprise, envy, and disbelief on their faces. "Man," Pastor muttered in Spanish to Elisic beside him. "Ms. Shin just left, and now another one comes. And this one's a supermodel." Elisic's expression was subtle. Bertozzi the captain coughed and walked to the door. "Madam, may I ask what business you have with Lin E? This is the locker room you outsiders aren't allowed in." Monica smiled slightly, a professional, yet irresistibly charming smile. "Captain Bertozzi, hello. I am Monica Ivanova, Senior Director at Casa Monica Group. Here is my card." She took a pure black business card from her exquisite limited edition handbag, its edges embossed with dark gold patterns. Bertozzi took the card, and a single glance made his pupils contract sharply. Casa Monica Group. Senior Director of Fashion Division. He looked up, re-evaluating the incredibly young supermodel before him, his tone becoming respectful. "You're with Casa Monica Group." Monica maintained her smile. "Yes. I'm here to discuss a potential collaboration with Mr. Lin E. Our group is planning a project that combines football and fashion. Mr. Lin E's performance and image fit our brand identity perfectly." The players in the locker room weren't entirely sure who the Casa Monica Group were, but seeing the captain's reaction, they knew it was serious. Everyone head inside. Let Lin E and the lady talk. Bertozzi gestured to his teammates. The players went back into the locker room out of strong curiosity, but couldn't help straining their ears to hear the conversation outside. "Captain, who exactly is Casa Monica Group?" Nasserino couldn't help asking. Bertozzi looked at the card in his hand and took a deep breath. "You know Italy's top luxury brands, right? Armani, Versace, Dolce & Gabbana. Of course. Who doesn't know those brands? These brands often collaborate with top football stars, shooting ads, attending fashion weeks, endorsing products. From the early days of Baggio and Maldini to Totti and Buffon now, they've all had deep collaborations with these brands." Bertozzi paused, lowering his voice further. "Casa Monica Group is the top agency that bridges these luxury brands and football stars. They're the industry leader. Stars they package see their commercial value at least triple." "My God," a young player gasped. "So they're interested in Lin E?" "Apparently so." Bertozzi looked towards the locker room door. Lin E's performance at the Juventus Stadium today was too stunning. A hat trick to beat Juve. It's hard not to get noticed with a performance like that. And he's only 20, looks good, and is currently the hottest striker in Serie A. Who else would Casa Monica Group approach? So Lin E is about to hit the jackpot. A player said enviously. More than that. Bertozzi shook his head. If the collaboration with Casa Monica Group succeeds, Lin E's commercial value will reach a terrifying height. At that point, even Real Madrid or Barcelona would have to think twice before trying to buy him. Just as he was speaking, Lin E pushed the door open and came in. "Done already?" Bertozzi asked in surprise. "Yeah, just had a brief chat." "How did it go? What's the specific collaboration? How much is the endorsement fee? What process does the club need to follow?" Bertozzi fired off a series of questions. But Lin E remained calm. "I didn't agree. I said I need to think about it." "What a—" Bertozzi nearly jumped. You didn't agree." Everyone in the locker room stared at Lin E as if he were crazy. "Bro, do you know what you just turned down?" Nasserino said with anguish. "That's Casa Monica Group. An opportunity people would beg on their knees for." "Lin, listen to me." Bertozzi tried to keep his voice steady. "This kind of chance is truly once in a lifetime. You're the hottest property in Serie A now, sure, but the football world changes fast. What if you get injured next game or your form drops? This opportunity might never come again." Lin E nodded. "Captain, I understand what you're saying, but right now I really just want to focus on football. And," he paused, "if I'm strong enough and perform well enough, opportunities like this will come again. But if I get distracted by commercial activities now, it might affect my form." Bertozzi looked at the firm determination in Lin Yi's eyes and finally sighed. "All right, you have your own thoughts, but did you at least get her contact information?" Lin Yi shook his head. "You didn't even take her card?" Bertozzi couldn't believe it. "She gave me one, but I didn't take it." Lin Yi said, "I told her I'd contact her through the club if needed." The locker room was deathly quiet. A few seconds later, Bertozzi gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. "Bro, you've got some serious guts. In the entire global football world, you're probably the first to say no to Casa Monica Group like that." But speaking of which, Nasarino stroked his chin. That director Monica, she's really beautiful. That face. That figure. No wonder she's a supermodel. What got a crush? A teammate teased. Come on, her eyes are only on Lin E. Lin E ignored the teammate's teasing and started packing his things. He knew they meant well, but he had a more important goal. Commercial endorsements and fashion events were tempting. But now was not the time. He needed to establish himself in Serie A first, win the Golden Boot, and lead Palermo to great results. Once his abilities were recognized worldwide, these commercial opportunities would come flooding in on their own. Moreover, it would be them begging him, not the other way around. That night, Chinese football forums Weibo and Tieba exploded. Lin E hat-trick reverses Juve, Chinese striker conquers Turin, Palermo 3-1 Juventus. These topics surged to the top of the trending lists in the early hours with readership in the hundreds of millions. Holy shit. Lin E scored another hat-trick. Against Juve this time. Even Buffon couldn't stop him. All 3 goals were spectacular. Just watch the highlights. The dribble for the first goal was awesome, the penalty for the second was rock solid, and the third was a screamer from distance. Is this guy cheating? 13 goals in 6 games, averaging over 2 per game. The last person to be this prolific in Serie A was Nordal Wright. Batistuta wasn't even this dominant. And he's only 20. Dominating Serie A at 20. I declare from today, I'm Lin Yi's diehard fan. Anyone want to organize a trip to Italy to watch the game? I want to see Lin Yi play live. Count me in. Next round is Palermo at home against Inter Milan. I'm checking the official website for tickets. On the forum, a tactical analysis post was pinned to the homepage. In-depth analysis of Lin Yi's 6 hat-tricks, why he's so hard to defend. The OP analyzed Lin Yi's characteristics in detail from angles like positioning, shooting, physical duels, and mental fortitude, concluding, Lin Yi is the quintessential modern striker, has physique, speed, technique, and intelligence. More importantly, he has an unparalleled sense of smell in the penalty area. A player like this, as long as he stays injury-free, is destined to become a superstar. The post had over 5,000 replies, mostly in agreement. Of course, there were a few doubters. Only played 6 games, and already being hyped to the skies. Let's talk after he finishes a full season. Serie A's overall level has dropped, goals are easier now. A Chinese player. I'll just wait. He'll be exposed within 6 months. But these dissenting voices were quickly drowned in a sea of support. Sour grapes keep being sour. Some people just can't stand seeing their own succeed. Hope you can still talk tough when Lin Yi wins the Golden Boot. At 5 a.m., a dawn was breaking. Many Chinese fans reluctantly turned off their computers or phones, ready to sleep. No ready to get up for work. Damn, I have to work today. Let's take a leave. Too excited to sleep. Why take leave? Just don't sleep. Slack off at work and keep chatting. Lin Yi is amazing. There's hope for Chinese football. The next day at the Palermo training ground. Due to the high expenditure of the away match against Juventus, Rossi gave the whole team a day off. But Lin Yi still showed up at the training ground on time. At 7 a.m., he ate the sea-level fat loss meal specially prepared by the nutritionist. Boiled chicken breast, vegetable salad, whole wheat bread, and sugar-free yogurt. The lady serving the food smiled at him and said, Lin, if you didn't come here every day to eat, this counter would probably have closed by now. The other players would rather go hungry than touch this stuff. Lin Yi smiled, but said nothing. He knew these things didn't taste good. But in the system's training plan, this low-fat, high-protein diet was optimal for maintaining body fat percentage and enhancing muscle quality. In his previous life, he neglected his diet, leading to a higher body fat percentage that affected his explosive power and endurance. In this life, he was determined to be perfect. After breakfast, Lin Yi went to the training field. He was alone on the empty pitch. He started with 30 minutes of dynamic warm-up, then moved on to dribbling drills, shooting practice, and short sprints. Sweat quickly soaked his training kit. But he didn't stop. He knew that everything he had now, the system, the talent, the opportunity, was hard-earned. He had to give his absolute all to not squander this chance at rebirth. During a break, Lin Yi sat by the sideline drinking water, and only then remembered he hadn't checked the system messages since the match ended yesterday. System, open the message panel. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement, first career hat-trick comeback victory against a giant. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement, giant slayer defeating a traditional powerhouse away from home. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement, conqueror of Turin. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement, captain leading the comeback. You have received a total of 8 attribute points. Ding. Your training volume has reached the standard, earning you 1 attribute point. Current unspent attribute points 9. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. 1 match, 4 achievements, 8 attribute points. This efficiency was incredible. And meeting the training volume standard also yielded bonus points, albeit just 1, but every little bit counted. System, open my personal attributes panel. A translucent interface appeared. Host Lin Yi, age 20, height 182 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, strength 80, good, physically strong. Trait unlocked: speed 73, fair explosiveness 71, fair stamina 70, fair agility 76, good balance 72, fair shooting 85, excellent heading 68, average dribbling 72, fair passing 70, fair ball control 78, good set pieces 65, average composure 90, elite decision making 85, excellent off the ball movement 85, excellent vision 73, fair leadership 75. Good. Looking at the panel, Lin E began to ponder how to allocate these 9 points. Strength at 80, with a physically strong trait unlocked, was sufficient for now. Shooting at 85 was already top tier in Serie A. But Lin E knew it wasn't enough. Against world-class goalkeepers like Buffon, an 85 in shooting accuracy only guaranteed a high conversion rate when unmarked. But if disrupted by top defenders like Chiellini or Bonucci, the accuracy would drop significantly. System: if I put all 9 points into shooting, what level would I reach? Shooting 85-94, shooting accuracy 90-99, shot power 87-96, tip. With shooting reaching 90 or above, the master shooter trait will be unlocked, reducing the accuracy penalty under pressure by 50. Lin E was tempted. The master shooter trait reducing the accuracy penalty under pressure by 50. This meant even when challenged by defenders, he could maintain a very high quality of shot. And that was exactly what he needed most. As Palermo's main striker, he would be tightly marked in every match. If he could maintain high shooting accuracy under pressure, his threat level would rise to a whole new tier. System: allocate all 9 points to shooting. Ding. Attribute allocation successful. Shooting 85-94, world class. Shooting accuracy 90-99, elite shot power 87-96, elite. Congratulations, host. The master shooter trait has been unlocked. Trait effect: when shooting under pressure closely marked by defenders, the accuracy penalty is reduced by 50. A warm current surged through his body. Lin E could feel his understanding of shooting, his grasp of angles, and his control over power had all ascended to a new level. He walked to the goal, placed a ball down 25 meters from goal, simulating a situation with defender interference. He stepped up and shot. Bang! The ball flew like a precision-guided missile, nestling perfectly into the top right corner. Even with a goalkeeper, such a shot would be nearly impossible to save. Again, Lin E placed 5 more balls. 5 consecutive shots, all hitting the perfect corner. So this is the feeling of being a master shooter. Lin E clenched his fist, his gaze even more resolute. Seeing his shooting attribute soar to 94 and his shooting accuracy reach 99, Lin E finally felt a sense of relief. As a striker with the box terminator skill and a 100 scoring rate inside the 6-yard box, having only 70 shooting accuracy outside the box was indeed too shabby. Now with 94 shooting accuracy, although still a distance from historical legends like Messi and Ronaldo, it was more than enough for a top Serie A striker. At least when facing a clear-cut chance, he wouldn't blast the ball into the stands. Lin E practiced shooting for another half hour until he could hit the corner of the net with precision from every angle before he was satisfied and stopped. Lin E, finally found you. A familiar voice came from behind. Lin E turned around and saw Perinetti, the scout and transfer manager he hadn't seen in a long time. Mr. Perinetti, long time no see. Lin E greeted him. As the club's transfer manager, Perinetti often had to travel to scout players, especially to discover young talents at various youth academies. Since helping Lin E sign his contract in the summer, the two hadn't met. I called you over a dozen times this morning. Why didn't you answer? Perinetti walked over quickly, his tone anxious. I came to train right after breakfast. My phone is in the dorm. It's inconvenient to carry it. Lin E explained, holding the ball. Perinetti nodded approvingly. With talent and this kind of hard work, it's hard not to make it. Do you know you're now the brightest new star on the entire Apennine Peninsula? Lin E smiled shyly. Me? I'm just okay. Just okay. Perinetti shook his head with a wry smile. You're okay, but the club's situation isn't looking too good right now. Lin E looked at him puzzled. Normally I'd let you take a shower first, but this is urgent. Perinetti checked his watch. Go back, get your phone, and then come to Chairman Zamperini's office. Immediately. Despite being utterly confused, Lin E nodded and did as he was told. 10 minutes later, having changed out of his soaked training gear and splashed some water on his face, he arrived at the chairman's office in the club building with his phone. Pushing the door open, Perinetti and club chairman Zamperini were already waiting. Zamperini's assistant was reporting something to him, and the usually composed chairman looked anxious. Seeing Lin E enter, Zamperini rushed over, as if seeing a savior. My God, Lin E, you're finally here. Mr. Chairman, what's going on? Lin E couldn't help but ask. Did you bring your phone? Yes. Lin E took out his phone. A basic Nokia model, the kind that could only call and text. Zamperini took the phone and handed it to the assistant. Quick, help him set it up. The assistant checked it for a few seconds and shook his head. No good, Chairman. This isn't a smartphone. It only has basic communication functions. Zamperini looked at Lin E in surprise. Lin E, weren't you paid last month? Didn't you get a new phone? Lin E's current annual salary was €2,000, netting over €1,000 a month after tax. A fortune for a 20-year-old. Usually the first thing young players do after getting paid is buy the latest gadgets. I sent some money home and saved the rest. Lin E said truthfully. Zamparini pinched his forehead and told the assistant go buy Lin the latest smartphone right away. I remember there's an Apple store nearby. Didn't they release a new model this summer? The iPhone 4, Mr. Chairman. The assistant reminded him. Right, get that one. Go now, the sooner the better. The assistant scurried out of the office. Lin was completely baffled. Chairman, what is all this about? Perinetti explained from the side. Lin, don't you have a social media account? Lin instinctively wanted to say he had a QQ number back in China, but then realized that wasn't what he meant and shook his head. Perinetti and Zamparini exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. Here's the thing. Perinetti gestured to the computer on Zamparini's desk. This morning the club's tech department reported that our official website was hacked. Zamparini opened the computer and typed in the Palermo official website URL. The page loaded. Not the familiar pink and black official interface, but a completely black page. There were only 2 lines on the page, one in Italian, one in English. Freedom for Lin. We want to communicate with the hero. Original Italian, Libertà per Lin. Vogliamo comunicare con el hero. Lin looked at the English, even more confused. What does this hacker actually want? Perinetti explained with a bitter smile. Our initial investigation suggests the attacker seems to be a fan. Yesterday your hat trick at the Juventus Stadium stunned all of Italy. It's not just Palermo fans of other teams are starting to follow you too. Then they discovered you don't have a social media account. And then somehow a rumor started circulating that the club restricted your freedom, not even allowing you to register a social account. Anyway, all sorts of ridiculous claims are out there. Fans spread the rumor, and it grew truer with each telling. After all, it's hard to understand a 20-year-old star dominating Serie A and not having a social media presence. This hacker fan couldn't stand it and attacked the club's website. And this is the interface you see now. Zamparini looked distressed. The website has the ticket sales system for matches. We're playing Inter Milan at home this weekend. This is a critical period for ticket sales. Home game ticket revenue makes up a large part of the club's income. With the website down, fans can't get in to buy tickets. The loss is huge. Lin understood. So what should we do now? The hacker's demand is clear, Zamparini said. As soon as you open and verify a social media account, he'll stop the attack. This guy is highly skilled. The tech department is stumped for now. He paused, looking at Lin curiously. Honestly, it's rare to see a young person like you without a social media account. Lin smiled. I rarely play with my phone. I focus on training and matches, so I never paid much attention to it. After being reborn, being able to return to the green field, playing football every day, and falling asleep, holding a ball at night. For Lin, this was the greatest happiness. Social media accounts, and such, he truly hadn't given them a thought. He never expected such a hardcore fan to hack the club's official website over it. 10 minutes later, the assistant ran back, panting, holding a white box. He tore open the packaging and took out a brand new iPhone 4. This year's latest model, a revolutionary product. I've seen many football stars switch to it. The assistant said while powering it on. Lin, this phone is a gift from the club. Once you use it, you'll see how amazing it is. Lin smiled politely. Looking at the small device with its 3.5-inch screen, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Back then he hadn't thought much of it, but now it really looked tiny. The assistant asked Lin for some basic information, quickly helped him register a Twitter account, and completed the real name verification. Lin, post your first status update now. Zamparini instructed. Once you do, we'll immediately retweet it from the club's official account. Hopefully that hacker will see it soon and stop the attack. Lin thought for a moment and posted a simple tweet in English. Hello everyone, I'm Palermo player Lin. Just as he was about to hit send, Zamparini reminded him, Lin, add a selfie. You're this handsome, it'd be a waste not to post a photo. He said with a smile, but internally he was worried. Although the account was verified, if he didn't post a selfie, the hacker might claim it was a fake account controlled by the club. That would be troublesome. Lin nodded, took a simple selfie with the front-facing camera, hair still slightly damp from training, wearing the Palermo training kit, with the training ground in the background. He attached the photo and hit send. Zamparini and Perinetti both breathed a sigh of relief seeing the tweet successfully posted. It was Lin's first time using Twitter, and he curiously browsed the interface. Suddenly the app crashed. After logging back in, the network was painfully slow. Bad signal right now, eh? Lin asked. It's not a signal problem. Perinetti logged into his own account and navigated to Lin's page. Your account is overloaded. Look, it's only been about 10 minutes since your tweet, and comments are already over 10,000 and followers have surpassed 100,000. The sudden influx of traffic is probably too much for the servers. Lin was a bit surprised. Was he already this famous? Through Perinetti's phone, Lin saw the comments under his tweet. Most were in Italian, but there were also English and other languages. Welcome, Lin. Your performance against Juve yesterday was incredible. A hat trick to beat Juventus. You were Palermo's hero. Finally got your social media account. So handsome. Great at football and good looking too. Looking forward to the match this weekend. Lin could understand the English comments, but struggled a bit with the other languages. It seemed fans weren't just from Italy anymore, they were starting to follow him from other countries too. Continuing to scroll, he finally couldn't help but laugh when he saw 4 familiar Chinese characters. Lin knew by. A classic succinct Chinese compliment. Lin Yi downloaded a Chinese input method, found that comment, and replied in Chinese, "Thanks bro." After replying, he continued browsing the comments, and found some amusing content besides the praise. Shouldn't that hacker stop now? Lin Yi has an account. The website is back. Tickets are on sale again. Haha, that hacker is a genius, forcing the club to comply like that. Lin Yi deserves it. How can such a star not have a social media account? Followed. Keep posting updates. Lin Yi thought for a moment, and posted a second tweet, this time in Chinese. "Thank you all for your support. Also, the official website is restored. Everyone can buy tickets normally now. Forza Palermo." The attached photo was a training group photo with his teammates Cavani, Pastore, Elisic, and others. After the tweet was posted, the likes, comments, and retweets skyrocketed at a visible pace. Lin Yi's decision to reply to fans in Chinese sparked a heated response on Twitter. Lin Yi replied to a fan, "Wow, who's the lucky one?" What did Lin Yi reply? "I can't understand it. It's Chinese." Lin Yi is from China, so of course he replies in his native language. "The shapes of Chinese characters are so beautiful, like paintings. I should learn Chinese, so maybe next time Lin Yi will reply to me." Wake up, Chinese is one of the hardest languages in the world. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Looking at these enthusiastic comments, Lin Yi smiled knowingly. "Mr. President, the technical department has sent word," the assistant said. "The club's official website has fully returned to normal." "Thank God." Zamparini clasped his hands together, finally breathing a sigh of relief. As Lin Yi was about to leave, Zamparini called out to him, "Lin Yi, there's one more very important matter. In the next few days we can talk about your new contract." "New contract?" Lin Yi was taken aback. Zamparini and Perinetti exchanged a knowing smile. "As I said," Perinetti began, "Lin Yi is a rare player. His dedication to the game itself is truly impressive. Any other young player with his current performance would have already come forward asking for a new contract." Zamparini nodded in agreement. Coach Rossi also speaks highly of Lin Yi, saying he has eyes only for football. "Palermo might not be a top club, but our management is professional. Your recent performance. I don't need to spell it out, do I? 7 matches, 13 goals, 2 assists. With stats like that, if I didn't consider offering you a new contract, forget your own feelings. The Palermo fans would drown me in their spit." Lin Yi smiled. "The new contract is being drafted, and the specific terms will be finalized soon, within a day or two." Zamparini said, "Once it's confirmed, we'll have a good talk." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. As he was leaving, Zamparini gave him a special piece of advice. "Lin Yi, you're too diligent. You need to moderate your training every day. Overtraining can lead to injuries. Take some time to play on your phone, get on Twitter, interact with the fans." He added with a chuckle, "I'm afraid that hacker fan of yours might get upset if you don't interact much and hack the official website again. Palermo is a small club. We don't have the cybersecurity budget of the big teams." Lin Yi found it both amusing and exasperating. A club urging its player to be an internet addict was certainly a rarity. Back in his dormitory after taking a shower, Lin Yi lay on his bed and checked his phone. In just a few hours, his Twitter follower count had surpassed 1 million and was still climbing rapidly. What surprised him even more was that several verified star players had followed him: Buffon, Pirlo, Trezeguet. Buffon had even reposted his tweet with the comment, "Hat trick kid, next time we meet, I won't make it so easy for you." Pirlo commented, "Welcome to Serie A, keep it up." Lin Yi thanked and replied to each one. "Lin Yi, you finally have some entertainment time." A direct message popped up from Shin Qingyan. Lin Yi went to her profile page, and her banner image was a photo of him celebrating a goal at the Juventus stadium. He smiled and clicked follow. "Yeah, I'll come on here from time to time when I'm free." Lin Yi replied, "Let me show you a video my best friend back in China sent it to me." Lin Yi clicked the link, and it was a clip from CCTV's news simulcast. At 2:45 a.m. Beijing time, in the 7th round of Serie A, Palermo came from behind to defeat Juventus 3-1 away from home. Chinese youngster Lin Yi scored a hat-trick, leading the Serie A scoring charts with 13 goals in 7 matches. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. This news segment took up nearly 2 minutes on news simulcast, which showed how much attention it was getting. The comments under the video were quite amusing. "What an honor. Lin Yi is on news simulcast. Hundreds of millions watch this program daily, and Palermo gets this kind of exposure. Other Serie A teams are crying with envy." Perhaps due to algorithmic recommendations, Twitter also pushed various sports news from Italian media to Lin Yi. Almost every media outlet's headline featured his spectacular performance at the Juventus stadium. Even Tuttosport, a newspaper known as Juventus mouthpiece, was full of praise for him. Palermo 3-1 comeback win over Juventus. Lin Yi's hat-trick conquers Turin. 13 goals in 7 matches. Is the Serie A Golden Boot race already over? Although the stats were accurate, the hyperbolic language was enough to make Lin Yi himself feel a bit embarrassed. Continuing to scroll, Lin Yi noticed that Monica had also followed him. She followed very few people, and Lin Yi was one of them. There was a very popular video on the trending page titled "The Secret Behind Palermo's Away Comeback, the Passionate Locker Room Speech." The video was clearly filmed secretly. The locker room door was ajar, and the camera was shooting through the gap. Lin Yi gave a passionate and rousing speech in Chinese, while Shin Qingyan accurately translated it into Italian beside him. It must have been secretly recorded by a staff member outside the door at the time. The video's popularity was still soaring with comments already exceeding 1 million. Lin browsed some of the most liked comments. I'm not a Palermo fan, but this made me tear up. Any real player hearing this would give their all on the pitch. Lin has not only skill, but also fighting spirit and leadership. He truly is a player worth supporting. The video has English subtitles. After watching it, I like Lin even more. Some people questioned why he wore the captain's armband. After watching this video, those critics should shut up. Palermo's win over Juventus wasn't a fluke, it was inevitable with Lin. My roommate studies Chinese, and he said Lin Yi's quote, Wang Ho Jiang Xiang Ning Yu Hu Zhong, is from ancient Chinese literature over 1,000 years old. Really? They can understand words from 1,000 years ago. Really, all Chinese students study classical Chinese. If every small team had that kind of spirit when facing a stronger opponent, that would be real football. Looking at these comments, Lin smiled knowingly. The next day, Lin arrived at the president's office. The new contract was ready. The annual salary goes from €2,000 to €2 million with a 3-year deal. Zamparini handed the contract to Lin plus a €1 million bonus triggered upon reaching 20 league goals. There's also a €5,000 signing fee. If you sign today, that money will be transferred to your account immediately. Lin looked over the contract terms and nodded. Lin, I know this contract might not seem substantial enough given your current performance. Zamparini said sincerely, but please believe me, this is the absolute limit of Palermo's financial capacity. That was true. Palermo wasn't a top club in Serie A, and the €2 million annual salary was already on par with Captain Brito's. The $1 million bonus given Lin Yi's current efficiency, 13 goals in 7 games, would be practically a giveaway once he scored 7 more goals. Combined with the €5,000 signing fee, the total contract value reached €3.7 million. This was the biggest contract in Palermo's history. We know your future stage won't be limited to Palermo, Zamparini continued, so we didn't offer a long-term deal, nor did we set a release clause. We hope to keep you with our sincerity, even if it's just for 1 more season. Lin smiled. Mr. President, I accept this contract. Zamparini breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. Excellent. Lin, Palermo will never forget your contributions. No matter where you go in the future, this will always be your home. The signing process was quick, with lawyers notarizing and both parties signing. Lin Yi's swift agreement to sign filled Zamparini with elation. Given Lin Yi's current scoring rate, 13 goals in 7 matches surpassing the 20-goal mark in the league, was practically a foregone conclusion. In Serie A, a 20-goal season meant a top 3 finish in the scoring charts, perhaps even a shot at the Capocannoniere. More importantly, Lin was only 20 years old, delivering such performances in his first Serie A campaign. His future seemed boundless. A player of his caliber could easily command a salary of €4 to €5 million annually at a top club. Yet Lin didn't haggle, didn't delay, he simply signed. Zamparini took note of this sincerity. Lin, Palermo will never forget you, he said solemnly once more after the signing. Lin smiled, saying nothing. He wasn't a saint, and he knew he deserved a higher wage. But having been given a second chance at life, he understood gratitude all the more. It was Palermo that provided him the platform, Rossi who placed his trust in him, and his teammates who offered their support. During Cavani's injury, when the team faced its toughest moment, he couldn't afford to be selfish. Besides, an annual salary of €2 million was an astronomical sum for a 20-year-old like him. With the €5,000 signing bonus arriving instantly, combined with his previous savings, he could finally afford a better house for his family and give his parents a comfortable life. The signing ceremony was simple, but Zamparini made sure his assistant took photos. This photo will hang in the club's Hall of Fame one day. Zamparini looked at the photo on the camera, feeling sentimental. Because you will become a legend of Palermo. At the training ground, Lin arrived half an hour later than usual. Hey, Lin is late today. Nasserino was the first to notice. Rare indeed. Even our model of diligence can be tardy sometimes. Pastor teased with a laugh. The teammates all knew Lin Yi's training habits. Always the first to arrive, the last to leave. Lin just smiled without explaining. Just then Rossi blew his whistle to gather the team. Come over, I have an announcement to make. The players huddled around. Lin just signed a new contract in the chairman's office, Rossi said. Annual salary of €2 million of a 3-year deal plus bonuses and a signing fee. Lin is now our highest paid player alongside Antonio Brito's. The locker room fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Holy crap. $2 million. Top salary. Awesome, Lin. A raise within half a season. Treat us. You gotta treat us. Brito's walked over and clapped Lin hard on the shoulder. Brother, you deserve this. Without you, we might still be scrapping in the lower half. That was true. Before Lin joined, Palermo had 2 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses, ranking 12th. After he joined, the team went 5 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, soaring to 4th place. 13 goals in 7 matches, almost single-handedly carrying the team forward. Dinner tonight, my treat, Lin said with a smile. Pick the place order, whatever you want. Great. Boss Lin is generous. The training atmosphere became even more lively. Rossi watched the scene feeling gratified. Announcing a key player's new contract within the team is a common practice in many clubs. On one hand, it motivates other players. Play well, and you too can earn a high salary. On the other hand, it stabilizes the locker room. Everyone knows Lin Yi's contributions merit the top salary, so there's no room for jealousy. After training, the players surrounded Lin Yi as they left the field, discussing which upscale restaurant to hit. Let's go to Golden Coast, their seafood pasta is amazing. I'm in the mood for steak. Order everything. It's on Boss Lin anyway. Sunday match day. Palermo hosted Catania at home. Due to the immense exertion from the previous match against Juventus, the medical team's fitness assessment showed that several key players hadn't recovered optimally. Rossi decided to rotate the squad. Apart from the attacking line of Lin E. Pastor and Ilicic and central defender Silvestre, half of the starters in other positions were rested. Catania, with 1 win, 3 draws and 3 losses, had 6 points and sat in 16th place, right on the edge of the relegation zone. In their last match against Lazio, they had strategically rested key players, all in preparation to go all out against Palermo today. But when they saw Palermo's league standing, they were stunned. 5 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, and 7 rounds, 16 points, ranked 4th in the league. Champions League spots. The Catania players almost questioned their existence. Weren't they scrapping in the lower half with us last season? How did they charge into the Champions League spots this season? Because of that Chinese guy Lin Yi. 13 goals in 7 games. Damn, almost 2 goals a game. Is he even human? We're doomed. This match is going to be tough. Catania's head coach was furious in the locker room. How did we scout them? Palermo is in red-hot form, and we thought we could take points from them. With what? The assistant coach whispered, but they've rotated too. Look at the starting lineup. The head coach snatched the lineup sheet, his eyes lighting up. Palermo had rotated half their starters. Although the attacking line of Lin E. Pastor and Ilicic was still there, the midfield and defense had seen significant changes. There's a chance. The coach's spirits lifted. Even if Palermo are informed, the gap between their substitutes and starters is clear. We're at full strength and full fitness. We might just get something here. He re-strategized defensive counter. Focus on marking Lin. Use 2 men, no 3. If we can neutralize Lin E, Palermo's attack loses half its bite. Understood. At the Stadio Renzo Barbera, the stands were packed. Pink and black flags waved in the autumn wind, and the singing was thunderous. Forza Palermo. Forza Lin. 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 Lin E could clearly feel the surge in support from the fans. The stands were filled with his giant banners along with Chinese signs reading, Lin E Jiu Go Lin E. You're Palermo's main man now, Pastor said beside him. Lin E smiled and looked across the pitch. Catania's players were warming up. One tall striker kept staring at him. His gaze was cold, filled with hostility. That's Maxi Lopez, Pastor said. Argentine striker used to play for Barcelona. He doesn't seem to like you much. Why, oi? Maybe because you're the hottest striker in Serie A right now, and he. Pastor paused. As a prodigal son returning to old stomping grounds, this match is going to be interesting. A traitor. A return to familiar ground. Britos's words caught Lin E off guard. Did he mean that Maxi Lopez, the man across the field, used to play for Palermo? Maxi Lopez was Palermo's rising star 2.5 seasons ago, Britos whispered. Scored 6 goals in 5 preseason friendlies and immediately cemented his place in the starting lineup upon arrival. He scored 11 goals in the first half of that season. All of Italy was talking about this Argentine prodigy. Lin E nodded. Lopez on the other side stood at 185 centimeters and weighed 78 kilograms, similar to Lin E, and also played as a center forward. Even their initial experiences at the club were alike, an instant sensation, quickly becoming a key starter. But his mentality shifted during the winter break. Britos shook his head. He constantly demanded a pay raise and a new contract. The club had no choice given his outstanding first half of the season. He was among the best young strikers. The club agreed to a raise, but he asked for an annual salary of €3 million. Britos smiled wryly. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded if his salary surpassed mine. The key issue was based on 11 goals in half a season. He wanted his salary to jump from 1,500 to €3 million. That's excessive greed. Remember, many of those goals were created by his teammates' hard work. Moreover, €3 million was financially impossible for Palermo. The club agreed to raise it to €2 million first. He refused, threatening to skip training and matches. He played poorly in the second half of the season, agitated for a transfer at the season's end, and even badmouthed the club to the media. As a result, every club knew Palermo was desperate to sell, driving the transfer fee down. He eventually went to Catania, and Palermo lost at least half the potential transfer fee. Britos watched Lopez's retreating figure with a complex expression. His departure nearly relegated Palermo. Now in the fans' eyes, he is an absolute traitor. Lin E understood. Do you know why the fans support you so much? Britos asked. Lin E shook his head. You're not just skilled and full of fighting spirit, you're also pure. You're the purest player I've ever seen. Britos said seriously, especially when you stand next to Lopez, the contrast is stark. One causes trouble for money, the other fights for the love of football. The news of Lin signing a new contract had been making headlines for days. Palermo renewing the contract of their rising star surprised no one, but the details disclosed by the media made the fans adore Lin even more. Headlines like, Lin agrees to new contract unconditionally, and Palermo anxiously offers contract Lin signs immediately, made fans feel this Chinese striker was a true gem. Some fans even thought Lin was too selfless. Lin, your new contract salary isn't high. As a Palermo fan, I know you'll move to a top club in the future, but you deserve a higher salary. It's fine to love football, but don't shortchange yourself. We don't want to see that. Now looking at the traitor Lopez, who once stirred trouble over wages, and comparing him to the more talented, yet seemingly indifferent Lin across the field. The fans' affection for Lin deepened, and their disgust for Lopez grew stronger. But Lin on the pitch was unaware of the fans' inner turmoil. On the Catania side, Lopez stared at Lin filled with defiance. This Chinese striker was being hyped by the media, so what if he had 13 goals in 7 games? It was just because the team built their play around him, everyone playing for him. 2 years ago, when he was making a name for himself at Palermo, didn't the media also call him a future superstar? It's just the nature of the game, out with the old, in with the new. Lopez narrowed his eyes, determined. Today he would show the Palermo fans he was stronger than when he left 2 years ago. No matter how good this Chinese striker they support is, he can't compare to the old me. The match began. Palermo kicked off and quickly took control of the midfield. After a few passes, Pastore found his rhythm, received the ball in midfield, used a feint to shake off a defender, and drove forward. At the edge of the box, just before a defender could close him down, he passed the ball to Lin. The moment Lin received the ball, he was brought down by a collision. The referee blew the whistle and gave the Catania player a verbal warning. Lin got up and saw that the one who fouled him was Lopez. Lopez returned to his position nonchalantly after the foul. Rossi had mentioned before the match that Lopez was a forward who defended actively. But Lin found his positioning strange. Why would a forward who usually stays high be defending so deep? It didn't make sense. Was this guy specifically targeting him? The foul was in a good position, but Palermo lacked a top-tier free-kick taker. Pastore took the free kick. Seeing Lin raise his hand inside the 6-yard box, he understood and lofted the ball in. Lin went for the header, but the box was too crowded with defenders. Amidst the shoving, the ball was cleared. Catania quickly launched a counterattack. After a few passes in midfield, the ball reached Lopez's feet. As soon as he touched it, the entire Stadio Renzo Barbera erupted in deafening boos. Traitor! Get out! You don't deserve to wear this shirt. Lopez, however, seemed energized by the hostility. The louder the boos, the more he wanted to prove himself. He was physically strong and had decent pace, charging at the Palermo defense with the ball. His strike partner Matri made a run to drag Silvestre away, creating a shooting lane for Lopez. It was a common tactic for Catania. Lopez was the focal point of their attack with the freedom to shoot at will. Facing a makeshift defense, Lopez got a prime shooting opportunity. Bang! A ferocious strike from distance. Goalkeeper Sirigu was well positioned, but the shot was too fast. He opted to punch the ball away rather than catch it. The ball looped into the air, not traveling far. Lopez sprinted forward, leaped high, and prepared for a header follow-up. If he connected, it would likely be a goal. In the critical moment, a figure darted in from the side and jumped as well. It was Lin. Bang! The two collided in midair. Lin out-jumped Lopez, heading the ball clear over the crossbar. Upon landing, Lopez stumbled off balance, nearly falling. Lin, however, landed solidly, as if nothing had happened. Lopez was shocked. This Chinese kid had similar height and weight, so why was he so strong in challenges? Lin, at 183 centimeters and 75 kilograms, with low body fat, looked lean. But his strength attribute of 86, effectively over 90 with trait bonuses, gave him immense core power and balance, far surpassing players of similar build. After winning the header, Lin didn't even glance at Lopez turning and walking away. A striker defending a striker. It was a taste of his own medicine. In the stands, fans cheered Lin's defensive effort. Lin, great defense. Who does Lopez think he is comparing himself to? Lin? Get lost, traitor. Lopez's face darkened. He had intended to score against his old club, only to be thwarted by Lin. Maxi, calm down. Matri came over to advise. I am calm. Lopez gritted his teeth. Next time I'll score. The fierce confrontation between Lin and Lopez concluded with Lopez staggering to the ground. The entire stadium erupted in cathartic cheers. Earlier, Lopez had provoked Lin with a foul in the front court. Now Lin retaliated in kind with aggressive defense, cleanly relying purely on superior physicality. This exchange not only demonstrated Lin's superiority in strength, but also in sportsmanship. Lin, Lin, Lin. The fans' chants surged like ocean waves. Lopez's face darkened. Every cheer felt like mockery to him. He had returned to the Barbera Stadium today to prove himself, to show the Palermo fans what a huge loss they suffered when they let him go. He absolutely could not become a stepping stone for Lin. Catania took the corner kick, but Silvestre cleared the ball. Palermo launched a swift counterattack. Silvestre sent a long ball to Nasserino on the right flank. Facing his marker, Nasserino tried a series of feints attempting to create space. But his opponent held his ground, sealing the passing and dribbling lanes. Delaying any further would kill the counterattack. Nasserino forced the issue trying to burst past, but the defender read his move and poked the ball out for a throw-in. A throw-in for Palermo. Sigh. Rossi shook his head from the sidelines. Starting left-back Belzaretti was resting this match, and his substitute Nasserino clearly lacked the same quality. Palermo's wing play had dropped a notch. This was just a microcosm of the game. Resting half the starters had significantly weakened the team, especially in supporting the front line. With the wings stifled, the crosses to Lin dwindled. The defensive midfield lacked bite, failing to contain Catania's midfield. Overwhelmed by immense defensive pressure, Silvestre was fighting a losing battle alone, forcing Lin to constantly drop back and help defend. This drained his energy and diverted his focus from attacking. Nasserino took the throw-in, received the ball, and hesitated again against his defender. He wanted to beat him, but feared being dispossessed, his play timid and indecisive. In that moment of hesitation, Catania players swarmed him, stole the ball, and launched a counter. Pastore was calling for the ball in the front court, watching helplessly as it was stolen, and let out a frustrated complaint. But Lin had already sprinted back to shore up the defense. Seeing this, Pastore gritted his teeth and tracked back as well. Apart from the front line, led by Lin, the rest of Catania's squad were indeed superior to a half-strength Palermo side. In the first half, Palermo's midfield and defense failed to contain Catania's attacks. The ball now fell to Catania striker Matri. With no defender nearby, it was too good an opportunity to pass up. He unleashed a powerful long-range strike, but the shot, lacking precision in its angle, was parried by Sirigu for a corner. "What are you doing? Why didn't you pass to me?" Lopez glared at Matri, fuming. "You had a defender on you." Matri looked helpless. "What do you mean? You think I can't shake off my marker or create a shooting angle?" Lopez was practically being unreasonable. Matri was seething inside. The team's attack was built around Lopez, but the man was incredibly selfish. Armed with unlimited shooting rights, he always went for goal himself, as if scoring chances were his personal privilege. "I finally get a rare shot, and you have the nerve to complain." Matri was young too, having fought his way from the youth team to a starting spot 2 years ago, only for this arrogant newcomer to be thrust into the spotlight. Last season, with Lopez as the focal point, Catania's attack was merely mid-table in Serie A. Lopez scored 13 league goals, Matri 7. But Lopez took more than 3 times as many shots as Matri. Once the ball reached his feet, he never looked for his teammates. Regardless of the quality of the chance, he would just shoot. Matri didn't dare to escalate the conflict, especially during a match, and Lopez was the coach's chosen star. It was clear who the coach would favor in any dispute. In the following attacks, Catania managed a few shots, all taken by Lopez. He was excessively selfish. The Palermo fans noticed this too, and every time Lopez got the ball, a thunderous chorus of boos rained down. The jeers from tens of thousands of fans were a relentless psychological assault on Lopez. He grew increasingly agitated. His partner Matri gradually stopped engaging with him. Since Lopez took all the shots, Matri felt like a mere pawn. Matri's support for Lopez waned with each passing minute. Silvestre, who had been struggling defensively, now found the situation ideal as Lopez resorted to isolated solo efforts devoid of any team support. Silvestre focused all his attention on Lopez. Palermo attacked. With the wings shut down, Pastore abandoned the simple wide passes. He looked towards Lin, deciding to penetrate through the middle. Lin wove through the crowd of defenders. Catania naturally wouldn't leave him unchecked. The league's top scorer demanded special attention. Over the next few minutes, Palermo successfully bypassed Catania's defense twice, with high balls through the middle tearing open gaps. And Lin, like a phantom, slipped through the spaces between defenders. Just as he was about to breach the final line, the desperate defenders resorted to grabbing and pulling, using crude tactics to stop him. It was only then that Catania's backline truly grasped the terror of Lin's movement. They had thought that congesting the middle with bodies and increasing defensive density would stifle Palermo's attack. They had no idea that Lin's off-the-ball movement would always find the perfect timing and space to completely rip their defense apart. Catania's center backs had harbored doubts about Lin's ability, but after this exchange they understood. His movement alone was a testament to his world-class quality. In the 40th minute, Lin was in Catania's half. After strolling around for 3 minutes, he suddenly burst into action, timing his run to perfection to beat the offside trap, receiving the ball clean through on goal. This extreme shift in pace can happen in an instant. Lin drove into the penalty area. The Catania goalkeeper stayed put, holding his line, eyes fixed on the ball at Lin's feet. Thwack! A powerful volley. Disturbed by a defender from behind, the shot prioritized power over precision. The keeper managed to parry it away for a corner. Corner kick for Palermo. Catania marked Lin, known for his aerial prowess, tightly, especially restricting his ability to receive the ball in the 6-yard box. Lin knew that if everyone crowded into the 6-yard box, the chances of even his teammates winning the ball would be slim. He would never resign himself to that fate. Before the corner was taken, Lin began his run, deceiving the center back, marking him. He moved towards the near post, and 2 defenders immediately followed. But the instant the ball was struck, Lin abruptly stopped and peeled away towards the far post. Pastore's corner was aimed precisely there. Lin then unleashed a powerful header. Damn! The Catania defenders realized they had been fooled, but it was too late. Britos unmarked at the far post leaped high. Header. Goal. 1-0. Britos shielded by Lin Yi's brilliant off-the-ball movement powered in a magnificent header. It was Britos' third league goal of the season, with the previous two also assisted by Lin Yi. For this third goal, Lin Yi deserved at least half the credit. It was practically a half assist. On the sideline, Rossi clenched his fist in celebration, shouting, "Brilliant movement." Lin. Joy swelled within him. In the previous match against Juventus, Lin Yi had already displayed several awe-inspiring off-the-ball runs. Rossi had harbored some doubts, then, as Lin Yi, though clever in his positioning, had never been so phantom-like before. His stunning performance against Juventus led Rossi to wonder if the Chinese prodigy had simply had an epiphany. Yet today, Lin Yi once again showcased the exquisite artistry of his movement. 10 minutes into this match, Rossi keenly sensed that Palermo's attack was malfunctioning. With half the starters rested, the threat from the wings had virtually vanished. The team's offensive strength relied heavily on the central spine, the core line of Lin Yi, Pastore, Ilicic, and Silvestre. In the past, Palermo's attack would have completely stalled. Their primary tactic was to have Lin Yi anchor himself in the 6-yard box, receiving the ball from wide crosses. With the wing attack nullified, that tactic's effectiveness naturally evaporated. But Lin Yi's off-the-ball movement was so sensational that he single-handedly broke the deadlock for Palermo. Rossi couldn't help but marvel. Lin Yi was a genius among geniuses. Whenever the team faced adversity, this player would unleash boundless potential. You never knew how much energy was still stored within him. The home Palermo fans screamed the players' names like mad. The stadium announcer passionately led the crowd in chanting the scorer's name, Britos. Britos embraced Lin Yi. He knew perfectly well that had Lin Yi not made fools of the defenders, he would never have had such a pristine shooting opportunity. The two ran to the stands, pumping their fists in celebration. Excited fans surged to the front, some moved to tears by seeing Lin Yi up close. Countless voices shouted their names. Understanding the crowd's sentiment, the announcer, after finishing with Britos, began leading the fans in chanting for Lin Yi. The Catania players were utterly dejected. To concede at this critical juncture, just before halftime, was a bitter pill to swallow. Catania's defense was crumbling. How were you marking your man? How did we get exposed at the back? I was on the Chinese striker the whole time. What's the problem? Well, what about you? Wasn't Pellissier your man? How did you give him such a golden chance? The coach's instruction was clear the moment that Chinese striker entered the box. I'm supposed to double-team him with you. The Catania defenders bickered, but each knew deep down that Lin Yi's movement had been too phantom-like, too unpredictable to read. The defender marking Lin Yi stuck to him based on experience, but Lin Yi's movement constantly threw off his predictions. The moment he caught up Lin Yi would feint deliberately, luring two defenders out of the box. The Catania defender felt a sense of dread. Was this Chinese player intentionally showing a flaw in his run to draw us out? Would we have been fooled regardless? This terrifying thought left the defenders staring wide-eyed at the celebrating Lin Yi, their gazes filled with shock. They finally realized the truth. This Chinese player, who had scored 13 goals in just 7 league games in his debut season, was indeed the future superstar the media had hyped him up to be. Before the match, they had heard whispers that Juventus had capsized in the small gutter that was Palermo. The main reasons cited were Buffon's poor form and Chiellini's errors, which allowed Lin Yi to score freely. Now they knew it was all nonsense. This Chinese striker was no pushover. Up front, Lopez's brow was furrowed, looking like he was about to explode with rage. He had come into this match determined to score and to trample his former club underfoot in their own stadium. Instead, he was isolated in attack, and his team had conceded first. And that Palermo fan favorite Lin Yi was again receiving the adulation of the entire stadium. Lopez was seething. This was a double blow to his pride. The match restarted for the final 5 minutes of the half. Neither team managed to score again, and the referees signaled halftime without any added time. Lopez was visibly furious with his team's first-half performance, storming off the pitch. As he passed through the tunnel, the jeers and taunts from the Palermo fans on both sides were unmistakable. Back in the locker room, Rossi walked in and said, "Well done, lads, a solid first half. It was tough with half the starters rested. Stay focused and solid in defense for the second half. We have the lead and we can win this. Then we'll enjoy the roar of the home crowd." Yes. The players responded in unison. Rossi then turned to the winger Nasserino. "Antonio, you worked hard in the first half. Take a rest for now. Oh, I have a new tactical plan." Nasserino nodded, a hint of self-reproach in his voice. "Sorry guys, I didn't perform well today. I lost the ball too many times and couldn't deliver effective crosses to Lin." As a rotation player, Nasserino's ability was indeed a notch below the starters. In the first half, he was unable to effectively break through on the wing to supply Lin Yi, and his slight frame limited his defensive contribution. He was also dispossessed several times under Catania's pressure. By the latter part of the half, Pastore was hesitant to pass to him, fearing another turnover. Nasserino's final apology was clearly directed at Lin Yi. Before Rossi could offer words of comfort, Lin Yi smiled and said, "What's there to apologize for? We still scored in the first half, didn't we? What a header from the captain." Britos chuckled at this. "Lin, that sounds like you're praising yourself." That header of mine was unmarked. It was so easy I'd score 9 out of 10. The credit for that goal isn't mine. Lin E said to Nasserino. You see, if you had provided a cross, I wouldn't have had to make those runs to stretch their defense and create space for the captain. Without that space, the captain wouldn't have scored. So you're the real hero behind the captain's goal. This playful bit of twisted logic drew laughter from the entire locker room. Nasserino scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Rossi shot Lin E an approving glance. With a single sentence, he had lifted the young player's psychological burden. That's no small feat, especially for a player who finds mental fortitude challenging. Alright, it's good to see you all have the right mindset. But the game isn't over. We can't relax completely. As I always say, give your all in every moment. The players nodded in agreement. The halftime break ended, and both teams returned to the pitch. Palermo made a substitution, bringing on defensive midfielder Migliaccio for Nasserino. Rossi's strategy was clear. Since the wings were suppressed and posed no threat, they would play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses by abandoning wide attacks and shoring up the central defense. Palermo's midfield defense had been less than ideal in the first half, with Catania breaking through too easily. This change would add steel to the midfield and allow the forwards to focus less on defending. The priority for the second half was to defend solidly. After all, Palermo was leading. Even without another goal, holding onto the 1-0 scoreline to secure all 3 points would be a satisfactory outcome. Catania, on the other hand, made a triple substitution, even pulling off striker Matri, who had performed decently in the first half. On the Catania bench, Matri and others grumbled with resentment. It seemed Lopez truly wielded significant power in the team, able to change personnel at will. Lopez stared at Lin E, a cold sneer on his face. Don't get cocky. The game has just begun. Lin E glanced at him, said nothing, and merely smiled. To Lopez, that smile was pure, unadulterated contempt. Gazing at Lopez's provocative glare, Lin E looked at him as if he were a fool and said indifferently, Is your memory failing you? Has the match just begun? Or were you sleepwalking in the first half? Lopez was furious and was about to retort. Lin E, however, had already lost interest in him and turned to return to his position. Both teams took their positions, and the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the second half. Catania made 3 substitutions at once, all of them attacking players. It seemed they were going all out for a comeback. With fellow striker Matri substituted off, Lopez was now the sole forward left for Catania's front line. All other attacking players were now playing in support of him, meaning no one would steal his shooting opportunities. The increased number of players up front indeed made Catania's attacks more ferocious. In the 52nd minute, Catania launched a quick attack down the flank. The wide midfielder and the attacking midfielder executed a 1-2 pass, and the wide midfielder surged forward with the ball facing Palermo's fullback. He sold a dummy and cut inside into the dangerous area of the penalty box. Silvestre was tightly marking Lopez, his focus entirely on him. Sure enough, even though the wide midfielder had cut into a shooting zone, he dared not take the shot himself, instead passing the ball to Lopez. However, Silvestre was well prepared, sticking close to his man. Lopez's fourth shot was blocked and went out for a corner kick for Catania. Lin E observed this attack. During a brief pause while defending the corner, Lin E whispered to Silvestre, Antonio, as long as Lopez is in the box, the opposing attackers basically won't shoot themselves, they'll definitely pass to him. Keep that in mind. Silvestre nodded. He had noticed during the first half's defensive phases that Lopez held an unusual core status within Catania. He would complain if a teammate's pass was even slightly off, and his teammates dared not voice any objection, silently enduring it, quite like a team bully. He understood Lin Yi's meaning. Any player who dared to take a shot opportunity away from Lopez or disobeyed him in the first half had been sidelined and substituted. Unless facing an open goal, Catania's frontline players would essentially pass the ball to Lopez to deliver the final strike. Sure enough, in the following attacking sequences, Silvestre stuck to Lopez like glue, preventing him from receiving the ball comfortably and denying him space to shoot. Lopez was inwardly furious, but he wasn't the type of striker who could easily shake off a defender in tight spaces. Due to Silvestre's tight marking, there was inevitably some physical contact between them. Lopez noticed this, and a plan formed in his mind. In the 65th minute, he received another pass from the wide midfielder and first executed a feigned shot on the edge of the penalty area. Silvestre fell for the feint, but his positioning wasn't compromised. Lopez then tugged at Silvestre and suddenly accelerated diagonally forward, enticing him to follow. Fearing a breakthrough, Silvestre accelerated to keep pace. At that moment, Lopez abruptly stopped and changed direction, dribbling the other way. The two collided. Silvestre stumbled while Lopez fell to the ground in a theatrical manner. Beep. The referee's whistle blew and he pointed decisively to the penalty spot. Penalty. Palermo players swarmed the referee in protest, and Silvestre rushed over to explain. It was just normal physical contact. He hadn't pushed or shoved at all. But the referee stubbornly shook his head, upholding his decision. Lopez got up from the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lin E watched the whole scene and exchanged a helpless glance with Berdisso. Silvestre's defensive challenge hadn't been overly aggressive, nor was it aimed at the man. You can't just award a penalty because a striker falls down in the box, can you? Lopez was inwardly triumphant. This penalty call was all part of his calculation. The previous tussles with Silvestre near the box involved considerable contact, but not enough to stop play. He had engaged in those battles specifically to set the stage for this dive. The earlier physicality had planted the impression in the referee's mind that these two are going at it hard, so when Lopez went down now, the referee naturally leaned towards believing it was caused by an excessive defensive challenge from Silvestre and unhesitatingly awarded the penalty. The entire Palermo crowd was livid with the decision, their deafening boos ringing out, aimed both at the foolish referee and at Lopez's exaggerated performance. Silvestre was the most frustrated of all. He knew he hadn't committed any excessive defensive foul. As for Lopez's theatrical fall, was the referee blind? He walked over to Silvestre to console him. Lopez placed the ball on the penalty spot, faced Sirigu, took his run up and struck it. The ball flew straight into the top right corner. 1-1. Catania had equalized. Lopez clenched his fist in celebration, while the entire Palermo crowd saw off this traitor with a chorus of boos. That bastard, what a snake. Berdisso fumed watching Lopez celebrate shamelessly in front of his former club. It's alright, there's still plenty of time. We have a chance to take the lead again, he said calmly. The opponent's shamelessness had ignited his fighting spirit. Palermo kicked off. Berdisso, he called out. Berdisso looked over. He smiled and said, keep the ball, control the tempo, and watch for my signal. Berdisso was startled. Was about to start his magic again? With defensive midfielder Miliaggio coming on in the second, half the pressure on Berdisso in the center had lessened considerably. Asked him to keep the ball, and he nodded confidently. Once again drifted towards Catania's defensive line. The Catania defenders were puzzled. Was this Chinese striker insane? Why was he constantly standing in an offside position? How could he possibly receive the ball like that? At this moment, the system interface in front of flashed red, an offside position warning. He moved closer to one of Catania's center backs, and the red warning slowly faded, transitioning to green. Pale green, light green, normal green, deep green. When it flashed deep green, he observed Catania's defensive line. He was currently positioned on the absolute limit of the offside trap. One step further back and he'd be offside. He smirked inwardly. This was another formidable ability of the S-rank skill, godly positioning. The template for this skill was the peak Inzaghi, the man known as the one who lives on the offside line. You'd often see Inzaghi, who lacked blistering pace, yet he would inexplicably find himself several yards behind the defenders after a successful offside trap break. How could he get a clean one-on-one without speed? Was it because defenders were slow to turn? No, it was because at the moment of breaking the trap, he positioned himself on the most extreme edge of the offside line. This made defenders instinctively think he was offside. Now he was studying the movement patterns of Catania's backline, trying to find a rhythm he could exploit. Every professional player has a unique movement rhythm when off the ball, like taking a few steps, pausing for 2 seconds, then running a few more steps. This regular off-ball movement helps keep the body in a state of readiness and conserves energy efficiently. The deep green before Yi's eyes flickered, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow, not very stable. But he remained patient. The duration of the deep green was already lasting noticeably longer than before. When it stabilized at around 3 seconds, he called out to Berdisso, signaling him to get ready. Berdisso understood immediately and called for the ball from Miliaggio, who was passing it around at the back. Once he had it, he raised his hand, initiating what he called God time, a period dictated by him. Berdisso felt the term God time was apt, because Yi's manipulation of the game truly gave one a sense of total control. 3-2-1. Berdisso decisively lofted a high pass forward. At the same moment, just as the deep green vanished, he surged forward from the offside line. The Catania center back was startled, raising his right arm to signal offside while giving chase. However, the linesman's flag stayed down. How was that possible? The Chinese striker wasn't offside. System display the offside line, he commanded mentally. A semi-transparent red dashed line appeared before his eyes, the real-time offside line. Yi's position was perfectly timed, less than 10 centimeters behind the line. Perfect. Before the Catania defender could dwell on it, he had already advanced deep with the ball. It was nearly another one-on-one with the keeper. The Catania goalkeeper lowered his center of gravity, his frustration rivaling that of his defenders. Palermo had been calmly passing the ball in midfield just moments ago. How did a single long ball suddenly create a one-on-one chance? Before he could ponder further, he was already upon him. The goalkeeper charged out decisively. But he suddenly decelerated at the edge of the penalty area. As the keeper closed in, he deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, squaring it across the middle. Britos had already surged forward through the center. He slotted it home with ease. The ball rolled into the net. 2-1. Palermo took the lead once more. Goal! The commentator roared with excitement. The Stadio Renzo Barbera erupted instantly. Fans leaped to their feet in a frenzy. In just 5 minutes, Palermo had regained the lead. Britos sprinted towards in delight and jumped onto his back. Captain, get off. Save my energy. He said, caught between laughter and tears. Britos slid down with a boisterous laugh, and teammates swarmed them for a group embrace. The home fans chanted wildly. Their team would not disappoint them. The commentator led the stadium in chanting the hero's name. The scorer is our great captain, Britos. The assister is our new king, Lin E. The entire stadium was engulfed in a wave of momentum. A brace, captain. You're in top form today, Lin E said with a smile. Britos laughed heartily. You're boasting again. With that pass, I was shooting into an empty net. Missing would have been harder than scoring. Britos was thrilled with his brace. But he knew the true architect of both goals was Lin E. For the first goal, he shot unopposed. For the second, the keeper had rushed out to close down Lin E, leaving him with an open goal. Rossi celebrated passionately on the sidelines. He had been worried after Catania equalized. But Lin Yi's textbook offside trap immediately restored their lead. Lin E was now Palermo's irreplaceable attacking core. Although he hadn't scored either goal himself, both were intricately linked to him. Rossi mused as long as Lin E was protected, Palermo's attack would never sputter out. Catania players protested to the linesman, claiming Lin E was offside. But the linesman insisted it was a good goal. The stadium screen showed the replay. At the moment Lin E received the ball, he was nearly level with the opposing defenders. It indeed was an offside. A brilliant offside trap. The Catania defender wore a dejected look. How could he time it so perfectly? Right on the offside line. Lin E walked past and offered a faint smile. You can ask Chiellini about that. The defender froze, recalling Lin Yi's hat trick at the Juventus stadium. Even Chiellini, a top Serie A defender, couldn't stop him. Who was he in comparison? Watching Lin Yi's retreating figure, the Catania defender felt a pang of despair. What kind of monster was he up against? Lopez was furious. He couldn't believe how useless his defenders were. The team had just equalized only to fall behind again within 5 minutes. He glared at Lin E, seething with rage. This Chinese striker was indeed something special. Catania kicked off. After some midfield passing, the ball was threaded through to Lopez. Before he could devise a way to shake off his marker, the ball at his feet was suddenly gone. When he realized what had happened, he saw Lin E had dropped back to defend. The ball had been stripped away by Lin E from behind. It was that Chinese striker again. Lopez was consumed by humiliation and fury. This match was supposed to be a showcase, a chance to prove himself amidst the jeers of his former club's fans. But Lin E had ruined it all. Lin Yi's performance overshadowed everything. After the interception, Lin E advanced steadily with the ball. With no teammates ahead and lacking blazing pace, he couldn't single-handedly tear open the defense. Venturing alone deep into enemy territory risked losing possession. He waited for his teammates to push forward. Controlling the ball and probing for the next opportunity was the wiser choice. His deliberate slowdown allowed the furious Lopez to charge at him. If you lose the ball, you win it back yourself. Lopez accelerated towards Lin Yi's back, ready to lunge. But Lin E, as if sensing him, suddenly squared the ball to Britos in the center. Lopez lunged at thin air, but his momentum carried him forward, and he plowed into Lin E, who had already released the pass. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, approached Lopez, and showed him a yellow card. Lopez muttered a few complaints, but knew the booking was justified. Lin E had been brought down after releasing the ball during a Palermo counterattack, no less. Using a foul to forcibly halt an attack would always be harshly punished. Lin E stood up calmly, glanced at Lopez, and said, "What's the matter?" Feeling anxious. Lopez was already seething. The team had just equalized only to be overturned. His ball was stolen, his recovery tackle failed, and resulted in a yellow card. This sequence shattered his composure. "Don't get cocky, Chinese kid." He spat out the words viciously before stalking away. But his gaze remained fixed intently on Lin E. He was determined to get even for the humiliation he had just suffered. Palermo took the free kick, finding Britos' feet. There was no urgency to attack now. They passed the ball around in midfield. Being in the lead, the best strategy was to control the tempo and play a patient positional game. This would stretch out each attacking phase, slowly grinding the opponent down through sustained possession. Catania, of course, wouldn't allow this. Their forwards pressed aggressively, desperate to win back possession. Palermo's players concentrated, passing carefully to evade the press. As the pressing intensified, the passing lanes were squeezed. Compounded by the fact that several substitutes were on the pitch, their first touch and passing weren't as crisp as the starters. The safe zones were shrinking, and the ball looked likely to be lost. Lin E timely dropped deep to receive the ball, providing crucial relief for the midfield. Palermo successfully got the ball to him, and he then shifted it away from the danger zone with a one-touch pass. This single move deflated the Catania pressers. Their 1 or 2 minutes of intense pressing had been for nothing, their energy wasted. Lopez's anger burned even hotter. Palermo passed the ball to Britos. Britos, without controlling it, immediately laid it off to Lin E, and then spun to make a forward run. He was looking for a 1-2. Lin E understood the intention, timing a lofted pass perfectly. Lin Yi's short passing wasn't his greatest attribute. Simple passes were fine, but this kind of aerial through ball demanding precise weight and accuracy wasn't his specialty. Whether it came off was a gamble. As it turned out, the weight was decent, though slightly overhit. But Britos was sprinting at full tilt and might just get to it. The Catania defender positioned himself tightly on the inside of the box, preventing Britos from entering the danger zone. Britos carried the ball to the edge of the penalty area, but found no clear route to goal. He glanced back. Lin Yi had arrived on the scene, offering support in the center. Britos passed the ball decisively. Lin Yi received it with a promising opportunity ahead. A few more dribbles would bring him to the 6-yard box. But behind him Lopez was closing in. Lopez knew Lin Yi would certainly try to shoot near the 6-yard box. This time he wouldn't make it easy for him. Lopez burst into a sprint charging towards Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi's next move left him stunned. Before the match, Catania had studied Palermo's tactics. Lin Yi in particular was a focus. His scoring rate inside the 6-yard box was a staggering 100. They reached two conclusions. First, under no circumstances should Lin Yi be allowed to receive the ball inside the 6-yard box. Second, given Lin Yi's playing style, if he ever had the chance to dribble into the 6-yard box for a shot, he would undoubtedly take it. Lopez sprinted forward. Lin Yi was about to enter the 6-yard box. There was no doubt in Lopez's mind Lin Yi would not pass up this opportunity. Lopez prepared to intercept Lin Yi's shot from the side and behind. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi came to a sudden abrupt stop. Lopez, already at full speed, collided directly into him. Lin Yi managed to keep the ball at his feet, but the impact sent him tumbling forward. A sharp whistle blast echoed. The referee pointed decisively to the penalty spot. Lin Yi had been fouled inside the box. Palermo had a penalty. Lopez stared at Lin Yi, utterly bewildered. Why did this guy stop so suddenly? When he realized the referee had awarded a penalty, he scrambled to his feet in disbelief and stormed over to argue. Perdisso walked up to Lin Yi, clapping him on the shoulder with a grin. Well done, Lin. The entire stadium rose to their feet applauding. The fans had been nursing their frustration since that questionable penalty Catania had been awarded in the first half. Now in the second half, Lin Yi had turned the tables on them. Even more brilliantly, he had made Lopez the offender. It was a perfect dose of poetic justice. Moreover, Lin Yi's foul draw was virtually indisputable. He stopped the Lopez at high speed, barreled into him. Even as Lin Yi fell, the ball remained within his control. In stark contrast, Lopez's own theatrics in the first half seemed clumsy and amateurish. I didn't mean to hit him. And he's so strong at his core, how could he go down so easily from my bump? It's a dive. The referee shook his head, leaving no room for argument. This infuriated Lopez. Are you blind? How can you be a referee if you can't even understand plain speech? These two insulting remarks were the final straw. The referee reached into his pocket, produced a yellow card, and held it up to Lopez's face. By the rules, a referee is fully entitled to issue a card to maintain order when a player verbally abuses or interferes with his authority. The referee hadn't intended to be overly harsh. Awarding the penalty had seemed sufficient. But this player was simply too obtuse, openly hurling insults and challenging his authority. He was practically begging for it. Seeing the yellow card, Lopez was stunned. He had already been booked earlier. A second yellow meant a red. The referee then showed the red card. Lopez covered his face with both hands, unable to comprehend how things had spiraled so far out of control. On the sidelines, Rossi was inwardly delighted. They were leading by a goal, and the opposition's key striker had been sent off. Regardless of whether the ensuing penalty was converted, they would be playing against 10 men while holding the lead. Although Rossi couldn't be sure if Lin Yi's sudden stop before the 6-yard box was intentional or accidental, the outcome was immensely favorable for Palermo. Lin Yi placed the ball on the penalty spot, but showed no intention of taking the kick himself. "Captain, fancy a hat trick?" he asked Perdisso. Perdisso was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yi to make such an offer. The team had no designated penalty taker, and since Lin Yi had won the penalty, it was rightfully his to take. "This is your penalty, you should take it," Perdisso said without hesitation. Lin Yi shook his head, half joking. "You've already got a brace. Why not make it a hat trick tonight?" Perdisso was momentarily speechless, then let out a wry laugh. Was Lin Yi really giving away a penalty he had earned? Lopez, walking off with his red card, stared at Lin Yi in utter disbelief. Was this Chinese forward out of his mind? It was common sense that the player who wins a penalty takes it himself. Penalties offer a high conversion rate for a striker, adding another goal to his league tally. Perdisso tried to decline, but Lin Yi's next words made Lopez's jaw drop even further. "I'm a bit particular. I prefer all my league goals to come from open play." Lopez sucked in a sharp breath. This kid had some nerve. Last season, 3 of his own goals had been penalties, as he was his team's primary spot kick taker. But those 3 penalties were of course a legitimate part of his scoring record. Suddenly a realization dawned on him. Were all 13 of this Chinese kid's league goals truly from open play? Having said his piece, Lin Yi waved a dismissive hand at Perdisso, signaling him to get on with it, and stop dawdling. Then he casually strolled towards the sideline, making a substitution gesture towards Rossi as he walked. Rossi, having the same thought, nodded, and said to substitute forward Abel Hernandez, "Abel, get ready." During the halftime break, Rossi had told Lin Yi he would rest him if the second half situation stabilized. After all, the previous match against Juventus had been physically draining. But given the need for attacking strength, Rossi had been hesitant to take Lin Yi off. Now Palermo not only had the lead, but also the man advantage. The remaining 20-plus minutes were essentially garbage time. As Lin Yi walked off the pitch, the entire Palermo fanbase rose to their feet, delivering a thunderous ovation for their hero. Behind him a dejected Lopez could only slink away in disgrace. Watching the scene, observing Lin Yi's retreating back, his understanding of the world seemed to crumble. How could a player like this exist? Lin Yi reached the touchline, where Rossi clapped him on the shoulder, beaming. You were magnificent today. Lin Yi smiled, and headed to the bench, receiving high fives and embraces from his teammates. Meanwhile, Lopez, red card in hand, could only trudge back to the away team's dressing room, head hung low. Berdisso stood over the ball. The referee's whistle blew. Taking a deep breath, Berdisso started his run-up and struck the ball with power. It flew towards the right side of the goal. The Catania goalkeeper guessed the right direction, but the placement was too precise. The ball hit the back of the net. 3-1. Palermo had sealed the victory. The fans erupted in celebration once more. Berdisso had scored a hat-trick. His teammates swarmed him with congratulations. Berdisso was ecstatic, but he knew the goal owed a huge debt of gratitude to Lin Yi. He pointed with both hands towards Lin Yi on the bench. Lin Yi smiled and applauded in response. Lin Yi and the others relaxed, half reclining in their seats on the bench. All they had to do now was sit back and wait for the victory. Catania was down by 2 goals. Their key striker was sent off, and to make matters worse, they had used all their substitutions. The remaining 20 minutes were pure agony for Catania. Playing a man down, especially without their only striker, their offense was completely crippled. For the rest of the match, Catania barely mounted any meaningful attacks, spending all their energy on desperate defense. Their manager watched helplessly from the sideline, powerless to change the inevitable outcome. In the 90th minute, the referee wisely decided against adding any stoppage time and blew the final whistle. The Palermo players walked back onto the pitch, waving to their supporters. Captain, you scored a hat-trick today, so you're buying right. Nasserino quipped. Berdisso laughed heartily, clearly in a great mood. Sure, I definitely will. Nasserino chuckled. Never thought I'd see the day our tight-fisted captain was so generous. Berdisso glanced at Lin Yi. Of course. Even if I didn't treat you guys, I absolutely have to treat Lin to a meal today. Nasserino pretended to seriously touch the captain's armband on Berdisso's arm. Do you think this armband became blessed after Lin wore it, turning it into a divine armband? The captain got a hat-trick today. He joked, Captain, I want a hat-trick too. How about next match? Before he could finish, Berdisso laughed and scolded him. Oh, shut it. Go find us a place to eat. That evening, Lin Yi returned to his dormitory. While taking a shower, the system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement. First penalty 1. Reward 2 attribute points. Lin Yi called up the attribute panel. Shooting 94 world class, shooting accuracy 99 top tier, shooting power 96 top tier. Shooting attributes were nearly maxed out. 2 points add to balance. Balance attribute was now 74, and maintaining stability in confrontations was crucial. Balance 74-76, a subtle adjustment sensation came from the muscles. Lin Yi understood that although his shooting attributes were high, football was a comprehensive sport. Facing a defense line of Inter Milan's Zanetti, Macon, Lucio, and Samuel, Balance, explosiveness, speed, and power were all indispensable. Lying in bed, Lin Yi remembered Zampanini's instructions and opened his Twitter account. After the match, he posted his second update, a group photo of the team's post-match dinner. In just a few hours, comments exceeded 10,000. Lin Yi was surprised to find that his follower count had surpassed 4 million. He opened the comments, another victory. Brito scored a hat-trick, but the man of the match was still Lin Yi. Lin didn't score today, but he orchestrated all 3 goals. 8 rounds, 6 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, 19 points, 4th in the league. At the same time last season, Palermo was still in the middle lower reaches. Palermo cannot do without Lin Yi, otherwise the offense would be paralyzed. Letting the captain take the penalty, that's such a big gesture. The reason is simple and pure. Just wanted the captain to get a hat-trick. Thinking of some teams that still fight over penalties, it's really poignant. While browsing, a private message popped up. Are you free tomorrow? The sender surprised Lin Yi, Monica Ivanova. They had met briefly outside the locker room after the Milan match and later followed each other on Twitter, but hadn't chatted again. Lin Yi replied, I have training tomorrow. At the club training ground. Yes. It's okay, I'll come find you. Outsiders can't just enter the training ground. The club will let me in. Lin Yi put down his phone, not understanding what Monica wanted. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Yi arrived at the training ground. Because of the previous website hacking incident, Zampanini had instructed him to always bring his phone during training in case of emergencies. He had just jogged 2 warm-up laps when his newly bought iPhone 4 rang. Caller ID Zampanini. Not something else again? Lin Yi muttered as he answered. Mr. President, Lin, are you up? Zampanini asked. They had just played a match yesterday, and today was a free training day. The coach wouldn't come to supervise. Players usually relaxed on this day, so it wasn't strange that Zampanini asked. I'm already at the training ground. Zampanini was a bit surprised. So early in training again. Lin, you're too diligent. But what I said last time wasn't an exaggeration. Overtraining can easily lead to injuries. By the way, there's something important. Can you come over now? Hanging up, Lin Yi was helpless. This president's important matter last time was having him open a social media account. What was it this time? He had just started training and hadn't even broken a sweat, so he couldn't be bothered to change clothes and directly knocked on the president's office door in his training gear. Come in. Pushing open the door, Lin Yi was stunned. Monica sat elegantly on the sofa conversing with Zampanini. Zampanini was all smiles. Lin, let me introduce you. No need, Monica interrupted. Lin Yi and I have met before. You two know each other. Zampanini looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Lin Yi nodded. We met outside the away team locker room at the Juventus Stadium last time. Zampanini understood. Since Lin is here too, let's get straight to the point. Monica looked at Lin Yi. I have a Versace fashion event here, and they want to choose a Serie A level star to collaborate. Lin, are you interested? Versace. Zampanini was momentarily dazed when he heard the name. Such top luxury brand collaborations usually only selected star players from big clubs. How could a club like Palermo deserve this? He couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi. Monica seemed to admire Lin Yi greatly. If they could collaborate with Versace, it would not only elevate Lin Yi's fame, but also greatly boost Palermo's brand influence. Miss Monica, what should we do next? Zampanini asked eagerly. Lin Yi glanced at him. I haven't agreed yet, and you've already accepted. Monica didn't answer Zampanini, but looked at Lin Yi waiting for his opinion. As long as it doesn't affect matches and training, I have no problem, Lin Yi said. Receiving an affirmative answer, Monica's expression softened. Excellent. If both parties agree, we can sign the basic brand ambassador contract now. After signing, Lin Yi will immediately receive €5 from Versace as the ambassador fee with subsequent royalties. If the response is good, Versace will consider sponsoring Palermo next season. Zampanini's eyes widened with excitement. Versace sponsoring Palermo. This was simply a godsend. Versace sponsorship was a trendsetter. If it became reality, Palermo's transfer funds would be more abundant, its fame would skyrocket, and it could attract other sponsors. The three chatted briefly, and Lin Yi signed the contract provided by the Casa Monica Group. The collaboration officially begins, Monica said. Zampanini breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, Miss Monica, forgive my presumption, but why did you choose Palermo? I didn't choose Palermo, I chose Lin Yi. Zampanini laughed. He had guessed that answer. He vaguely sensed that Monica had a favorable impression of Lin Yi. Otherwise, how could such an opportunity be given to a small team? Lin Yi was very popular recently, but a big brand like Versace usually chose established stars, not newcomers. After signing, Monica took Lin Yi to the headquarters of the Casa Monica Group. On the photography floor, she brought in the group's best photographer to take a few sample shots of Lin Yi. 2 hours later, seeing the finished photos, not only the photographer, but even Monica was astonished. In the photos, Lin Yi was wearing Versace's latest autumn-winter collection. A dark gray cashmere coat, a black turtleneck sweater, and slim-fit trousers. There was no excessive styling. He simply stood there looking calmly at the camera. But that aura, calm, resolute, yet carrying an indescribable sense of detachment. It was as if he wasn't being photographed, but rather scrutinizing the lens. My God, the photographer murmured, this temperament, this expressiveness. Is he really a football player, not a professional model? He's a football player, Monica said, her eyes not leaving the screen, but clearly he was born to stand in front of the camera. Lin Yi was undeniably handsome, his presence striking. Yet when the final cut flashed on the screen, a collective gasp of admiration rippled through the room. Lin Yi was incredibly photogenic. Although his physical attributes were well known, the public usually saw him in jerseys or training gear. Even in Zampanini's office earlier, he had been casually dressed in a training suit. But now, adorned in a tailored Versace suit and a bespoke shirt, he exuded a captivating elegance with every gesture. Coupled with his tall, athletic build, he was simply impeccable. For a footballer, his image is in no way inferior to a professional model. The photographer exclaimed in genuine admiration. Miss Monica, you have an impeccable eye. Monica gave a slight nod. She knew Lin Yi's physical appeal, but even she hadn't anticipated the final results to far exceed her expectations. Let's wrap up here. We've secured Lin's initial intent to cooperate, and these shots are more than sufficient for the preliminary promotion. The photographer nodded. Also send all the raw files to my email. Monica added. The photographer acknowledged, then paused a question forming. Miss Monica, who is the designated contact for Lin Yi's affairs? He realized his oversight. Brand ambassadors typically have a dedicated manager to coordinate various matters, and the sample photos should be forwarded to that person. I will be directly managing Lin Yi's endorsement business, Monica stated calmly. The photographer's eyes widened in shock. The director herself was handling it personally. He couldn't help but steal another glance at Lin Yi. The photographer wasn't a football fan, his knowledge was limited to global icons like Ronaldo or Messi. The last project Monica had been this hands-on with was the collaboration with Cristiano Ronaldo. The Casa Monica Group's business spanned 5 major leagues with a roster of countless renowned football stars. Looking at Lin Yi, the photographer couldn't help but wonder, could this Chinese man be a top-tier star as well? As a subordinate, he dared not ask. Monica gave further instructions, her detailed attention clearly indicating the high value she placed on Lin Yi. The briefing concluded by midday. Monica glanced at Lin Yi. It's noon. Would you like to grab a quick bite together? Seeing his slight hesitation, she added with a smile, it's customary to have a working lunch after finalizing a deal to discuss the next steps. Lin Yi nodded. Sure. but I can only eat specific foods as prescribed by the team's nutritionist. Monica smiled. Not a problem. We'll prioritize your dietary needs. The photographer overhearing the exchange was stunned. Director Monica was inviting Lin E to a private lunch. From what he knew, this was headline-worthy news. Director Monica had carved out a formidable career in the fashion world at a young age, her talent undeniable. However, her personal love life was a conspicuous blank in the industry. There had never been any indication of her dining alone with anyone, especially a man. The photographer looked at Lin E amazed. This Chinese man was truly exceptional. I see the rumors are true. You are incredibly disciplined with yourself, Monica remarked as they settled into their seats at an upscale restaurant. Lin E surveyed the restaurant's ambience. This was hardly a quick bite. What rumors? That you could sneak a delicious meal and no one would ever know. Monica smiled. Lin E chuckled. They wouldn't know, but my body would. And it would show on the pitch when it counts. Monica nodded. When the waiter arrived, Lin E gave specific instructions. I'll have my steak boiled, please, medium well. The waiter blinked in surprise, but nodded. Monica seemed amused. A boiled steak medium well. That's a first for me. Soon 2 premium steaks arrived at the table. Monica's steak was tender, beautifully plated and tantalizing. Lin E's, however, was a peculiar sight. A steak boiled in water looking like plain, overcooked meat. The waiter thoughtfully brought spices and salt, but Lin E declined. Heavy seasonings would ruin the integrity of the boiled meat. He cut into the steak. The inside was pink and looked surprisingly decent. The chef is skilled, a perfect medium well. He took a bite, his expression turning numb. How is it? Monica asked, curious about his unenjoyable expression. Lin E swallowed with difficulty. Let's just say no matter how good the steak is, boiling is a fatal blow. It tastes like chewing on wax. He smiled wryly. Am I wasting good ingredients by eating like this? Monica shook her head. Anything you eat, as long as it serves a clear purpose, is never a waste. She watched him swallow and smiled. Lin E, you're one of the most dedicated players I've ever met. Lin E looked up. Who else is as dedicated as me? A few. And they all share one thing in common. They all became top stars later. I believe you will be one too. Lin E smiled. Thank you, I'll do my best. Monica set down her cutlery, her blue eyes quietly studying him. She had been observing him throughout the entire meal. After lunch, Monica offered to drive Lin E back to the club, but he politely declined, saying he wanted to take a walk. Monica had a meeting in the afternoon and drove off. Lin E watched her leave, then rubbed his stomach. That was a truly healthy meal. What a waste of that steak. Suddenly a thought struck him. Monica had said they needed to discuss cooperation details, but she hadn't brought up a single work-related topic. Back in his dorm, Lin E lay on his bed and opened Twitter. His notifications were blowing up again. He tapped on it and saw he was tagged in a post. The official Casa Monica Group promotional account had just shared the fashion shoot he had done that morning. The comments were exploding. Oh my God, is that Lin E? So handsome. I knew he was handsome, but not this handsome. He should wear this for matches, he'd win over every female fan. Lin E is a Versace ambassador now. That's an incredible start. Lin E's starting point is too high. He just arrived in Serie A, leads the scoring charts, dragged mid-table Palermo to 4th, and now he's starting with Versace. Amazing. Players his age are crying. Many 20-year-olds in Serie A can't even secure a starting spot. Lin E is definitely the chosen one, a future superstar. Lin E smiled. The Casa Monica Group was certainly efficient. The next day was a training day. Our league opponent this weekend is Lecce, Rossi announced. The players nodded, looking relaxed. Lecce was a newly promoted side, only their second time in Serie A history. Their last stint in the top flight was back in the late 1950s, a very long time ago. After 7 rounds this season, Lecce had 1 win, 2 draws and 4 losses, sitting on 5 points deep in the relegation zone. Against such an opponent, Palermo was confident. Rossi looked at Lin E. Lin, you're resting this match. The Coppa Italia starts next week, so use this time to rest up. Lin E nodded. The other players agreed. Lin, you deserve a good rest. Your little Lecce will handle it easily. Don't worry. Rest well, then dominate in the Coppa Italia. You should aim for the top scorer title there too. Training began. Despite the rest day, Lin E still went to the training ground for basic conditioning to stay sharp. His phone rang. It was Shin Qingyan. Just saw your fashion shoot. You look awesome. Thanks. Are you going to the match against Lecce this weekend? I'm rested, but I'll be there. I'll come with you then. Oh, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner to celebrate your first endorsement deal. Sure, what time? 7 p.m. at our usual spot, Golden Coast. He hung up and resumed his training. It was match day. 3 hours remained before kickoff. Lin E had just finished his recovery session when head coach Rossi called him over at the edge of the training pitch. Lin, come with me to the pre-match press conference. Me too. Lin E was taken aback. As per tradition, the pre-match press conference was usually attended by Rossi and Captain Britos. Rossi smiled. You're the core of this team now. Many media outlets want to interview you. Some questions are directly about you, so it's better if you answer them yourself. He patted Lin E on the shoulder. This isn't my decision, your performance has earned it. A press conference without its key player lacks credibility. Lin E nodded and followed. When they arrived at the press hall, it was already packed with journalists. His appearance caused a stir. Shutters clicked in rapid succession and camera flashes flickered endlessly. Rossi raised his hand to calm the room. Everyone please be patient. Lin Yi will answer your questions during the QA session. Lin Yi took a seat in the front row. It was his first time at an official press conference, and the glare of the spotlight made him slightly uneasy. Burritos sitting beside him whispered, there used to be far fewer media at these conferences. At most 3 or 4 outlets, sometimes just one. Ever since the team started winning, and because of you they've all come flooding in. He shook his head with a smile. How things have changed. Rossi briefly introduced the team's preparations, as Captain Burritos offered some polite remarks about giving our all to secure the victory. Now time for questions, Rossi announced. Journalists eagerly raised their hands. The first one called upon asked, Lin Yi, how do you feel about scoring 13 goals in 8 league matches? Lin Yi replied calmly, as a striker scoring is my duty. I just want to help the team win. The journalist looked slightly surprised. The 20-year-old top scorer's answer was surprisingly polished and diplomatic. Any other young player might have boasted about chasing the golden boot. A second journalist stood up. How are you feeling today? Can you continue scoring? Lin Yi glanced at Rossi, his eyes asking if he could reveal the rotation plan. Rossi nodded. With only hours to kick off, even if the opponent knew, they wouldn't have time to adjust their tactics. I'm being rested today. I'm not in the starting lineup. A wave of shock rippled through the room. The media hadn't expected Palermo's core player to be absent. How much will your absence affect the team's attack? My teammates are all excellent. Even without me, the team has the ability to win. Given your outstanding form, are you considering a transfer to seek new challenges? Lin Yi felt a pang of helplessness. These media folks were just stirring up trouble, throwing out one loaded question after another, even bringing up transfer rumors. He smiled and replied, I'm not considering that at the moment. Focusing on the current matches is what matters most. Rossi nodded approvingly from the side. Despite the direct questioning, Lin Yi's composed responses displayed a maturity beyond his years. This concludes today's press conference, Rossi announced. Leaving the hall, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Nice job, you handled that really well, Burritos chuckled. I was so nervous at my first press conference I could barely speak. But after the pre-match speech you gave, you should be able to handle this. Hours later, the players from both teams walked onto the pitch. What Rossi hadn't anticipated was that the strongest reaction to resting Lin Yi wouldn't come from the opponent, but from the home fans. When the announcer read out the starting lineup, they realized Lin Yi wasn't in it. They looked towards the field, and sure enough, that familiar black-haired figure was absent. Chants of discontent immediately rose. Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Lin Yi. From the stands near the dugout, some fans even shouted at Rossi, why isn't Lin Yi playing? He's the core of the team. Could we have won without him before? We want to see Lin Yi. Rossi shook his head helplessly. After 8 rounds of the league, how could he not know Lin Yi's importance? He turned to the fans and shouted back, do you want him to run himself into an injury? Having said that, he ignored them. He understood their frustration. After all, they'd paid for tickets, and Lin Yi was the team's biggest star. Many had come specifically to see him. Rossi's words seemed to calm the fans somewhat, but many still felt disappointed. For this match, aside from Hernandez replacing Lin Yi in the starting 11, Palermo fielded their strongest possible lineup. Fans, players, and coaches alike were all confident of victory. However, once the match began, everyone realized things weren't so simple. Lecce, a newly promoted side, had only managed 1 win in their first 7 rounds. Today, playing away at Palermo, they adopted an extremely defensive posture. Their objective was remarkably clear. From the very first minute, the entire Palermo team felt their determination to take something from the game. Indeed, Lecce was fighting tooth and nail just to secure a single point. After the kickoff, Palermo sensed something was amiss. Why was Lecce constantly passing the ball around their own half? Their midfield wasn't pressing, and their forwards weren't closing down. When you have superior quality, there's no need for high-pressing tactics, which could prove costly in terms of energy and risk leaving you exposed. By controlling the game steadily, they could win with their superior skill. But Lecce had been passing between their defense and midfield for nearly 5 minutes. This time wasting couldn't go on. Burritos urged his teammates forward to press, forcing Lecce to pass forward. Lecce's response was intriguing. Whenever Palermo pressed, they would patiently pass their way out of trouble in tight spaces. If they couldn't find a passing lane, they'd simply hoof the ball upfield, as if taking a random guess. It was more of a desperate clearance than a pass, and more often than not it ended up at the feet of a Palermo defender. It wasn't that Lecce's forwards lacked ability, but rather, Rossi sensed something was wrong. He picked up the opponent's team sheet and studied it. As a newly promoted team, they had no famous stars, just hard-working and honest players. Comparing Lecce's lineup to their previous matches, he finally realized it. Today they hadn't fielded a striker at all. Lecce was set up in a 4-5-1 formation, but the one wasn't a forward, he was a midfielder. Moreover, this player rarely ventured into the attacking third, his movement more akin to an attacking midfielder. With this formation and movement, how could they possibly connect with long balls from the back? No wonder Palermo easily controlled possession. But it was when Palermo attacked that they truly understood Lecce's resolve to defend for a draw. Whenever Palermo pushed forward, Lecce's 2 defensive midfielders immediately dropped back, forming a defensive line with the center backs turning their four-man defense into six with the number of central defenders increasing from 2 to 4. That false striker abandoned all pretense, dropping back to play as a defensive midfielder. The team instantly transformed into a 6-4-0 formation. Their positioning was ultra-defensive with no intention of counterattacking whatsoever. The entire Palermo team was stunned. This was the ultimate bus parking tactic. Up in the stands, he frowned slightly. This match was proving to be more difficult than he had anticipated. The Palermo players were baffled. They had seen teams park the bus before, but never had they witnessed such an impenetrable fortress. Lecce's players were now truly all camped out near their own penalty area. Not a single attacking player remained up front. This meant that even if Lecce won the ball back, there was no one ahead to launch a counterattack. Lecce had abandoned even the thought of counterattacking. This unwavering determination to defend frustrated the entire Palermo squad. On the sidelines, Lecce's manager wore a grim expression. The dismal results of the previous rounds had thoroughly shattered the team's illusions. Serie A is a top-tier league, and every single point must be fought for. Today, facing Palermo away, Lecce had set their sights low, elevating their opponents in the process. Palermo certainly deserved their position, fourth in the league, holding a Champions League spot. Lecce had previously attempted to park the bus, but they would always leave one or two forwards up front to keep the possibility of a counterattack alive. The result, however, was that before they could even launch a counter, their defense had already been breached multiple times. After much soul-searching, Lecce identified the root cause. It was stark and brutal. Their players simply lacked the quality to withstand the offensive pressure of a Serie A team. Left with no other choice, they reached a conclusion: the defense must be absolutely uncompromising. If the defenders aren't good enough, compensate with sheer numbers. If numbers in defense still aren't enough, sacrifice attacking players to bolster it. And so the formation presented to everyone was this extreme defensive 6-4-0. While such an arrangement was hard to believe came from a professional coach, after the humiliating defeats of the previous rounds, Lecce's manager realized that perhaps only this crude and straightforward tactic offered any hope of securing a precious point away from home. The match reached the 25th minute. Palermo had been in continuous possession for nearly 10 minutes. For 10 whole minutes, Lecce's players barely touched the ball. But equally, Palermo couldn't find a way through. Long-range shots were useless. Lecce's penalty area and its surroundings were packed with bodies. Forget finding a gap for a shot from distance, even a speculative effort was likely to be blocked by the wall of players in the box. Palermo's players were confused. Did Lecce truly intend to defend like this for 90 minutes? Judging by Lecce's posture, the answer was clearly yes. Rossi watched anxiously from the sidelines. He had expected Lecce to be defensive, but not to this extent. In the 35th minute, the big screen displayed real-time statistics. Palermo had 85 possession. Lecce had a paltry 15. Palermo had taken 6 shots with 0 on target. Lecce's shot count was literally 0. The home fans couldn't take it anymore. Is Lecce here to make a joke of themselves? Is this how football is played? What a spectacle. Never seen such a style of play. If you lack the guts, just get relegated early and stop playing. Parking the bus to the extreme, they've truly become turtles. Lecce might as well just bring only their goalkeeper and defenders for future away matches. Might as well have all 10 outfield players play as defenders. The fans hurled sarcastic taunts towards Lecce's manager. He turned his back to them, pretending not to hear. He had now become a turtle with his head in his shell as well. What frustrated Palermo fans even more was that they rarely even had the chance to boo the Lecce players. The reason was simple: Lecce's players had pitifully little time on the ball, low frequency of touches, and short durations of possession. How can you boo a team that doesn't even touch the ball? The first half ended 0-0. Rossi shook his head in dismay. Lecce's resolve was certainly firm and certainly shameless. Typically, professional teams in top leagues wouldn't resort to such a purely defensive, one-dimensional tactic. Calling it a tactic was an insult to the word tactic. He followed his teammates back to the dressing room. The situation was clearly not ideal. Palermo had dominated all statistics in the first half, but had posed absolutely no threat to Lecce's goal. If the second half continued in the same vein, Palermo was heading for a dull draw. For the whole team, taking just a single point at home against Lecce, who were rock bottom of the league, was unacceptable. Coach, why not let play in the second half? Britos suggested in the dressing room. Hernandez also nodded. He knew that if he came on, he would be the one substituted off. But now, with the team struggling to break down the opposition, Lin's quality was plain for all to see. Perhaps he could be the one to unlock the deadlock. Rossi was silent for a moment. He had 2 considerations for resting today. First, genuinely needed rest. The Coppa Italia was in 3 days, and he would need full energy. Second, Rossi had to find a solution to the dependency. As the manager, he couldn't just look at 1 or 2 matches, but at a season of over 40 games across 2 competitions. Palermo were currently 4th in Serie A, their best ever league position. Undoubtedly, he was the biggest contributor to this. But the reality was that without Palermo's level would instantly revert to last season's relegation battling standard. No matter how exceptional he was, or how great his stamina, he couldn't play all 40-plus matches. He would always need rotation. Worse, if Lin were to suffer an injury, it wouldn't just be a matter of missing a few games. But Rossi had never imagined that the very first match without Lin would present such a severe test. Against Lecce, the league's bottom team, the entire squad couldn't find a way to break through. Although the opponent's tactics were underhanded, professional football is like this, the situation on the pitch can change in an instant. They had to deal with all kinds of scenarios and couldn't use excuses to retreat. Lin looked at Rossi. "Coach, I'm ready. Whenever you need me, I can go on." Rossi looked at the eager and spirited Lin and nodded. But he still said, "Let's wait a bit longer. Only if absolutely necessary." He still wanted Lin to rest more. Even if he didn't play the full match, the intensity of a professional game required the body to be fully warmed up and engaged. If he only rested for half the game, the recovery benefits would be greatly diminished. So if possible, it was best for Lin not to play or to come on as late as possible. The halftime break ended, and both teams returned to the pitch. Palermo's fans began to chant Lin's name in unison. Indeed, in this moment of failing to score despite sustained pressure, sitting on the Palermo bench was a prolific scorer with 13 goals in 8 matches. If the team needed a savior, it could only be Lin. The second half began. Palermo kicked off. The situation was the same as the first half. Lecce's players immediately began to compress their formation. The ultra-defensive bus was back. In the 48th minute, Britos' shot was blocked by a defender. In the 53rd minute, Britos tried again, and the ball was blocked once more. In the 61st minute, Pastore shook off his marker and managed a speculative long-range effort, which was saved by the goalkeeper. By the 70th minute, Palermo's attack still hadn't improved. Lecce had used all 3 of their substitutions, bringing on defensive midfielders and defenders to replace their tired players. They were committed to this tactic until the very end. Rossi was shouting instructions from the sidelines, urging his team forward, but with little effect. Breaking free from the reliance on Lin, he was proving to be anything but simple. But this match had to be won, that was the bottom line. Rossi, with no other choice, said to the substitute bench, "Lin, go warm up." The previously despondent Palermo fans saw Lin warming up and erupted in cheers. The 71st minute arrived. Lin replaced Hernandez. The roar from the Palermo fans rang out once more. Lin's name echoed around the stadium. Without a doubt, the savior of Palermo was about to enter the fray. The Barbera Stadium erupted in thunderous cheers once more. Lin, entrusted with the team's hopes in a moment of crisis, carried the weight of breaking the deadlock. The Lecce players also noticed the shift in Palermo. It wasn't just the fans whose passion was ignited, a renewed fire gleamed in the eyes of the Palermo players. The newly introduced player instilled immense confidence in them. The Lecce players all fixed their gaze on Lin. This black-haired Easterner. Could he be the Chinese striker making waves in Syria lately? During the pre-match tactical briefing, the coach had specifically mentioned this informed attacker. They hadn't expected him to start on the bench, only to be brought on as a substitute. The Lecce players understood this was a clear signal from Palermo. They would commit fully to the attack from now on. The Lecce coach's expression flickered upon seeing Lin come on, but quickly returned to calm. For Lecce, Lin was undoubtedly a significant threat. However, given their defensive tactics today, it should be the opposition who would be left with a headache. Lin had initially assumed Lecce would park the bus, showing no desire to counterattack. This would allow Palermo to focus entirely on attacking, sparing him the energy expenditure of tracking back, letting him concentrate fully on breaching their lines. But facing the Lecce defense head-on, he realized, with such a congested backline, there was simply no space to run into. When Palermo had possession, they first had to contend with Lecce's 4-man midfield defensive block. 2 midfielders guarded the central channel, while the other 2 provided cover on the flanks. Pastore held the ball, surveying the play, trying to initiate a 1-2 with Lin to help his new teammate find his shooting rhythm. He passed to Lin, who used a dummy to distract the defense, quickly laying it back off before surging forward. Pastore received and immediately played a precise through ball back into Lin's path. Everything went according to plan. But as Lin received the ball and looked up, the sight before him made him freeze. A wall of 4 Lecce center-backs stood ahead. Regardless of the quality of the build-up, he was now staring at a literal human wall in the box. For center-backs, sealing off the routes to goal, effectively a movable wall. Lin sighed inwardly. Had they pulled on all their backup center-backs just to defend? Forcing a shot was pointless, it would surely be blocked. He squared the ball to Britos on the right, who was immediately swarmed by several defenders upon receiving it. To avoid losing possession, Britos had no choice but to pass back to Pastore. The ball had come full circle back to where it started. The entire attack had been rendered futile. This was a microcosm of Palermo's attacking struggles all game. The middle was blocked, so they tried the wings. Pastore dribbled wide and laid it off to winger Ilicic. The moment Ilicic received the ball, the defending fullback and covering midfielder pressed him immediately. He attempted a feint and a burst of pace, but his strength was his speed, not his technical skill. The defender wasn't fooled by the feint and stuck out a decisive foot to knock the ball out for a throw-in. Ilicic shook his head in frustration. He had been completely ineffective on the wing all match. It wasn't hard to understand why. Ilisic's pace was usually Palermo's key weapon to slice open defenses on the flank, but Lecce's deep defensive block meant their players were camped in their own half, leaving him no space to sprint into. Unable to build up speed, his pace advantage was nullified. Palermo took the throw in. Ilicic received the ball, but was immediately double-teamed. Just as he felt isolated, he sprinted out from the center of the box to offer support. Relieved, Ilicic quickly played the pass. He made a forward run gesture, and Ilicic immediately bolted towards the byline. He spotted the opportunity and threaded a pass down the line. The earlier double team on Ilicic had left a rare gap in behind the full-back. Ilicic finally had a sliver of space to accelerate into. After passing he sprinted towards the 6-yard box, but felt a sense of dread as he neared the edge. There were simply too many bodies. Ilicic drove to the byline and whipped in a cross. Yi's physical strength was usually enough to hold his position in the 6-yard box, but with such a crowd, the space he carved out was instantly swallowed by the surging mass of players. Seeing the ball arrive, he leaped, but as expected, his lack of stable footing prevented him from getting enough height, and a defender at the back post cleared the ball. Over the next few minutes, he tried to link up with his teammates. Ilicic delivered 2 more crosses, but he couldn't get on the end of either in the 6-yard box. Lecce's congestion in that area was bad enough, but what made it worse was the height of their 4 center backs. 2 stood at 188 centimeters, and 2 were over 190 centimeters. The 6-yard box had become a no-fly zone. These center backs were huge and strong, and under normal circumstances their sluggishness, lack of pace, and slow turning were their biggest weaknesses. But Lecce's defensive game plan today, which kept them camped deep, masked all these flaws. Swallowed by the sea of bodies again, he felt a surge of frustration. If that's how it is, I'll just try more shots. Since they have no intention of counterattacking, even if a shot is blocked or possession is lost, there's nothing to fear. We'll just win it back. More shots would also mean more rebound opportunities. With his S-rank skill, godly positioning, he could anticipate the second ball's landing spot around the box. If a long-range effort could force the keeper into a spill, he'd be there to pounce on the rebound. He gestured to Pastor and Britos. Try more shots from distance. Thanks to Yi's intelligent movement, which stretched and pulled the Lecce defense, more gaps began to appear. Palermo started getting several shooting opportunities from outside the box. Pastor had a decent shot from range, but he had just instructed him, just make sure you hit it with power. He made another diagonal run, and his marker followed. Britos feigned a pass to but quickly slipped it square to Pastor, who was hovering just outside the box. Seeing the sudden space open up before him, Pastor didn't hesitate, took a single touch to adjust, and unleashed a ferocious drive. The shot was straight at the keeper, but it was struck with immense power. The Lecce goalkeeper lowered his center of gravity and parried the ball away with his body. The moment Pastor struck the ball, he was already sprinting at full tilt towards the goal. But when he saw the red circle indicator, he froze. The designated landing spot was exactly where an opponent was standing. Sure enough, the ball was cleared. Bad luck. Let's try again. Ilicic whipped in a cross from the flank, but this time he was smarter, aiming it slightly further out away from the congested 6-yard box. Guided by his godly positioning, had already anticipated the landing spot accurately. Just as he controlled the ball, the defender behind him closed in. Calmly nudged the ball into the path of Pastor. Pastor had already adjusted his stride and unleashed a thunderous first-time volley. Simultaneously, charged back towards the 6-yard box. Because the shot was hit first time, it had even more power than the last, surely forcing the keeper into a spill. And indeed, Yi's judgment was spot on. The keeper spilled it. But as moved towards the red circle, he was dismayed to find the spot was occupied again. This time didn't care. He charged in. This spot had to be won. But time was tight. Before he could even shove the defender aside, the ball was already bouncing towards them. In desperation, threw his weight into the challenge, dragging the defender to the ground with the sheer force of the collision. Beep. The referee's whistle shrilled, signaling a foul for the offensive push. Sighed. It wasn't that the opponents had read the play brilliantly, it was simply that with so many defenders packed in the box, the rebound spots were inadvertently occupied. This was a real headache. In a normal match, the penalty area wouldn't be this crowded, and this kind of situation would be rare. But today, against Lecce's defensive setup, so many unexpected things were happening. The clock ticked past the 80th minute, and the score remained goalless. The Palermo fans watched anxiously. The team was trying, but the opposition was simply infuriating. Could this match really end in a stalemate against Lecce? Another Palermo long-range effort was blocked for a corner. Looked at the Lecce defense and couldn't help but scoff. Internally, 6 defenders on the pitch, it was absolute madness. Palermo took the corner, but it was headed clear by the sea of defenders. Palermo's midfield regained possession only to face a wall of 6 defenders lined up across the pitch. The sheer density of the defense was enough to make any attacker despair. Staring at the 6 defenders, Yi's mind raced, and suddenly a thought struck him. 6 defenders was a lot, but with that many defenders, the complexity of executing their tactical plan would be immense. He stared at the Lecce defensive line, his mind racing. 6 defenders in a standard defensive setup. This density was a nightmare for any attacking player. But under certain specific defensive tactics, having 6 defenders could instead become their greatest weakness. That tactic was the offside trap. The offside trap was a standard tactic for every team, but it was also extremely risky. It demanded absolute synchronization from the entire defensive line. To catch the opposing striker offside, all 4 defenders had to step up simultaneously at the exact moment of the pass, forcing the striker into an offside position. Executing the offside trap with 4 defenders was already difficult. In matches it often failed because one defender was a fraction of a second late, leaving the opponent with a one-on-one chance against the goalkeeper. Now Lecce had 6 defenders, which made the offside trap at least 50% harder. Moreover, it tested not only the individual ability and awareness of each defender, but also demanded a high level of understanding among the 4. Only by being intimately familiar with each other's running patterns could they achieve synchronized movement. And this match was likely the first time Lecce had deployed such an extreme defensive formation. This meant that the 2 newly introduced center backs would inevitably lack understanding with the other 4. Real matches weren't football video games. Chemistry between players was crucial. Lin calculated silently if the opponent's 6-man defense lacked mutual understanding. Exploiting this weakness combined with the godly positioning anti-offside skill might just reveal a crack. Having failed twice in the 6-yard box, Lin was in no hurry this time. He observed his opponents first. The primary goal was to confirm whether Lecce had any offside trap arrangements in this match. And sure enough, as Palermo controlled the ball in midfield, the Lecce defensive line began to slowly push up. Lin, observing the opponent's backline positioning from the front, deliberately stood level with the Lecce defenders. Within 3 seconds, the Lecce line had advanced about 2 meters. Clearly, this was the signal for the offside trap to be activated. Lin had an idea. Now that he had confirmed the opponent's offside trap setup, he felt at ease. For the next 2 minutes, Lin hugged the Lecce offside line, frequently signaling for the ball from Pastor, who was controlling possession in midfield. After his astonishing offside beating displays in the previous 2 matches, Palermo had specifically practiced Lin's anti-offside tactics in training. So now, whenever Lin made a move along the offside line, Pastor's attention would be focused, ready to release a through ball. Against Lecce's parked bus, ground passes were simply out of the question. They just couldn't get through. It seemed only aerial balls would work. But there was a critical problem. Lecce's formation was so deep that their defensive line barely pushed up beyond the edge of the penalty area. This wasn't hard to understand. Since they had no intention of counterattacking and were solely focused on defending a draw, there was no need to push up and take unnecessary risks. However, this significantly hampered Lin's offside beating runs. Pastor could only play aerial balls, but with the defensive line so close to the box, Lin had almost no space behind the defense to run into. This demanded extremely high precision and power on the aerial pass. Overhit it, and the Lecce goalkeeper would come out and claim it. Underhit it, and a Lecce defender could head it clear. Pastor was clearly aware of this problem too. As the team's attacking midfielder and most technically complete player, he himself wasn't confident he could execute that pass perfectly. After all, he wasn't a star-level attacking midfielder. His technical skill was only relatively outstanding within this Palermo squad. Furthermore, Lin thought of an even more critical issue. His offside beating attempts wouldn't get many chances, because Lecce hadn't yet realized the threat of his offside runs. It was highly likely that once he succeeded, they would become wary. The defensive line would completely retreat into the box, abandoning the offside trap altogether. Then Lin would have no more opportunities. Besides, with the match nearing its end, Lecce would absolutely not take any more risks in these final moments. They would defend with all their might to secure a point. But now it was the 90th minute. Time was running out. He could see someone preparing the stoppage time board. Lin repeatedly raised his hand, gesturing to Pastor, praying silently, hoping this pass would be of high quality. He stared intently at Pastor's feet, the godly positioning, skill flashing colors before his eyes. When the indicator color neared green, Lin frantically signaled Pastor. Pastor's heart was pounding as he tried his best to control the pass. Boom. The ball traced a delicate arc in the air, sailing over Lin's head. Lin had already calculated the lead time, adjusted his position, and burst into a full sprint. The commentator shouted excitedly, Lin. This scene was familiar to them. Lin was once again showcasing his incredible offside beating technique. The Lecce players clearly hadn't expected he still had this trick up his sleeve. Having defended stubbornly for 90 minutes against the highly touted Chinese striker, their defense had managed to thwart him repeatedly. It could be considered a successful performance. They never imagined that in a single instant a Palermo pass would tear their defense apart. Lin glanced at the incoming ball. It was slightly overhit. He tensed his body and sprinted with all his might. The Lecce goalkeeper, as expected, chose to rush out. In that split second, Lin glanced at the ball and the goalkeeper's position, calculating rapidly in his mind, at this rate, by the time I reach the ball, the keeper will be right there. There won't be any angle to shoot. He instinctively scanned his surroundings. Pastor was out of the question. Britos was also surging forward in support, but because he had been positioned deep when the pass was made, he was now too far away. Passing to him was impossible. In an unintentional glance he suddenly noticed left winger Ilicic sprinting down the flank. This silly kid. What's he charging down the wing for at a time like this? Ever since Ilicic scored from a rebound at the far post in a previous match, his forward runs had increased dramatically. However, his game reading was still lacking. Sometimes he would surge forward, unnecessarily wasting energy. Just as he was about to take a gamble and shoot, Ilicic's appearance sparked an idea in his mind. It was a bold thought, but if executed smoothly, the chance of scoring was very high. Although Lin Yi's shooting accuracy was already 94, the match was in stoppage time, and this shot might very well be the last opportunity. Lin Yi made up his mind. Just before the keeper could reach the ball, Lin Yi executed a sliding shot. Everyone thought he was forcing a shot, but the ball bizarrely flew towards the left touchline near the byline. What a wayward shot. Rossi on the sidelines and the Palermo substitutes on the bench let out sighs of regret. The 2 minutes of stoppage time were almost up. This was their last chance. But as everyone looked on, a figure burst out from the flank. Ilicic's pace was his biggest asset, and he quickly caught up with Lin Yi's pass. Lin Yi's sliding shot just now was a pass. It was only then that everyone realized and couldn't help but marvel. Because no one would have associated that kick with a pass. Delivering it to Ilicic required precise, lead time calculation, and an incredibly wide field of vision. But at that moment Lin Yi's heart sank. His original plan was to pass to Ilicic, who would then cross the ball into the 6-yard box. At that point the 6-yard box would be mostly empty. Even if the opposing defenders retreated, they wouldn't be set, and no one could stop him from leaping and making contact. Combined with the box terminator skill, it would be a guaranteed 100 goal. The plan was flawless. But Lin Yi hadn't anticipated that after his sliding pass to Ilicic, the charging Lecce goalkeeper would crash into him, bringing him down. He couldn't get up immediately. With Ilicic in possession, how could he possibly get into position to receive a cross? Could this last chance be slipping away? But the very next second the entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Lin Yi looked up bewildered and was astonished to find the ball already in the back of the net. Ilicic sprinted towards him, embracing him excitedly in celebration. What on earth just happened? Ilicic rushed over and embraced Lin excitedly. Lin, that pass was brilliant. The other teammates also swarmed over, piling on top of Lin. A dog pile again. I can't breathe, Lin Yi said with a wry smile. It was only then that he realized. After he had fallen to the ground, he indeed couldn't have made a run to the near post. But he had been so focused on getting into the box that he had forgotten another crucial detail. The Lecce goalkeeper had also rushed out and gone to ground. That meant Ilicic should have been facing an open goal. So why did he even cross the ball at all? The stadium's big screen replayed the slow-motion pass. It was only then that Lin Yi saw clearly. Because he had been eager to slide in for the shot, the pass had been sent a bit too deep. Yet by accident it turned into a brilliant assist. Not only had he drawn the goalkeeper out, but the deeper pass also gave Ilicic an extra second or two to sprint. Don't underestimate that extra second or two. Ilicic, known for his pace, used that time to shake off the chasing defenders by several yards. The opportunity came so suddenly. Ilicic had only meant to provide support, unsure if he could even reach the ball. And then out of nowhere he had an open goal. Lin, that pass was incredible. Yeah, I thought you had mishit your shot. The teammates marveled one after another. The home fans were also roaring with excitement over the fantastic assist. They were beginning to realize that Lin's vision wasn't half bad either. With this assist Lin Yi's league tally reached 4. And upon reflection, all 4 assists had been tap-in passes for his teammates. They either faced a half-open goal or a completely empty net. To assist on such a level was truly something else. Even Rossi on the sidelines couldn't help but marvel. Lin Yi's passing choice just now had been truly unpredictable. During the attack, Rossi had also been observing the dynamics on the field. The onlooker sees most clearly. But even as an observer he hadn't noticed that Lin from that position could have played such a long diagonal pass, perfectly weighted to find Ilicic sprinting down the left flank. Rossi was amazed inwardly. Lin Yi was truly a gifted player. He was still marveling at Lin's penalty box finishing and off-the-ball movement, and now he realized Lin's vision had also been quietly improving. The passing vision displayed so casually today was truly impressive. To the teammates' astonishment and congratulations, Lin Yi actually wanted to say, although he had indeed seen Ilicic and had indeed passed him. The outcome, however, was purely accidental. The referee blew the final whistle. The Lecce players slumped to the ground. Their coach could only walk onto the pitch to console them. They couldn't believe that after holding on for almost the entire match, they had been undone by Lin Yi's movement, losing everything in the final moments. They all couldn't help but look at Lin Yi, watching this man who in just 20 minutes had elevated Palermo's attack to another level. Everyone was filled with mixed emotions. Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Lin Yi. The entire Palermo fanbase chanted his name. Without a doubt, Lin Yi was once again the man of the match. The Palermo players hugged each other, joyfully celebrating this hard-fought victory. Milan drew in the other match. Someone shouted excitedly, looking at the live scores on their phone. This meant that after 8 rounds Palermo had 19 points from 6 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, ranking 3rd in Serie A. The players stared at the latest standings, feeling like they were dreaming. No one dared to imagine. Last season Palermo was fighting in the lower mid-table, and now halfway through the first half of this season, they were sitting in third place, only behind Inter Milan and Juventus. This was something no one would have dared to predict before the season started. The Palermo players all knew that this season's success was solely due to having a talent like Lin on the team. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement, clutch assist. Reward attribute points 2. Achievement level up. Unlocked eligibility for a new S-rank skill card. S-rank skill card trigger progress caused 10 fouls on opponents in official matches 0-1-0. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Another chance to unlock an S-rank skill? That was fast. He had just gotten familiar with the phantom movement skill, and now the third S-rank skill was already here. He glanced at the trigger condition, causing the opponent to foul him. That doesn't seem too hard, right? It just means being fouled by the opposing players during play. Only 10 times needed. The next day, with the first Coppa Italia match on Wednesday the day after tomorrow, Rossi didn't have the players do high-intensity training to avoid affecting their recovery. Speaking of recovery, Rossi was especially concerned about Lin Yi's condition. Only after the team doctor confirmed Lin Yi was physically fine did Rossi feel at ease. The midweek cup opener was a must-win for Palermo. Rossi was well aware that the team was becoming increasingly reliant on Lin Yi. The recent performances were particularly telling. Without Lin, Palermo struggled significantly. When Lin Yi came on, not only could he turn the game around with his individual brilliance, but even his teammates, influenced by his presence, performed at a higher level. Take Britos, who scored a hat-trick, Elisic, who delivered numerous key passes, D'Agostino, who provided precise crosses from the flank. These players all produced surprising performances under Lin Yi's influence. Palermo had a set objective for the cup this season. Reaching the quarterfinals would be considered mission accomplished. Today's training session ended without much sweat. In the afternoon, Lin Yi received a call from Shin Xingyan. Lin Yi, are you busy? Not really, training just finished this morning. This afternoon is just recovery, no more practice needed. You have a cup match next midweek, right? Yeah, one on Wednesday. Do you know who the opponent is? Haven't really paid attention. Heard it's a Serie B or Serie C team. The Coppa Italia schedule is complicated. In fact, the competition had already started back in September before the season began. But the cup is divided into several rounds. The first round involved 36 teams from Serie C and Serie D, with the winners advancing to the second round. The second round featured the 18 winners from the previous round, joined by all 22 Serie B teams. It's only in the third round that Palermo enters the fray. The 20 winners from the second round face off against the teams that finished 9th to 20th in Serie A last season. Lin Yi, did you know? Your midweek Coppa Italia opponent is Padova. Padova, the Serie B team I trialed with. Yeah, what a coincidence, right? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Shin Xingyan chuckled. Padova looked sharp in the last round, winning 5-0 to advance. Don't take them lightly. I won't underestimate them. Lin Yi said seriously, no matter who the opponent is, I will give my all. Even if it's a Serie C team, I'll treat them like a Serie A opponent. I believe you'll do your best. Oh, Lin Yi, don't forget, in just 2 more rounds we'll reach the crucial match. Lin Yi smiled. Of course I remember. You said you'd give me a surprise in the away match against Fiorentina in the 10th round. I'm looking forward to it. Alright, it's a deal. Time quickly arrived at midweek. Palermo arrived at Padova's home ground. Looking at the pitch, the turf was patchy, unkempt, and the field was full of bumps. Playing on this surface could easily lead to a twisted ankle. The Palermo players shook their heads. It was typical of a Serie B team. The facilities were indeed lacking. The match kicked off at 3 p.m. The players from both sides had already entered the field. The Padova players were all staring intently at Lin Yi. So that's the famous Lin Yi. Yeah, he came to trial with me at Padova back then. I heard about that too. He was snatched up by a Palermo scout. Palermo came straight to us to take our player. I was there at the time. Didn't think much of it then, but now you have to admit Palermo have a sharp eye. I heard Lin Yi has scored 13 league goals, all from open play. Lin Yi stood in the center circle listening to their chatter, his expression calm. Padova, the place where his football dream began. Although he had only trialed here for a few days, he held a special affection for this place. But just as he was about to kick off, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the stands. Lin Yi, go. Lin Yi looked up and saw Shin Xingyan in a corner of the stands. Beside her sat another person. When Lin Yi recognized who it was, his pupils slightly contracted. The person also looked at him, offering a slight nod and a smile. It was the Stadio Eugenio in Padova. Felt rather antiquated. Rossi frowned as he studied the uneven, pockmarked turf beneath his feet. A pang of regret hit him. He shouldn't have fielded Lin Yi. If he twisted an ankle or pulled a muscle on this terrible pitch, Palermo would suffer a significant loss. This was the first round of the Coppa Italia, and winning wasn't just about advancing. It was a crucial match to boost the team's morale and confidence. Lin Yi arguably didn't need to play at all. Against the Serie B side, Palermo could have sent out 2 random players from the bench and still secured a comfortable win. But Padova were in formidable form, 3 consecutive league victories, and they had crushed their opponent 5-1 in the previous cup round. Rossi deliberated, fearing an upset, and reluctantly deployed Lin Yi to anchor the team. Who could have predicted the home pitch would be in such deplorable condition? After all, this stadium barely met the minimum standards set by the Football Association. To make matters worse, 3 days of relentless rain had left the turf soft, the soil loose, and the surface riddled with holes. It looked like a veritable obstacle course. Lin Yi stood on the touchline surveying the stadium. The stands were full, but the total capacity was a mere 1800. At a glance, it felt as small as a community sports ground. Only a few hundred Palermo fans had made the trip, scattered sparsely in one corner. This wasn't surprising. Facing a Serie B opponent, everyone assumed it would be a mere formality. The outcome? Hardly in doubt. Lin Yi casually scanned Padova's starting lineup. A few familiar faces emerged, right, the same group he had played against in a trial match over 2 months ago. Surprisingly, some of them were already wearing the first-team jersey and had secured a starting spot. As his eyes moved to the defensive line, the central defender's position, Lin Yi nearly burst out laughing. Well, if it isn't Merson. That brash kid who had marked him so tightly during the trial match was now a starting center back. Why do Serie B teams treat the Coppa Italia like a treasure? The prize money is substantial, and it offers a chance to face Serie A teams. A triple win, testing their mettle, gaining experience, and getting exposure. But for a Serie A club like Palermo, no matter how appealing the cup is, the league takes precedence. The league is their livelihood. Television revenue flows and media scrutiny is constant, and no one dares to be careless. So in the previous 2 cup rounds, most Serie A teams fielded half-rotated squads, enough to easily handle Serie B or C opponents. As a result, when Padova's coaching staff received Palermo's starting lineup, they were stunned. Full-strength first team. Not a single reserve player. This wasn't a cup match, it was a declaration of intent to steamroll them. Merson stared silently at Lin Yi across the field, his palms beginning to sweat. He remembered that trial match 2 months ago with absolute clarity. Lin Yi had scored 4 goals against him, each one faster and more ferocious than the last. At the time, he was utterly bewildered. How was this newly arrived kid from Italy playing like he had some kind of cheat code? Later, he heard that Palermo had swooped in to sign Lin Yi, who then secured a starting spot. Even more absurdly, after several league rounds, he was leading the scoring charts with 13 goals. Merson was first dumbfounded, then oddly relieved. It wasn't that he was too weak, it was that this guy was simply extraordinary. The referee's whistle blew, and the teams lined up. The Palermo players casually shook their arms and rolled their shoulders, looking completely relaxed. With Lin Yi on the field, winning felt as easy as drinking water. Padova, in contrast, were wound tight as a drawn bowstring, their breathing hushed. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Padova kicked off. In the Coppa Italia, except for the semifinals, which are 2-legged, all other rounds are single elimination. Lose and you're out. Facing a formidable opponent, Padova opted for a defensive 4-5-1 formation, intending to defend resolutely and strike on the counter. Within a minute, Padova were already under siege. Palermo's forward press was relentless, like rabid dogs, utterly ruthless. Especially Lin Yi. Having only played 20 minutes in the last league match, his energy was fully recharged. His running range covered the entire front line, and he was always first to press, intercept, and close down angles. Padova's players began to tremble when passing the ball, barely managing to hold on to possession. But Palermo pressed harder. With a wave of Lin Yi's hand, Pastore, Nasserino, D'Agostino, and Migliaccio all surged forward. 6 against 5. Padova should have had the numerical advantage. But the more they played, the more flustered they became. Passing lanes were shrinking, and they couldn't afford a single second of hesitation. They finally realized the problem. It was because Lin Yi was constantly sprinting. Whenever someone received the ball, he would cut in diagonally to block the path. If they tried to switch play wide, he immediately shifted to seal the lane. A short pass between 2 players. He would dart back and slot himself right between them. This one man single-handedly disrupted the passing rhythm of 3 opposing players. The passing lanes narrowed, becoming increasingly awkward. Lin Yi suddenly accelerated toward the ball carrier. The player panicked, his pass delayed by a fraction. Nasserino burst in from an angle and deftly stole the ball away. Counterattack. Immediately, Nasserino didn't hesitate, threading a pass down the right wing. D'Agostino chased it down and came face-to-face with Padova's fullback. He feinted, nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, then took a massive touch forward. The move was simple but explosively fast. The defender held his ground, unbothered by the feint. But that touch was so quick and powerful that it left the defender 2 meters behind. D'Agostino raced to the byline, casually adjusted his stride, and delivered a high, precise cross. Lin Yi was already positioned near the 6-yard box, his eyes locked onto the ball. Merson glanced at him sideways, a chill running down his spine. The pre-match plan was clear. He was to mark Lin Yi. As the ball left the crosser's foot, Lin Yi suddenly darted forward. Merson instinctively shifted to block him, seemingly about to win the position, but a shoulder collision sent him stumbling back half a step. Who? He instinctively turned his head and nearly jumped. The one who had shoved him aside was Lin Yi. Merson's mind went blank for a second. When did this guy get so strong? He fought through the contact and looked up. The ball was coming. He reached out, grabbing and tugging at Lin Yi's shirt, trying to disrupt his leap. Anyone else might have been affected. But Lin Yi didn't react at all, as if he didn't feel the foul. He simply jumped, whipped his head, and powered the ball. The ball grazed his forehead and flew towards the far post with spin. Padova's goalkeeper dove in vain, and the ball hit the back of the net. 1-0. Palermo had scored. Merson stood frozen staring at the ball in the net, still in shock. 2 months ago he had beaten him with agility, quick feet, and ghostly movement. But in a physical battle in the 6-yard box. Back then he could barely protect the ball, let alone outmuscle him. This body in front of him now. The explosive power, balance, and resilience. It was a completely different person. He watched Lin Yi's back as he celebrated with open arms, his lips slightly parted, with only one question left in his mind: how the hell did this kid train? Within the first 5 minutes of the match, Lin Yi stabbed the ball into the net with a sharp toe poke. On the sidelines, Rossi finally let out the breath he had been holding. That kid is just the same as always. The more critical the moment, the bolder he gets. Letting him receive the ball cleanly in the 6-yard box. That's practically handing the opponents a death sentence. The Palermo fans in the stands erupted instantly, their roar shaking the heavens. A few hundred away supporters were huddled in a corner, their red and blue colors glaringly conspicuous. After all, today was Padova's home game, with the stadium draped in the home team's scarves and banners. But these diehard Padova fans were destined to be subdued for a while. Conceding a goal less than 10 minutes into the match silenced the entire stadium, draining all the energy from their cheers. Glancing at Lin Yi celebrating with leaps and bounds, the Padova fans felt as if a wad of wet cotton had been stuffed into their hearts, heavy and suffocating. Hey, I heard that this Chinese striker was trialing with our Padova just 2 months ago. Really? I saw that claim on the local forum, but I thought it was just someone's made-up story. It's no rumor. My cousin works as a handyman in Padova's youth academy, and he saw him train for 3 days. At the time, that assistant coach from Palermo nearly got into a fight with our scout, all over signing him. Sigh, if we had just gritted our teeth and signed him back, then would we be worrying about relegation this season? Relegation? Are you kidding me? Lin Yi has already scored 13 goals in Serie A. 13 goals in 8 rounds, top of the scoring charts, and it's his first year in Serie A. Last season Palermo was mid-table, now they've shot straight up to third. A guy who scores goals like they're free, you think he'd come to Padova just to fight for survival in Serie B? Honestly, if Padova had secured him the promotion spot, would have been locked up long ago. And next year in Serie A they'd have been solid for sure. Those words left everyone stunned for a few seconds. A beautiful picture, but reality was far too harsh. The brighter the fantasy, the darker the present seemed. Looking back at Lin Yi sprinting across the pitch in Palermo's red and blue, the Padova fans let out collective sighs. Did the coaching staff have water in their brains? How could they let go of such a sharp attacking spearhead? This club is useless at everything, but they're champions at letting players go. On the touchline, Padova's coach Frank's face turned pale, his fingers gripping the tactics board until they whitened. He stared at Lin Yi's running figure and let out a heavy sigh. If only 2 months ago he hadn't gone to Monza to scout a new player that day, but had stayed to watch the trials. He would have personally dragged Lin Yi into his office to sign the contract and never let go. He would never forget the assistant coach's voice on the phone. Frank, we just let go of a Serie A striker who could start for us. Back then he hadn't seen Lin Yi play himself, he only heard it over the phone, scoring 4 goals against the semi-regular defender Merson and dominating the entire game. He too had thought it was a pity this Chinese youngster was indeed impressive and would likely make a name in Serie A. But he never imagined that the assessment good enough for Serie A was like measuring the ocean with a teaspoon. Far too light. Lin Yi had not only become a starter for Palermo, but had also shouldered the mantle of leading the team's attack. Coming off the bench to score twice and overturn Genoa, a hat-trick to force a draw with Napoli, and 4 goals away at Juventus. In his rookie season, he'd already piled up a trove of iconic moments. Was this really just Serie A level? Nonsense. Looking at Merson standing beside him, dazed and vacant-eyed, Frank shook his head silently, assigning him to mark Lin Yi for this match. Let's not even discuss the result. He just hoped the lad wouldn't question his own existence after the game. Both teams returned to their positions. Padova restarted the match. Deploying a 4-5-1 formation, their lone striker Novas at the front was now staring intently at Lin Yi. 2 months ago the two had been running, challenging, and sparring on the same pitch. 2 months later one was making waves in Serie A, donning Palermo's colors, the other still battling in Serie B in Padova's jersey. When would he get to play in Serie A? When would he become the core player? All question marks. They started from the same point, so why had the gap widened? Novas couldn't figure it out. After the trial, he was immediately spotted by the coaching staff, promoted to the first team within half a month, and secured a starting spot in 2 months. In the last match, a resounding victory, he scored 2 goals, relegating the original starter to the bench. The whole team was calling him the new core, praising his drive and flair. But recently a strange undercurrent had been flowing through the team. Mid-conversation someone would suddenly pipe up, "Hey, if only we'd kept Lin Yi." Novas found it grating. He pondered constantly, if Lin Yi hadn't left and had stayed at Padova, could he still have outshone him? He believed it. His technique wasn't crude, he didn't lose physical battles, and his game awareness was sharp. Why should he lose to a Chinese newcomer? His eyes locked onto Lin Yi, flames leaping in his pupils. The match continued. After conceding, Padova paradoxically seemed more relaxed, no longer playing so tensely. Novas called loudly for the ball up front. Upon receiving it, he feigned a move, accelerated past his man, and genuinely sent Palermo's midfielder Migliaccio stumbling. The latter was taken aback. Oh, this Serie B striker can actually play. On the sidelines, the tight lines on Frank's face eased slightly. Novas had indeed been the season's biggest surprise, fast, technically gifted, tireless, and capable of shouldering the lone striker role. This was also the trump card that allowed Frank to confidently employ a single striker tactic. But he knew deep down relying on Novas alone to break down Palermo's defense. Difficult. The center-back marking him, Silvestre, had seen his form resurrect this season, much more solid than the previous one. A veteran in his 30s, his defensive fundamentals were as solid as a city wall, earning him the reputation of a cunning fox among Serie A defenders. In his youth, he'd been a starter for Lazio, but a severe injury had slowed him down, leading to his move to Palermo. But this season not only had his legs returned, his mind was sharper. The older the craftier. Sure enough, Novas drove to the edge of the box, and Silvestre, lowering his center of gravity and planting his feet, stood as immovable as a mountain. Novas deployed his most familiar feint, but the veteran didn't even blink, always maintaining his position a step ahead of him. Novas froze for a moment, forced to turn and pass the ball back. Just as he shielded the ball and turned, a red figure shot in from the side. It was Lin E. Before Novas could react, Lin E hooked the ball away with his foot, and it was gone. Novas was stunned. When had this Chinese striker gotten behind him? Isn't he a forward? He'd just been stopped at the edge of the box, and Lin E had appeared like a ghost right at his back. Had he been chasing him all the way back since he started his dribble? He didn't have time to dwell on it. Lin E was already surging forward with the ball. Novas' temper flared. In this match, he had to prove to everyone he was no worse than Lin E. How could he let his opponent steal the ball and launch a counterattack right in front of him? He gave chase, sprinting at full tilt. Upon catching up, he pushed and pulled, trying desperately to pry the ball loose. He'd always been confident in his physical strength and team strength tests. He could even hold his own against the strongest mercenary. But this collision left him dumbfounded. Lin E was like a moving wall, completely unyielding. How was he so strong? His face flushed red and his tactics grew increasingly dirty. If Lin E were to turn this steal into a quick break, the blame would squarely fall on him. Making up his mind, he lunged, wrapping his arms around Lin Yi's arm in a tight bear hug. Beep. The whistle blew. The referee strode over and pulled out a yellow card. A blatant foul to stop the play, a clear-cut decision. Lin E just shrugged, spreading his hands. He had been observing his teammates' runs, taking an extra touch, and hadn't expected the opponent to resort to a foul. Ding. S-grade skill card progress 110. A line of text flashed before his eyes. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He'd almost forgotten about that. Accumulate 10 fouls suffered, and he could activate a new S-grade skill card. This was only the first, 9 more to go. He looked up at Novas, who was fuming and looking defiant, feeling a bit puzzled. This Padova striker, why does he act like I'm his sworn enemy? 9 more fouls to suffer. A slight smile tugged at Lin Yi's lips as an idea formed in his mind. Since a win is basically secured, why not just go ahead and fill up this target quota right now? Novas watched Lin E straighten up slowly, his face completely devoid of anger. Instead, he looked as if he were watching a farce, a hint of an intriguing smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Is he toying with me? A surge of blood rushed to Novas's chest, choking him. Fine, just you wait. The second half will be your undoing. Palermo won a free kick in the attacking third. Nasserino placed the ball, took a step, and delivered a pass straight to Lin Yi's feet. Lin E received the ball with his back to the goal, but he didn't move. He just stood there, head down, staring at the ball at his feet, as if he were basking in the sun in his own backyard. The Palermo players up front were all stunned. What's wrong? Catatonic. Lost signal. Nasserino was taken aback too. Normally I pass, he stops and turns, and immediately distributes the ball. Why is he suddenly frozen? When he looked up again, he realized Lin E was glancing sideways towards the Padova goal, his gaze so deep, it seemed he was counting the number of knots in the opposing defender's shoelaces. Oh, no one's pressing me. The thought barely crossed his mind before a light bulb went off in his head. Wasn't that winning goal from Dadalo last time exactly this? Lin E standing still, scanning the field, and the ball just happened to slip into the gap. That vision was like having a third eye. Usually Lin E played as a one-touch finisher, receive, turn, shoot, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Passing. It was all simple ground balls, feeding his teammates, nothing fancy. But Nasserino often wondered privately, this kid has such a sharp mind, is he really only capable of shooting? Or have we forced him into a finisher role so rigidly that he's never had the chance to be a conductor? Could it be he's waiting for that split-second opening, searching for a flaw in the backline? Padova had already planned for this. Lin E is the spearhead, the main striker. He'll surely pass first, then make a run. So they deliberately gave him the ball, planning to mark the passing lanes tightly and have everyone else drop back into the box to form a wall. After all, no matter how good you are, Lin E, you're useless without the ball. But Lin E was confused himself. No one's marking me. Isn't this a free pass? He sighed. If no one pressures me, how can I fake getting fouled? The quest bar is grayed out. Just as he thought this, he felt a rush of wind from behind and caught a glimpse. Novas was charging at him. Lin Yi immediately turned to shield the ball, leaning his shoulder back, his back colliding solidly with the opponent. Novas was already wondering why is the whole team just watching, and I'm the only one stupid enough to charge forward. Then he saw Lin Yi's leisurely demeanor stepping on the ball and staring intently at the goal, and his teeth itched with rage, so infuriating. But the moment he made contact, his heart sank with strength. It's like pushing against a concrete wall, utterly immovable. Worse, he had a yellow card in his pocket. He couldn't use his hands forcefully, nor could he risk a tackle. If he got another one, he'd be packing his bags and heading for an early shower. Lin Yi noticed it too. Novas, with his slight frame and a yellow card warning, was like a man carrying a bowl of soup to the brim, afraid of spilling it yet unable to move fast. He shook his head inwardly. I wanted to provoke you guys into a frenzy, hoping to draw a foul or a card, but only you came and you don't even dare to really engage. Forget it, enough playing around, let's do this for real. He twisted his core, exploding into motion. His left shoulder dropped, his right foot pushed off violently. His whole body sprang like a released spring, instantly shaking off Novas. Novas stumbled, nearly going down on one knee. He looked up in a daze. That move just now. Was it not that my legs were weak, but that he was just too explosive? Not only was there a massive difference in strength, but even his reaction speed was leagues apart. In that moment his neck prickled. Was he holding me back just now because he was unstable, or was he deliberately stalling to enjoy the show? Thinking back to the yellow card at the start of the match and Lin Yi's smiling expression, angry, frustrated, and unable to voice a single complaint, this Chinese striker was truly infuriating. Lin Yi looked up and scanned the field. Someone blocking left, someone blocking right, all forward passing lanes completely cut off. Nasserino emerged from an angle, spread his hands, and loudly called for the ball. Without a word, Lin Yi sent a through ball to him and sprinted towards the 6-yard box. Nasserino received the ball and glanced up. Lin Yi was already in his most familiar spot, 3 meters from goal, a flag planted in the thick of the defense. He thought to himself, he probably didn't see the opening earlier, so I need to create a chance for him, let him focus on being our guardian of the goal. And sure enough, Padova had changed their formation. After losing the ball, they retreated en masse. Except for Novas lingering up front, everyone else dropped back into the penalty area, packing the 6-yard box like sardines in a can. But there wasn't a trace of panic on Lin Yi's face. He even winked at Nasserino, as if to say, don't worry, leave it to me. Nasserino hesitated for a split second, but his hands moved faster than his mind. He flicked his ankle and lofted a curving cross. Not high, not fast, like a feather floating gently towards the top of the 6-yard box. The moment the ball left his foot, Lin Yi tensed his back, using his hips and shoulders to firmly brace against Merson. Merson felt a brute force pressing down on him, his chest tightening, his breath shortening. Lin Yi twisted his body, forcibly maneuvering Merson behind him. Merson was about to call for help when the other center back sprinted over to cover, planting himself right in front of Lin Yi. A wall in front, a wall behind, no gaps on the sides. For anyone else, even bending down to pick up the ball would be a struggle. Lin Yi sneered, not letting me jump. Fine, then no one jumps. He exerted force through his arms, shoved his shoulders forward, and hooked his arms onto theirs, pulling for leverage. The movement was clean, so much so that the referee couldn't find a fault. But the two defenders were nailed to the ground, their balance completely thrown off, unable to get airborne. Just then the perfectly weighted cross arrived above the 3 of them. Merson wanted to shout in panic, I can't hold my position, but Lin Yi is sandwiched too, he can't possibly reach the ball. But Lin Yi had no intention of contesting the header. His peripheral vision had already locked onto the landing spot. He raised his left leg, his ankle turning outwards with delicate precision, and the sole of his left foot, like catching a frisbee, met the descending ball perfectly. The ball. Is he going to shoot? Merson's pupils contracted, his body frozen in place. The ball connected with a sharp thwack, rebounded, and carved an unnatural arc, rocketing towards the top left corner of the goal. A scorpion kick. The Padova goalkeeper was still rooted to his spot, not even a finger twitched. The net rippled. Goal. 2-0. Lin Yi with a brace. The Padova fans fell silent, their cheers stuck in their throats. That kick, just now, no jump, no sprint. Just a turn, a back heel flick, shattering everyone's expectations. They had heard of Lin Yi's ghostly presence in the box, but who would have thought that the tighter he was marked, the more likely he was to conjure a miracle from the cracks. Hundreds of Palermo fans leaped to their feet, hugging each other, jumping and shouting. An away goal isn't rare, but a goal like that. How many times in a lifetime do you see one? On the sidelines, Rossi clapped until his palms were red, grinning from ear to ear. Absolutely brilliant. That wasn't a shot, that was poetry, written with his foot. Lin, where on earth did you learn that move? Is there any puzzle you can't solve in the 6-yard box? His teammates swarmed him, eyes shining with the awe of starstruck schoolchildren. Merson stood dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances with his partner. That kick just now, less than half a meter from his face, the mechanics of the move were perfectly clear. No run-up, no leap. He hadn't even fully rotated his waist. Yet the ball seemed to have eyes seeking out the dead angle. 2 muscular defenders had combined to lock him down, and with a simple flick he had toppled the entire defense. This isn't football, it's dismantling logic in front of your very eyes. And Lin Yi's answer was written in every single move: you can block my path, but you can't stop me from finding another way to score. Within the first 30 minutes of the first half, he had already scored twice. Padova had anticipated a tough match, but they hadn't anticipated it would be this tough. A gap in class that was simply absurd. Their attack relied on the lone striker, Nova's a reputable name in Serie B. Yet against Palermo's red-hot defensive line, he was utterly neutralized. Silvestre stood firm like an iron gate, making it difficult for Novas to even turn. Adding to the frustration, he would frequently drop back to disrupt play, contesting positions, holding the line, and blocking passing lanes. Padova's entire attacking unit was stifled, incapable of organizing any meaningful offense. Their defense, however, was an even bigger concern. They had assigned Merson to shadow Lin Yi closely. And the result? Lin Yi's movement was too elusive. One moment he'd linger in the left half space, the next he'd flash into the right side of the 6-yard box. Merson was left chasing shadows, sweating profusely as if playing a game of hide-and-seek. He was like a phantom, blink, and he's somewhere else. Lunge at him, and he slipped behind you. Merson was plagued by doubt. If I stick to him tightly, and he pulls me away, who covers the massive gap I leave behind? But if I leave him alone and he receives the ball in the 6-yard box, isn't that just handing him the keys to the goal? He frowned, pondering for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and following him anyway. After all, if Lin Yi scored on a breakaway, Merson would be the first one blamed. And so the entire Padova defense was led on a merry dance by Lin Yi like a dog on a leash. He pulled them left, tugged them right, gradually stretching and scattering their shape. In the 39th minute, Lin Yi intercepted the ball in the final third. A quick scan showed all his teammates were tightly marked and no one was available for a pass. He chose not to pass. Instead, he shielded the ball, executed a sudden turn, and burst forward. The Padova defenders were stunned. By all accounts, Lin Yi's usual play in this position was a quick, crisp one-touch pass to relieve pressure. Who would have thought he'd choose to go direct today? Lin Yi wasn't the fastest, but he dropped his shoulder, twisted his body, and powered his way forward, shrugging off the defender. His footing was as solid as a rock, preventing the defender from getting a clean tackle. Even his Palermo teammates were surprised. Hey, this is a new tactic. This was already the third time Lin Yi had done this in the match, bullishly forcing his way through, unreasonable and full of raw grit. It wasn't like him. In everyone's memory, Lin Yi was the quintessential thinking man, striker, quick to release the ball, decisive, unselfish, and not one to hold on to it. Even under heavy pressure, he'd hold his position, wait for the ball to arrive, and create from there, rarely ever dribbling into the heart of the defense. But today he was charging into traffic, resembling a powerful battering ram. The truth was, Lin Yi was well aware of his capabilities. His physical strength stat was an 86, making him naturally built like a bulldozer. But he usually avoided these direct confrontations for good reasons. First, his dribbling was only 72 and his ball control 74, meaning his technical foundation wasn't the most solid. He could use his brute strength to shield the ball effectively. However, if an opponent stretched out a hand, applied pressure, and a second defender arrived for cover, the ball would likely be lost. Second, while his stamina was decent, it wasn't at the level of a perpetual motion machine. After several grueling fixtures in recent weeks, the coaching staff had subtly advised him to manage his energy. This high-intensity physical style of carrying the ball forward consumed twice the energy of a regular run. Not to mention his two main weapons, box finisher and godly positioning, were his bread and butter. Don't both of those rely on stamina? One requires battling in the box, the other involves playing on the edge of the offside line. Both are energy-sapping. You have to spend to make. To reliably activate his S-rank skills, he needed to conserve his strength for the critical moments. Third, he was acutely aware that the deeper he dribbled, the higher the chance of getting hacked down. And more fouls meant a greater risk of injury. With his system-enhanced potential and a bright future ahead, it simply wasn't worth jeopardizing everything for a single Serie B match. But this match, Lin Yi was secretly hoping the opposition would get more physical. While fending off the defender's elbows and shoves, he muttered to himself, "Come on, give me something good. If you don't put in a tackle soon, I'll be at the edge of the box, and I'll just let it fly." Watching the opposing defensive midfielder move lethargically, his challenges looking more like a casual stroll, was infuriating. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi quipped, "Hey buddy, are you here to play football, or take a walk? You're too soft for a defensive midfielder. The last time I felt this little resistance, I was carrying a grocery bag for my grandpa." It wasn't that he was being arrogant. Padova simply lacked any fighting spirit. They had only conceded 2 goals, but their eyes had already glazed over, and their mentality had clearly shattered. Lin Yi feared that if he didn't say something, the opponent might just kneel down to tie his shoelaces and give up pressing entirely. As soon as he spoke, the defender's face darkened, his eyes widening like brass bells. "Scoring 2 goals is fine, Lin Yi, but trying to show off on my home turf? Not a chance." The defender's physicality immediately escalated, resorting to shirt pulls and shoulder barges. Seeing Lin Yi remain unfazed, the defender made a rash decision and slid in from an angle behind him. Lin Yi went down naturally, as if he'd simply missed a step. Beep. The moment the whistle blew, he nearly sighed in relief. Finally. This was his 3rd time hitting the ground. If the referee hadn't called it, he'd have started suspecting bias towards Padova. The first 2 times, once pulled down, once bowled over, the referee had completely ignored them. Especially the second time the referee gave him a look that was particularly subtle, as if to say, easy there buddy. Lin Yi almost laughed out loud. I'm just trying to draw a foul. Why does it feel like I'm being accused of diving? Fortunately, his verbal provocation worked this time. The opponent's emotions got the better of him, his actions turned aggressive, and the referee finally produced a card decisively. Ding. S-rank skill card activation progress, 2. 10. Seeing the prompt, Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile. Padova, after all, was a Serie B team. Their tactical discipline and individual toughness were a level below Palermo's. Subconsciously, the referee would weigh the situation. Lin Yi is a Serie A top scorer with league-renowned physicality. Could a mere Serie B defender really bring him down so easily? It doesn't add up. It was a harsh truth, but upon reflection it made perfect sense. So relying on frequent fouls to progress the skill. Difficult. Palermo won a free kick in the attacking half, and Nasserino stepped up to take it. Lin Yi didn't join the crowd in the box. Instead, he hovered just outside the 6-yard area. Merson had no choice but to follow him out, sticking to him like glue. But Lin Yi was simply impossible to mark. 1 second he'd be sprinting towards the byline, the next he'd break, suddenly pivot, and dart diagonally in the opposite direction of Merson's anticipation. Suddenly Lin Yi feigned a run towards the wing. Merson instinctively gave chase. But Lin Yi immediately stopped, turned, and headed straight for the edge of the 6-yard box. Merson gritted his teeth and followed. This time I'm sure I've got him. After 2 steps, Lin Yi slammed on the brakes again and accelerated back towards the left flank. Merson nearly stumbled, exasperated. So you were just toying with me the whole time. These moves had been happening all half, each one testing his mental processing speed. Every time he felt he had figured out Lin Yi's pattern, reality would slap him in the face. Now, through a series of continuous direction changes, Lin Yi had created enough space for himself. A teammate played a perfectly weighted through ball right to his feet. Merson glanced warily. It looks like he's going to shoot. He sprinted with all his might, aiming to block the shot before Lin Yi could pull the trigger, but he was still short of the distance. In the nick of time, another center back arrived to provide cover. Merson felt a wave of relief. His teammate was in a better position, closer to Lin Yi, and would surely block the shot. He even thought ahead. With his initial shooting lane closed, Lin Yi would surely try a feint to create space for a shot. Merson charged towards Lin Yi's right side. Since Lin Yi was right-footed, any feint would likely be towards that side. This time Lin Yi's shot was definitely going to be. But in the next second he was stunned. Lin Yi did indeed perform a feint, but the ball was played out to the left. Pastore had arrived in full stride and unleashed a powerful first-time volley. The Padova goalkeeper got a hand to it, but couldn't keep it out. 3-0. In the 45th minute of the first half, Palermo had a 3-goal lead. The moment Pastore scored, he sprinted towards Lin Yi, arms wide open, and enveloped him in a fierce embrace. He jumped and shouted, his excitement as palpable as if he had just clinched the World Cup. Spotting a gap, Lin Yi made a sudden diagonal run, creating a pocket of space and seamlessly slipping the ball to his teammate's feet. A position so perfect the goalkeeper couldn't even be bothered to dive. On the sidelines, Coach Rossi clapped his hands, raw grin stretching from ear to ear. What a goal! 3 goals in just 45 minutes. He had only hoped for 3 points, but this was beyond his wildest expectations. His confidence solidified. Starting Lin Yi was undoubtedly the smartest decision he'd made all day. The halftime whistle blew. In the locker room, Rossi took a long gulp from a water bottle and beamed, "Great job out there, lads." Especially Lin Yi. Both goals were clinical finishes, and that through ball to Pastore. It was like it had its own GPS navigation. He turned to Lin Yi, his tone softening. "Lin, this game is practically in the bag. Take the second half off, just rest on the bench, have some water, maybe a banana. We've got a tough league match this weekend. 3 games in 10 days, we can't run you into the ground." Lin Yi nodded. Understood, coach. He knew the opposition was already demoralized. A 3-goal lead felt as secure as a cooked duck. There was no way it was flying away. He had considered trying to draw a few more fouls with some theatrical dives, but the referee was sharp today. He went down 3 times and got only 1 call, and the official even stared at him suspiciously, as if he were about to pull out a yellow card and ask, practicing for an acting career. It was a wasted effort. Besides, the pitch was uneven and soft, making every step feel like running on cotton. A twisted ankle was a real risk. Getting injured in a match like this would be a disaster. Seeing Lin Yi had no objections, Rossi felt relieved. He then turned and called to Hernandez on the bench. "Able, start warming up? Get ready to come on for Lin in a bit." The words hung in the air, and the veteran players exchanged surprised glances. It wasn't like Rossi to use such measured language. He usually just barked orders like, "You're on," or "You're off." He would have already turned to wipe the tactics board, leaving no room for questions. But that last sentence sounded more like a suggestion, even a request. Tisk, how unusual. It was as if he was afraid of upsetting Lin Yi's feelings. Such consideration was unthinkable before. But everyone understood perfectly well Lin Yi was now the engine of Palermo. He never stopped running, never gave up, and could always find the back of the net when it mattered most. With that level of dedication, who couldn't admire him? The coach showing him a bit of special consideration. It was completely understandable and entirely justified. The second half began. Palermo substituted Lin Yi, with Hernandez taking his place. Nasserino was also pulled off, replaced by the more defensively solid Migliaccio. Rossi's message was clear: no need to push for more goals in the second half, just protect the lead. Lin settled comfortably onto the bench, arms crossed, legs crossed, a look of pure contentment on his face. He was officially in chill mode. A big lead, a broken opponent, and no need to exert yourself. It was the pinnacle of a footballer's life. On the other side, Padova's Melso let out a long, slow breath when he saw Lin leave the pitch, discreetly wiping sweat from his forehead. Finally, that elusive shadow is gone. He found the new substitute Hernandez much easier to mark. Unlike Lin, who would be on your left 1 second, and then appear behind the holding midfielder the next, always looking to exploit the blind spot. Forwards Novas sat by the sidelines drinking water with a vacant stare. He used to believe he was on the same level as Lin. Both were hyped as rising stars by the media. But after that first half, he realized he couldn't even keep up with Lin's off-the-ball runs. When he saw Lin's stat line of 2 goals and 1 assist, he was completely stunned into silence. Both considered geniuses. One was a lighthouse, the other a firefly. They were worlds apart. The second half was lackluster. Palermo had no desire to attack, and Padova had no energy left to do so. The fighting spirit of a team hovering near the relegation zone had been completely drained by those 3 goals. Novas in particular didn't attempt a single sprint in the second half, just walked with his head down, looking utterly lost. The final whistle blew at 90 minutes, the score locked at 3-0. Ding. Achievement unlocked, first Coppa Italia career victory. Ding. Achievement unlocked, first Coppa Italia career goal. Ding. Achievement unlocked, first Coppa Italia career assist. The moment the system notifications popped up, Lin nearly burst out laughing. He had only come to secure a simple win, but instead he'd bagged 3 achievements. That meant 6 free attribute points. Current available attribute points 8. He blinked. Wait a minute. Wasn't it 6? He slapped his forehead. Of course. He had earned 2 points from the penalty he won in the last match, but he'd been so excited about his new S-rank skill that he'd completely forgotten to allocate them. He quickly opened his status panel, shooting 94 world-class, shot accuracy, 99 top-tier shot power, 96 top-tier balance, 76 good explosiveness, 76 good vision, 74 good. His shooting stats were nearing the absolute ceiling. 8 points. Put 4 into balance and 4 into explosiveness. Strengthening these 2 would make him more resilient in physical duels and give him a quicker first step, vital for a striker. Balance 76-80, explosiveness 76-80. A gentle warmth spread through his body muscles, feeling as if they'd been soaked in warm water, becoming both more resilient and more powerful. Both stats breaking 80 activated a new trait, quick start, 0 delay and acceleration, with a 20 boost in speed over the first 5 steps, as if he was spring-loaded. Now that felt right. Next week they faced Fiorentina, and forwards like Gilardino and Jovetic weren't to be taken lightly. Winning those first 5 steps meant gaining that crucial half-second advantage. They had won against Fiorentina before, but that was due to their opponent's complacency. Now that they were on guard, the situation would be entirely different. System show my full attribute list. Host Lin, age 20, strength 80, good trait. Physically strong, speed 76, good explosiveness 80, good trait. Quick start, stamina 72, fair agility 78, good balance 80, good shooting 94, world-class trait. Shot master, heading 68, average dribbling 74, good passing 72, fair ball control 80, good set pieces 65, average composure 90, elite decision making 85, excellent off-the-ball movement 85, excellent vision 74, good leadership 75, good. His overall stats had taken a significant step up, especially with explosiveness and balance breaking 80, combined with the quick start trait. His initial burst of speed felt like it was rocket-powered. System, compare my acceleration with Fiorentina's defenders. Simulation in progress. Versus Pasquale, explosiveness 76, speed 74, 68 chance of winning the start versus Gambarini, explosiveness 78, speed 76, 65 chance of winning the start versus Natalie, explosiveness 74, speed 72, 72 chance of winning the start. The advantage was clear. While attackers like Gilardino and Jovetic possessed good speed, Lin's acceleration was now on par or better. Combined with his fox in the box positioning, he could definitely gain an edge in real match situations. That's more than enough. Lin thought to himself. Football isn't a sprint, it's about who can use leverage better, who can hold their position, and who can be in the right place at the right time for a teammate's pass. With good teammates, a solid tactic, and opportunities, that's all that mattered. Sunday arrived quickly. Palermo traveled to face Cesena. Like their previous opponents Catania, they were a newly promoted team just up from Serie B. Their situation was even more precarious than Catania's. They were sitting third from the bottom, just 2 points above the relegation zone. This match was the final easy fixture before the looming showdown with Fiorentina. At the pre-match press conference, Lin accompanied Rossi and Britos as usual. A reporter immediately shoved a microphone in his face. Lin, you didn't score against Catania in the last match, but you were involved in all 3 goals. Does this mean you're transitioning from a goal scorer to a playmaker? And are you okay with your stats declining? The question was a trap waiting for a young player to take the bait. Lin smiled. I don't think of it as a transition. Whether I'm scoring, assisting, or just making runs that don't lead to anything, as long as the team wins, I'm happy. Without my teammates, I wouldn't even be able to step onto the pitch. His answer was watertight and sincere. Rossi couldn't help but chuckle. These reporters really thought they could trip up Lin like he was some naive 20-year-old. When it came to emotional intelligence, he had it woven into his DNA. The atmosphere in the Palermo dressing room was tense. The moment Rossi pinned up the starting lineup and formation diagram, everyone was stunned into silence. Only Lin remained standing calmly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Coach, is Lin not playing at the very front this match? Britos pointed at the small circle labeled Lin on the tactical board, his brow furrowed into a deep knot. According to the usual routine, Lin was the spearhead pushing forward to the very front. Britos was the shield supporting him from behind, distributing the ball and creating space. But today's diagram was reversed. Britos was positioned at the arrowhead while Lin had dropped back, a line coiled like a spring suspended between midfield and the forward line. Rossi waved his hand. This match Lin has no fixed position. No position? Then where does he play? Everyone turned to stare at Lin, their eyes wide with confusion. Lin didn't say a word, just shrugged, looking as if he had expected this all along. Today he plays as the free roaming forward. This announcement only deepened their bewilderment. Rossi continued, do you remember? For the past 2 days of training, Lin never participated in the physical drills. He sat on the sidelines every day chatting away with me and the assistant coach. The players exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, Lin had seemed to be on a break for those 2 days. While others ran, he sipped water and occasionally jotted things down with a pen. At the time, they had secretly wondered, were they being too lenient with their star player? He wasn't resting, he was mapping the streets. He was recording how each of you runs when you make your runs, where you like to cut, and where you want to pass the moment you get the ball. He seemed to be just listening without saying much, but he didn't miss a single detail. That's why I dared to let him roam free today, to go wherever he pleases. Britos still frowned. Coach, we have 19 points from 8 rounds, sitting in 3rd place. Things are going smoothly. Why change our tactics now? Rossi shook his head. Smooth? The wind is too strong, we risk capsizing. How do we win games? We rely on Lin to deliver the decisive blow. But ever since the Juventus match, opponents have been focusing all their efforts on him. In the subsequent games, wasn't he always surrounded and suffocated? We won, sure, but it was a suffocating kind of win. 3rd place. It sounds impressive, but in reality, everyone wants a piece of us. The players nodded in silence. Lin was also well aware of this. If it hadn't been for the sudden awakening of his god-level positioning skill that night against Juventus, relying solely on his box finisher abilities, they might not have even made it back from Turin. Rossi paused, then added, our attack is currently tied to Lin's belt alone. The moment he's locked down, the whole team can't breathe. Having him as a free man today is about forcing the opponent into a dilemma. Who do you assign to mark him? Can they even keep up? They follow him for a while, only to see him pop up on the left wing. By the time they turn around, he's drifted into the half space. He already tried it out in yesterday's internal scrimmage. Today against Cesena is the perfect chance to test this new tactic. The players immediately understood. If Lin's movement was unlocked, the entire attacking line would truly come alive. Once he was free, there would be space for everyone else, and winning would become a real possibility. The kickoff bell was about to ring. The two teams walked onto the pitch. During the handshakes, the Cesena players extended their hands, but before making contact, their eyes were already darting towards Lin. In their team meetings this week, the name the coach mentioned most was this young Chinese lad wearing the number 23 shirt. Both teams lined up. The Cesena players were instantly baffled by Lin's positioning. Why wasn't he lurking in the box? He wasn't standing close behind Britos either. Instead, he was positioned right between Britos and Nasserino, equidistant from everyone, yet looking like he could pounce in any direction at any moment. The referee's whistle blew and Cesena kicked off. As soon as a Palermo player received the ball, a puzzled "huh" escaped their lips. This passing rhythm. Why did it feel so familiar? It was just like the time-wasting tactic used by Padova in the last match. Could it be that bottom-of-the-table Cesena was also planning to mimic the league's last-place team and retreat into a defensive shell? Last match, if not for Lin's flash of brilliance in stoppage time, Padova would have snatched a draw against Palermo. Could Cesena have secretly copied their homework? But they quickly realized something was off. Cesena had set up a 5-4-1 formation. The 5-man defensive line looked timid, but the 5 outfield players in the middle and front were all geared towards attack. Especially the 3 center backs clustered in front of the 6-yard box, clearly terrified of Lin slipping through the cracks. On the first attacking wave, a Cesena forward shot was immediately smothered by Silvestre, turning it into a weak looping ball that sailed into the stands. Possession returned to Palermo. Nasserino pushed the ball forward. Lin made a subtle shift, positioning himself half a step ahead of him. Nasserino didn't hesitate and immediately passed the ball. As Lin received the ball, the Cesena left back immediately stuck to Dadalo, and the right back also closed down Migliaccio. Lin chuckled inwardly. All right, they've done their homework. In the past, he would have immediately passed it wide, letting Dadalo sprint down the wing. But today, no. He shielded the ball, and continued to dribble forward, catching all the defenders off guard. The center back marking him rushed into challenge, and Lin Yi took the opportunity to slip a lateral pass, feeding the ball to Britos beside him. Britos received the ball, turned, and immediately played a penetrating through ball, sending it back to Nascerino's feet. The defender who had lunged in was still recovering from his mistimed tackle. Nascerino adjusted his steps, nudged the ball with his foot, and delivered a precise pass to the right wing. Lin Yi had somehow already drifted out wide. The Cesena players were collectively bewildered. When did he get over there? The center back marking him saw him run to the wing and immediately backed off. In his eyes, the further Lin Yi was from the box, the less of a threat he posed, so there was no need to chase him all the way out there. But this was a nightmare for the right back. As Lin Yi received the ball on the wing, Dadalo was right there beside him. They exchanged a glance, and without a word both knew exactly what to do. Sure enough, Lin Yi played a 1-2, Dadalo trapped it, and Lin Yi immediately burst towards the half space. The right back panicked chase him. Dadalo would cross it immediately. Don't chase. Dadalo would loft the ball over his head, turning him into a non-factor. The moment he hesitated, Dadalo flicked his ankle, and the ball floated gracefully over Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi brought it down cleanly, and the space in front of him opened up. The covering right center back charged over frantically, desperately, trying to block the entrance to the 6-yard box. At this moment, only 2 center backs and a slow-reacting defensive midfielder remained in the 6-yard box, while Britos and Nascerino had already moved into dangerous positions. Lin Yi feigned a pass, dropping his shoulder and rolling his ankle. The defender instinctively lunged to block, leaving a narrow gap opening up near the left goalpost. He drew back his foot and struck the ball. The Cesena goalkeeper dived desperately, just managing to graze the ball with his fingertips, deflecting it out for a corner. The goalkeeper looked up at Lin Yi, his forehead drenched in sweat. That was a close call, a razor-thin margin. Lin Yi smiled to himself. If that shot had been 10 centimeters more towards the corner with 99 shooting accuracy, the goal frame itself would have been complaining. The defenders on the line wiped their faces, panting heavily and muttering to each other, how did he end up on the wing? He's never done that in any of the videos we watched. Based on the footage they had analyzed repeatedly, this move should have been Dadalo attacking down the wing and crossing for Lin Yi in the box. What was this? A wing combination play with a third-man run. This script was completely wrong. On the sidelines, Rossi let out a quiet sigh of relief. That run from Lin Yi starting wide was the quintessential move of a free-roaming forward. Before the match, he had patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, play freely. Don't worry about your position. Wherever you feel comfortable is the right position. He knew that only by completely shedding the shackles of a fixed position could Lin Yi's phantom-like movement truly burn through the defense. This attack was just a warm-up. As the match progressed, Lin Yi's shadow would appear in every unexpected corner. The Cesena defenders would soon realize marking a man is easy, but marking a ghost, it was simply impossible. Palermo won a corner kick. The ball curved with vicious spin, heading straight for the 6-yard box, that fiercely contested patch of turf. Cesena's 3 center backs instantly tensed, their eyes bulging with focus. Their minds were crystal clear. Lin Yi must not be allowed to touch the ball in the 6-yard box. The 3 defenders spread out widely, front, middle, and back positions covered with the midfielders ready to pounce forward and close any gaps. By all logic, Lin Yi trying to attack the ball there. It would be harder than climbing to the sky. The defenders exchanged knowing glances, feeling fairly confident, and casually glanced over to the spot where Lin Yi usually lurked. But then all 3 were stunned. Lin Yi, he was gone. No one expected he had already drifted outside the 6-yard box. They looked up. Inside the box, 5 tall players were packed tightly together like a human pyramid. Contesting the first ball, that was asking for trouble. Lin Yi chose not to fight it head-on, instead lurking at the edge waiting for the rebound. The Cesena defender couldn't hesitate. He leaped up and hoofed the ball clear with a mighty boot. But Lin Yi had calculated it perfectly. His feet moved like they had springs, and he darted to the spot where the ball would drop, marked by a flash of red. The ball smacked down right in front of him. The defenders stared in disbelief, mouths agape. We fought tooth and nail to keep him from touching the ball in the box, and yet it obediently rolls right back to his feet. Lin Yi on the edge of the penalty area calmly brought the ball under control. Thumped. He cushioned it with his chest, and as it bounced up he immediately swung his leg and volleyed it. The Cesena goalkeeper reacted with lightning speed, launching into a dive, and got a fingertip to it, deflecting the ball over the crossbar. Not a goal, but that touch and shot were crisp, clean, and executed with fluid grace. The Cesena fans in the stands were frozen, several nearly spilling their beers on themselves. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, slightly frustrated. But he knew it in his heart, that shot had no adjustment, yet it was still low and fierce. If the keeper had been half a step slower, he probably wouldn't have even gotten a touch on it. The goalkeeper slapped his thigh in frustration and roared at the marking defender, "What are you marking, thin air? He gets that much space to take a clean shot." The defender, holding back his anger, nearly shouted back, "Boss, I was marking Lin Yi, I swear. But 1 second he's in the box, the next he's standing 3 meters away from me. I couldn't even catch up." He swore to himself, "Next time, no matter where he goes, I'm sticking to him like glue, not an inch away." Palermo won another corner. Lin Yi raised his hand and made a quick gesture. Nasarino nodded. He understood. Lin Yi suddenly sprinted towards the corner flag, moving quickly. A short corner routine. The defender who had been burned before immediately closed him down, shadowing his every step, following him right to the corner flag. The ball came in. Lin Yi trapped it and nudged it. The defender's muscles tensed, ready for him to turn and burst past. But instead Lin Yi nonchalantly passed it back to Nasarino's feet. The defender's face turned green, passing it back. What's the point? He turned his head just in time to see Lin Yi strolling away, hands in his pockets, not even making a move towards the box. He was utterly bewildered, this Chinese striker. Is he the same guy from the videotapes? Nasarino seized the moment and drove into the box, drawing several defenders to close him down. He didn't force his way through. Instead, he laid it off to the center of the ball, landing precisely near the edge of the penalty area. Palermo's holding midfielder Migliaccio stepped up and smashed it. The long-range effort had decent power, but it was too straight, heading directly into the keeper's arms, and was easily gathered. The Cesena defender breathed a sigh of relief, about to move up, but when he looked up, Lin Yi was standing right there. He met the rebounding ball and poked it towards goal. Fortunately, 3 or 4 players were still crowded in front of the net, scrambled to block, and the ball went out for another corner. Palermo, their 4th corner kick. Lin Yi glanced down at his feet, noticing he was just a hair's breadth from the 6-yard line, and shook his head slightly. So close. So close to a goal. Cesena was cracking. For consecutive corner kicks with players sprinting back and forth, their legs were beginning to tremble. What was even more maddening, Lin Yi was drifting all over the pitch, completely unpredictable. A stroll along the touchline, a stand by the corner flag, a brief appearance at the edge of the box, then he'd wander off to midfield. Was he a striker or a midfielder? A scorer or a poacher? How does he pop up everywhere? The defender tasked with marking him was going crazy. He had been on high alert the entire sequence, but he couldn't make heads or tails of it. The moment Lin Yi moved, he was on him. But Lin Yi would receive and release the ball within 2 seconds, and then start strolling again. If he didn't follow Lin, he would suddenly dart forward and make a crucial play. If he did follow Lin, he would just stroll around without doing anything, a pure waste of energy. Just as he was hesitating, wondering if he could ease off for a second, Lin Yi moved again. And this move was lethal. Migliaccio's long-range shot had been easily blocked, which should have been a routine clearance. But no one could have predicted that Lin Yi, as if he had timed it to the millisecond, would be standing exactly on the rebound line, and his follow-up shot threw the entire defense into panic again. If the goalmouth hadn't still been crowded, that would have been a one-on-one with the keeper, and who knows what would have happened then. For corners, and every single one revolved around Lin Yi. The Cesena coach was rubbing his temples on the sidelines. What had Lin Yi actually done in these last few phases? Linking up, orchestrating, shooting, cleaning up. He had done it all. Palermo's attack was clearly invigorated, and he was the one setting the rhythm. What unnerved him the most was Lin Yi's silent, stealthy movement. Whenever he was needed, he was there. And after his job was done, he'd vanish. And when he was needed again, he'd suddenly reappear. Take this follow-up shot, for example. He first received the ball at the corner flag, then strolled towards the penalty area, as if window shopping, his lazy gait enough to make you yawn. But the moment the ball bounced out, he exploded into action, taking 2 steps to seal the landing spot. The defender was on him the whole time, but every time he'd react to get into position, Lin Yi had already finished his touch, made his pass, and was done. You can keep up with his body, but you can't keep up with his rhythm. And that's the most terrifying part. You're marking him the whole time. Your reactions aren't slow, but he's always half a step ahead. Not through raw pace, but by choosing the perfect moment to act, completely invalidating your anticipation. The coach let out a long sigh, a chill running down his spine. This is a free roll for the forward. His heart sank to the bottom. If he's really playing like this, then all the marking strategies we prepared before the game are just worthless scraps of paper. That defender was on the verge of a breakdown. He wasn't slacking off. He was tracking him every second. But every time Lin Yi received the ball, it was over in 2 moves, trap it, pass it. 2 seconds, done. Then he'd stroll around. Then he'd suddenly sprint, take a follow-up shot, 2 more seconds. He felt like kneeling. It's not that I'm bad, it's that this guy simply doesn't operate on the normal rhythm of the game. Even Lin Yi's own Palermo teammates were watching in awe. Nasarino had always known Lin Yi was smart, with great vision and a better read on the game than most textbooks. But in this one short sequence, he had pulled wide to offer support, then cut inside for a follow-up shot, switching between attack and defense without a wasted motion, like he had an autopilot on. Nasarino was deeply impressed. This level of play isn't just a reliable finisher, it's the mark of a conductor who can orchestrate the entire line. On the sidelines, Rossi unscrewed his water bottle, took a sip, and finally let out a long breath. Lin Yi had adapted far too smoothly today. No matter how good training is to be this calm and composed in a real high-stakes match. This is the true hallmark of top-tier talent. He had given Lin Yi the free roll inspired by Messi, but his intention wasn't to copy Messi, but to deconstruct his style in reverse. Messi breaks defenses with the ball at his feet. Lin Yi does the opposite, using the fewest touches to accomplish the most critical tasks. Messi's threat is a continuous line. Lin Yi's threat is a series of precise points. If the point is right, the goal comes. If it's wrong, he immediately fades into the background. This approach sidesteps his weaknesses in dribbling and explosive pace, while maximizing his positioning awareness and finishing. He looked across at the Cesena players, seeing their ashen faces and labored breathing, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. By now they should be weak in the legs, weary in the heart, and empty in the head. After enduring 10 minutes of relentless bombardment from Palermo's front line, Cesena's defense finally managed to catch its breath. It was their turn to counterattack. The entire team had been on edge since the kickoff. The deafening roar of the home crowd still echoed in their ears. Having been pinned in their own half and battered without respite, they had simmered with frustration. But the moment they pushed the ball past the halfway line, pressure instantly descended upon them. Especially that human spring Lenny, charging across the pitch, sticking to them like a shadow. He forced Cesena's midfielders to tremble when receiving the ball, nearly feeding it straight to his feet on several occasions. The Palermo fans in the stands erupted, their roars shaking the stadium. Other strikers waited for the ball. He hunted down opponents. His trademark move, dropping back faster than a defender, pressing tighter than a leech, and sticking like glue. Cesena's players stole glances at him as they ran. Just moments ago, he had been loitering up front, lolling about like he was grocery shopping, but his runs were sharp and purposeful. Yet everyone thought he was lazy and unwilling to move. How could he suddenly turn into a man possessed when defending? Once he kicked into gear, Britos and Nasserino also perked up. You block the left, I seal the right. The entire defensive line came alive. Cesena's attack suddenly felt like hitting a frosted glass wall. They could see the goal, but couldn't find a way through. Then came the 18th minute. He positioned himself between two Cesena attacking midfielders, ruthlessly cutting off the passing lanes. Seeing no outlet, the opponent braced himself, feigned a cut inside, and prepared to charge straight. That kind of move, he wasn't about to tolerate it. The moment the opponent pushed the ball forward, and before he could even launch his body, he had already sealed the position, standing solidly right in front of him. His frame was like an iron pillar. The opponent collided head-on, staggered 2 steps, and nearly performed an impromptu leg split. The ball escaped his control, and he sprinted onto it with a clean stride. A tackle and a shoulder nudge, a brilliant clean steal that drew no foul. The entire stands erupted, rising to their feet with thunderous applause. But just as he took 2 steps, the Cesena player he had just dispossessed came charging back like a madman. He watched him rush over calm as still water, and even slowed his pace. He deliberately held the ball a beat longer, as if inviting the approach. That infuriated the opponent even more. Shoving, tugging, elbows jutting inward. One hand gripped Ye's right arm, fiercely dragging him toward the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle was crisp and decisive. He raised his hand. A verbal warning, no hesitation. Ding. Great skill card, unlocking progress, 310. He glanced down at the system, prompt, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This guy really came through, daring to pull and drag, helping me grind the progress. He chuckled to himself. Palermo earned a set piece in the attacking half, and the ball was lofted high toward the arc of the penalty box. He had already secured his position, leaped into the air, and headed the ball. The defender marking him could only stare in vain. No matter how high he jumped, he had him completely outmatched in height, leap, and timing. Trying to man-mark now, it was like having a primary schooler guard the rim. Unless double-teamed, no one could withstand his brute force head-on. He cleanly won the first ball, nodding it precisely to Dadalo, who had found space on the right flank. Dadalo had been like an ant on a hot pan all game, and finally seizing the chance, he twisted his foot and burst forward, tearing through the defense in a few strides. Lenny also started his run, but he didn't charge into the box. The Cesena defender marking him breathed a sigh of relief. Same old trick. Cross from the wing, header for a goal. Old hat. He gritted his teeth and chased, even pulling half a step ahead of He smugly thinking, this time, I'll get there first, secure the near post, and snuff out this attack. The other center backs immediately collapsed, the space piling 3 men inside the box. Lenny trying to squeeze in for a header. No way. But the moment Dadalo swung his leg to cross, everyone was stunned. The delivery was drifting off target. It was about to sail beyond the end line, landing in the empty space outside the penalty area. Everyone froze, then spun around. Where was Lin? They searched only to find he had somehow slipped to the edge of the box, poised perfectly under the incoming ball. The defenders were bewildered. When did he slip away? I was ahead of him just now. Could it be? He never intended to enter the 6-yard box. It clicked. He had deliberately slowed down to mislead the opponent, drawing all the defensive attention, while he himself had already locked onto the landing spot, positioned in the most comfortable zone. Following the red circle of the system's god-tier positioning, he easily chested the ball down, tensed his body, and whipped his right foot like a steel rod. Bang! The ball exploded like a cannonball, blazing toward the left-footed shot from outside the box. Another thunderous volley. Cesena's goalkeeper dived his fingertips, almost grazing the leather. But the shot was too sudden, the angle too sharp, right into the top corner, dead center. The net rippled violently. 1-0. Palermo broke the deadlock. Ye's world-class strike shattered the stalemate. Incredible. Rossi on the sidelines slapped his thigh in excitement. Even though they had dominated possession, no goal meant a hanging stone. After that shot, his heart finally settled. Teammates swarmed around him, patting his shoulders and pounding his back. Nasserino grinned. Brother Lin, congrats on breaking the drought. 2 league games off finally, your turn to score. Lin, he smacked his forehead. Right, I did go scoreless those 2 matches. Britos laughed too. Golden boot pressure is real, but 2 games without a goal is a drought. But seriously, that volley was gorgeous. Clean and decisive, the goalkeeper didn't even see it. Dadalo also gave a thumbs up. Britos glanced around the team. You guys slack off every day. Lin's goal didn't fall from the sky. He stayed late into the night training, maxed out his shooting accuracy. Lin Yi's heart burned with pride. This goal was one of the few he had scored from outside the box. Clean, decisive, and exceptionally satisfying. He muttered to himself, pushing accuracy to 9-9 was no joke. Long distance, no time to adjust, all from a single explosive strike, yet it still went straight into the corner, the goalkeeper not even having time to set his dive. Cecina's defenders exchanged glances, sighing and shaking their heads. The Lin they faced today was a completely different player from the one they had studied for a whole week. His runs had no pattern, his threat was omnipresent, and he never stayed in the 6-yard box. His goals came from outside the penalty area. They had watched 3 recordings, devised 5 containment plans, and all went to waste the moment the match started. Who said Lin was useless outside the box? Who claimed his lack of long-range shots was due to poor technique? Poor technique. That volley had blistering speed, a flat trajectory, pinpoint accuracy. Didn't even graze the post. Pure nonsense. The big screen replayed the goal in slow motion, and the Cecina players grew more dejected with each replay. If this goal didn't make the top 5 of the week, it would be a travesty. 1-0 the scoreline held until halftime. Early in the second half, Cecina's coach made substitutions and adjusted tactics. Every move targeted Lin as if they wanted to draw a circle and lock him inside. But it was useless. Palermo's defense remained impenetrable. Cecina managed 8 shots all game, 3 flew over the bar, 4 were blocked. The only one on target was calmly gathered by the goalkeeper. Meanwhile, Lin continued to roam the pitch, never crowding the 6-yard box. Cecina thought, fine, you want to circle around. Then we'll pull back a few men. But less than 2 minutes after easing up Lin, he suddenly received the ball on the edge of the box. He faked a shot to shift the defender's weight, then burst into the 6-yard box with a sharp turn. Everyone expected him to drive straight through, and 2 defenders immediately closed the gap. In that split second of held breath, Lin backheeled the ball. It slipped through the gap between them and landed perfectly at Britos' feet. Britos slotted it home, the goalkeeper diving the wrong way. 2-0. The game was sealed. The Cecina players stood rooted, staring blankly at Lin. This match, he was no longer just a poacher lurking inside the box. He was the director, the decoy, the blade of the final strike. Complete, composed, and terrifying. The final whistle blew. Lin scored with a brilliant strike and delivered a sublime assist, leading Palermo to a clean 2-0 away victory over Cecina. With this win, Palermo has now secured 5 consecutive Serie A victories against Genoa, Juventus, Catania, and Lecce, without conceding a single goal, amassing a perfect 15 points. His teammates swarmed around him in a jubilant celebration, patting his shoulders, bumping chests, and wrapping him in bear hugs. Britos, overwhelmed with emotion, pulled him into a tight embrace, his eyes glistening. This veteran, who had dedicated 8 years of his youth to the blue and white jersey of Palermo, understood best. For a small club with limited resources, to surge forward, trampling over stronger opponents, sounded like a fairy tale. He couldn't have even dreamed of such a dramatic turnaround. He remembered that at this time last year the team was mired in a relegation battle, losing 7 out of 10 matches, and the dressing room was so despondent that conversation had nearly ceased. Coach Rossi walked over. The veteran coach who had led Palermo for over a decade had seen it all. He instantly understood why Britos' eyes were red. He reached out, giving Lin 3 firm pats on his right shoulder and 2 reassuring presses on Britos' left shoulder. Well done, Lin, your intelligence and relentless running were key. Britos, that long-range strike was truly inspiring. Meanwhile, amidst the stadium's revelry, in a corner seat on the 3rd tier of the stands, a man with gray hair, clad in a dark gray jacket, had not shifted his gaze. His stare fixed intensely on Lin. He was as unyielding as a nail. His expression was calm, but his eyes held a startling brightness. "Sinisa, we must rework the tactical board tonight," the assistant coach murmured. The gray-haired man lifted his chin slightly, saying nothing, but his eyes conveyed the answer. "It's fortunate I came to see this in person today. This Palermo team has been hiding their strength remarkably well. I've always said Rossi's longevity at Palermo isn't just luck." Today he utilized Lin in free rolls, dropping deep, making forward runs, and arriving in the box, activating one player to energize the entire line. But this style of play would be too demanding for most others to handle. He rose from his seat, the hem of his tracksuit jacket lifting to reveal the purple base and red lily crest on his t-shirt underneath. The Fiorentina head coach, Sinisa Mihajlovic, former Inter Milan defensive stalwart and a renowned name in Italian football. The assistant coach sighed. "This Lin, it doesn't seem like a rookie who's only been in Serie A for 6 months. His 13 goals are already impressive, but watching him live makes it clear his true threat isn't reflected in the statistics. Mihajlovic nodded. His movement is like he has radar, his marking is relentless, his challenges are proactive, and he sprints all over the pitch without tiring. Those 13 goals are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the surface lies a mountain of unseen work. Without him, Palermo's attack would immediately stall, making them no different from a team like Cesena that just lumps the ball forward. The assistant coach quickly added, for our next match against Palermo, Gambarini will need to dissect this game footage frame by frame. Gambarini, Fiorentina's defensive anchor and a starting center back for the national team. Since Mihajlovic took over the Purple Lily, he had spent 2 years meticulously coaching the defense, doubling their solidity. Now Gambarini stands as a bulwark, making it difficult for anyone to get a clean shot off against him. Mihajlovic cast one last glance at Lin, a slight smile playing on his lips. Let's go. This week's training plan needs to be revised tonight. This match had been a hard-fought battle for Lin as well. They had expected Cesena to give up, but they suddenly changed their tune in the second half, committing numerous heavy fouls. Lin was brought down twice in quick succession, causing his S-rank skill card progress bar to jump by 5 points. Just 5 more triggers, and a new S-rank ability would be unlocked. It was past 1 a.m. when they returned to the training ground. Lin collapsed onto his bed and opened Twitter on his phone. Hours after the match, the fan forums were already buzzing. He posted a post-match team photo with the caption, "This victory wasn't easy, but with my teammates by my side, no battle is too tough." Refreshing the page, he saw the post had been retweeted over 10,000 times with an endless stream of comments. Lin, you're the captain of our hearts. You ran 9 kilometers and made 17 challenges, and you call this a normal performance? How does your movement look like teleportation today? You're always releasing the ball at the perfect moment. You were involved in both key moments, and I'm not even surprised anymore, because I've gotten used to it. He's only 20, where's his ceiling? This is an Inzaghi 2.0, it's an upgraded plus version, stronger, harder working, braver, and faster. Lin shook his head with a smile, about to scroll away when he froze. Under a highly liked comment, the username that had liked it was none other than Filippo Inzaghi. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This legendary striker certainly has a playful side. His phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Xin Yen. Lin, are you about to sleep? Not yet, I'm still full of energy. Even as he said this, he couldn't suppress a long, wide yawn. A crisp laugh came through the phone, still being stubborn. I could hear that yawn from here. You just finished a match, so get some rest. Don't push yourself. Lin nodded, then suddenly thought of something. By the way, what about you? Why aren't you asleep this late? I'm working on a little project with a classmate. A project that keeps you up till midnight. Yep, it's something that will get you all fired up when you see it. What is it exactly? It's a secret for now. But you'll find out this Saturday. Lin chuckled. If it's from you, even a piece of paper would be a treasure to me. There was a second of silence on the other end, followed by a soft her voice gentle as melting sugar. All right. She paused. Since you have an away game in Florence this weekend, could you possibly go there on Saturday? I have something I'd like your help with. Saturday? Sure, no problem. He answered without hesitation, not even asking what it was about. Xin Yen was clearly taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, okay, several times, her voice brimming with undisguised joy. During training that week, Rossi meticulously refined Lin Yi's shadow striker role. Operating without a fixed position, he was to exploit any available space. He could drift wide, drop deep to link up play, or burst forward to get on the end of crosses. Rossi described it as giving a wild horse its reins, but the reins must remain firmly in his hands. He knew deep down that the upcoming match against Fiorentina was the true test. Mihajlovic's Purple Lily had finished 4th last season, securing European football. Their defense was a fortress, conceding the fewest goals all season. And a coach with a defensive background would devise a particularly meticulous and ruthless plan to mark the opposition's attacking core. Lin, he would undoubtedly be marked for special attention. So Rossi's pre-match briefing was just one sentence. For the next match, don't treat it like a regular league game. Treat it like a final. 5 minutes before training ended on Friday, Lin slapped his forehead. Damn, he almost forgot his promise to Qin Yen about leaving for Florence early on Saturday. Tomorrow was Saturday. Grabbing his water bottle, he hurriedly knocked on Coach Rossi's office door. Come in. Rossi, who was looking out the window with his hands behind his back, turned around, his gaze sweeping over him. Ask for leave. What you should be doing right now is extra training. Extra training. Understand? Lin was stunned. What the hell, did the coach secretly install a mind-reading device? I haven't even said anything, how does he know everything? Just then a soft cough came from behind the sofa. Lin whipped his head around. Whoa, there was a young player sitting there, head down, fidgeting with his fingers. Is there really no way to make an exception? The young man asked quietly. Rossi shook his head no, so that earlier reprimand was aimed at him. Lin, something you need. Rossi finally turned to ask him. Lin cautiously began, Coach, could I take a day off tomorrow? I have a friend in Florence. Granted. Be careful on the road and come back early. Lin was taken aback. That easy? Without a moment's hesitation. The young man on the sofa slowly raised his head, his expression resembling someone who had just witnessed a UFO landing on the training pitch. Was this the special treatment reserved for core players. Seeing Rossi agree so readily, Lin was taken aback. Behind him, the young man with drooping shoulders was the team's left winger Alvarez. He had just asked for a day off, saying there was a family emergency. Rossi didn't even look up, directly shaking his head. The match is in 2 days. Get your head in the game. You say it's a family emergency. Yes. My mother came to Palermo to see me. I have to pick her up from the airport and also show her around the city, take her out to eat. Alvarez immediately put on a smiling face, speaking quickly as if afraid of being interrupted. I think it's that new girlfriend of yours who's arrived. Rossi saw right through him with that one sentence. Alvarez's mouth stiffened, his eyes darted around for a moment, and he stayed silent, which was as good as an admission. Since you switched girlfriends last month, your focus in training has been off. You've been slacking on runs, and you avoid physical contact. Look at your recent stats. Tackles are down by half, and your cross completion rate has dropped to 30%. If you keep drifting like this, your name will soon disappear from the starting lineup. Alvarez lowered his head, staring at his cleats, picking at the seam of his pants. He couldn't even muster a single retort. Every word hit the mark. Indeed, that girl was fiery and fierce. Her words carried a breeze, and her smile kept him up all night. But how could he ever dare say that out loud? He stole a glance at Rossi, then looked at Lin and muttered under his breath, Coach, you know everything, even about our love lives. If I don't keep a close eye on you, should I only care when your form collapses and no one wants you when your contract expires? Rossi sighed. Alvarez had been in Palermo for 2 years, working his way up from a bench warmer to a starter, securing the left-back position by the end of last season. To keep him, the club doubled his annual salary from €8,000 to €8,000 at the start of the season, putting him in the top 8 earners on the team. Once the money hit his account, his drive faded. That month, he spent €1,000 on a Porsche and shortly after posted a photo with his new girlfriend, beautiful enough to be a magazine cover. Rossi frowned as he watched. When a young man gets financial freedom, the hardest things to resist are 3 cars, women, and alcohol. How many promising players have stumbled right at these 3 hurdles? Faced with Rossi's words that cut straight to the heart, Alvarez didn't dare talk back. He quietly glanced at Lin, then back at Rossi, his eyes full of silent protest. Coach, don't just single me out. Isn't Lin also seeing someone? Aren't we all just young and living our lives? Lin heard this, and his heart stirred slightly. So the head coach knew everyone's background perfectly, worrying like a father hen. He also thought to himself, could it be that Rossi has already looked into my situation as well? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Rossi turned and asked, by the way, Lin, what are your plans for tomorrow? Lin was startled, then answered promptly, I was planning to head to Florence early tomorrow morning. I promise I won't miss the day after. Rossi nodded, going to see Miss Shun. Lin's heart skipped a beat. Just as he suspected, the coach knew everything. He didn't deny it, only nodded slightly. Rossi waved his hand. Go ahead. Better than you having nothing to do and going off for extra training. Beside them, Alvarez was stunned. Better than you going for extra training. His mouth hung open, unable to process it. How is it that when Lin asked, Rossi not only approved instantly, but seemed eager to shoo him out the door? Could it be that star players really do have privileges? Even get a green light for time off? Rossi looked at his bewildered expression, not a muscle moving in his face, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. He turned to Alvarez. Are you wondering why for the same request you get stopped, but Lin gets a pass? Alvarez quickly waved his hands. No, I really don't have a problem with it. Rossi turned to Lin. Where are you living now? Lin was taken aback, but answered truthfully, still in the team dormitory. Alvarez's eyebrow twitched. What? He hasn't moved out. No house. No apartment. Rossi continued. How do you usually get around? Bus, subway, or bike if it's convenient? Alvarez was stunned again. One last question, it's a bit personal, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. How often do you and Miss Shin usually see each other? Lin thought for a moment. It's not fixed, but the last time we met. It's been almost a month. He almost added that they hadn't officially defined their relationship yet. But he swallowed the words, not wanting to seem overly serious by interrupting. Rossi looked at Alvarez, his tone calm. Now do you understand why I approved Lin's leave? He's the highest paid player on the team, yet he lives like a rookie. He's always the first one on the training pitch, and after everyone else leaves, he stays behind for extra shooting and fitness work. With a player like that, I have to tell him to rest, worried he'll burn out, pull a muscle, or ruin his knees. Among all of you, who has ever heard me specifically tell them to train less? Alvarez slowly shook his head. They all arrived right on time and left right on time, clocking in and out for training. None of them needed the coach to plead with them not to overdo it. He couldn't help but look at Lin again, utterly bewildered. Is he for real? Earning nearly $1 million a year, still living in the group dorm and taking the subway. Why doesn't he buy a big house? Why not buy a flashy sports car to show off? But then he thought, Rossi's eyes are sharper than a surveillance camera. If Lin were lying, he'd be caught on the spot. Players get paid monthly. Lin's signing bonus, plus his first month's salary, came to nearly €5,000. With that kind of money in hand, could he really resist the urge to splurge? The more Alvarez thought about it, the more surreal it seemed. Rossi suddenly asked again, Lin, I remember last month on payday you spent €5,000 in one go. Alvarez's ears perked up. Here it comes. Here it comes. Finally the facade cracks. 50,000 euros definitely for a car. Even without a license you can get a permit and then the car. But Lin Yi's next sentence nearly made him bite his tongue. Yes, coach, you have a great memory. I hired a nutritionist to monitor my diet and supplements during this period. Alvarez's mouth fell open, unable to close for a long time. 50,000 for a nutritionist. What? What kind of move is that? He wanted to mutter that it was a waste of money, but the words got stuck in his throat. His own spending on bags, cars, and dinners was all for pleasure. The other guy pays for experts to build stronger muscles, recover faster, and be more stable on the pitch. Who's being extravagant? Who's being wise? The answer suddenly became clear to him. Rossi looked Lin Yi up and down. Looks like the money wasn't wasted. Your weight and body fat are on point. Lin Yi nodded. Body fat is well controlled, and I'm at 76 kilograms now. Rossi turned back to Alvarez. Now are you still puzzled? Lin Yi's talent is top tier, but what's truly impressive is, he doesn't squander his talent like it's a right. So I hardly worry about his personal life, because he knows what he should do and what he should stay away from. I'm not here to police your love lives. On the coach show I only focus on one thing: whether you can stay healthy, consistent, and play for the long haul. If your personal life starts holding you back, honestly, I'm more anxious than you are. Alvarez fell completely silent, nodding vigorously. When he looked at Lin Yi again, his gaze had changed. Every word he'd heard this afternoon might rewrite the course of his professional career. No wonder Lin Yi could anchor the entire left flank, getting stronger with each match. Coach, I understand. From now on I'll give my absolute all in training. Rossi patted him on the shoulder, saying nothing more, but there was approval in his eyes. Back in the dormitory, Lin Yi quickly packed his backpack. Just as he pulled out his phone to check the bus schedule, the screen lit up. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yi? Speaking. Miss Shun has sent me to pick you up. The car is already waiting at the club's entrance. Lin Yi was stunned. Even a private car had been arranged. He walked quickly to the entrance, where a black Maybach sat silently by the curb. The window was halfway down, and the driver had already stepped out, giving him a slight nod. You must be Mr. Lin Yi. A man in a black suit stood by the Maybach, his posture straight, and his speech calm and unhurried. Lin Yi hummed in acknowledgement and nodded. The door's open for you, I'll take your bag. The man moved swiftly, taking the bag with one hand and opening the car door with the other, his motions as practiced as if he did this every day. Lin Yi settled into the back seat, and the noise immediately faded. He mused to himself, Shun Qingyin's family truly had deep pockets. Not just ordinary wealth, but the kind of solid mine-owning affluence. The driver turned back and said in a steady tone, Mr. Lin, I'll take you directly to the 5-star hotel in the center of Florence. I'll pick you up again before 8 tomorrow morning and take you to the main gate of the academy. The drive will take about 5 hours. If you're tired you can doze off now, and I'll wake you when we arrive. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you for your hard work. He had indeed had a tiring day. The rear compartment was spacious. He leaned back, stretched his legs, tilted his head, closed his eyes, and was asleep within 2 minutes. Time and dreams passed quickly, and 5 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. The driver gently tapped the back of the seat, and Lin Yi opened his eyes to find the car already parked outside the hotel entrance. The driver exchanged a few words with the front desk, and Lin Yi followed a staff member, bag in hand, into the penthouse suite. He had just finished wiping himself down and wrapped a towel around his waist when his phone buzzed. A message from Shun Qingyan arrived in Florence. Lin Yi, he replied while drying his hair, just got in, see you tomorrow morning. She replied instantly, great. I'll wait for you at the academy gate, be there, or be square. The next day, breakfast was delivered to his door on a tray with toast, jam, boiled eggs, and hot milk. Everything was in order. Lin Yi wolfed it down, grabbed his bag, and headed downstairs. The driver was already waiting at the door. The car door opened in advance. The car had barely stopped when the passenger door was pulled open. Shun Qingyan stood there, her eyes curved into a smile, the collar of her trench coat lightly lifted by the morning breeze. Welcome to Florence, Lin Yi. Her voice was crisp and clear. Today she wore a light apricot-colored long trench coat, her hair, slightly wavy, just reaching her shoulders. She paired it with gray leggings and a pair of short boots, looking both chic and gentle. She turned to the driver and said, Mr. Smith, thank you for the long drive. You should head back and rest. Smith gave a slight nod, a professional smile on his lips. It's been my pleasure to serve you. Have a wonderful day, both of you. As the car drove away, Lin Yi grinned. Oh, so his name is Smith. He didn't introduce himself when we met yesterday. Shun Qingyan tilted her head. Then what did you call him? Lin Yi scratched the back of his head. Just called him Shifu. She burst out laughing. What was his reaction? No expression, but he understood, and even grunted in response. Well, there you go. It's natural and down to earth. She laughed as she spoke, her shoulders shaking. The two chatted as they walked inside. Lin Yi looked up at the academy gate. The Accademia di Belle Arti di Firenze, the mecca for art students worldwide, the cradle where the flames of the Renaissance were kindled. Names like Da Vinci and Michelangelo started right here. Yet the door before him wasn't as grand as he'd imagined. Instead, a bronze sculpture by the side of the gate caught his eye, its lines fluid. It held a balance of motion and stillness, exuding an indescribable charm. Shun Qingyan led him through the archway and into the courtyard. By the way, Lin Yi suddenly remembered, You mentioned yesterday that you needed my help today. What's it all about? Shen Xinyan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked down, kicking at a small pebble. It's a class assignment. A class assignment? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. What specifically? Last month we had a sketching model session. The moment Lin Yi heard sketching model, his eyelid twitched. He blinked at her. Xingyan, you're not asking me to take my clothes off and be your live reference, are you? Not like fully nude, right? He deliberately kept a straight face, half joking to tease her. Shen Xingyan laughed out loud, waving her hands. Oh, where's your mind going? That's already done. That class wasn't about drawing from life at all. It was about closing your eyes, recalling and reconstructing a figure from imagination, testing memory and mental visualization. Lin Yi let out a long sigh and nodded, but he relaxed for only a second before catching on. Wait, so the person you drew from memory, that wouldn't happen to be me, would it? Her ears turned bright red to the tips, and she pursed her lips, nodding. At the time, there really wasn't anyone else more vivid in my memory. It had to be accurate and lifelike, so I had to pick the person I knew best. That picture of you tearing off your jersey after scoring, I've changed my phone wallpaper to it several times. The moment she said it, she panicked and quickly tried to backtrack. I didn't mean it like that. It's just, purely on a technical level, choosing a reference with clear imagery and defined structure. The more she explained, the more it sounded like a confession. The air went silent for 2 seconds, warm and thick. Lin Yi, on the other hand, broke into a grin and spread his hands. Got it. That hat-trick day was so explosive my figures burned into your brain circuits. Can't delete it, right? She finally couldn't hold it in anymore, covering her mouth and giggling, her eyes sparkling. Hurry, class starts at 9. If we dawdle any longer, we'll really be late. She grabbed his hand and ran. As she ran, she spilled the whole story in a rush. The sketch she'd submitted had made her teacher, Herr Meyer, slam the desk in excitement. He said that out of 300 assignments, hers was the most vivid, and he insisted on using it for a class critique. To explain it properly, he needed the actual subject of the drawing to be present for comparison. After getting her consent, he sent the invitation to Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't mind at all. As long as he didn't have to be a nude model, everything else was fine. Professor Meyer, I've brought my friend. Shen Xingyan announced at the classroom door. Please come in. Professor Meyer came forward, his kind yet sharp eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses scanning Lin Yi from head to toe. Thank you so much for coming all this way to help, young man. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. It's my pleasure. The classroom was spacious with tiered seats packed densely, nearly 300 students sitting below. They all turned to stare at him, a low murmur filling the room. A few girls whispered in suppressed excitement. Oh my God, that proportion. I couldn't achieve that in 3 years of practice. Lin Yi casually glanced at the artwork on the podium and froze. It was a drawing of him playing against Juventus, the third goal of his hat trick, charging toward the sideline, tearing off his jersey, head tilted back in a roar, veins bulging on his neck, chest muscles sharply defined. That photo had dominated European sports headlines at the time. In the drawing, the explosive energy was captured perfectly. The ferocity in his eyes, the swelling of his muscles, the trajectory of the sweat drops, even the small mole on his right shoulder wasn't missed. Truly remarkable. Lin Yi offered a genuine compliment. Shen Xingyan, embarrassed, twisted the hem of her clothes and nodded. Professor Meyer picked up a pointer and began to explain the drawing, discussing composition, light and shadow, and the challenges of capturing human dynamics. As she was wrapping up, she turned to Lin Yi with a smile. If it's not too much trouble, could you please take off your shirt? We'll do a live comparison to show the difference between real muscle texture and the brushwork. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then readily nodded. She was being thorough, and he was happy to cooperate. He raised his hands, unbuttoned, and pulled off his t-shirt in one smooth, decisive motion. A collective intake of breath rippled through the audience below. A few girls sneakily raised their phones, but a sharp glance from Professor Meyer sent their hands shrinking back into hiding. Shen Xingyan, blushing, took his clothes, her fingertips feeling a little hot. Professor Meyer continued her lecture, comparing the drawing to the real thing, while Lin Yi stood there completely at ease. But he couldn't withstand the directness of the girls' stares. Italian girls never shied away from expressing admiration. Their eyes were bright as spotlight beams, making his ears burn. He resorted to staring at the ceiling, counting the lines and the tiles. Finally, the lecture ended. Professor Meyer let out a long breath. Excellent. Please put your shirt back on. Thank you so much. Lin Yi pulled his shirt on. No problem. I'm glad I could help. Professor Meyer gave a thumbs up. Your English is so fluent. No wonder Miss Shen said you're a professional player. Just arrived in Italy. Lin Yi nodded. The drawing only captured his upper body in motion, with no background, no jersey, no team crest. No one could tell it was a moment from the pitch. As soon as the bell rang, before Lin Yi and Shen Xingyan could even move, a group of girls swarmed around them. Shen, is he really your boyfriend? Which team do you play for? Serie A. Shen Xingyan answered each question with a smile as patient as a little PR agent. A few guys sauntered over from the back rows, their eyes sweeping over Lin Yi. Heard Chinese people aren't that good at football. Alessandro, that's going too far. Shen Xingyan's brows furrowed. Among the leading boys, Alessandro was always one to show off, and his tongue was particularly sharp. As a local, he looked down on foreign students who came to study here, especially delighting in mocking his Chinese classmates. I'm just stating the facts. Alessandro spread his hands. Your national team can't even make the top 4 in Asia, so I truly don't believe the Chinese can play football well. The moment he finished speaking, the friends beside him burst into laughter. Lin stood there watching them, nearly laughing out loud. But he suppressed his temper and said, "You think the national team is no good? Fine, I admit it. Who are you to be disappointed? Over 1 billion people in this country have seen enough and are tired of complaining. Why are you butting in? But to say the Chinese can't play football, sorry, I can't let that slide. I'm standing right here, a Chinese man. If you mean I can't play, then I'll play a bit with you, and we'll see the truth right away." As soon as Lin finished, Alessandro and his gang laughed again. "Oh, a Chinese who can play football. You want to take us all on?" Lin waved his hand. "Let's just play, no more talk." Alessandro nodded. "All right. But those shoes aren't for football, are they? No need for special boots. I'm not playing barefoot, anything works for me." Lin curled his lips into a careless smile. Alessandro was taken aback, then exchanged glances with his buddies. Wow, this Chinese guy's got a tougher attitude than the ball. Shin Qingyan quickly grabbed him. "Lin, don't bother with them." Alessandro immediately chimed in. "Oh, you two doing a duet now? If he's so tough, let him step onto the field and show us." Lin glanced back at Shin Qingyan. "They want to play, so let's play along." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The group headed toward the small pitch by the field. As they walked, Alessandro sized up Lin and deliberately raised his voice. "Hey, Chinese guy, you say you're a professional player. Playing in Italy. Serie C. Serie B. If you ask me, you'd be lucky to be a substitute in Serie C. Don't think thick arms make you good. Football is about brains, not just muscles." Lin scanned him from head to toe and let out a light chuckle. "You don't even have enough meat on your arms to talk about muscles. As for brains, let's see after the match." Alessandro was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth, but failing to retort. He knew clearly he couldn't win a war of words with this guy. So he called over a few acquaintances, gathered 5 others, and set up a quick 6-on-6 match. Many classmates, especially the girls, followed along, eager to see for themselves, was this guy really the professional level player Shin Qingyan claimed he was. Students passing by stopped to watch once they saw Alessandro leading the group. "Hey, Alessandro's picking a fight again. So annoying. Just because he's on the school team, he thinks he's a star. Last time he even forced others off the pitch during a casual game. What a disgrace. I heard he played a friendly against a Serie C team this summer, and drew, and he even scored. If he can hold his own against a semi-pro team, the school team's level is indeed not low. No wonder he walks around with his nose in the air." Listening to the crowd, everyone understood Alessandro and his crew relied on their football skills to bully the weak. Alessandro casually grabbed 3 bystanders and teamed up with his 2 school teammates to make 6. Lin smiled, turned to the watching students, and called out, "Who wants to be on my team? You don't have to be great. Just love the game and have the guts to play." A few guys stepped out from the crowd. All familiar faces from casual games on the nearby open ground, 2 of whom had been squeezed off the pitch by Alessandro just days before. They rolled up their sleeves and stood beside him. Alessandro laughed at the sight. "A real professional, huh? Even recruiting a team with such attitude. What, you planning to take on all 6 of us by yourself?" Lin didn't even lift his eyelids. "Cut the chatter. Apart from the goalkeepers, 5 players stood on each side. You kick off first." Lin smiled. "Wouldn't want you to not even touch the ball later." Alessandro felt a tightness in his chest. This pitch in the academy had always been his domain, and no one had ever dared speak to him like that. "Fine, no mercy today. I'll crush him." The match was set for 30 minutes. At the whistle, Alessandro charged forward with the ball. Lin stepped directly into his path. Alessandro glanced at him, didn't think much, and prepared to burst through with speed. But the moment he nudged the ball, it was still bouncing near his thigh. Lin poked it with his toe, and it flew out of bounds with a whoosh. The field went silent for a beat, then erupted in gasps. Wow. Alessandro was dispossessed right at the start. Now this is getting interesting. Alessandro frowned hard. His first step was always the fastest. How did this guy time his foot so perfectly? Probably a fluke, he thought, signaling his teammate to take the throw in. He called for the ball. Winning didn't matter. Today he had to grind Lin into the dirt. The moment the pass reached him, Lin was already on him. Shoulder shove, foot hook, and the ball rolled out from under his heel with a slap. "My ball. Gone again." His teammate barely managed to receive it, but with 2 defenders closing in, he couldn't break through and quickly passed back to Lin. As soon as Lin settled it, Alessandro charged at him in fury. Lin stood with his back to him, body angled like a wall. The ball sat safely behind him. Alessandro pushed forward with all his might, but Lin's core was like forged iron, unmoving. He was only half a meter from the ball, yet it felt like a river between them. He simply couldn't reach it. No flashy moves, no showy dribbling. Just sheer strength pinning Alessandro, this amateur striker, in place, staring helplessly. The onlookers were stunned. Is this really a professional player? When had this academy pitch ever seen such a scene? Just a few minutes in, and the school team's star was being led around by the nose. More and more people gathered. Watching Alessandro panting, unable to even touch the ball, Lin suddenly found it all boring. He burst into a sudden acceleration, a side shoulder bump. Alessandro was flung half a meter away. Only then did Alessandro realize the guy hadn't even been using his full strength. And that sprint was like a bulldozer rolling onto the pitch. Wherever he went, no one could stop him. The knowledgeable spectators saw it clearly. Lin Yi wasn't that fast. In a 100-meter dash, several classmates could keep up. But once he drove forward with the ball, the opposing defense fell into chaos. What was going on? Was this the professional gap? They'd heard the old saying, amateurs rely on strength, professionals on rhythm. Even if you're slower, you can disrupt their balance with changes of pace. A feint, a beat, clean and sharp. Today they saw it for real. Whenever Lin Yi approached with the ball, he'd slow that last step by half a beat. The defender would slow down to block, but in that instant of pause, Lin Yi would surge with a sharp breath, a shake, and he was past. Just like that, he truly dribbled past all five and struck a fierce shot. The ball slammed into the net with a thud. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to make a save. That speed, that power. Even more astonishing, when he shot, his leg barely swung. A short backswing, yet the explosive force was devastating. Fast and heavy, the keeper couldn't even blink. This was a professional player. No wasted motion, yet it sent chills down your spine. Like a blunt blade, sheathed, it's unremarkable, unsheathed, it draws blood. At that moment, even the most defiant Alessandro realized something was off. The pressure was too real. When you face someone clearly a cut above you, and you feel he's not even trying, continuing to play is pure self-humiliation. He secretly sent a friend to fetch the team captain. The captain had trialed with a Serie B team last year, and though he hadn't stayed, had received an offer from a Serie C club. If he came, maybe they could hold their ground. Soon the school team captain arrived, breathless. The moment he reached the sideline, he saw Lin Yi strolling casually on the pitch. Meanwhile, Alessandro was drenched in sweat, frozen in place. Alessandro, what are you doing? Do you have any idea who you're playing against? Luca, the captain of the school team, had just strolled over to the edge of the court when he glanced up, tripped over his own feet, and nearly stumbled. Isn't this Lin Yi? The Chinese kid who's been blowing up Serie A news lately. Why is he here playing street ball? Luca's head spun. Wait a minute. Fiorentina is playing Palermo at home tomorrow. Lin Yi must have flown in 2 days early to warm up here in Florence. He turned his head and saw Alessandro, who had just been spun in circles by Lin Yi, lunging wildly all over the field, and his face burned with embarrassment. This guy, he's at it again. Luca had told him time and again to stop using the school team's name to pick fights and make bets. Honestly, the Florence National Academy of Fine Arts wasn't exactly a sports powerhouse. If it weren't for his sharp, off-the-ball movement and fearless shooting, Luca would have kicked him off the team long ago. Luca himself was graduating this year, dreaming of going pro. Over the summer, he'd even landed a trial invitation from a Serie B team. He was one step away from signing a contract. Just half a year more, and he might actually pull on a professional jersey. But the hottest name this year was Lin Yi, snatched up by Palermo halfway through his trial with Padova, then going on a scoring rampage in Serie A, leading his team to 5 straight wins to open the season. The media wouldn't stop calling him the miracle maker of Palermo. The news had reached every young player dreaming of a professional career. Luca's phone wallpaper was even a picture of Lin Yi celebrating a goal. But he never dreamed he'd actually run into the man himself here. Alessandro, what the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Luca charged over and shouted, his brow furrowed into a deep knot. Alessandro stopped, gasping for air, wiped the sweat from his face, and turned back. Captain, save me. Save you. Last time you lost, you were all smiles, saying you'd win next time. Now you can barely stand. He's the top scorer in Serie A right now. Did you think he was one of those plaster statues in your art studio? You think you can just show off against him, eh? Alessandro froze on the spot, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The Serie A top scorer. He stared hard at Lin Yi. Tall and lean, black hair, a bit of sweat still on his face, casually pulling the ball back to his feet. A clang went off in his head as fragments of news clicked together. Eastern rising star explodes in Serie A. 20-year-old Chinese origin striker bags a brace. Palermo fans thank the FA on their knees. What was the most absurd thing in Serie A this year? A young Chinese guy who just arrived in Italy suddenly stormed to the top of the scoring charts. Alessandro's back was instantly drenched in sweat. This person in front of him was really the legendary Lin Yi. He was used to strutting around like he owned the place. He'd heard Luca mention Lin Yi a few times, but he'd always thought a Chinese guy playing in Serie A probably got there through connections. He always figured professional players only look good on TV. Turn off the screen, and he could weave through cones just as fast. He'd even watch Serie B broadcasts and complain, the defense is too loose, I could score too. But today, Lin Yi's nutmeg, his sudden stop, his fake pass and quick cut, all of it shattered the illusions in his head into pieces. The guys playing alongside Lin Yi were stunned too, their mouths hanging open. The crowd watching also erupted. Some whipped out their phones to film, others stood on their toes, craning their necks for a better look. Actually, plenty of people knew the game, checking Serie A scores every day. But who would have thought the Chinese origin striker from the front page headlines was really here on this small court behind the Florence Academy of Fine Arts? Even though Lin Yi had just made Alessandro chase a shadow he couldn't catch, everyone just figured he was some really skilled player. No one connected him to the title of top scorer. Shin Qingyan saw the situation was under control and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew exactly how good Lin was. Crushing Alessandro was as easy as slicing a watermelon. She just hadn't expected that when she'd asked him to help with a class before she could even properly thank him, she'd have to deal with something so annoying first. She felt a bit bad about it. Just then a guy in the crowd suddenly held up his phone and shouted, "It's him. It's really him. I just looked up the official photo. It's an exact match." A group of girls in the class instantly lost it. Grabbing their sketchbooks and clutching their pencils, they rushed forward. "Linny, a photo. Sign this for me. Can you write something on this sketch for me?" Shin Qingyan watched the girls with their shining eyes and swift steps, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly, but she pressed her lips together and said nothing. Lucas squeezed his way through the crowd, grabbed Lin Yi's arm with a slightly trembling hand, and said, "Lin Yi, I'm a huge fan. I'm sorry I couldn't control my teammate. Alessandro, you hear me? Get over here. Bow 90 degrees and apologize." Alessandro was still dazed. He shuffled forward a couple of steps, his head hanging so low it nearly touched the ground. I'm sorry." Lin Yi didn't say much. He just waved his hand to signal it was fine. He'd established his dominance and let off some steam. He had no interest in dragging things out. He grabbed Shin Qingyan by the wrist and started walking away. "Shin, get your boyfriend to sign one for me. A picture. Just one. Wait. Don't go." The girls crowded around, their faces flushed, throwing envious and gossipy glances at Shin Qingyan. Shin Qingyan felt her ears grow hot. She opened her mouth, but the words, "He's not my boyfriend," just wouldn't come out. Finally Lin Yi turned around with a smile, waved, and called out, "Don't chase after us. Tomorrow evening. See you at the Fiorentina home ground. You'll see me again." With that he grabbed Shin Qingyan and made a run for it. The two of them jogged around the street corner before finally shaking off the overly enthusiastic fans. "Tisk, you're quite the hot commodity now." Shin Qingyan looked down, tidying the ends of her hair, her cheeks slightly warm, her delicate, white neck still gently heaving. "If I'd known this would happen, I would have stopped you." Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. "It's no big deal. If Uncle Shin hadn't pushed for me to get that trial with Padova back then, I never would have had the chance to step foot on a Serie A pitch. Today's little commotion doesn't even count as a warm-up." He paused, then suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, shouldn't I pay Uncle Shin a visit while he's home? Last time I first arrived in Florence, I was pulled away to training before I could even unpack my suitcase. Never even got to see him." Shin Qingyan let out a sigh. "My dad? Huh. He flew to London early this morning. He won't be back for at least 7 days." Lin Yi nodded. "Then I'll wait for next time." "Oh right." He rubbed his stomach. "My stomach was growling like crazy on the court just now. Now my belly's practically stuck to my back. Come on, I'll take you to an authentic steakhouse. Their T-bone steak. One bite and you'll want to call and book a table for tomorrow." Florence in Tuscany was famous for its steaks. Even the stray cats in the alley would change their route just to catch a whiff. Shin Qingyan led him into a narrow lane and pushed open the door of an old restaurant with a weathered wooden facade. The owner, Marco, beamed the moment he saw her and came out to greet them. "Miss Shun, your usual table." But when his gaze swept over to Lin Yi, Marco suddenly froze. He blinked, took another careful look for a full 3 seconds, then slapped his thigh. "Oh my, you're Lin Yi, the Chinese origin genius." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Marco turned to Shin Qingyan and asked cheerfully, "You two know each other?" Shin Qingyan raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Marco, you watch Serie A? I've been here 20 times, and you've never mentioned it." Marco threw his head back and laughed. "I'm an old fan. Played a few years in Serie C when I was young, but my knees gave out. In the end I had to come home and tend to this stove." Lin Yi smiled too. "Having played in Serie C is something to brag about for a lifetime." Marco waved a hand. "Today for both of you, it's on the house. All the meat and wine you can handle." Lin Yi quickly waved his hand in return. "How could I let you do that?" Shin Qingyan caught the sly glint in Marco's eye and asked with a smile, "Mr. Marco, is there a little scheme hiding behind this on the house of yours?" Marco chuckled heartily. "Miss Shin, you know me too well. Just one photo to hang by the door. Let everyone see. Me posing with a future world-class superstar right here in my restaurant." Lin Yi and Shin Qingyan exchanged a smile. Shin Qingyan tilted her head and teased him. "You're praising Lin Yi so much. You're not a Palermo fan, are you?" Marco puffed out his chest. "I'm a Florentine through and through. But if Lin Yi ever puts on a Fiorentina jersey, then you two eat here for free for life." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Marco, that's something we'll just have to wait and see." Shin Qingyan accompanied Lin Yi on a thorough tour of Florence. The minor hiccup that morning turned out to be just a small ripple in an otherwise smooth day. The afternoon, however, was thoroughly enjoyable, filled with unceasing laughter. As dinner time neared, the two finally parted ways. Shin Qingyan had originally booked a 5-star hotel in the city center for Lin Yi, but he needed to assemble with his team early the next morning. The team bus had already arrived at the hotel in the morning, so he decided to check in early to avoid a frantic rush the next day. Besides, he had to head to the Franchi Stadium in the afternoon for a pitch inspection and warm-up. The next day, Lin Yi was still dreaming in bed when his phone buzzed incessantly. Seeing the caller was team manager Zamparini, he answered with a groggy hello, only to be met with a rapid-fire stream of words. Linny, did you really get to Florence yesterday? Check the Twitter sports trending topics now. Where are you? Our bus is entering the city. Coach Rossi and I are heading straight to you. The call ended, leaving Lin sitting on his bed in a daze. What on earth was going on? He quickly opened Twitter, and direct messages flooded in like falling snow while the comment sections were in an uproar. Lin, is it true you're planning to transfer? Don't leave, Linny. Palermo can't play a decent game without you. The media is just stirring up trouble. Can't you come out and tell the truth? The more Lin read, the more confused he became. He clicked into the trending topics, heading straight for the sports section, and the first headline froze him in place. Serie A's new star switches to the Purple Lily overnight. A day trip to Florence conceals a hidden agenda. He clicked on it, and lo and behold, they were all photos taken yesterday, him juggling a ball at the academy field, signing autographs, and posing for photos with Shun Xinyan's classmates, and a back view of them walking down the steps together. Who took these? Who posted them? This spread faster than a food delivery rider. Lin let out a deep sigh, but before he could even recover, something even more absurd appeared. Scrolling further into the report, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. With the league season about to start, Palermo's ace Lin has quietly appeared in Florence, traveling solo. His first stop was the local top-tier academy, the Florence Academy of Fine Arts, where he even pulled the school team into a friendly match. The outcome was predictable. Lin single-handedly dominated them. After the match, he was seen leaving discreetly with a woman. As for where they went in the afternoon and what they did, the article doesn't say, but here's the kicker. The woman was his companion throughout. Even more remarkably, the reporter had done their homework, digging up Shun Xinyan's background thoroughly. Heiress to the Shun's department store, a true blue Florentine socialite from a wealthy family. Scrolling to the end of the article, Lin found the conclusion. Lin Yi's trip likely involved a secret meeting with Fiorentina's top brass. He snapped the page closed, shaking his head with a wry smile. They can spin this. The photos are real, but the story is fake. Me transferring to the Purple Lily. News to me. Just as he finished washing up and was drying his face, a knock came at the door. Zamparini and Coach Rossi stood side by side at the entrance. Seen the news? Zamparini asked, his brow furrowed into a deep knot. Lin nodded. Mr. Zamparini, it's really not what it looks like. I was just accompanying a friend for the day. That school is where she studies, as she's a student there. He then turned to Rossi. Coach, this is exactly what I mentioned when I asked for leave. It's purely a personal matter. Trust me, I wouldn't even know which way the Fiorentina club doors open, let alone have any secret meetings. Zamparini patted him on the shoulder. We believe you. But the problem is plenty of others don't. The media chasing eyeballs can make lies sound more convincing than the truth. You're Palermo's flagship player, the new sensation. All of Serie A is watching. You sneeze and the reporters will write it up as a flu pandemic warning. Lin gave a bitter smile. Just a few campus photos, and they spin a whole transfer script. Unbelievable. Zamparini, however, lowered his voice. Did you really read the whole article? The key isn't the photos, it's the part later, the background info on Miss Shun. Lin was taken aback. The Shun's department store part. I didn't read it closely. Zamparini quickly interjected. The Shun family has been one of Florence's official sponsors for years. You're seen getting close to their heiress, and you show up in Florence at this particular time. What are people supposed to think? That you're using the sponsor connection to quietly negotiate a contract. That's an old trick, not news anymore. Lin paused, then nodded. When you put it that way, I can't really blame people for speculating. He thought for a moment and asked, how about I issue a statement clarifying the whole situation? Zamparini waved his hand dismissively. Too late for that. This morning, Fiorentina's official account jumped in to deny the rumors first. And that move only made things more ambiguous. If they had just stayed quiet, the buzz would have died down in a couple of days. But they came out with a denial, which is like pouring oil on the fire. The more they explain, the muddier it gets. Lin sighed. He never imagined that a few candid photos could snowball into such a massive mess. Rossi spoke up at this point. We can't blame Lin entirely for this. I approve the leave, I share the responsibility. Zamparini shook his head. Pointing fingers now won't help. The immediate crisis is this. The transfer rumors about Lin could cut off the club's funding. Lin and Rossi were both stunned. Zamparini counted on his fingers. This year our performance has been stellar. Several brands have proactively approached us for sponsorship deals, and 2 or 3 are on the verge of signing. Why? 1. The team has promised more exposure. 2. And this is the most crucial point. Lin, you're too eye-catching. The sponsors know perfectly well that investing in the team is essentially investing in you as a person. The moment you head to Fiorentina, these contracts are as good as dead. The total value is around 50 million euros, enough to buy half of Palermo. But now, every single deal is stalled, frozen in place. No one dares to take the next step. The two of them exchanged glances, utterly dumbfounded. A single piece of fake news was actually choking the club. As Zamparini rubbed his temples, Lin Yi's phone rang again. He looked down and blurted out, Monica. Why is she calling now? He answered and put it on speaker. Lin, have you seen the trending topics? Of course it was about this. Yeah, it's complete nonsense. I know it's nonsense. Monica's voice was as crisp and direct as ever. I bet Mr. Zamparini is right there with you trying to figure things out. He turned his head and Zamparini's eyes were wide with a look that screamed, how does she know that? Any solutions yet? He hesitated. We're still brainstorming. You don't have a personal PR team, right? And given Palermo's scale, they probably don't have a dedicated PR department either. He looked at Zamparini, who opened his mouth, but said nothing, a silent admission. Monica's words stung, but they were all too true. If they had a professional team, Zamparini wouldn't have been as frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof last night. And well, he'd never even paid attention to what trending topics looked like before. Zamparini, unable to contain himself, leaned towards the phone. Miss Monica, if you have a solution, please, we need your help. Of course I do. And I have an image partnership. If he's stable, we're stable. Zamparini's eyes lit up. Where are you? I'll send a car to pick you up right away. No need. I'm right outside your door now. The three of them stood frozen after Monica's words. It was who snapped back to his senses, first striding over to the door. His hand had just touched the doorknob when he paused, slightly dazed before turning it. Standing outside the door was indeed Monica herself. How did you find this place? Blurted out. Finding out which hotel your team was staying at. That was a piece of cake. I have reliable sources of information. I just followed the trail. Without waiting for an invitation, Monica had already stepped into the room. Zampanini didn't beat around the bush. Miss Monica, if you have a plan, let's hear it. We're pressed for time. Monica's reply was brisk. There's only one way. Solid proof of your whereabouts yesterday afternoon. Our company has a photo studio in Florence that does poster work for major international brands. You'll come with me now for a few shots. I'll post them on our official social media immediately with the caption invited by Versace arrived in Florence yesterday to complete the shoot for the autumn main visual. I'll simultaneously notify Versace to coordinate a post on their official channels. I'll also get some savvy netizens to stir up the topic and drive the hashtag. The buzz will pick up in no time. As long as every step goes smoothly, this transfer rumor will peter out in a couple of days, and no one will take it seriously anymore. Don't worry, I've handled at least 10 of these situations before. The star players we work with have personal matters cropping up every now and then. Our emergency protocol is second nature by now. Zampanini nodded as he listened, a smile finally breaking through. That's perfect. I don't know how to thank you. Monica waved a hand dismissively. Forget the thanks. This helps me too. If were to get embroiled in a transfer scandal right now, our group's key rising star business plan for this year would take a hit. The plan was set. Mindful of the afternoon pitch adaptation session, he wasted no time and headed out with Monica. According to the plan, he needed to recreate the photos from yesterday afternoon, creating a temporal misdirection. On the way, Monica briefly asked about Lin Yi's schedule from the previous day. She confirmed that he and Shen Qingyan had been seen at the Academy of Fine Arts in the morning and had gone for a drive in the suburbs in the afternoon. She quickly identified the key point: all the photos circulating online were taken in the morning. This meant that during the afternoon, neither of them had been followed or photographed. In other words, what they did in the afternoon was entirely up to them to claim. No one could disprove it. Monica breathed a quiet sigh of relief, feeling more secure. The car came to a stop on a hillside. Before them lay a panorama of rolling green mountains with the spires of Florence's old city scattered below. The sunlight was perfect. He watched as Monica took out a camera tripod and softbox from the trunk. You're shooting this yourself? I thought we'd see a professional photographer. The fewer people who know, the better. She kept her head down, adjusting the settings. No, I didn't know you could handle a camera. Monica let out a light laugh. When I first started retouching lighting, hauling equipment, writing copy, I had to do it all myself. Otherwise, who would pay attention to a nobody? She pointed to a mossy boulder by the slope. Stand over there, hands in your pockets, look into the distance. Yeah, just like that. A few clicks, and the candid shot was done. They got back in the car and drove to another location. Relying on a single scene would be too obvious. They needed 3 or 4 different spots to make it look like they'd spent half a day. Once I post the photos, you stick to that story for the reporters. Don't add a single extra word. He nodded. Understood. Monica glanced at him. Maybe you should give Miss Shen a heads up. Women usually care about this kind of thing. He grinned. No need, she gets it. This is just to shield me. She definitely won't mind. Monica gave a slight nod, then smoothly shifted the topic seemingly casually. So you two are pretty close, huh? He didn't respond. She looked up, her blue eyes flickering. The news says you two are dating. I wonder if they just happened to hit the nail on the head, eh? Huh. Oh, Lenny was taken aback. No, really. We grew up together. I've always thought of her as my own sister. A flicker of softness passed through Monica's eyes, gone in an instant. They then visited 2 more locations, an ancient bridge and a cafe terrace by the river. As they were shooting, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Shen Qingyan. Her voice sounded a bit subdued. I've seen the trending topics. Is it because of me that you got dragged into this mess, eh? The morning incident wasn't even resolved, and now this in the afternoon. I wish I hadn't brought you to Florence. Lin Yi's tone was light. Don't overthink it. This has nothing to do with my performance on the pitch. Besides, Miss Monica has just paved the way for me. Just relax. Shin Qingyan was visibly relieved, her voice brightening up. Monica sat in the passenger seat, leisurely wiping her lens, listening without even lifting a finger. After hanging up, Lin Yi patted his chest. Glad that's settled. Monica raised the camera. All right, last set. Stand over there, smile, and make a peace sign. The shutter clicked a few more times. A glance at his watch showed it was exactly 2 p.m. The team would be warming up at the stadium by now. That's enough, we're done. Monica packed up her gear. On the way back, she dropped Lin Yi off right at the entrance of the Franchi Stadium. As he pushed the door open, his hand resting on the frame, he caught sight of a ticket for tonight's Palermo vs. Fiorentina match lying in the front console. You're planning to watch the game tonight? He asked casually. Monica glanced at it. That was the original plan. But the photos need to go live tonight, so I probably won't make it into the stadium. Lin Yi scratched his head. Sorry for messing up your whole schedule. She smiled, her eyes curving into a gentle arc. It's fine. Cleaning up messes is my job. Lin Yi hopped out of the car. Monica rolled down her window and waved. I can't be there to cheer for you today. Play well and go all out. Only after the car had driven away did it suddenly hit him. Can't be there to cheer? Which meant she had genuinely bought a ticket originally, intending to come and watch him play. He pondered it for a moment, then found it reasonable. After all, he was her top rookie signing. Whether he played well or not directly affected her team's KPI for the second half of the year. How could she not care? At the stadium, Rossi was leading the team in laughs. The coach had already prepared an excuse for him, so no one questioned his lateness. However, several teammates crowded around him, chattering away. Lin Yi, is that trending topic for real? Is someone really trying to poach you for Fiorentina? You're not actually going to leave, are you? The rumor was so rampant that even his teammates were starting to believe it. Their anxiety was justified. Lin Yi was the team's backbone, responsible for goals, playmaking, and morale. If he left, Palermo would lose its spine. Forget aiming for a high ranking, even avoiding relegation would be a struggle. Lin Yi patiently explained to each of them, no transfer talks, it was pure fabrication. Hearing the truth directly from him, the collective anxiety finally subsided. Rossi clapped his hands nearby. You all heard that right. The man himself is standing right here. Why would you believe that nonsense? We don't, they all shouted in unison. Lin Yi and Rossi exchanged a look, of silent understanding passing between them. The coach blew his whistle. All right, enough talking. Loosen up. Tonight's match won't be easy. I don't want anyone slipping up. Got it. The team's roar made the ground tremble slightly. At the team's hotel in Zampanini's room, he had just received a WeChat message from Monica. Photos done, retouching now, will be online by 8 p.m. tonight. He let out a long, relieved breath. Finally, he could breathe easy. He casually picked up the financial report on his desk, intending to review the accounts. But a single glance told him something was off. One key figure was significantly different from what he remembered. As he read on, his heart tightened. He flipped a few more pages and his hands began to tremble. Several data points he remembered vividly had all been altered. Zampanini sat up abruptly, staring at the paper, his pupils constricting. This report. Had someone tampered with it? If that were true, Palermo wasn't just facing a loss of face. It could be a crisis that would paralyze the club. Zampanini clutched the paper, the tips of his fingers going cold, the back of his neck soaked with sweat. He calculated it over and over again. Something was off, truly off. This report must have been tampered with. He grabbed his phone and dialed the finance manager. Hey Lao Zhang, it's me. That bill you submitted yesterday, the numbers are all messed up. Several entries don't match at all. There was a 2-second pause on the other end before a low "oh" came through. Zampanini didn't dwell on it, urging, hurry and redo it, send me the new version in 30 minutes. After hanging up, his heart felt hollow. This man had been in finance for 10 years, never once reporting a single zero wrong. How could he suddenly slip up? But he waited and waited, and nearly an hour passed, yet the new report was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Stuck somewhere. He called again, busy tone. Called again, phone off. His eyelids twitched, and he immediately dialed the finance assistant. The assistant said, the manager grabbed his bag and ran off after your call, didn't even shut down his computer. Zampanini's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted, send me the original system logs. Now. Immediately. The raw data was tangled like a ball of yarn, but he patiently combed through it. And when he compared the results, he froze in his chair. The accounts were missing a full 7 million euros. He dialed 5 more times, all met with the same shutdown message. Now it all clicked. This massive hole wasn't dug in just the past few days. It had been drained since the start of the season. Those hastily signed player contracts, how could they have been negotiated with legitimate income? It was all robbing the future to patch the present. The hole grew larger until it couldn't be covered anymore. The man was gone, likely running off with the money. He grabbed the landline and called the police. As he set the receiver down, his head buzzed, as if a swarm of bees had taken up residence. The past 2 days had been a streak of bad luck. First, Lin Yi's transfer rumors were flying everywhere, and sponsors put negotiations on hold. Just as he steadied that, the finances exploded. His temples throbbed with a sharp pain. When money went wrong, 9 out of 10 sponsors would pull out. But the real bombshell was yet to come. The salary filing he submitted last week, it was the finance manager himself who handed it in. That document was surely full of false numbers. The Football Association would see through it in an instant. At best, it'd be a point deduction, at worst a ban. The club might be uprooted entirely. What's more, Lin Yi's new contract was also part of this fake filing. If it were deemed an illegal signing, the contract's validity could be voided. Palermo and Lin Yi would both be in deep trouble. Florence Franchi Stadium. The November wind was harsh, and the sky darkened early. The match was less than 2 hours away. Hello dear viewers, I'm a frontline reporter for national sports television, now at Franchi Stadium, the home of Fiorentina. In 1 hour, Palermo with our Chinese player Lin Yi will challenge the Purple Lily away. Look, even though it's still early, the stands are already packed with people. As the reporter's words faded, the camera cut back to the studio in the capital. At the commentary desk, Li Xiujie and Cheng Hongsheng were already in place, ready to broadcast this highly anticipated showdown. Thanks for the live feed. Today we're focusing on Palermo's away match against Fiorentina. Let's check the standings. After 9 rounds, Palermo has 7 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, 22 points, solidly in 3rd place. Li Xiujie chuckled after finishing. Some veteran fans might still be catching their breath. This team used to be soaking in the relegation zone. Last season, after 9 rounds, they had only 1 win, 6 points, and were 3rd from the bottom. And now they've shot straight into the top 3. Why? No need to guess. The answer is right in our lens. The Chinese prodigy Lin Yi. 13 goals and 4 assists in the league, 2 goals and 1 assist in the cup. Every match is a high-energy performance. He's single-handedly carried the team's turnaround. Tonight's opponent, Fiorentina, is the toughest nut to crack after Juventus. They're in 6th place, just 1 win behind Palermo. Li Xiujie turned to his partner. Coach Cheng, what do you think is the biggest challenge for Palermo to win? Cheng Hongsheng nodded. Fiorentina is no pushover. They were 4th in Serie A last season, made it to the Champions League, and had the fewest goals conceded in the entire league. Their defensive anchor Gambarini has both experience and skill on par with Chiellini, and even stronger in organization. The key is after 9 rounds this season, they still have the fewest goals conceded. It shows that new coach Mihajlovic has drilled the defense thoroughly. Today the league's top scorer meets the strongest defense. Who'll come out on top? It's truly a toss-up. Li Xiujie chimed in with a smile. This is Serie A's sharpest spear clashing with the thickest shield. Cheng Hongsheng continued, their strength isn't just in the backline. Midfielders Montalivo steers the ship, Zanetti sweeps, and the front line features the double threat of Gilardino and Jovetic. Every line has a game-changer. What about Palermo? Britos can run and pass, but the backbone is still Lin Yi. Nasserino relies on Lin Yi's assists to thrive, and defender Silvestre is warming up. But facing Gilardino, who's been scoring like crazy this season, it's a clash of old acquaintances. The outcome is hard to call. With this breakdown, both sides' strengths and weaknesses were crystal clear. The comments exploded. Fiorentina is a true blue-blood club, regulars in the Champions League. The Purple Lily equals half of Serie A's elite. Can Palermo win away? Maximum difficulty. Trust Lin Yi, who believed in the last match against Juventus. Didn't he still topple the Giants? Counting on Lin Yi to win alone. Let's be real, the teammates just aren't cutting it. Lin Yi's form is rock solid. He hasn't had a single off day, full attendance with standout performances. Italian media reports he practices 200 extra shots every day, then does strength training. With that kind of effort, it's impossible not to shine. Talent plus grit equals a future superstar, no doubt. I really hope he moves to Real Madrid or Barcelona soon to prove himself. The teammates are truly holding him back. Many matches rely solely on Lin Yi to carry. Forget about transfers. He just renewed his contract last month, locked in for 3 years. Amid the barrage of comments, match time arrived. The players holding the hands of child mascots filed in. As they neared the center circle, the main stand at Fiorentina suddenly erupted in shouts. Lin Yi, go for it. Lin Yi, go for it. Lin Yi, go for it. The whole stadium froze, home fans cheering for the away team's forward in Chinese. Even more astonishing, the voices were all local faces, several of them still wearing Fiorentina's purple jerseys, cheering for the opponent at home. The director quickly cut to the camera, and the Chinese audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Could it be that Fiorentina's stadium had been infiltrated by spies? Only Lin Yi lifted the corner of his mouth, his gaze gently sweeping toward a corner of the stands. He saw her, the girl who always stood quietly by the training ground, now on tiptoe, waving eagerly at him. It was Shen Xinyan. Lin Yi looked up and saw Shen Xinyan standing in the stands, waving at him enthusiastically. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He didn't need to guess. Those hundreds of people down there shouting encouragement at the top of their lungs were almost certainly her doing. This cheering squad, a good 500 to 600 strong, was neatly packed into the side stands, a blaze of red that was impossible to miss. Beside them, a group of local Fiorentina fans stared in bewilderment. What on earth? This was their home turf, so why were they chanting the opposing striker's name? Lin Yi. They could make out that much, but what was Jiao supposed to mean? They were utterly baffled. After a moment's thought, one scratched his head and said, "Oh, maybe they're insulting him in Chinese." And it seemed to be working. Lin Yi actually turned to look their way, even nodding with a smile. These fans were quite something, even learning Chinese on the spot, just to get under someone's skin. Lin Yi muttered to himself as he walked wondering where Shen Qingyan had managed to round up so many people. And she'd taught them to chant word by word. That was real dedication. He suddenly remembered something she'd said before she was planning to give him a special gift for this match against Fiorentina. Could this be it? Before the thought even finished, the answer arrived. From within that crowd, an enormous portrait slowly unfurled from top to bottom like a giant poster being unveiled. The moment the face on the canvas came into view, the entire stadium fell silent for half a second. It was none other than Lin Yi himself. Sharp brows, piercing eyes, a look both steady and fierce. It was painted in an oil style with thick, bold brushstrokes radiating an imposing presence even from a distance. Lin Yi himself was stunned for a moment, and even his teammates craned their necks. Whoa, Lin, your fans have followed you all the way to Italy. A piece that big must have taken forever. As the words trailed off, realization dawned. Wait, how did this painting get hung in Fiorentina's home stadium? Could it be? You've got a secret hardcore fan here in Florence. In the distance, Shen Qingyan raised her hand, pointed at the portrait, then at herself, and flashed a grin, as if to say, that was me. Lin Yi laughed out loud, giving her a thumbs up from afar, and clapping his hands together twice. Back home, the live stream chat exploded. Who let the spy in? Hilarious, are all the opposing fans defecting? That portrait is way too cool. No way, it took less than 3 or 5 days. Definitely a true fan. First the cheers, then the banner. This is more entertaining than the match itself. Big games hit different, even the stands are fighting for the spotlight. The most restless were Fiorentina's own fans. Earlier, when they couldn't understand the chants, they tried to reassure themselves, probably cursing him out. But now that the portrait was hanging right there, pretending not to notice was no longer an option. A group of them immediately started shouting over, "Hey, what's wrong with you people?" cheering for the opposing striker. The people in the formation shrugged and sighed. "Sorry buddy, we're just hired help. We do what the boss says." With that, they flung open their jackets. And there on the inner lining was the unmistakable logo of the Shun's department store group. The fans who were about to lose their temper froze mid-rant. "Wait, you're all from Shun's department store?" "Yeah, a bunch of us from various branches got the day off, and were pulled in to watch the match." Shun's department store had a solid reputation in Florence. They sponsored the club, hired locals year-round, and stocked a great selection of quality Chinese goods. With fair prices, every household shopped there. The moment they heard it was Shun's people, half the anger evaporated. Then they took a closer look. The young woman in the cream trench coat at the front of the formation, wasn't that the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shen Qingyan herself? Well, so the mastermind is right here. Why would she hang a portrait of Lin Yi in our stadium? Haven't you seen this morning's news? The transfer rumors about Lin Yi are everywhere, his photos all over the papers, and she's right there in the middle of it. Many suddenly remembered. Right. The club put out a statement this morning denying it. But with this kind of display, maybe there really is something going on. Miss Shun is going this far for him. Surely they're more than just friends. If Lin Yi really takes her route, and actually ends up joining Fiorentina, damn, if he comes, won't our team be unstoppable? The fans grew more and more animated, going from cursing to speculating about how Lin Yi would look in purple. On the pitch, the players from both sides were lining up for the handshake. The last one was Lin Yi, and Fiorentina's captain Gilardino extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Lin Yi, you're quite something." With the big match about to begin, the sudden compliment caught Lin Yi off guard. The man before him was a key starter for the 2006 World Cup champions and a fearsome striker from AC Milan's prime years. After Lin Yi's rampage against Juventus, Gilardino had watched the post-match interviews and then gone out of his way to study his subsequent game footage. Now nearing the twilight of his career, he valued touch and tenacity above all, and Lin Yi had both in abundance. "I'm in a good mood today, probably because of the news I saw this morning." Gilardino winked after speaking, then turned and headed back to his position. The news he referred to was, of course, the swirling transfer gossip. Bertuz leaned in close to Lin Yi and warned in a low voice, "Be careful. Gilardino moves like a shadow, and his finishing is lethal. He's the one to watch out for most." Lin Yi nodded. Both teams took their positions, and before the whistle blew, the tension in the air was palpable. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in China, fans who'd stayed up all night had already flooded the chat with comments. In the commentary booth, Li Xiujia and Cheng Hongsheng were also getting pumped. The match is about to begin. As usual, let's start with the starting lineups. Palermo continues with their 4-4-2 diamond formation. Lin Yi partners Bertuz up front, Nasserino plays as the attacking midfielder, D'Alessandro on the left wing, Migliaccio on the right, and Guarin holding in the defensive midfield. In defense, Silvestre and Andriali with Balzaretti and Cassani as the fullbacks, and Sirigu in goal. Fiorentina, meanwhile, fields their strongest 4-4-2, with a flat midfield four. Boric in goal with Gambarini and Camato. In central defense, Pasquale on the left, and De Silvestri on the right. Marchioni and Donadel occupy the wings with Zanetti and Montalivo as the double pivots. Up front, veteran Gilardino alongside the young Jovetic. Last round, coach Rossi boldly experimented with a free-roaming role for Lin Yi, letting him drift across the pitch. The results were spectacular. But today he's back in his most familiar position as the spearhead. It looks like the manager wants to stabilize things first and feel out Fiorentina's game. After all, the free roll tactic was only used in one competitive match, and that was against last-place Cesena. Its credibility can't compare to today's challenge. Chung Hongxing chimed in exactly. Look at Palermo's setup, more compact in both attack and defense with a steadier tempo. Fiorentina's got a real fight on their hands today. On the sideline, Mihajlovic strolled over and warmly embraced Rossi. Rossi, long time no see. Long time no see. I never expected Palermo to take off like a rocket this season. With your temperament, you should have been getting results long ago. Rossi smiled. Then you probably also know who lit the fuse. I'm curious to see how you'll counter it. Once you make your move, I'll show my hand. Mihajlovic patted him on the shoulder and turned back to his own technical area. The referee glanced at his watch, and with a single whistle the match began. Fiorentina kicked off. Gilardino tapped the ball back to Gambarini, and the team pushed forward with a steady rhythm. In the 5th minute, Montalivo threaded a pass through the defense from the center. Gilardino received it, turned, and shot, all in one fluid motion. Silvestre closed him down quickly, but the turn was so fast, so quick it defied the agility expected of a man his age. The ball was tipped over the line by a fingertip from Sirigu. The defender wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, "That old fox. He's just not fair." At 30, the media constantly claimed Gilardino was past his prime. Yet the reality. Since joining Fiorentina 3 years ago, he has scored at least 15 league goals every season. Last season, he netted 17, ranking 6th in the scoring charts, a solid guarantee of firepower. The man seems plagued by ill fortune. His peak years were at AC Milan, where he collided with Inzaghi. Their styles too similar, his position squeezed tightly. Later, as his form dipped, life became even harder. In the national team, he wasn't as fast as Luca Toni, not as agile as Del Piero, nor as composed as Totti. Coaches glancing at the forward list always pushed him further down. Clearly a world-class finisher, he perpetually fell just short, never truly securing a starring role on the grandest stage. Yet upon arriving in Florence, he immediately turned things around. The Viola's entire attack relied on his shoulders. Match after match, his goals, link-up play, and commanding presence were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Silvestre had been marking him tightly, his hand nearly resting on Gilardino's back. But the moment the striker received the ball and turned, it was as if a spring had been released. He slipped away in a flash. He raised his foot and shot. Clean and decisive, without half a second of hesitation. What made Silvestre's heart skip a beat was the sheer fluidity of the entire sequence. Collecting, turning, striking. No adjustments needed, executed in one seamless motion. This instinctive, trigger-ready rhythm is the hallmark of a top-tier assassin. Anyone can shoot, but shooting is like adding salt to a dish. Everyone's measure, timing, and angle differ. Silvestre had defended against many formidable Serie A players. Any striker who could send chills down your spine in the box possessed this seamless, fluid quality. He himself was strong and natural center back, with decent acceleration. So when facing forwards who relied on raw power, he was unafraid. You charge, I'll hold my ground. You run, I'll chase. Even in a battle of endurance, he could wear down half your sharpness. But against a pure poacher like Gilardino, he felt a creeping dread. The striker didn't rely on speed or physicality to overpower you. He used his sharp mind, delicate touch, and deadly accuracy in front of goal. Often in the blink of an eye, he'd create space in a tight area. By the time he struck the ball, defenders couldn't even raise a hand. It was already flying. Palermo regained possession and organized an attack. In the 12th minute, the counter suddenly accelerated. Nasserino threaded a diagonal pass into the space ahead of Lin Yi. Gambarini, who was marking him, had already started his run, his shoulder nearly pressing against Lin Yi's lower back. But Lin Yi didn't receive it directly. Instead, he used the outside of his right foot to gently flick the ball, which grazed his boot and rolled backward to his left, landing perfectly at Britos's feet. Having let it pass, he immediately sprinted forward. Britos feigned a dribble to the right, while Dadalo simultaneously surged up the flank. Now the defender's mind must have raced through two possibilities. Either Britos would take on his man himself, making the right flank the main attacking route, or he would pass to Dadalo on the wing. Also a reasonable choice. Fiorentina's left-back Pasquale made an almost instantaneous read. His left foot stepped out to block the right side, yet his weight was anchored firmly on his right foot. That single touch and shift of weight is enough to show Pasquale can truly play. In the studio, Chung Hongxing stared at the screen with a smile. For a semi-giant like Fiorentina, always hovering mid-table, but needing to compete in Europe every year, the full-back position isn't for just anyone. Li Xiujia was bewildered. You can deduce all that from just a single step. Chung Hongxing pointed at the screen. Keeping his weight on his right foot is to guard against a third possibility. Britos might not go right nor pass to Dadalo. That feint just now was all a smokescreen. His real move is to cut diagonally left forward. Before he finished speaking, Britos hooked the ball with his right foot, guided it with his left, and spun sharply to his left forward. Pasquale pivoted on his right foot, sticking to him like a magnet. He threw his left arm out, sealing off most of the left channel. Could Britos force his way through? Only a sliver of space remained. If any Fiorentina player came over to double-team, the ball would be lost immediately. Just as Li Xiujia and the livestream barrage were praising Coach Cheng's prophetic read, Britos' ankle tensed. He whipped the ball with the outside of his boot, skimming low and fast across the turf, driving it straight upfield. The camera panned, and at the end of that pass line stood Lin Yi, who had just completed a perfectly timed offside trap. Cheng Hongxing nodded with a smile. Brilliant. This is a duel of masters. You see through me, so I immediately changed tactics. Britos abandoned the dribble without a second thought, transforming into a provider. And Lin Yi's precise positioning to receive it shows that throughout his run his eyes never left Britos' feet. This combination isn't a rehearsed pattern, it's the result of two minds working in perfect sync. As he finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed past Lin Yi's feet. The next second the ball thudded out of play. Gambarini. Li Xiujia blurted out, both astonished and impressed. What a fast recovery. He tracked Lin Yi the whole time and picked the perfect moment to slide in for the tackle. Coach Cheng, this match is a real treat. Cheng Hongxing nodded, his eyes still glued to the replay. Fans love goals, that's true. But those who truly understand football grow to appreciate defense. Because good defense isn't guesswork, it's anticipating the opponent's next move. Why is Serie A called the godfather of Catenaccio? Because it mastered the art of attacking within defense. Goals are exciting, but defense reveals true skill. He glanced at the close-up of Britos and grinned. This guy is quite interesting. Before Lin Yi arrived, he was Palermo's only reliable spearhead. The moment Lin Yi showed up, he instantly became the perfect supporting act. His movement, stretching, passing, all top-notch. Why was Pasquale so wary of him cutting right just now? Because he genuinely can beat his man. If it were some 200-pound target man, Pasquale wouldn't have given him a second glance. Li Xiujia added, Britos is practically a club icon, with consistent double-digit goal tallies for years. Top clubs tried to sign him back then, but he refused to leave. Cheng Hongxing nodded. Breaking into a starting 11 at a giant would be tough for him, but as a reliable squad player, he's more than qualified. But since partnering with Lin Yi this season, he's clearly had an epiphany. That through balls, line timing, and penetration just now wasn't the work of a typical striker. Li Xiujia chuckled. It's not just him. Silvestre in defense has been an absolute wall this season. Without him sweeping up at the back, Palermo's goals conceded would be significantly higher. Cheng Hongxing stroked his chin. You know what? Many Serie A teams have an unspoken rule during training matches. The center backs for the reserve team are usually the starting center backs themselves. Why? It's so the starting forwards practice their dribbling against the genuine first-choice defenders daily, and the main center backs get real physical challenges from the attackers every single session. This real versus real training is incredibly effective. So my guess is Silvestre's red-hot form this season owes a huge debt to Lin Yi on the training ground. Li Xiujia shook his head with a smile. So Lin Yi isn't just helping the team win games, he's even raising the intensity of their daily training. Lin Yi glanced sideways at Gambarini beside him. The defender had a fierce face and a menacing glare, clearly a tough, no-nonsense tackler. But to be fair, that tackle just now was clean, decisive, and utterly without hesitation. Lin Yi knew in his heart this was going to be a tough day. And then there was Pasquale, who had been marking Britos. Although he eventually got the pass away, his entire defensive thought process was crystal clear, a textbook display of fullback play. Palermo took the throw in. The moment Lin Yi received the ball, Gambarini was right on his chest. He didn't force the issue, instead turning to feign a dribble. With a quick shift of his feet, he suddenly unleashed a long diagonal pass. Left winger Dadalo controlled it with ease, shrugged off his marker, and was gone. Gambarini paused, unable to resist taking another look at Lin Yi. This striker's vision and distribution awareness were simply extraordinary. Lin Yi's pinpoint cross-field pass launched from his own half left his marker Gambarini utterly stunned. Even Li Xiujia and Cheng Hongxing in the commentary booth couldn't help but slap their thighs in admiration. What a crisp delivery. See, this is why Rossi dared to deploy Lin Yi as the free-roaming forward. It wasn't a gamble. The kid has genuine substance to back it up. Don't let his striker background fool you. His vision, his ability to find space, his knack for orchestrating play. He's every bit as good as a seasoned midfielder. Some organizing midfielders with 7 or 8 years under their belts might not even have his sharpness of perception. Simply put, this is natural talent at work. You excel because your mind and reactions are quick. Can that be trained later? Sure, but it takes playing 100 tough matches to grind it out slowly. Old fans say you get sharper the more you play. That's the truth of it. With experience, every detail on the pitch gets etched into your mind. But Lin Yi, he showcased this level of play on his very first day in Serie A. He's starting a full lap ahead of everyone else, already sprinting from beyond the starting line. Li Xiujia nodded along, exclaiming his agreement. Cheng Hongxing chuckled, shaking his head. We mentioned defender Silvestre and striker Britos earlier, saying they've improved alongside Lin Yi, which is true. But we missed a key figure, the attacking midfielder Nasserino. He hasn't just improved, he's been unshackled. Originally, Nasserino was the metronome of Palermo's midfield. Before Lin Yi arrived, he always seemed to be dancing with a sandbag on his back. Progressing was tough, orchestrating was tiring, and his final passes kept getting stuck. Since Lin came, he's constantly pulling defenders out of position, dropping deep to receive the ball. He's essentially taken over the dirty work of driving the team forward. Look at him now playing with ease. It's not that he's become a genius, it's that Lin has cleared out a ton of space for him. Where does this newfound freedom come from? It's all built on Lin Yi's foundation. Take that long switch of play just now. If it were an ordinary striker, the center back would have sealed the passing lane, forcing him to pass back to the attacking midfielder to restart the move. But Lin Yi, he simply did the attacking midfielder's job himself. Of course Nasserino gets a breather. Li Xiujia chimed in with a smile. And even if that ball had gone to Nasserino's feet, would he have been able to spot left-winger Datilo's run and execute that sweeping cross-field pass with such precision? Not necessarily. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Receiving Lin Yi's pass, Datilo thought to himself, "While the placement of this ball is incredibly precise." As a winger, he knew his own game, while his spot in Palermo's starting 11 was earned through sheer pace and a decent cross. Nothing more really. He used to be practically invisible in the squad, rarely even making the bench. But with Lin Yi's arrival, his speed instantly became a tactical necessity. The coaching staff kept emphasizing, when Datilo sprints, the opposition panics. What's more, Lin Yi's passing was incredibly intelligent. Unlike some teammates whose balls either sailed into the stands or got blasted at your feet, Lin Yi's passes always arrived just as you had shaken off your marker, rolling perfectly into your stride. The first lesson for a winger isn't shooting, it's learning to sprint down the flank relentlessly. You have to be in the right position before you can even think about what to do with the ball. Like just now, Britos and Pasquale were causing trouble on the right. Datilo had put his head down and sprinted diagonally from the left, running his heart out to get into position. But Britos didn't even glance his way. The ball was handled fine, and his run wasn't wrong. That's what a winger is supposed to do. Whether or not you get the ball is another matter entirely. Sometimes you can sprint 20 times in a match, and all of it is for nothing. But with Lin Yi on the pitch, every run felt like it was guided by GPS. Whenever he found space on the flank, Lin Yi would almost certainly lift his head and deliver. Sometimes he even played a through ball, letting him chase without breaking stride. Right now the space ahead was wide open. Lin Yi and Britos had dragged Fiorentina's entire defensive line over to the right. The left side was almost completely unmarked, like a casual stroll. Datilo took the ball in his stride and pushed it forward, catching a glimpse of Lin Yi making a surging run into the box. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated, thinking, "This cross has to be perfect." Just as he was about to race down the line, a dark shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. It was Fiorentina's right back. Datilo's heart jolted. How did he catch up to me so fast? The path had been empty just a second ago, and now a defender was planted right in front of him. The player who had recovered with astonishing speed was De Silvestri. "Hey, De Silvestri," Li Xiujia blurted out. "My God, that speed is unreal." A second ago he was in his own half, and in the blink of an eye he's right in front of him. Li Xiujia was stunned because the man was 185 meters tall and weighed nearly 80 kilograms. By all logic, he shouldn't be this explosive, yet he had just exploded forward. Chung Hongsheng nodded. He originally played as a center back. Later Mihajlovic saw his energetic runs and attacking drive and converted him to right back. That change unlocked his full potential. Over the last half season, he's been rock solid on the right. A lot of Serie A media outlets have started calling him the Viola's Maicon. Li Xiujia nodded repeatedly. Last season, Maicon had been a key player in a treble-winning campaign, sweeping the Champions League, Serie A, and Coppa Italia. At the end of the year, he was also named UEFA's best right back in Europe. De Silvestri still has a long way to go to reach that level. But his build, his speed, his driving force. He's a spitting image of the younger Maicon. Young with a solid foundation. Give him a couple more years to develop, and who's to say he can't become a star? De Silvestri's recovery defense was textbook. He first sealed off the inside passing lane, then used his body to shepherd Datilo towards the byline. Datilo knew it well. This guy's explosive power was on par with his own. In a pure foot race, he wouldn't win easily. With no other option, he feinted, tried to cut inside, and then head for the byline. But De Silvestri met him with a shoulder barge, locking him against the touchline. Datilo collided with the defender's frame and felt like he'd run into a brick wall. He had just been building up speed when he was shoved off balance, stumbling and falling to the ground. Beep. The whistle blew. The referee pointed his arm decisively, signaling a foul. Datilo got to his feet, dusting himself off. Even though the foul was called, he knew perfectly well that this kind of physical positional challenge rarely draws a card. Whether a foul is called often depends on the context of the game. In other words, in terms of pace, they were evenly matched. But when it came to physicality, the opponent's frame and strength were on a completely different level. If he met him again in the future, sheer speed wouldn't be enough. The guy could just muscle him out of the game. On the sideline, Rossi's brow was furrowed deeply. Just 20 minutes into the first half, Fiorentina's backline was already giving Palermo a massive headache. There was the aggressive tackler Gambarini at center back, the diligent supporting left back Pasquale, and the rapid recovery right back De Silvestri. Add to that the rock-solid positioning of Camado. This four-man defensive unit had firmly held onto the record for the fewest goals conceded in Serie A. No wonder Mihajlovic, a top-class defender during his playing days, knew how to organize a backline. Rossi glanced over at Fiorentina's bench. Mihajlovic was sitting there, hands crossed on his knees, looking completely relaxed, a posture that said, "I'm waiting to see what you've got." Rossi pursed his lips. During their pre-match pleasantries, Mihajlovic had already said as much. Rossi knew this man too well. He was patient and always thoroughly prepared. He was certain Mihajlovic had a plan to counter Lin Yi's free-roaming style. He decided to wait a bit longer. The situation wasn't dire yet. Fiorentina was solid, but his own attack still had room for adjustment. A few more probing attacks might expose a crack in their defense. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the game changed in an instant. Palermo took a throw-in, and as soon as Dadalo received the ball, Kamado, the center-back who had been lurking quietly at the back, suddenly darted forward to provide support. Caught off guard, Dadalo hurriedly played a back pass to find an outlet. But De Silvestri was waiting for exactly that. He intercepted the ball in a flash, turned, and bolted down the right flank. Fiorentina's players immediately switched gears, surging forward into Palermo's half in unison. Dadalo gave chase, finally experiencing what truly absurd pace meant. He pumped his legs furiously, barely keeping up. But when he reached out, he couldn't even get a handful of the man's shirt. In the blink of an eye, De Silvestri had carried the ball all the way to Palermo's byline. And in the Palermo penalty area, at least 3 eager Fiorentina forwards were already lurking. De Silvestri shot down the right flank like a cannonball straight for Palermo's byline. Dadalo's heart sank. The man was nearly as fast as him, but built like an iron tower. There was no way he could withstand that physicality. Cassani, the Palermo left-back who had just shifted over, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the attacker's heels. The penalty area was already in chaos. Gilardino, Jovetic, and Zanetti had all stormed in. Bodies collided, positions were contested. The scene was as frantic as a marketplace. De Silvestri pulled the trigger on his cross, crisp and decisive. At the near post, Jovetic leaped into the air, and Palermo's center-back Andriali immediately rushed to block, but the ball whistled right over the top of his head. A dummy. A pure piece of deception. The moment Andriali charged out of the 6-yard box, a vast expanse of space opened up in the middle and back areas. Zanetti, quick as a flash, secured the central landing spot. But just as he was about to whip his header, Silvestre, who had been marking Gilardino, slid across to cover the gap. He didn't win the jump, but he used a shoulder bump and arm interference to his full advantage. Zanetti's head angled, and the ball skimmed past his hair, spinning viciously towards the goal. That slight deflection gave goalkeeper Sirigu a precious extra half-second to react. He sprang, stretching out his full-frame fingertips, just grazing the ball. Clang. The ball smashed against the post and ricocheted away. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Where did it bounce to? They looked up. Gilardino was already there, crouched like a leopard, perfectly positioned in the center of the second landing zone. He had calculated it all along, with Jovetic and Zanetti covering the front and back. He simply didn't jump, instead turning to hold his ground and wait for the rebound. This was the instinct of a veteran striker. A nose sharper than a hound's, a prediction more accurate than a clock. By now Palermo's defense was stretched thin. No one was marking him. He was standing practically in front of an open goal. He was so close to the net that Sirigu didn't even have time to set his dive. Gilardino didn't hesitate, meeting the ball with a thunderous volley, without even bothering to trap it. The closer the faster the harder to defend. It was a principle he'd learned on his very first day of playing football. The Fiorentina fans were all on their feet, palms sweating, waiting for the sound of the net to ripple. But just as the ball left his boot, a dark shadow streaked in from the side. A slide, a dive, a block. The ball was thumped out for a throw-in. A collective gasp swept the stadium. Rossi clenched his fist, nearly jumping for joy, then relaxed it again. The man who made the block wasn't a Palermo defender, it was Lin Yi, the Chinese striker who had just sprinted all the way back from the opponent's half. A godlike clearance. Who would have thought, with the ball destined for the net, the one to save the day would be Lin Yi? Li Xiujia blurted out in the broadcast booth. Chung Hongxing nodded vigorously. There's bound to be a replay in a moment. I timed it. From the start of the attack to the shot, Lin Yi had to sprint forward and then all the way back without a pause to arrive at that exact spot. Before he even finished speaking, the big screen cut to the replay in slow motion. Dadalo hadn't even lost the ball. Kamado was just reaching in for a challenge, and Lin Yi was already starting to drift back. Even before De Silvestri had won the ball, he was already retreating. See that? That's brains. Chung Hongxing pointed at the screen. Forwards tracking back isn't rare, but going to the wrong place or being 2 steps slow makes it all pointless. Lin Yi's run was like hitting the brakes 2 seconds early. Li Xiujia chuckled. He probably read Dadalo perfectly. The moment that guy got the ball, Lin Yi knew, here we go again, we're about to lose it. The two exchanged a knowing smile. On the stadium screen, the slow-motion replay of Lin Yi's desperate sprint back was shown again and again. The Fiorentina fans were grinning ear to ear. Is this a striker? He's a midfield workhorse, a reserve defender, and the team's perpetual motion machine. People only knew him as the league's golden boot, a ruthless finisher with incredible efficiency. But today they truly understood this man doesn't just score with his feet. His heart is tougher, his mind is quicker, and he never stops running. Mihajlovic stood on the sidelines watching Lin. He wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a quiet sigh. A player like that, any coach would dream of signing 3 of them. And there was one thing no one mentioned. The fact that Lin could precisely intercept the ball's path meant he had even calculated the rebound direction. That tackle was ruthless. I was already getting ready to jump. Gilardino walked over patting Lin on the shoulder with a grin. He truly hadn't expected his surefire goal to be snuffed out by his own striker's sliding tackle. Corner kick for Fiorentina. Silvestre jumped high this time and powerfully headed the ball clear of the box. Nasserino moved to receive it, but Zanetti darted in and made a crisp, clean interception. Zanetti was the Iron Curtain in Fiorentina's midfield, nicknamed the Meat Grinder. As Nasserino closed in, Zanetti dropped his shoulder, twisted his hips, and sent his opponent stumbling back, half a step, unable to get a sniff of the ball. Just then Lin looped around from the left and pressed him face to face without a second thought. Zanetti instinctively braced for contact, but the moment they touched his brow furrowed. This striker's elbow felt like steel rebar. He immediately pulled back, his strength wary of a direct confrontation, and quickly played the ball away. Montalivo received it in stride, created a sliver of space outside the box, and unleashed a shot. Fortunately, Sirigu was well positioned. He gathered the ball safely into his arms. Rossi shouted from the touchline, specifically at Nasserino, "Get moving. Play through the middle." This wasn't a reprimand, but a reminder. The team's signal: stop forcing it down the wings. Try linking up with Lin. With Dadalo pinned down on the right by De Silvestri, Palermo's only hope now was the chances Lin could create by running through the middle. Nasserino nodded, his eyes lighting up with understanding. On the other side, Mihajlovic watched from a distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. His expression seemed to say, "Come on, I've been waiting for this tactic of yours for a long time." Sirigu threw the ball out. Silvestre advanced a couple of steps and played a direct pass into the middle. Nasserino received it. But the moment he controlled it, Zanetti was on him, like glue, sticking to him like a shadow. Nasserino spun, turned, feinted. Nothing worked. He was still right there, practically touching sleeves. He gritted his teeth and passed sideways. Guarin got the ball. Guarin was timid with the ball, not tall enough, not skilled enough, not bold enough. With 3 or 4 opponents closing in, his hand trembled, and he passed the ball straight back to Silvestre. The attack had come full circle back to square one. Once the ball returned to Palermo's half, Zanetti immediately relaxed, drifting 3 or 5 meters away from Nasserino, feigning nonchalance. The moment the opposition pushed forward, he'd lunge in again, like a shadow. Nasserino was being driven to distraction. Zanetti's place in Serie A's top 10 defenders was well-deserved. Nasserino. He couldn't even crack the top 20 for midfielders breaking through defensive lines. A one-on-one duel. Pure suicide. Another attempt, and he was forced to pass again. Ease off, press again. After 3 rounds, the rhythm was completely shattered, the attack stuck like a jammed turntable. On the 4th attempt, just as Nasserino received the ball, Lin had already dropped back to the edge of the box to offer support. Nasserino finally didn't have to pass backwards and played a square ball. But the moment Lin turned with the ball, a cold sweat ran down his spine. Zanetti was blocking the left, Gambarini guarding the right, their eyes wide as saucers, just waiting for him to try and bull his way through. Rossi watched from the sidelines for a few seconds, his fingers slowly tightening, knowing in his heart it's time to unleash that tactic. Lin's physique was such that he feared no one in one-on-one duels in Serie A. Even against opponents who were bulkier, he could hold his ground, not getting knocked over at the first clash. But these two before him, Gambellini and Zanetti, the 2 toughest players in Fiorentina's squad. In previous one-on-ones, Lin had confidence he could maneuver against anyone for a while. But with both of them closing in from front and back, he wasn't foolish enough to think he could withstand that. He steadied his steps first, gently dragging the ball back with his toe. As the 2 closed to within half a step, he suddenly turned sideways and nudged the ball, slipping it into Britos's chest. Britos received the ball, looking to pass it back to Nasserino. But as he glanced up, Zanetti had already cut diagonally a large distance, just 2 meters from Nasserino. If he forced the pass, he'd surely be intercepted and pinned down as a target. On the sidelines, Rossi's brows furrowed deeply. Fine. So this was Mihajlovic's second move. Palermo's attack now had only 3 tricks: the old way, and the same old way. The first trick relied on Dadalo to tear open the flanks. But he was already smothered by De Silvestri, struggling to even make a run. The second trick was Nasserino feeding the ball through the middle for Lin to attack the point. But Mihajlovic wasn't marking Lin. He focused on the passer. No matter how fast or cunning your runs were, it was useless if no one could get you the ball. In the entire front line, Nasserino was the only one who could reliably deliver the ball to Lin's feet. Lock him down, and Lin, no matter how capable, would be left staring helplessly. Others had tried this tactic before, but it never worked. Why? Because they lacked an Iron Curtain midfielder like Zanetti. This kind of man-to-man tight marking required absolute commitment to one player. If 2 midfielders came to double team, immediately Palermo would have a free teammate to break out and receive the ball, rendering the tactic useless. Rossi let out a long breath. Now there was only one last card left to play, the one tried in the last match against Cesena. Let Lin roam free in the front, moving wherever he wanted, able to shoot, pass, and organize. He knew how tenacious Mijlovic was and couldn't be sure the man hadn't prepared for this. But the attack was completely stalled. If he didn't use it now, they might not even get a shot on target in the second half. Then a sudden shift on the pitch forced Rossi to change his plans immediately. During stoppage time in the first half, Nasserino, suffocated by Zanetti's tight marking, gritted his teeth and attempted a forceful turn to break through. But before he could even plant his foot, Zanetti beat him to the ball and poked it away. The ball flew towards Montalivo's feet. This Fiorentina midfield commander was a true leader, a solid top 10 attacking midfielder in Serie A. Right in front of Nasserino, he gave a masterclass in the perfect through ball. Control, look-up strike, zero hesitation. A surgical pass precisely slicing through the defense. Gilardino timed his run perfectly to beat the offside trap, getting half a step ahead of Silvestre. Silvestre chased desperately. By the time he reached the edge of the box, Gilardino had already wound up his right foot. Before the defender could block, he gently curled the ball. Goalkeeper Sirigu was positioned too far forward and could only grasp at air. The ball curled past his fingertips and nestled into the top right corner of the net. 1-0. Fiorentina scored at the death. The Fiorentina fans erupted. Shun Qingyan, who had been watching anxiously from the stands, her face immediately fell. Conceding right before the halftime whistle was a heavy blow. The Palermo players shook their heads and sighed. Rossi remained tight-lipped, silent. In the domestic broadcast studio, Li Xiujia and Cheng Hongxing both slapped their thighs in frustration. At this moment, the viewership had surged past 6 million. The barrage of comments flew by. Palermo starts the second half behind, they're in trouble. In the first half, only Lin E looked human, the rest just couldn't keep up. How about swapping Fiorentina's defense and midfield with Palermo's? Lin E could go full god mode. Don't even mention Lin E. Every line of Fiorentina is half a tier above. Lin E runs, tackles, and creates. Isn't he doing everything? My palms are sweating. Palermo had 2 shots on target in the first half, both created by Lin E. Change the formation. Bring on the free roll now. Didn't it work well against Cesena last time? Must do it. Let Lin E loose as a shadow striker plus second striker plus playmaker. Maybe they can really turn it around. The halftime whistle blew and the players filed back to the locker room. Second half, you play as a free man, Rossi said, looking at Lin E with a heavy gaze. You're the one orchestrating things. Honestly, he was out of options. Whether this final gamble would pay off depended entirely on whether Lin E could replicate his magic from the last game. 15 minutes passed in a flash and the second half began. In the domestic commentary booth, Li Xiujia and Cheng Hongxing studied the starting lineup for a few seconds and immediately saw the change. Formation changed. Cheng Hongxing slapped the table. Palermo's setup is familiar. Britos is the furthest forward. Lin E drops half a step, becoming the link between midfield and the forward line. This is all or nothing. What about Fiorentina? Same lineup, no substitutions. On the touchline, Mijlovic stood with his hands in his pockets, expression unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. The whistle blew and the second half began. Palermo kicked off. Nasserino had just received the ball when Zanetti immediately closed him down. But before he could even lift his foot, Nasserino played a square pass, sending the ball straight to Lin E. Lin E's position was slightly deeper than in the first half. Seeing Nasserino under pressure, he immediately moved to support, perfectly receiving the pass. The ball had barely landed when Zanetti and Gambellini both converged on him. Lin E remained calm, casually laying the ball off to the flank, finding Dadalo. De Silvestri was ready, waiting for him to attempt a solo run. But Dadalo, upon receiving the ball, merely glanced up and gave a quick nod towards Britos. The next second, a through ball sliced the defense, swift and precise. Why was it so easy? Because Gambellini had just lunged at Lin E, momentarily leaving a gap in the center-back line. Britos now faced only Calmato. Britos received the ball with his back to goal. Calmato defended flawlessly, neither committing nor diving in. But Britos suddenly turned to force his way through, and as Calmato shifted his weight, he suddenly knocked the ball to the right. A figure burst in from the right flank like lightning. It was Lin E. Gambellini, having been deceived by his sudden diagonal run, was caught out of position, frozen, as he watched Lin E gain 2 strides on him. Lin E took the ball without adjusting, curled a shot with his left foot, and the ball rocketed into the top right corner. Goalkeeper Boric dove his fingertips, grazing the ball, but it was in vain. 1-1. Palermo had equalized. They had pulled it back less than a minute into the half. His teammates swarmed him, embracing in a huddle. In the stands, Shen Qingyan jumped up, shouting and pumping her fist towards Lin Yi's massive banner. A few Shen's department store employees wanted to cheer along, but seeing the glum faces of the Fiorentina fans around them, they quietly lowered their hands. It worked. The free roll changed the whole tempo. In the broadcast booth, Li Xiujia and Cheng Hongxing high-fived. The comment section was instantly flooded with Lin Yi's a beast. On the other side, Mijlovic stood by the pitch, his expression still calm. He called out to Gambellini, who immediately nodded in response. The ball was placed back in the center circle, and both teams reformed their lines. As the camera panned across Fiorentina's defense, Cheng Hongxing's eyes narrowed. Wait. Gambellini's positioning is off. Why isn't he in line with Calmato? And more than that, the whole back line isn't flat. Unless He paused, blinked, and double-checked. As the kickoff whistle blew and the formation fully took shape, he slapped his thigh. It's changed. Fiorentina switched to a 1-3-4-2. My God, they've placed a sweeper behind the defensive midfielders. Gambellini is that free-roaming defender. When it comes to the player closest to the goal in the backfield, the first thought that springs to mind is undoubtedly the center back. That holds true in today's game. But rewind 2 or 3 decades, and there was a position even closer to the goalkeeper than the center back, the sweeper. However, the term sweeper isn't merely a positional label. It also carries a formidable alias, the backfield libero. Li Xiujia was momentarily stunned. His gaze darted first to Chung Hongxing, then snapped to the Fiorentina formation displayed on the screen. Gambellini was indeed planted firmly on that one spot, the deepest point in the 1-3-4-2 formation. The words tumbled out of him involuntarily. Wasn't this tactic supposed to be extinct, a relic of a bygone era? Why has it suddenly resurfaced? Chung Hongxing nodded in agreement. Exactly. After the 90s, this approach basically fell out of use. Plainly put, it was phased out of the modern game's starting 11. But look at today. Fiorentina, right after Palermo made their tactical shift, immediately countered with this move. It's as if they were timing their response, waiting precisely for their opponent's reveal. What scheme is Mihajlovic concocting? The live chat was exploding with messages. Whoa, a sweeper. I haven't heard that term since watching matches with my grandpa. The last time I heard that phrase was when my dad was talking about the World Cup. Leave it to Fiorentina, from the birthplace of the Renaissance, to bring retro style, even to their football. Using an obsolete tactic to counter Palermo's blazing attack. This move has me baffled. I've never even seen a sweeper in action before. This is my first live viewing. This brings back memories of the Milan Derby title races. On the Franchi pitch, Palermo's players were completely oblivious that their opponent's defensive line had just undergone a silent overhaul. They were all riding high. Having just equalized, their morale was soaring. Lin E was excelling in his role as the attacking libero. He eased the creative burden while remaining a constant threat to launch a surprise strike on Fiorentina's goal. At this rate, their offense would only grow more ferocious. Fiorentina restarted play. The ball settled securely at Montalivo's feet. Nasserino and Guarin lunged at him in turn, yet he didn't even bat an eyelid. This was the confidence of a top-tier Serie A midfielder, not physically imposing. No problem, his feet were magical. It was no wonder they called him the next Pirlo. In tight spaces, he feinted left and right, leaving Nasserino flailing in his wake, unable to even brush his jersey. With a deft dragback to create an angle, he slipped the ball through to Jovetic. The forward, quiet until now, suddenly sprang to life. His ankles seemed coiled with springs, his feints blindingly fast. Andrioli, tasked with marking him, had already shifted his weight low, but Jovetic executed a sudden stop followed by an explosive diagonal burst, leaving the defender rooted to the spot, as if nailed to the edge of the penalty area. A golden opportunity. Jovetic shaped his body and curled a shot, fast and venomous. Veteran goalkeeper Sirigu launched himself into a full-stretch dive, just managing to deflect the ball with his fingertips. The ball skimmed the crossbar and flew out for a goal kick. A collective gasp swept through the Palermo supporters. That was far too close. Had it not been for Sirigu's heroics, the hard-earned equalizer would have evaporated in an instant. By now everyone sensed it. The scoreline was level, but the momentum on the pitch had unmistakably shifted. The attacking libero had invigorated their offense, yet the defense remained a glaring vulnerability. Fiorentina's strike force was proving too much for Palermo's current setup to handle. Lini himself could feel it. If they didn't find another goal soon, that dangling thread of tension would leave no one feeling secure. Palermo mounted another attack. Nasserino carried the ball past midfield, instinctively looking for Lin E to link up. The two combined to push the play forward. Zanetti stepped up to intercept, and Nasserino habitually laid the ball off. The moment it left his foot, Lin E returned the pass and immediately sprinted forward. But this time his heart skipped a beat. Gambellini wasn't blocking the passing lane. Instead, he was glued to Lin E, matching him stride for stride. Oh, starting to man-mark me now. Lin E glanced at the ever-present Gambellini, a silent thought crossing his mind. He raised his hand and gestured to his teammates. The message was clear: I'm in position, send the ball. Palermo's libero-based strategy in essence was to use Lin E as a mobile outlet, breaking the cycle of dependence on Nasserino as the sole creative hub. As for the others' unreliable passing, no matter, Lin Yi's precise movement would compensate. He could judge the offside line with his eyes closed. Just as he raised his hand, Lin E caught a flicker of the offside tracker in his peripheral vision. The signal was flashing erratically like a malfunctioning traffic light. Usually the device had a steady rhythm. As the opposing defensive line moved, the color would gradually shift from red to green, and the moment it turned fully green was the golden window to exploit the defense. But now the green flashes were fleeting, the red-green alternation too rapid to discern any pattern. Lin E looked up and instantly understood. Apart from Gambellini, the other three defenders had collectively pushed up significantly. So his calculations were based on a four-man offside line, but now that line had condensed into a single point, focused solely on Gambellini. A light bulb went off in his head. No wonder. Gambarini wasn't out of position. This was a specially designed sweeper mode. A sweeper is by definition the lone sentinel of the backfield. Since he was the closest to the goalkeeper, the power to trigger the offside trap rested entirely in his hands. Lin suddenly saw it all. That's why the tracker was useless. A four-man line always has gaps. Now with a single man managing the line, it was watertight. On the sidelines, Rossi also slapped his thigh in realization. Brilliant. So Mihajlovic had gambled on this, putting the entire offside trap under one man's control. Far more reliable than four defenders trying to coordinate their shifts. What's more, he had even preemptively addressed the sweeper's classic weakness. Why did this tactic disappear back in the day? Wasn't it because with the three center backs spread wide, the flanks were left exposed, easily exploited by opposing wingers? Unless the wide defenders could effectively neutralize their counterparts. Rossi's gaze swept over D'Agostino and Migliaccio, then to their markers de Silvestri and Pasquale. Both Palermo wingers were completely shackled, their passing lanes cut off entirely. Now Rossi understood it all. Mihajlovic dared to use this tactic because he held aces on both defensive flanks. Lin realized that to beat the offside trap, he'd first have to get past Gambarini. Gambarini never stopped moving the tracker's chaotic red and green flashes, an irritating distraction. He was watching Britos, who had the ball and was being hassled by Kamado. Lin raised his hand again, palm up, and tapped the sky emphatically, a signal for a high ball. He kept his eyes locked on Britos' kicking motion, and the instant the ball left his foot, he was off like a shot. But just as he initiated his sprint, the tracker flashed a blinding red. Beep. The linesman's whistle pierced the air, sharp and definitive. Lin sighed inwardly, with Gambarini roaming the entire backline, trying to beat the offside trap head-on. The difficulty had just doubled. He knew this path was a dead, and it was time to change his approach. Fiorentina restarted play. The ball was again at Montalivo's feet. Lin had already led Palermo's midfield in a full-scale press. His positioning was deeper and his coverage wider than before, a sight that made Fiorentina's players grimace. A unanimous thought crossed their minds: how is this Chinese forward everywhere at once? He was involved in every phase, both in attack and defense. The key point: he wasn't even a midfielder, he was a striker. With Lin leading the charge, the intensity of the press was turned up to the max. Even the notoriously composed Montalivo was forced to quicken his decision-making. Having just shaken off Nasserino, he looked up to see Lin bearing down on him like a runaway tank. Montalivo attempted to use his technical skills to dribble past, but their shoulders clashed. He was knocked off balance, and the ball was cleanly poked away by Lin Yi's sliding tackle. The Palermo midfielders, who had been chasing shadows moments before, let out a collective roar, their morale igniting instantly. Lin won the ball and turned to sprint. Gambarini, backpedaling, was puzzled. Why isn't this libero passing? He watched Lin close the distance, a thought dawning on him: this kid. He's not actually thinking of going it alone, is he? Gambarini watched Lin charge forward with the ball, a knot of unease forming in his stomach. Before the match, coach Mihajlovic had made him watch Palermo's tactical footage multiple times. Ordinarily, Lin rarely held the ball. He drifted in the middle and final thirds, making supporting runs, pulling defenders out of position, and timing his dashes behind the defensive line. A classic offside trap specialist. But what was he doing now? He was charging forward on his own with the ball, and after that failed offside run, he wasn't even hovering near the back line anymore. Before Gambarini's mind could even fully process it, Lin was already upon him. The defender had no choice but to brace himself and step up. Lin slowed his pace. Gambarini's eyes lit up. He's finally going to pass right. But the next second, Lin, as if spring-loaded, exploded off the ground, barging directly into his shoulder and muscling his way inward. Gambarini was stunned for a moment. This guy really dares to challenge me physically? He immediately latched on, using his arms to jockey for position and lowering his center of gravity. But Lin Yi's raw determination was stronger. He stumbled, but kept the ball shielded, grinding forward inch by inch. Gambarini, growing desperate, shoved with his hands and stuck out a leg, trying to disrupt the attack by any means necessary. Lin tripped and fell flat on his back. Beep. The whistle was shrill, and the referee raised his hand to signal a foul. Gambarini spread his arms wide, his face a mask of confusion. What's going on? This kid is acting like a completely different player. First that reckless dribble, and now this physical drive. Neither of these moves were in the footage we watched. What is this Chinese striker trying to do? Has he just thrown the script out the window? Lin picked himself up, dusted himself off, and a slight, easy smile played on his lips. Had my gamble paid off? Fiorentina, in their bid to neutralize my offside runs, actually deployed an old-school sweeper to mark me. Sounds like a museum piece, but they actually used it today, and it's working pretty well. But in that moment, he lost his marker. Lin Yi's eyes had already scanned the field and figured it out. It was all to give Gambarini sole control. The three other defenders, Kamado, de Silvestri, and Pasquale, had all pushed up significantly, creating a gap of several meters between them and Gambarini. Why? Because if they stood too close, the offside line would get muddled and all four would have to step up in unison. And then what was the point of having a sweeper? The problem: the three were so deep that if Gambarini got beaten one-on-one, no one would be able to cover in time. So Lin Yi, without a second thought, went in with that aggressive burst. He also incidentally discovered something else as he glanced at the bottom right of his vision. Ding. S-rank skill card activation progress 610. Just 4 more fouls, and the new ultimate ability would be unlocked. Meanwhile, Fiorentina hadn't even reacted yet. Their retro defensive setup had already been breached by Lin Yi. Even Rossi on the sidelines was frowning and shaking his head. What was Lin Yi doing? Suddenly clinging to the ball and trying to overpower defenders. That's nothing like that elusive free man. Could he be venting frustration from that missed run earlier, just playing haphazardly? Rossi was baffled. At least they hadn't conceded, and they'd earned a foul. Palermo retained possession, the ball safely at their feet. Rossi let out a sigh. Why did that offside run fail? He'd seen it clearly. The entire offside line was controlled by Gambarini alone. If Lin Yi was even half a beat late, he'd be caught offside. The failure was anticipated. In truth, with Lin Yi's positioning instincts, he could eventually slip through with more attempts. But Palermo couldn't afford failures right now. 1 failure equals 1 loss of possession. So after that botched run, he simply stopped trying. Rossi understood. Palermo took the free kick and the ball landed securely at Nasserino's feet. Lin Yi casually strolled back to the edge of Fiorentina's defensive line. And sure enough, the moment he took his position, Kamado and the others immediately pushed up in unison, desperate to stay level with Gambarini and avoid expanding the offside trap. And there it was again, a huge gap between Gambarini and the rest of the back line. Lin Yi raised his hand, signaling for the ball. Gambarini tensed up. If this pass is offside, I'm raising my hand immediately. But the ball that came wasn't a lofted pass over the top. It was a low-driven ground ball skimming across the grass. It turned out that during that earlier foul, Lin Yi had quietly signaled to his teammates, when I raise my hand next time, don't play it high, keep it on the ground. He was going to use the exact same tactic again. Lin Yi received the ball with his back to goal. Gambarini's heart pounded. Not this again. No run this time. No looking for space. Before the thought even finished, Lin Yi pivoted sharply, nudged the ball with a delicate touch, and surged forward with it. Gambarini almost shouted aloud, he's going to try and bulldoze me again. Getting beaten like this twice in a row, where's the pride in that? He gritted his teeth and threw his entire body into the challenge, arms and legs everywhere. But strength isn't something you can just summon with willpower. Lin Yi was full of energy and didn't shy away from the contact. Gambarini, his face red with effort, could only manage to slow him down slightly. By now Kamado had raced back, but Lin Yi was already near the edge of the penalty area. Kamado hesitated to commit a tackle. A reckless challenge would be an automatic yellow card. Gambarini meanwhile was blocking the inside route, forcing Lin Yi wide. Confident he posed no threat from there. But unexpectedly Lin Yi slammed on the brakes at the top of the arc. Gambarini, unable to stop in time, stumbled forward a few steps before whipping his head around to see Lin Yi about to cut inside. In a panic he reached out and grabbed him. Beep. The whistle sounded again. Gambarini wiped his brow and gave a wry smile, shaking his head. At this rate, he'd have no dignity left. The position was decent right in front of the box. Unfortunately, Palermo lacked any real threat from direct free kicks. Kamado came over and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, they're no threat from here. They don't have a Montalivo on their team. Montalivo's free kicks were Fiorentina's signature move. Ding. S-rank skill card activation progress 710. Lin Yi glanced at the prompt, a knowing look in his eyes. Another one ticked off. At this rate, he might just unlock the new skill this match. On the sidelines, Mihajlovic's brow was furrowed deeply. These 2 attacks from Lin Yi didn't resemble Palermo's usual playbook at all. Could they have changed their tactics? But Lin Yi's position was the same, with Brito's still the furthest man forward. Could this be a new trick Palermo had hidden? Only Rossi, standing there, grew more alarmed with each passing moment. Every step Lin Yi was taking now wasn't according to his instructions. At first he thought it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. But then he saw Lin Yi's signal for the ball, his reception, his turn, his break. The entire sequence was identical to the last time. This wasn't random play at all. It was Lin Yi making his own decisions on the pitch. Rossi suddenly remembered a moment from training. Lin Yi had been crouching on the sidelines and asked coach, how much freedom does a free man actually get? At the time he hadn't taken it seriously and had answered casually, just when the game, play however you want. He thought Lin Yi was asking about his positional freedom, never realizing he was contemplating whether he could deviate from the game plan. This was Lin Yi's understanding of freedom, not being bound by the script, reading the game, and changing tactics on the fly. That's what top-tier football intelligence looks like. Rossi couldn't help but marvel internally for the umpteenth time. This kid was a future superstar in the making. A system chime echoed in Lin Yi's mind as he charged through Gambalini's challenge for the second time. It was only then that Mihajlovic snapped to attention something was wrong. The moment the ball went out of bounds, he signaled for a substitution. The sluggish winger was pulled off, replaced by a broad-shouldered striker. The message was unmistakable. Playing at home, there was no way they weren't going for the win. As the young substitute stepped onto the pitch, Mihajlovic grabbed him and spoke rapidly. Listen carefully, stay sharp. Get out there and make some noise, let everyone hear you. We're changing the formation. Drop the sweeper switch to a 4-3-3-0 and push forward. The moment he got on the field, the players shouted coach's orders. No more sweeper. Everyone pushes up attack. Gambellini glanced at the bench and let out a long breath, his shoulders visibly relaxing. So that libero strategy was just digging their own grave. Now it was gone. The striker pushed up, the defense settled into a back four, and the attacking tempo was immediately maximized. He turned to look at Lin, his face falling. This match was one he'd remember for a lifetime. In just 15 minutes of the first half, Lin had carved through him 4 times. The sheer force was terrifying. Without grabbing or pulling, Gambellini couldn't stop him. Once out of sheer desperation, he raised his hand, and the yellow card was shown. But with the sweeper gone, Lin stopped his fancy footwork and became a bulldozer charging straight ahead. Yet it was this brutal simplicity that threw Fiorentina's entire defense into disarray. Lin was also breathing heavily, his chest heaving. Physical battles drain the most energy, and after several consecutive clashes, even an Iron Man would feel weak. His last duel with Gambellini had been won purely on gritted teeth. Mihajlovic clenched his fists on the sideline, his brow furrowed into a deep knot. He should have seen it earlier. He glanced sideways at Rossi, who was also staring blankly at the pitch, his expression clearly saying, "I didn't see this coming." It wasn't that the opponent was brilliant, he had been overthinking. Palermo hadn't set up any new tactics at all. It was all Lin finding gaps on the fly. The moment the sweeper's positioning loosened, he attacked. When the marking got tight, he powered through. Simple and crude, but lethal. This wasn't a libero, it was a free pass for Lin to run riot. Back in the domestic broadcast studio, Li Xiujia and Cheng Hongsheng were stunned. We've covered Palermo for 10 rounds, and this is the first time we've seen Lin play like this. Usually he uses his brain to find space and fake out defenders. Today he's just using his arms and legs. But you have to admit those collisions are shocking. Gambellini, such a tough central defender, is being pushed back repeatedly. This kind of physical bulldozing play just makes defenders sigh. How are you supposed to defend against this? Cheng Hongsheng pointed at the screen. Look, Fiorentina's backline has reformed into a flat line, and the 3 midfielders are holding their positions. They've fully switched to a 4-3-3. Li Xiujia was taken aback. They really gave up on the sweeper. Cheng Hongsheng chuckled. What else can they do? If they keep defending, Gambellini might as well wave the white flag. That sweeper tactic was clever. It did cut off Lin's offside runs a few times. But what did Lin do? He simply stopped making those runs and started targeting the half spaces instead. His mind works faster than a stopwatch. The moment his signature move is neutralized, he switches modes. Others change their moves. He changes his whole operating system. You have to respect it. Fiorentina took the throw in. With the back 4 and 3-man midfield in place, Palermo's half immediately felt like a pressure cooker, constantly pressed and harried. Montalivo's footwork was as slick as oil. Shielded by Zanetti, he wove left and right, putting Palermo's defense under constant threat. Nasserino was having a worse time of it. In attack, Zanetti stuck to him like glue, preventing him from passing. In defense, he couldn't even get near Montalivo. In the 75th minute, Montalivo shook off his marker with a shrug of his shoulders and played a defense-splitting through ball. It found Gilardino, who didn't hesitate for a second, striking it first time. The move was lightning fast. Before Sirigu could even blink, the ball crashed off the post with a loud clang and bounced away. Palermo had dodged a bullet. Gilardino had been invisible for most of the second half. But the moment the camera found him or the ball rolled to his feet, the goal seemed to flash red. That was the instinct of a top-tier striker. Silvestre spread his hands apologetically to Sirigu, the message clear: my bad, I lost him for 2 seconds. Even though the defense had reverted to a back four, the pressure hadn't lessened, it had only intensified. Palermo's flanks were completely suppressed by Fiorentina's wingers, leaving them helpless. In the middle, Nasserino was so tightly marked by Zanetti that he could only pass backwards or sideways, unable to feed Lin at all. Lin was completely isolated. No passes came his way, no support arrived. He was on his own. Fiorentina's attacks, meanwhile, came in relentless waves. In the 79th minute, Jovetic received the ball. His dribbling was seasoned. He had already fooled Andriali with a cut inside during the first half. This time Andriali was determined not to let him through again. He stayed on his feet, marking tightly, blocking the inside, and gradually herding Jovetic towards the touchline. Seeing his opponent nearly against the sideline, Andriali felt a surge of triumph. He had him. Just as he lifted his foot to make the tackle, Jovetic suddenly accelerated and turned, shifting his body. Andriali tripped solidly over his right ankle. The player fell heavily. He put his hand out, then went down completely. A sharp, piercing whistle sounded, and the referee's arm pointed directly to the penalty spot. Penalty. With just over 10 minutes remaining, Fiorentina had won a penalty. Andriali crouched on the ground, his face in his hands, unable to process what had happened. It was only then that he realized he hadn't been marking well. He had been lured into a trap, baited into making the fatal move. Palermo's attack had already stalled, and now conceding a penalty was adding insult to injury. Gilardino walked up slowly and placed the ball. Sirigu tensed his body, his eyes locked on Gilardino's right foot. The whistle blew. The run-up. The strike. The ball rocketed into the top right corner of the net, a vicious dipping shot. Sirigu had guessed the right way, but the pace was too blistering. His fingertips only grazed the leather. 2-1. Fiorentina had taken the lead. The home stadium erupted in a deafening roar as the Viola fans jumped to their feet, punching the air and shouting Gilardino. Gilardino. The commentator's voice led the entire stadium in a thunderous chant of his name. The Palermo players hung their heads. Andrioli's shoulders were trembling. Silvestre walked over and patted him on the back. Lenny clapped his hands and shouted to his teammates, "There's still time. Over 10 minutes more than enough for us to score two. Don't back down, push forward." Then he leaned in close to Britos and spoke rapidly. Palermo restarted the game. The moment Nasserino received the ball, Zanetti was on him like a shadow. Lenny dropped back a few steps, spreading his arms to offer support. As Nasserino prepared to pass, Gambellini immediately closed and determined not to let Lenny receive the ball comfortably. Nasserino played a through ball. Lenny let it run past him, and it went straight behind. Britos had stepped forward to intercept, bringing the ball down cleanly. As the Fiorentina defender turned to chase him, he had already sprung into the open space like a coiled spring. Britos looked up and saw cross his arms, then point twice towards the 6-yard box with his right hand. Understanding the signal, he lifted his foot and sent a lofted arcing pass. The ball flew erratically, seemingly destined to go out of bounds. But he had already calculated the trajectory, sprinting desperately to reach it a second before it hit the turf. Gambellini sprinted after him, his boots almost smoking. But just as he caught up, he looked up and saw already poised to strike. The moment he made contact before the goalkeeper could even react, he knew it was in. The ball's landing point was right in the heart of Fiorentina's 6-yard box. Floored the accelerator, managing to intercept the ball right at the edge of the 6-yard box. Riding the momentum of his forward sprint, he slid and executed a perfectly timed tackle. Fiorentina's goalkeeper Boric had already rushed out, but was quicker. The ball had barely left his foot before the keeper's hands could even reach it. The ball zipped into the bottom left corner. 2-2. Palermo had equalized. Scored his second goal. Fiorentina had only led for 3 minutes before Lenny's sliding strike brought them crashing back down to earth. The Fiorentina fans in the stands were frozen in their seats. 1 second they were celebrating with their hands raised, the next their faces fell. Their joy was kicked into oblivion by Lenny. In the stands, Shen Xingyan shot to her feet, pumping her fist and shouting, "Lenny, that was incredible. Score another one." Rossi closed his eyes and let out a long, relieved breath, his shoulders relaxing. Lenny again. When it mattered most, he always stepped up to carry the entire team. The bench erupted in chaos, teammates howling as they sprinted to the sidelines, swarming around Lenny, who had just reached the corner flag. "Awesome, Lenny. That was so clean, so uplifting." Lenny grinned. As everyone crowded around him, his first words invigorated them all. "Less than 10 minutes left, boys. Let's push harder and give it one more shot." The Palermo players nodded in unison. When the team had just been overtaken, it was Lenny who patted everyone on the shoulder and told them not to panic. And in less than 3 minutes, he had personally leveled the score. Now he was calling for a final sprint. Who dared to utter a word of fatigue? This goal not only deflated the Fiorentina players, but also felt like a blazing fire ignited in the chest of every Palermo player, burning with the desire to fight for every last second. The Fiorentina players looked at each other in bewilderment. Where did that ball come from? The assist wasn't from a striker or a winger, but from Britos. Lenny knew exactly what had happened. Nasserino had been tightly marked by Zanetti all game, so he had subtly signaled to Britos, "Send a high ball, drop it into the 6-yard box." With no other options, this was the only way. Earlier, Lenny had been running all over the pitch, circling around Nasserino. No one had paid any attention to Britos, who was quietly maneuvering into position behind him. When Britos got the ball, he transformed into a master of assists, leaving the Fiorentina defense completely stunned. He had barely attempted a cross all game, and the first time he did it was delivered perfectly to Lenny's feet. The clock ticked to the 85th minute. Both teams had used all their substitutions, rotating off the exhausted players. Mihajlovic was shouting from the sidelines, "Push up, push further forward." But after Lenny's goal, Palermo were buzzing with renewed energy. Their legs were trembling with fatigue, but their spirit was unwavering. They gritted their teeth and pressed tight in defense, desperately pulling apart the opposition's shape, when attacking driven purely by sheer willpower. The 90th minute arrived. Fiorentina's midfielder Zanetti received a through ball from Montalivo and dribbled all the way to the edge of the penalty arc. Seeing the Palermo defender closing in, he raised his foot and unleashed a powerful shot. Silvestre threw himself in the way, and the ball deflected off him, skimming along the byline and out for a corner. Corner kick for Fiorentina. The fourth official held up the board. 3 minutes of stoppage time. 6 Fiorentina players packed into Palermo's penalty area, clearly going for broke. If this went in, it would be a late winner. If it didn't, the match would likely end right there. Lenny and Britos hurried back to defend. Their teammates clenched their jaws. If they could hold this, a valuable away point was secured. The entire stadium rose to their feet, the air thick with tension. Fiorentina fans held their breath, and the home team had committed everyone forward, determined to force the ball into the net. Countless fans back in China were clutching their phones and remote controls, silently urging, "Hold on. See it through. Look at that." Lenny and Britos have both tracked back. Lenny himself has run into the box to mark someone. Li Xiujia's commentary quickened. Chung Hongxing nodded. He's good in the air and physically strong. Him being there adds an extra layer of security. On the pitch, Montalivo swung in the corner. The ball arced dangerously towards the back post of Palermo's 6-yard box. Lin Yi held his position and jumped higher than anyone else. But he was surrounded by bodies, arms, and legs flailing everywhere. He threw his head at it, but missed everything. Gilardino, arriving late, leaped and powered a header towards goal. But he was pulled back slightly, and the power was clearly off. Clang! The ball smashed against the crossbar and bounced away. The woodwork had saved Palermo once again. Gilardino covered his face and shook his head in disbelief. That was already his second strike on the frame today. But Fiorentina weren't giving up. The ball rebounded out of the box, landing perfectly at the feet of Zanetti, who was waiting just at the top of the arc. He was ready for it. The moment it came to him, without a moment's hesitation, he took 2 quick steps and unleashed a thunderous, full-blooded strike. In the nick of time, a figure charged diagonally into the shot's path. It was Lin Yi. Without a second thought, purely on instinct, he threw his body in front of the ball. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the ball slammed into his chest, knocking him backwards. The momentum carried him forward a few stumbling steps, and he inadvertently pushed the ball ahead of him. Lin Yi suddenly intercepted the ball and launched a counterattack so fast that even the Fiorentina fans let out a collective gasp. The Fiorentina players turned to chase, but they had pushed too far forward. Their defensive end was completely empty, leaving Zanetti as the last line of defense. He gave everything he had to sprint back, his lungs burning. Meanwhile, the referee glanced at his watch. 3rd minute of stoppage time. Normally, with possession lost, the game would be just about over. But Lin Yi's block and this run had bought them precious time. 1 minute left. Everyone expected Lin Yi to slow down. A point was secured, just shield the ball a few times and wait for the final whistle. But who could have predicted? He kept dribbling like a wind-up toy, surging forward with every last ounce of strength he had. Zanetti gritted his teeth and chased with relentless determination, a single thought in his mind: I lost him, I have to get him back. Finally, just 5 meters from the edge of the Fiorentina penalty area, he launched a desperate sliding tackle, taking Lin Yi down. Beep! The whistle blew. Lin Yi lay on the ground, not moving for a long time. The cameras zoomed in, showing him sprawled out on the turf, his chest heaving violently, sweat and grass clippings dripping down his face. Truth be told, when he intercepted the ball, he hadn't thought that far ahead. He just saw a sea of red shirts in his own half, and figured carrying it forward was safer than standing still. He hadn't expected to run all the way to the opposition's box. Lin Yi is absolutely fearless. Chung Hongxing couldn't help but exclaim on the live broadcast. Usually his stamina seems endless, but today he's truly hit his limit. But he held on until the very last second, not only protecting his own goal, but also fighting to create an attacking opportunity for Palermo. On the sideline, Rossi clenched his fists so tight his nails dug into his palms. Time was almost up. Once this free kick was taken, the referee would likely blow for full time. Rossi felt a warmth in his chest. This 1 point was safely in Palermo's pocket. At the Franchi Stadium, we're taking a draw. Lin Yi slowly sat up, his legs trembling with exhaustion. His teammates gathered around to help him, with burritos grabbing his arm and pulling him to his feet. Everyone's eyes were shining, with respect, trust, and even a hint of admiration. Just that one block. Lin Yi had single-handedly pulled the entire team back from the brink. No one had expected the tide to turn so quickly, and this final attacking opportunity fell to Palermo. The whole team hurriedly pushed into Fiorentina's box, hoping to contest the header. But the position was terribly awkward, too far from goal with a bad angle. Any delivery would either sail over everyone's heads or land straight into the keeper's arms. To think they could score from a header, an almost impossible task. Lin Yi panted heavily, just about to lower his head and rub his chest. Ding. S-grade skill card activation progress, 1010. Congratulations. Activation conditions met. S-grade skill card unlocked. The chime made Lin Yi's eyes light up. He had almost forgotten amidst the intense defense of that corner. The new S-grade skill only needed one more foul suffered to be activated. He didn't know what the skill was, but with stoppage time almost over and the free kick about to be taken, he'd be hearing the final whistle any second now. This skill. Is it a little too late? He sighed inwardly, but his hand had already reached out and opened the new card. Obtained S-grade skill card, free kick master template. Please choose one of the following star player templates to bind immediately. A flash of golden light and Lin Yi froze on the spot, forgetting even to breathe. A free kick master template. He instinctively glanced toward the Fiorentina bench. Mihajlovic stood by the sideline, arms crossed, shouting at the backline, "Mark the high ball." Once the ball is lifted, clamp down. His voice boomed with authority. Was this really not orchestrated? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he almost laughed. Last time against Juventus, he had faced the former captain Del Piero, and the system handed him an elite positioning template. Now going up against Mihajlovic's Viola, could it be that he was about to inherit the man's signature? That curved, lethal free kick wrapped up and delivered to him. Old Mihajlovic looked like an iron wall on the pitch, but his footwork was sharper than his mind. Being a center back was a side gig. Free kicks were his main trade. 43 direct free kick goals, the top scorer in Serie A history, not by shooting, but by dead ball bombardments. The 1998 Lazio vs. Sampdoria match was legendary. 3 free kicks, all hammered into the net, all curving into the top corner. Others shot free kicks relying on luck. He shot them like handing in homework, all 3 answers correct. Rumor had it that when he first took over Fiorentina, Montalivo chased him after training asking, "Coach, how do I keep the ball from hitting the wall? How do I make it curl through the goal?" He had personally taught him. He had no time to ponder. He swiped and tapped open the skill pack. Before him, 3 cards face down flashed into view. Same as last time, pick one of 3. He moved fast, tapping the leftmost card. The remaining 2 turned over. The second read S-class free kick template Beckham, Moonlight, curved blade. Beckham's signature, the ball flew as if pulled by a magnet, could swerve midair, and while the goalkeeper focused on the wall, the ball had already slipped into the net from the other side. In the Premier League, La Liga, MLS. Everywhere his strikes decided the game. This card would make anyone laugh in their dreams. But he didn't get it. He clicked his tongue, a little disappointed. The third card revealed S-class free kick template Del Piero, Turin Rainbow. Juventus living fossil, free kicks fast and vicious. Beckham relied on spin, Del Piero relied on sudden speed and power. From 30 meters out, the goalkeeper barely pushed off as the ball drilled under the crossbar. Soft yet firm like a soft sword. Gentle in the sheath, lethal when drawn. He didn't get that one either. He shrugged. He looked down at the first card he had chosen. Could it really be old Midfielders? He almost laughed to himself. The card flipped. S-class free kick template Juninho, the ceiling of free kicks. He nearly jumped. Who was Juninho? The football world's acknowledged free kick madman. 77 direct free kick goals in official matches. First in history, miles ahead of the rest. From close range, long range, tight angles, near the byline. There was no position he dared not shoot from, and no angle he couldn't convert. Others shot free kicks nervously. He shot them like a penalty. Steady, accurate, with an absurdly high shot-on-target rate. Ding. S-class free kick template Juninho loaded successfully. The chime faded and he felt a tightness in his calf, a chill rising up his knee followed by a surge of electricity in his mind. The white spot on the turf, the wind, speed, the wall's thickness, the goalkeeper's positioning. All details automatically surfaced, even which toe to press the ball. Just then Nasserino ran over, crouching by the spot. He stopped standing there. Get into the box for the rebound. I'll try to chip one into the 6-yard area. The position was indeed awkward. Only 25 meters from goal with a dense wall. A header was useless and a cross would likely be caught by the goalkeeper. A desperate move. But he stared at the ball and said, "I'll take this one." Nasserino was stunned. "Huh? You? I've practiced a lot. Do I want to try a direct shot?" He said it casually. Nasserino believed him. The kid had been staying after training every day for 40 minutes wearing down a patch of turf. Britos also wandered over, grinning. Let him take it. It's a draw anyway. A one kick won't hurt if he misses. He didn't believe he could score. Such skill took years to master. If he had it, he would have shown it in the first 8 rounds, not waited until now. Nasserino patted Yi's shoulder. "All right, your turn." As he spoke, the Palermo bench erupted. Taking a free kick. Rossi was frozen too. Wasn't this kid specialized in poaching offside traps and tap-ins? Why was he suddenly going for a long shot? Had he gotten carried away? The Fiorentina players had just formed the wall, and when they turned they saw not running into the box, but strolling toward the free kick spot. Everyone was puzzled. We watched him all game. Strong dribbling, clever runs, resilience. But he never touched a free kick once. What he found a coach, and wanted to take on the whole team. The wall was set, the crowd held its breath. The Chinese live stream exploded with Damaku. Li Xiujia slapped his thigh. "Oh my." Palermo changed the kicker. Not Nasserino, it's Yi. When did he become a set-piece taker? Chung Hongsheng stared at the screen. Look at his stance. Low center of gravity, right foot back. He's really going for a direct shot. Li Xiujia scratched his head. This is off. We've watched all his matches this season. Never a direct free kick, not even a run-up. And in warm-ups he never touched free kicks. Chung Hongsheng shook his head. No way. Too risky. All eyes were glued to the center of the screen on the back of the red and white shirt. Fiorentina fans, on the other hand, relaxed. They had checked the stats. He had never scored a direct free kick in his career. Palermo's designated free kick taker wasn't him either. This ball's either going to the stands or hitting the wall. A wasted attack. Someone whistled. In the stands, Shin Qingyan stood on her toes, waving frantically. Kick it hard. Her voice was drowned in the roaring crowd of 100,000, but she shouted with all her might, as if shouting for herself and for this away trip. A draw against Fiorentina would have already been worth the ticket. He bent down, placed the ball valve downward. He took 5 steps back, breathed in deeply, and exhaled slowly. At this moment across the Franchi Stadium, only one man's eyelids twitched. Mihajlovic. He kept his hands in his suit trousers, his brow furrowed. Logically, he didn't have the foundation. But the routine of adjustments, the calm concentration. Familiar, too familiar. It was like when he himself stood at the spot, the world silent, only the heartbeat and the wind. This ball he would score. The whistle pierced sharply. He started his steps light. The final step, his left foot planted hard, his body twisted leftward. Boom. The ball shot out, tracing a creamy parabola. It skimmed over the top of the wall, brushed the inside of the right post, and nailed the top right corner. Goalkeeper Boric barely raised his hand as the ball hit the net. The stadium fell silent for 2 seconds. Scored. A free kick scored. The Palermo players snapped out of it, sprinting to pile on Lini. Hat trick. In the final minute of stoppage time. A direct free kick to seal the win over Fiorentina. The Palermo fans in the stands went wild, screaming Lin Yi's name like a divine incantation. Amazing. Lin Yi's free kick goal. Li Xiujia roared himself hoarse. Incredible. Cheng Hongxing slammed the table. The Night Owls flooded the Danmaku. Respect, respect. Hat-trick, last-minute winner, first attempt scored. Who dares to write this script? He's got a heart steadier than an engine. A future leader. I believe it. He really has a new skill tree. How many hidden tricks does Lini have? Please don't hide them all. Show us everything. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Fiorentina's Gilardino had scored twice, a formidable display. Yet Lin Yi was even more devastating. A hat-trick, with the final goal coming in the dying seconds of stoppage time. A direct free kick curved in a beautiful arc, the ball nestling into the net, as if guided by an unseen hand, sealing Fiorentina's fate on their own turf. The stands fell into a deathly silence. Fiorentina's fans stood frozen, hands still pressed to their faces as if doused with a bucket of ice water. They watched the Palermo players huddled in the center of the pitch, jumping and shouting in wild celebration, and their hearts turned to stone. This wasn't just a defeat, it was a feeling of utter devastation. That single kick had sent Palermo soaring to the heavens and plunged Fiorentina into the mud. Mihajlovic took the loss with grace, extending his hand to Rossi for a post-match handshake. They exchanged a few polite words, neither mentioning the score. Mihajlovic's tactics had been sound. He had countered Palermo's fast break style and had marked Lin Yi's free roll effectively. Every substitution had a clear purpose, and the game's tempo was well managed. But what was the result? Palermo won. All because of Lin Yi on the pitch. This young man thrives on pressure, stepping up when it matters most. The harder the challenge, the more he wants the ball. As he headed down the tunnel, Mihajlovic glanced back. He saw Lin Yi being carried around on his teammate's shoulders, shirt-soaked, hair plastered to his forehead, laughing broadly. This striker from China was about to tear Serie A apart. Rossi jogged onto the pitch, patting shoulders and thumping backs. Finally, he made a beeline for Lin Yi and wrapped him in a big hug. Lini, tonight you weren't just playing football, you were making a blockbuster movie. Britos was still wiping sweat, shaking his head. Man, when did you secretly learn that trick? We trained together every day, and I never saw you pull that off. From today, you're in charge of all set pieces. Nasserino chimed in, I voluntarily resign. We need to let the whole league know. Palermo can not only run, we can also explode. The locker room erupted in laughter, almost shaking the walls. Before the match, their plan was just to grab a point on the road. Who would have thought that Lin Yi, with 3 goals and that last magical strike, would secure all 3 points and take them home? It felt like a dream. Ding. Achievement unlocked. First direct free kick goal. Reward 2 attribute points. Lin Yi casually opened his status panel, his eyes landing on the shooting stats. He immediately wanted to pour both points into shot accuracy. What would 99 accuracy even mean? Probably that he could close his eyes, take a wild swing, and the ball would still curve into the net. Shot accuracy increased. Current accuracy, 90. Warning, shot power insufficient, needs 80 accuracy, cap locked. Please prioritize increasing power. Remaining attribute points 1. Lin Yi was taken aback. There's a cap. The system won't let you be one-dimensional. No wonder no one else had maxed out a single stat. So a pure min-max build is impossible. Fine, I'll put this point into power. Having more power can't be wrong. With that, I won't even need a run-up for shots. A single swing from a standing position might send the keeper flying into the stands. Shot power increased. Before leaving, Lin Yi circled around to the north stand and waved at Shen Qingyan. Her eyes curved into crescents. That free kick was incredible. But I'll tell you, the moment you stood over that ball, I had a feeling it was going in. Lin Yi smiled. You came all this way to support me. How could I not give it my all and disappoint the cheering squad you brought? Shen Qingyan giggled and nodded. Oh, by the way, Lin Yi pointed to the section behind her. What about that big banner? We'll roll it up and save it for now. I'll bring it out again next time you get a hat trick. If we win the league, I'll have one made as big as a wall. After a few more exchanges, Lin Yi turned and headed to the locker room. As he pushed the door open, Nasserino sprayed him with a burst of champagne foam, which dripped from his hair. The team swarmed him, some grabbing his neck, others lifting his legs, others tugging at his shirt. The locker room was pure chaos. Rossi clapped his hands and announced, tonight everyone is a hero. And for the next 2 days, time off. No going anywhere, just get some good rest. The room erupted instantly. A tsunami of shouts, clinking glasses and bottles hitting the floor. The next morning, Lin Yi dominated the Italian sports media. La Gazzetta dello Sport, Tutto Sport, and Corriere dello Sport all featured him on their front pages with a photo of him stepping on the ball. The headlines were glaringly bold. La Gazzetta, Fiorentina's stadium becomes Lin Yi's theater, the sole star of the show. Sport. On the night the purple lily withered, only one man bloomed. Corriere dello Sport, a new king ascends. No, he's shining before even wearing the crown. The comment sections were flooded. Lynn casually opened Twitter and the feed was full of messages like, awesome, legendary, and can I get a link to the highlights? Many comments were sharing the same request. Go watch that 3-month highlight reel. It's not CGI. He clicked on it. The video title read, Lin Yi's series of first 3 months greatest hits. A barrage of question marks filled the screen. 3 months, and they call it a highlight reel. Serie A has only played a dozen rounds. Is that enough for 10 minutes? I bet it's all slow-motion replays and sound effects. The first frame. Lin Yi launches a spectacular overhead kick from the edge of the 6-yard box, the ball flying into the top corner. Holy crap. Opening with a bang. This looks more fake than a movie. But it's actually real. Next came a side volley, a Rabona, a screamer from 30 meters out. Every single goal left the comment section speechless. Wait. He scored all of these in 3 months. Honestly, he doesn't play like a rookie, more like an old veteran resurrected. Correction, this isn't a striker's reel, it's a collection of iconic goals. The scene shifted. Juventus's Stadium San Paolo Franchi. The camera panned across the signs of these 3 iconic venues. Then it cut to Buffon shrugging, Chiellini grabbing his hair, Cavani with his hands on his hips, Hamsik signed Gilardino with his head down. Followed by Lin Yi scoring at these very stadiums against Juventus. A hat-trick with a goal in stoppage time. Against Napoli, 3 goals including an equalizer in the final seconds. Against Fiorentina, a hat-trick and a stoppage time winner. The comment section went into overdrive. He only scores against the big teams. His mental strength is terrifyingly calm. He made Chiellini look like a meme. How old is he? Just out of college. In the final minutes, the editor included a few clips of his surgical through balls, lofted assists, and his deep-lying playmaking from his free roll. And this vision, his passing, is even more lethal than his shooting. So he's not just a goal machine. He's an engine, a cannon, and a steering wheel all in one. Who does he play for? Did Barcelona's academy lose a player? Palermo. Last season they were fighting relegation and now they're in the title race. I've seen this script before. Napoli in the 80s, that's how they turned it around. Back then Maradona arrived and transformed them from underdogs to champions. Now with Lin Yi's arrival, Palermo fans might not say it out loud, but in their hearts they already revere him as a god. The whole affair was the sole doing of the finance manager. We've already reported it to the police, hoping they'll catch him soon. Of course the club isn't shirking its responsibility. We'll bear what we must. But 15 days. It's simply not enough. Filling a hole of over 10 million euros isn't something you can do in the blink of an eye. As the call ended, Zamparini seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing into his chair. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind buzzing, his temples throbbing. The team had just snatched a dramatic away victory against Fiorentina, securing 3 crucial points. This news would normally have him grinning from ear to ear. Yet less than 2 hours after the joy, the finance department dropped a bombshell. Over 10 million was missing from the accounts. This wasn't a small sum, it was a ticking time bomb capable of toppling the entire club. It turned out the players' salary reports previously submitted to the Italian Football Federation were entirely fabricated by the finance manager. Zamparini had worried about this before, and his fears materialized. An inspection team from the Serie A committee called exposing the truth directly. The financial report Palermo submitted contained false amounts exceeding 10 million euros. They had sent an official notice. Within 15 working days the money must be repaid and a truthful report resubmitted. Otherwise, after the 15 days, Serie A's official website would immediately announce Palermo's fraudulent activities. This would be followed by point deductions, fines, and possibly even revocation of registration. Zamparini's heart sank. The club's finances were already stretched thin, counting every penny just to pay wages. Over 10 million. For a small budget club like Palermo, it was an astronomical figure. The total annual budget the board invested was just over 10 million, covering players, coaches, travel, and youth development. Asking the board to suddenly cough up such a huge sum. Absolutely out of the question. Worse still was Lin Yi's new contract. The 3-year deal he just signed, including all signing fees and salary provisions, had been stuffed into that fraudulent report. According to Serie A regulations, this contract was now frozen, legally unrecognized. In other words, the only officially recognized contract was the 1-year short-term deal Lin Yi signed after his trial. With 3 months of the league already played, in just 9 more months, he would be completely free. Given Lin Yi's current form, if he became a free agent, the transfer market would explode. Top clubs across Europe would be fighting tooth and nail for him. The moment he became a free agent, any club signing him would pay Palermo nothing in transfer fees. They'd be giving him away for free. His current market value had already soared to 40 million euros and was still climbing. Even more critical, if the money wasn't raised in 15 days and Serie A made the announcement, it would be a national broadcast of Palermo's inability to retain their star. Clubs across Europe would immediately catch on. Lin Yi would be free in 9 months. Who would pay a cent more than necessary? Their calculations were clear. Since he'd be free in half a year, grab him for a bargain now. Why pay more? Moreover, many teams would secretly approach Lin E promising high wages, starting positions, Champions League spots, just to get him to join for free in the summer. Either way, Palermo would suffer a massive loss. The only lifeline was to fight through these 15 days, somehow scrape together over 10 million, and plug this gaping hole. Just then his phone buzzed. The caller ID showed police. Zamperini's hand trembled as he answered. Mr. Zamperini. We apprehended him at the airport last night. His heart leaped. And the money. The 10 million, he took it right. We're in dire need of it. There was a 2-second silence. We're sorry, but the stolen funds are mostly gone. The suspect confessed that he had been embezzling money since last year, losing it all on online betting platforms. We checked his bank records. The evidence of over 10 million in transactions is conclusive. The call ended. Zamperini sat motionless as if his soul had been drained. It was over. The money was unrecoverable. Only one path remained. Beg the board. Palermo Club board meeting room. I understand, Zamperini. Chairman Wells set down his coffee cup, his tone calm. But I'm sorry, the board can't help with this. Zamperini's throat went dry. It's just 10 million. Fill it, and Lin Yi's 3-year contract becomes legally valid immediately. He's worth 40 million now, and he'll only be worth more. With that 3-year contract as a safety net, we can get a significant share, even if he transfers later. This is tangible income. But once Serie A publicizes the fraud, those clubs will immediately lower their offers, at most throwing us 10 million. And that would be out of pity. He grew more frantic, his eyes turning red. Wells shook his head gently. I know how important Lin E is, and I understand your urgency. But to be honest, the board has no more resources to spare. The club has been losing money for 2 years, barely staying afloat, thanks to a few sponsors. The last time we made money from selling a player was 2 years ago. This time we truly can't help. And a word of advice, Zamperini. The fact that you're standing here talking is already my biggest concession. You are the club's manager. When the finances collapse, you bear the primary responsibility. Finding a way to fill this hole is your problem. But let me be clear, if you want to stay at Palermo, you must resolve 2 things. First, fill this 10 million euro gap. Second, solve Lin Yi's contract issue. He's the heart of this team. Whether he stays or goes, the club must profit from him. Zamperini walked out of the meeting room, his shirt soaked through. He had expected this outcome, but hearing the refusal still felt like a punch to the chest. On his way back to his office, he ran into Rossi. Zamperini, finally found you. Guess what? Lin E won Serie A Player of the Month. And for the Fiorentina match, he was named in the Team of the Week. That kid, without him we'd struggle to stay in the top 3. Rossi was beaming with joy. Zamperini nodded, managing a bitter smile. What's wrong? Rossi immediately sensed something was off. Zamperini sighed, glanced around, and said, let's talk inside. They closed the door and sat down. Rossi, I have some bad news. Lin E, we might not be able to keep him. His voice was barely a whisper. What do you mean? Rossi's face tensed up. The club wants to sell him. That can't be. He just signed a 3-year deal, and you're already thinking of selling. That's short-sighted. Rossi understood the survival tactics of small clubs. Sell star players for funds, patch the finances, nurture new talent, and keep the cycle going. There was no shame in it, and many clubs lived by this model. But he couldn't understand why they'd target Lin E at this critical juncture. If you're going to sell, wait until next year. We're 3rd in the league now, and we still have a shot at the cup. TV rights, commercial partnerships, fan enthusiasm. It all depends on Lin E leading the charge. Without him, everything collapses. He paused mid-sentence, staring at Zamperini's ashen face. It dawned on him. This manager who dealt with numbers, contracts, and budgets daily understood these principles better than anyone. Is something seriously wrong? Zamperini nodded and recounted the financial fraud, the Serie A ultimatum, and the board's refusal, sparing no detail. I've thought it over. If we can't come up with the money, we really can't keep Lin E. His voice was hoarse. Rossi was silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. After a long pause, he looked up. We need to tell Lin E about this. Not just him. Rossi took a deep breath. We need to tell the whole team. Wednesday morning's training session had just wrapped up. All right, that's it for today. Rossi called the team together. Before the words had even faded, the club's sporting director Zamperini also strolled over. Rossi scanned the faces before him. First, 2 pieces of good news. Lin E, you've made the Team of the Week. If I count right, that's the 5th time this season, isn't it? A wave of nods rippled through the group, and someone even flashed a thumbs up. Rossi grinned wide. And here's an even bigger one. The Serie A Official Player of the Month for last month also goes to Lin E. Whoa. The place erupted instantly, a cacophony of applause and whistles. Britos laughed so hard his eyes crinkled into slits, slapping Lin E hard on the back twice. This award wasn't easy to come by. In the first month of the season, Lin E had nearly clinched it, but a missed opening match due to not playing meant he couldn't catch up no matter how fiercely he played afterward. Securing it this time was no stroke of luck. Last month alone, he fought through 4 grueling matches, 3 of which were crucial 6-pointer battles. Lin E played every minute of every game, leaving his all on the pitch. Lin E, team dinner's on you tonight, right? A few teammates immediately crowded around, winking and nudging. Rossi watched the lively scene, the words he'd planned to say swirling in his throat, almost swallowed back down. Ahem, listen up, everyone. The chatter ceased instantly, all eyes locking onto him. They noticed the coach's smile had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. The club is in a tight spot lately. Finances are stretched thin. There's a high chance we'll have to sell someone. Huh? What? Who's leaving? The Palermo players were stunned for a moment, then started exchanging glances, tilting heads, and sneaking peeks at each other. In the professional world, this was as routine as eating and drinking. Who among them hadn't been through this 2 or 3 times? Transfers were like changing subway lines. People coming and going was completely normal. Besides, Rossi had mentioned financial reasons. That meant the one leaving wasn't just a regular bench warmer, but someone who could fetch a price. Don't tell me it's Nasserino, someone suddenly shouted. I checked yesterday, your market value has quietly jumped to 5 million euros. Keep playing like this, and you'll be due for a raise before your contract even ends. Nasserino scratched his head, grinning. Me? My value went up. Isn't it all thanks to being Lin Yi's supporting act? Making runs into space, linking up play, threading a few decent passes, and with the team winning so much the tide lifts all boats. Everyone's gaze swiveled sharply towards the defensive linchpin Silvestre. Silvestre, is it you? You've been playing like you're getting younger this season. Silvestre waved his hand dismissively. I'm 30 years old, my ankles are starting to creak. What transfer am I going to make? Isn't it better to just coast into retirement? Someone else guessed, D'Agostino. You've also gone up 1 million this season. D'Agostino shrugged. Me? Who'd even want me? If someone actually made an offer, I'd be afraid they'd regret it. The guesses grew wilder and more confused. Captain Britos. Impossible. He'd been tied to Palermo for 9 years. Countless wealthy clubs had thrown checkbooks, promised high salaries, and gifted luxury cars his way, and he never batted an eye, still cycling to training every day. So who else could it be? They racked their brains, but no one even considered Lin. Rossi took a deep breath, his voice heavy. This time, it's Lin. The moment those words left his mouth, you could have heard a pin drop. Everyone froze, mouths agape, blinking, their expressions hit by a pause button. Who could believe it? The very person who led the team to its best start in club history was about to be packed up and sold off. Britos frowned deeply, stepping forward. Coach, you're not joking with us, are you? You're really selling Lin? Rossi held his gaze and nodded. Every word is true. Chaos erupted completely. Lin himself was stunned. The smile still lingering on his lips vanished as his face fell. He hadn't heard a single whisper of this. This was definitely not part of the plan, as something urgent must have cropped up. The others couldn't contain themselves. Coach, without Lin, what are we even playing for? Our goalkeeper has more tactical sense than we do. Exactly. We just got our Europa League push going, and now we're cutting off our own legs. Are you insane? He just signed a 3-year contract. Why sell him cheap now when his value will only skyrocket next year? Have you lost your minds? This is like ripping out the engine and expecting the car to move by pushing. The chatter was relentless, the whole team bubbling like a pot on the boil. At that moment, Zamparini, who had remained silent, stepped forward. The board has approved this unanimously. This isn't a discussion, it's a notification. We're in a precarious position. We've tried 3 different plans. Every single one requires selling Lin to plug the hole. Please understand. But even understanding couldn't mend the crack forming in everyone's hearts. Who was Lin? He was the one who broke through defenses with his forward runs, won the ball back with his relentless pressing, and was the tactical trump card you turned to when the game plan stalled, hoping for a flash of brilliance to rewrite the script. Take him away. It was like flipping over the entire chessboard and starting from scratch. Not to mention Palermo's momentum this year. Even rival fans looked at the standings and shook their heads, wondering, is this really the same relegation battler from before? The veteran players could talk themselves to tears in the corner of the locker room. In the old days, after every win, they'd huddle together and roar for 10 minutes. Now when they win, they just clap quietly, because winning has become too easy and they're almost afraid to believe it. Only Britos remained silent. He looked down and thought for a moment, then turned and gently put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulder, his voice soft. Maybe a change of scenery will let you soar even higher. That's a good thing. Those words acted like a mute button. The clamor gradually faded. Everyone looked at each other, then silently bowed their heads. Not out of acceptance, but out of understanding. There was no turning back now. Zamparini cleared his throat. Keep this under wraps as per protocol. Lin followed him and Rossi into the office. As the 3 of them sat down, Lin Yi's phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen. Xingyan, I'm busy right now, I'll call you back later. There was a pause on the other end. It's not me looking for you. It's my dad who wants to talk. Uncle Shun. Lin was puzzled, but a deep male voice immediately came through the speaker. Lin, it's Uncle Shun. Hello, Uncle Shun. Zamparini has told you, right? About your transfer. I just heard about it. Lin instinctively looked up at the 2 men across from him. Good, you know. This came up suddenly, but you need to be clear-headed. Don't let yourself be pushed around blindly. Don't worry, I'm already on my way. Lin wanted to ask more, but the line went dead with a click. Zamparini noticed his pale face. Who was that? Something wrong. Lin shook his head, bewildered. He said, someone is on their way here. Just as he finished speaking, Zamparini's own phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Zamparini? Speaking. Federico from Florence. Zamparini was taken aback. Florence? What can I do for you? I've come regarding your matter. Zamperini gave a dry laugh. We're fine. There's no issue. The voice on the other end chuckled. The committee's deadline is in 13 days, correct? Zamperini's pupils constricted. Even the first-team physio didn't know about this. I've been waiting at your club's entrance for 5 minutes now. 10 minutes later at the office door, Federico stood there impeccably dressed in a suit, carrying no briefcase, no assistant, alone. Zamperini's mind was reeling. So, where do we begin? Federico smiled. No rush. Let's wait a moment. For whom? He raised his hand, tilting his chin towards Lin Yi. For Lin Yi's new agent. Lin Yi froze, suddenly recalling Shun Guodong's earlier words about being on his way. Who? Zamperini pressed. Federico's lips curved into a slight smile. Mino Raiola. Hearing Federico's words, Lin Yi and the others were all stunned. Mino Raiola. The fat man, who alongside Mendez was known as one of football's 2 most formidable agents. Lin Yi was taken aback. So this was the person Uncle Shin mentioned on the phone. The moment Zamperini and Rossi heard the name, their hearts sank. They instinctively turned to stare at Lin Yi. This kid had never had an agent before. How did he suddenly land a top-tier dealmaker? And not just any dealmaker, but a headache-inducing figure like Raiola, feared even by top clubs. Yet thinking again, the fat man always targeted the toughest nuts to crack. A rising star like Lin Yi, who had taken Serie A by storm and still operated independently, was exactly his type. Zamperini's heart pounded with unease. He knew Raiola all too well. Clubs avoided him, fans cursed him, but players' eyes lit up at the sight of him. The man was a living contract grinder devoted solely to his players' interests, showing no mercy whatsoever. If he truly got involved with Lin Yi, this negotiation would be a bloodbath. Just as he was thinking, the assistant pushed open the door. Boss, there's a gentleman outside to see you. Who? Mr. Raiola. Zamperini frowned. Let him in. As the words left his mouth, a bulky figure ambled into the doorway. His sunglasses were dusty, the lenses as thin as water, his gaze sharp as it pierced from behind them. With 3 days of stubble, a wrinkled shirt untucked over shorts, and worn sandals, he looked like he'd just rushed back from surfing. No introduction needed. This was the legendary fat man. He lazily tapped the doorframe twice and strode in. His eyes immediately locked onto Lin Yi, extending a hand. Lin Yi, hello. The moment his voice echoed, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Zamperini's mouth hung slightly open. Federico nearly crushed his coffee cup, and Lin Yi forgot to shake his hand. Because Raiola was speaking Chinese. Fluent and precise, even the intonation was spot on. Was this man's tongue gilded with gold? An Italian by birth, he was fluent in English, Dutch, French, German, Spanish, and Portuguese. With clients scattered across the globe, he never needed an interpreter. With this talent, players were as close to him as brothers. You're Chinese. Did you practice? Lin Yi quickly shook his hand, offering a sincere compliment. Just crammed 3 days of textbooks. Raiola winked, grinning like a cat that had just stolen a fish. With that, he dragged over a chair and plopped down, his mouth opening before he was even settled. Entrusted by an old friend, I'm officially taking over all of Lin Yi's affairs. From now on, anything about him goes through me. Zamperini shot him a sideways glance. He disliked him from a distance, but face to face, he felt the man was the embodiment of one word: tough. So shall we get straight to the point? Zamperini asked, his face taut. Sorry to interrupt, Raiola said, waving a hand lazily. It's not 2 parties, it's 3. For today it's Palermo, Fiorentina, and Lin Yi himself. Without one, it's null and void. Zamperini's face darkened a shade, but he remained silent. Lin Yi glanced at him secretly. The smile on his face was as pleasant as a spring breeze, but from that one sentence everyone could hear the thorns hidden in his bones. Zamperini took a deep breath. Fine, since you've all done your homework, I won't beat around the bush. We are indeed considering selling Lin Yi, otherwise you wouldn't be here. So don't hold back. Show us what you've really got. Federico smiled. I know your club has a shortfall of over 10 million euros, and as things stand, that hole won't be filled. When Lin Yi's trial contract activates in 13 days, there will be plenty of buyers, but likely none willing to pay top dollar. As he spoke, he nodded toward Lin Yi, making it clear, we're not here to play games. Zamperini's face lost every trace of a smile. All right, you've even checked the contract terms. Then let's stop wasting time. Name your price. Federico nodded. 20 million paid in full. Zamperini squinted and shook his head with a sigh. And here I thought we had some big spender. Lin Yi's market value starts at 40 million, a player who can genuinely fetch 5 or 6 million euros. You throw 20 at me. Think I'm running a scrapyard? Federico remained unruffled. As I said, in 13 days, any other offer over 10 million would be a stroke of luck. And by the way, that 20 million just happens to break Palermo's all-time transfer record, doesn't it? Zamperini's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Indeed, this negotiation wouldn't end easily. Fiorentina had laid all their cards on the table, leaving no room for maneuver. Both sides knew it well. Palermo had only 2 paths. Either swallow the 20 million or hold out and hope for a 12 million offer. But the latter, that was a pipe dream. Zamperini was seething inside. The deficit unfilled, the star player flying away, and only this pittance to save face. It was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Lin furrowed his brow, slightly knowing the captain felt worse than he did at this moment. Just then Raiola, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. You're all chatting away, but it seems you've overlooked a key figure, my client Lin himself. He tapped the table with his finger, his voice low, yet the room fell silent instantly. Both managers turned to look at Lin. No one had given it a second thought, assuming Lin would surely agree. Fiorentina was stronger, more famous, offered higher wages, and played in Europe. Only a fool would refuse. Zamparini was also certain he would leave. But Lin lowered his head in thought for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. I'm quite happy at Palermo. The teammates are great, and the locker room atmosphere is good. The team is in great form right now, and results are steadily climbing. He paused. If it weren't for the club's sudden financial troubles, I'd really want to stay. At that, Raiola subtly pressed the back of his hand under the table, a signal meaning enough. The moment those words left Lin's mouth, Zamparini's nose tingled, and his eyes nearly welled up. But Federico couldn't sit still. Lin, listen to me. Fiorentina is stronger than Palermo in all three departments. We're playing in the Europa League, and the moment you join, I guarantee you a starting spot in European competition. Your salary, at least 4 million euros a year. These are things Palermo can't give you. He had thought it was a done deal. The club needs money, the player wants to move, mutual benefit. One sentence to seal it. But now stuck in the middle, his face was about to crack. At that moment Raiola chimed in leisurely, my, I didn't expect this young man to be so nostalgic and loyal. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Federico. Federico understood instantly and slammed the table. 25 million. Federico suddenly raised the price, and Zamparini was stunned on the spot. Palermo had been thoroughly scouted, they barely had any cards left to play. This deal with Fiorentina was truly a now or never moment. If he didn't agree, the next buyer might not even offer 20 million. Zamparini was about to grit his teeth and agree when Federico himself raised the offer. This move was so unorthodox it left him completely baffled. Lin was also stunned into silence. Seeing both of them go quiet, Federico's heart began to race with anxiety. In truth, when Lin casually mentioned he was happy here, Federico had read between the lines. The young man didn't want to shortchange his old club. What would it take not to shortchange them? Naturally ensuring Palermo got their full due. Combined with the subtle hints Raiola had discreetly given him earlier, Federico understood Lin's true intentions. He wanted a better platform, but didn't want to break the hearts of the club that had nurtured his rise. A man like that, loyal and principled, wasn't one to just sign on the dotted line. By raising the bid, Federico wanted to tell Lin, you see, we've already secured more money for the club, so you can leave with a clear conscience. But Lin showed no reaction. Was it still not enough? Was 5 million just pocket change to him? The more Federico thought, the more panicked he grew. Fiorentina's only advantage was speed. If Lin refused today, by the winter window or next summer, clubs like Manchester United, Bayern Munich, and Real Madrid would surely come sniffing around. By then Fiorentina might not even get a seat at the table. 28.5 million. Federico blurted out, his tone crisp and decisive. Deal. Zamparini responded instantly, fearing that any hesitation might make the other party change his mind. Lin valued at 40 million with only 9 months left on his contract, selling for 28.5 million. It was an absolute godsend. This figure shattered Palermo's club record for a player sale. The number hit Zamparini's sweet spot perfectly. Seeing Zamparini relent, Federico's shoulders relaxed. He then turned his gaze to Lin. Under the table, Raiola gently nudged Lin's shoe with his toe. Lin understood instantly. If the club agrees, I have no objections. Federico nodded vigorously, a slightly goofy grin spreading across his face. Then it settled. 28.5 million deal. Zamparini nodded, moving to shake hands when he suddenly paused. His gaze swept over Raiola, then back to Federico. This 28.5 million. It's the net transfer fee paid directly to Palermo, correct? Federico froze. He had been so focused on Lin and Zamparini that he had completely forgotten about the football world's infamous dealmaker at the table. Which player transfer ever went without his involvement? The agent's commission was always a major consideration, and this time would be no exception. His heart pounded with anxiety. The offer already exceeded his budget by 2.5 million, which he could justify to the board given Lin's recent performances at the Franchi Stadium. The entire executive team had been awestruck. To secure a striker of this caliber, a little extra spending could be overlooked. But getting past Raiola was the real challenge. Word had it. He typically took 15 to 20. By that calculation, Fiorentina would have to shell out an additional 4 to 6 million. With the total exceeding 32 million, the board would absolutely flip the table. Besides paying 5 million to an agent would have the higher-ups berating him for being a spendthrift. Federico's scalp tingled as he steeled himself to ask Mr. Raiola about the commission. Shouldn't we sort that out too? Zamparini immediately added, the 28.5 million we agreed on only covers what Palermo receives. The implication was clear. The agent's cut was Federico's problem, not theirs. Raiola stroked his stubbled chin and grinned. Of course we need to talk about it. I've got a dozen people under me who depend on me for their next meal. Federico's heart sank. What percentage were you thinking? Federico wondered if it was 20 points. This deal was as good as dead. Raiola smiled and held up one finger. 10%. 2.8 million. Federico calculated quickly, around 3 million. With some effort he might be able to convince the board. Raiola shook his head. Federico was confused. Not 10. Not that much, Raiola said cheerfully. Could it be 1%? Less than 300,000. Since when did this big guy become so easy to deal with? $1. Raiola spread his hands with a smile. Everyone in the room was stunned. Raiola looked at the three of them and blinked. Surprised too. He glanced sideways at Linny. This, $1, is a parting gift for Linny. He wants Palermo to get a fair deal. Fiorentina's willingness to spend nearly 30 million on a player who'd be a free agent in 9 months shows real sincerity. Adding a commission on top of that would likely sink the whole deal. As for Linny himself, as his agent, I need to make sure he leaves with peace of mind, owing no one with no regrets. As for me, I never work for nothing. $1. Consider it a token of good fortune, the most dignified retainer I've ever received. As his words faded, Federico let out a long, relieved breath, nearly slumping back in his chair. Mr. Raiola, I don't know how to thank you. Zamperini also exhaled in relief. This couldn't have gone any better. Raiola waved his hand dismissively. Don't celebrate just yet. We'll hash out Linny's salary bonuses and image rights tomorrow. Federico nodded eagerly. Absolutely. We'll offer top-tier terms. Linny looked at the portly man beside him with his messy hair and unkempt beard, and couldn't help but wonder how did this man on their very first meeting understand him better than his own mother. He couldn't help but recall that old saying, online Raiola could offend the entire world and get cursed out by every club in existence. But if he was your agent, you would always feel he was the most reliable ally you'd ever have. That was a truth only truly understood through personal experience. Now Linny believed it. Having guided Bergkamp and Nedved in their prime, and now propelling Ibrahimovic to the pinnacle of the sport, so many top players followed him devotedly. Without serious skills, who would trust him? The transfer fee between Palermo and Fiorentina was settled. Next came the tug-of-war over Linny's personal terms. Raiola would surely fight tooth and nail, while Federico would do his utmost to negotiate. But with darkness falling, Raiola suggested they call it a day and reconvene tomorrow. Once settled, Linny's move to Fiorentina would be official. The three parties also secretly agreed keep this under wraps. Once the money arrived, Palermo would immediately plug their financial holes and smooth things over before the Italian Football Federation's audit. Linny would officially leave the team during the winter break, with the announcement held until just before the winter transfer window opened. Why? If word got out now, outsiders would guess Palermo was strapped for cash. A headline about financial troubles could hit the front page the very next day. A disaster for the club's reputation. Meanwhile, Coach Rossi was having a rough time of it too. Without Linny, how would Palermo cope? That was the biggest challenge at hand. With a month left until the winter break, there were 5 league matches to play. He needed to urgently experiment with lineups and adjust tactics to find a new rhythm without Linny. Rossi sighed, knowing deep down, without Linny, Palermo would truly fall apart. Linny and Raiola walked out of the office door one after another. Linny turned around, his tone quite sincere. Mr. Raiola, I truly didn't expect to have you as my agent. This is our first meeting, and also our first partnership. In that negotiation just now, you stabilized the situation with just a few words. I'm impressed. In the saying from my hometown, this is what we call starting off with good fortune. Tonight's dinner, I must treat you. The drinks are on me too. Raiola chuckled, squinting as he sized him up. Young man, you Chinese people certainly have a lot of customs, don't you? Well, this. He deliberately drew out his words, slowly uttering 3 words in Chinese, a welcome banquet. Then he waved his hand. Don't bother making arrangements. Someone has already booked a spot and invited both of us. Come on, they're probably wondering where we are. He casually patted Linny on the shoulder twice. The two took a car to an old-style Chinese restaurant with red lanterns hanging at the entrance and a pair of stone lions flanking the door. The waiter led them through a corridor and pushed open the wooden door of a private room. As the door opened, a middle-aged man in a dark gray tang suit sat at the head of the table, quietly sipping tea. Uncle Shun. Linny was taken aback for a moment. The man was none other than Shun Xingyan's father, the head of Shun's department store Shin Guodong. Oh, seeing you two chatting and smiling as you walked in, looks like today's matter was a success, right? Raiola shrugged. Boss Shin, you've known me long enough. When Mino takes charge, things don't fail. Shun Guodong laughed heartily. Huh. Mino, I like hearing that. That's why I recommended Linny to you first thing. Raiola turned his head to look at Linny, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Actually, even without your recommendation, I'd already had my eye on him. Zlatan, that guy, is usually very picky with his words. He hardly bothers to praise anyone. But he called me 3 times in a row insisting that the Chinese striker from Palermo didn't seem real. He's recommended quite a few young strikers before. Some were talented, some were just filling numbers. He's mentioned someone twice, and several of them did end up making it big later. But he has never mentioned the same person a 3rd time. When he called the 3rd time, he was full of praise, saying you played like you had cheats enabled in that match against Juventus. I thought to myself, this young man, I need to see him for myself. Linny couldn't help but smile at this. That day outside the Juventus locker room, Zlatan had kept a straight face, hands behind his back, barely saying a word. Who would have thought he was so enthusiastic behind the scenes? Shun Guodong raised his hand to gesture. Come sit down first, then we'll talk. Seeing Lin Yi's bewildered expression, Shun Guodong decided to lay all the cards on the table. It turned out that while Serie A was auditing Palermo's accounts, a committee member had privately tried to sell the news of the club's financial deficit as a piece of worthless information. The moment the news leaked, it was intercepted by Shun Guodong's people. Without a second thought, he bought the information outright. He himself had nearly signed on as Palermo's sponsor the year before last, so he knew their situation inside and out. After thinking it over, could the club possibly fill that hole of over 10 million on their own? Absolutely no chance. There was only one path left: sell players. The only one in the entire squad who could fetch a decent price was Lin Yi. Shun Guodong knew this clearly in his heart. For Lin Yi, this was both an opportunity and a precipice. At this moment, what he needed most wasn't money, but a reliable operator. Someone who understood the market, dared to fight hard, and could protect Lin Yi's interests down to the last cent. He and Raiola had been close friends for decades, so he immediately made a call to recommend Lin Yi. As it turned out, the other man laughed heartily. What a coincidence. I was just about to ask you for recommendations. When the two met up, Raiola immediately got down to business. First, he analyzed Lin Yi's playing style, discovering that his sense of rhythm, positional awareness, and finishing ability were practically tailor-made for Serie A. Then, looking at his recent performances for Palermo, it was solid proof of this assessment. If he were to transfer to the Premier League or La Liga, the change in pace and tactics might cause him to struggle to adapt, wasting his golden years. So the first choice had to be staying in Serie A. As for the team, it couldn't be too small. It had to be at least half a powerhouse club with a big enough platform, strong enough teammates, and sufficient resources. Lin Yi could steadily climb to the top. Inter Milan. Forget it. Eto'o is in his prime. Milito's sword is still sharp, and after winning the treble last season, they exhausted themselves. Lin Yi might end up sitting on the bench for 3 years. Juventus. Their forward line is stacked. Zlatan, Vucinic, Matri, each one fighting for the spotlight. A newcomer would only be fighting for a spot in training matches. Napoli. Their playing style doesn't fit Lin Yi at all, and besides, they just splashed out big money to sign Cavani this summer. Their funds are nearly depleted. Roma or Lazio. Same story. Buying Lin Yi would require at least 30 million euros to start. And these two clubs just spent their money this summer. Their wallets are so empty, they can't even be bothered to issue invoices. After going around in circles, only Fiorentina remained. They had the intention, the money, and were in a hurry. Raiola immediately contacted their director Federico. Sure enough, as soon as he heard they could get Lin Yi in the winter window, the other side replied instantly, arrange it immediately. Wait. Lin Yi suddenly looked up. Did you two miss one team? You mentioned Fiorentina, but Raiola raised an eyebrow. Oh, sharp ears you've got, kid. Juventus. That's a game for next year. Huh. Lin Yi was utterly confused. Raiola leaned back in his chair. What's Juventus been like these past 2 years? Players are lax, coaches come and go, the locker room is like a tea house. 7th place last season, 8th this season. At this rate, they'll become Serie A's mascot. Going there in the winter window? That's just asking for trouble. But next year, things will be different. Shun Guodong pressed further. Are you so sure about that? Raiola smiled enigmatically. Me? I specialize in collecting inside information. Where do you get your sources? Shun Guodong asked with a smile, shaking his head. Forgot. Pavel is currently the sporting director at Juventus. Raiola winked. Who was his agent during his playing days? Me. After he retired, we still get together for red wine every year. Shun Guodong slapped his forehead. Oh, I really did forget about that. Lin Yi quietly took a sip of his hot tea, but his mind was clear as day. He had come back with his memories intact. Juventus indeed started their resurgence from next season, winning 9 consecutive league titles, turning Serie A into the Juventus Cup. He couldn't help but ask further, Mr. Raiola, you just said next year is the main event. Are you planning to send me to Juventus next year? That's exactly the plan. Raiola chuckled. Of course, in the end, it depends on whether they're sincere and how much real money they're willing to shell out. By the end of this season, your value will have soared to 50 million. No matter how reluctant Fiorentina is to let you go, when they see the zeros on the check, the chairman's spine will probably bend just a little bit. He leaned back in his chair, chuckling like a plump fox holding all the answers. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. He hadn't even started negotiating the contract terms with Fiorentina, and this man had already secretly charted out the transfer route for next summer's window, all the way to Juventus home turf. Unexpectedly, Shun Guodong suddenly said, half-jokingly, Mino, are you really pushing Lin Yi's transfer just for his own good? I suspect you've got your own little schemes in that belly of yours, probably eyeing that huge commission for the summer deal, right? Raiola froze, opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words to respond. Lin Yi was about to speak up to cover for him, but Shun Guodong raised his hand to stop him. Lin Yi, hold on. Let me guess. For this big deal of nearly 30 million today, how much do you think he charged as his agency fee? He paused, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I bet he didn't take a single cent. Lin Yi's eyes went wide. He had hit the nail on the head. Raiola burst into hearty laughter. Boss Shin, this is exactly what I admire about you Chinese people. You don't just stare at the meat in your own bowl, you focus on the soup in the shared pot. He smiled, looking at Lenny. The reason he can do business all across Europe is this skill of playing the long game. Me, I've just secretly learned a fraction of it. That's right, giving up a few million today for that 10 million plus deal in the second half of the year. Worth it. He grinned widely, his round, greasy face radiating the cunning shrewdness of someone who had calculated everything perfectly. Lin Yi shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This fat man was as shrewd as aged ginger. You couldn't bring yourself to hate him, yet you always ended up being led around by the nose by him. The next day, at an upscale restaurant in the city center, Lin Yi met with Raiola and Federico, the manager of Fiorentina. Mr. Federico, did you sleep well last night? Federico rubbed his brow and waved his hand with a wry smile. It was all right. If Lin Yi's transfer fee hadn't been capped at 30 million euros, I really wouldn't have been able to face the board upon my return. Raiola grinned. You should be counting your blessings. Grabbing Lin Yi is something you can brag about for 3 years. Next season, when the home crowd shouts the first two names, I guarantee it'll be Federico and Lin Yi. Federico gave a dry laugh. I'll take your word for it. So shall we get down to business? Let's go over the contract terms today. He looked around. I was thinking we could chat in a quieter cafe, but you went ahead and booked a restaurant. Raiola wagged his finger. No rush, no rush. Let's eat first. Within minutes, a series of steaming hot dishes were served on the table. Raiola opened a bottle of red wine and filled Federico's glass. This is a trick I learned from my Chinese friends. When a big deal is on the table, without some wine, there's no confidence in your words. But they drink baijiu. I wouldn't dare touch that stuff. One sip and your throat feels like it's on fire. Let's stick to something milder. Federico was just about to pick up some food when he saw Raiola toss back a full glass. Oh my mister. Raiola, this. You go ahead. Drink as much as you like. Raiola nodded with a beaming smile. Federico glanced at the two across from him, thinking he couldn't just take a tiny sip with a spoon. He raised his glass and downed it in one go. The wine hit his empty stomach. Within 10 minutes, he felt his head spinning and a ringing in his ears. Seeing the sweat on Federico's forehead and the slight waver in his gaze, Lin Yi nearly burst out laughing. This business over dinner trick. He must have learned it from Uncle Sean. Raiola clapped his hands. All right, the wine has warmed us up, the conversation is flowing. Shall we get to the point? Federico immediately grabbed his chopsticks, shoveled a couple of bites of greens to steady himself, and pulled a contract draft from his bag. Take a look. This is the club's offer. It's a sincere one. Raiola took the document, and he and Lin Yi reviewed it together. Annual salary upon joining, 4 million euros. 3 bonus tiers were also included, 250 if the team finishes in the top 4 of the league and qualifies for the Champions League. Another 250 if Lin Yi scores 15 league goals. And a direct 1 million bonus if the Viola win any trophy Serie A, Coppa Italia, or the Champions League. Lin Yi did the math quickly. It was nearly double his salary at Palermo. The first 2 bonuses were practically guaranteed. Top 4 was routine for Fiorentina, and 15 goals was a non-issue. He'd scored 16 in just 10 rounds for Palermo. The last one was the real challenge. Winning all 3 competitions. No wonder they dared to offer such a hefty prize. He figured the salary was acceptable. But Raiola slammed the contract down on the table. This amount. Is this the best Fiorentina's top salary can offer? Lin Yi was stunned. Federico was also taken aback and quickly explained, Mr. Raiola, honestly 4 million is already the ceiling at this club. Only 2 players currently earn that. Our captain Gilardino and our midfield maestro Montalivo. It needs to be at least 5 million. Raiola held up 5 fingers. Lin Yi must be the highest paid player on the team, and he has to be higher than everyone else. Federico's face scrunched up in distress. Raiola tilted his head with a smile. What did you promise me before? That Lin Yi would be the spearhead of the attack. No exaggeration there, right? Federico nodded vigorously. Of course. A guaranteed starter. Well, there you go. Raiola spread his hands. If he's the main man, what's wrong with him having a unique salary? But he's just arrived. If his wages immediately surpass Gilardino and Montalivo, will the other players accept it? Raiola let out a scoff. Lin Yi has 16 goals and 4 assists in 10 league rounds plus 2 goals and 1 assist in a single cup match. That's 18 goals and 5 assists total, and that's just half a season. Has Gilardino ever scored 18 goals? Has Montalivo ever provided 5 assists? Federico opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words to retort. Raiola added slowly, the stats are right there. Does he deserve the top salary or not? In football, it's all about performance. Once the teammates see the results, who's going to complain? Federico let out a long sigh and nodded. All right, you're right. Lin Yi's annual salary is set at 5 million, the highest on the team. As for the bonuses, do you two have any other thoughts? Raiola turned to Lin Yi, who gave a slight nod. The bonuses were fine. Raiola gestured to Federico with his chin. Then it settled. It was only then that Lin Yi understood Raiola's negotiation was like a skilled angler, reeling in and letting out the line, neither letting the fish off the hook nor letting it struggle for air. His stubbornness on the salary just now was a clear message to everyone. Lin he wasn't an ordinary new signing. He was the man to carry the Viola's banner for the next 5 years. This move accomplished 3 things. First, the paycheck was a public announcement. The new arrival Lin he wasn't a bench warmer or a rotation player, but the big-name star the owner had paid top dollar for. Anyone feeling upset, they'd be questioning the owner's spending. Second, it paved the way for his tactical role. The current attacking leader was Gilardino, and the midfield axis was Montalivo. But with Lin Yi's arrival, how would coach Mihajlovic adjust the lineup? No need for lengthy explanations. Just look at the salary. He must be given space, time, and possession to play comfortably and effectively. Third, it was a long-term plan for Lin Yi. A player's market value rises only when his contract salary does. This $5 million salary was the baseline for his next contract. When he eventually moves to Juventus, the starting point would be at least $6 million, not stuck at 4. Raiola's refusal to budge on this wasn't stubbornness, it was building a ladder for Lin Yi's future. As for the bonuses, he only asked Lin Yi one question. Lin Yi nodded, and Raiola immediately let it go. Applying pressure 1 second, and easing off the next, left Federico relieved and more receptive to what followed. That's the mark of a master negotiator, knowing when to press and when to yield. Lin Yi stole a glance at Raiola, who was leaning back in his chair looking as relaxed as if he'd just finished a shopping trip. This meal, this negotiation, every single rhythm. It had likely been scripted in his notes long ago. Lin Yi knew it clearly. Everything Raiola did was aimed at one bullseye. Lin Yi's interests must not be shortchanged by a single cent, and no one could stand in the way. Lin Yi took a quiet breath. No wonder this portly man had turned being an agent into a fine art. He certainly had skills. We have no objections to the 5-year contract. Raiola spoke up. One last thing, the contract must include a release clause. A release clause. Federico's heart tightened, but he quickly nodded. A talent like Lin Yi had limitless potential. Fiorentina couldn't keep him forever, and a 5-year deal wasn't exactly short. Having an exit clause was only reasonable. If we set one, it starts at 90 million euros. Too high. 75 million. Federico hesitated. 75 million sounded substantial, but if a giant like Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Manchester City came calling, they could flash their checkbooks and snatch him away. Seeing him frowning in silence, Raiola quickly added, I'll throw in a restriction. This 75 million clause only applies to Serie A clubs. How quiet has Serie A been these past few years? Clubs are strapped for cash and transfer budgets have shrunk to nothing. Last year's record signing was only 35 million. Which Serie A owner would dare to splash 75 million on a single player? His silver tongue, coupled with Federico's lingering intoxication, left the latter's mind foggy, and he finally nodded in agreement. Raiola lowered his head to take a sip of wine, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No Serie A club can afford 75 million this year. But next year there will definitely be teams willing to take a shot. In 2 days the league would resume. The night before Lin Yi signed the contract with Fiorentina, a done deal. Once the winter break arrived, he would officially be gone. However, the contract stipulated in black and white the news must be kept tightly under wraps, only to be revealed when the winter break came. So for the next few matches, Lin Yi would still train, warm up, and prepare with Palermo, as usual, acting as if nothing had happened. Lin Yi, are you really leaving? On the training ground, Nasserino approached, wiping sweat as he asked. 80% certain the team has already leaked that there's no turning back. Lin Yi shrugged, smiling faintly. But deep down he knew better. He couldn't say anything, not even to his closest teammates. Oh, what a pity. With you gone, our attack line loses a key player. It'll be hard for me to get an assist in the future. But then again, with your skills and intelligence, you'd be a star wherever you go. You could pick any of Europe's top 5 leagues. Nasserino grinned, patting him on the shoulder. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Throughout the training session, the team's atmosphere was a bit subdued. Everyone tacitly understood. The news that Lin Yi might leave was like a small stone thrown into a pond, no ripples on the surface, but plenty of turmoil underneath. Wake up. If you keep dragging, the whole team runs 50 laps. No dinner until you finish. Coach Rossi shouted, and everyone immediately straightened up, moving twice as fast. He stood on the sidelines watching Lin Yi play, his gaze heavy. He had just discovered such a promising talent who could carry the team, and before he could bring him to prominence, he was about to be taken away. It was truly heartbreaking. Rossi had been a coach for over 20 years, managing small-budget teams, and had seen many talents. But not a single one had truly reached a top level under his guidance. Lin Yi had only been there for a dozen matches, but Rossi could already tell with him the entire team seemed electrified, daring to push forward and attack, more aggressive in defense, and even set pieces had 3 times more threat. But reality was ruthless. Now he had to think of a plan quickly. Without Lin Yi, how would Palermo survive? It was obvious. Without him, the lineup would be exactly the same as last season. Could they expect a turnaround? Hard. Although manager Zamparini guaranteed that after deducting the money to fill the gaps, the remaining over 10 million euros would be entirely at his disposal, at least enough to find 1 or 2 reliable Serie A starters. But both knew well such substitutes would fill the gaps, not the soul. Not to mention half the effect. If they could achieve even 30% of Lin Yi's contribution, it would be a stroke of luck. Group drills now, Rossi commanded. Then he waved at Lin Yi, come take a break. The starters and reserves immediately began training, while Lin Yi sat on the sidelines drinking water and wiping sweat. Needless to say, everyone understood the coach was testing the without Lin Yi mode. Lin Yi also saw it clearly. He stood up, walked over to the coach, nodded, and said, "Coach, I know what you're planning. For the next few games, I'll follow your arrangements." "Good lad." Rossi patted him on the shoulder, his eyes showing both approval and reluctance. Soon it was the weekend afternoon, and the 11th round of Serie A began. Palermo hosted Sampdoria at home. This team had finished in the middle lower half last season, neither here nor there. Survival. Safe. Compete for Europe. Don't even think about it. Having just fought a tough match against Fiorentina, now back at home, the players were determined, must win, to give the fans who filled the stadium chanting their names a resounding victory. In the CCTV sports studio, Li Xiujia and Cheng Hongsheng had already brewed tea, and the cameras were focused, waiting for the whistle. The match kicked off at 3 p.m. local time, with the sun glaring and the warm Mediterranean breeze carrying a hint of dryness. Not the most comfortable for Italians, but it was prime time for domestic fans, starting at 10 p.m. Beijing time. The match started at midnight, no need to stay up late or hurt the liver, perfect for following the game. Plus, the opponent wasn't strong, with a good chance of winning, so hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream, with bullet comments flying by. Who was here to watch Sampdoria? Everyone was here for Lin Yi. Midnight kickoff. Watch and then go straight to sleep. Wonderful. No more forcing my eyes open to watch the game. Me, a programmer, my hair is almost bald. If I keep staying up late, I'll really be bald like a light bulb. Snacks ready, duck next, plenty, just waiting for Palermo's opening win. Century-old fan reporting, predicting Lin Yi will at least get a hat trick. That free kick last game was incredible. Trust him, this game is still solid. After watching Lin Yi play so much, other forwards just don't appeal. Stopping and pushing in the small box, they push it wide 3 times. If it were Lin Yi, all 3 would be goals. In the studio, Li Xiujia turned to Cheng Hongsheng. "Coach, Cheng, how do you see this match? Can we win?" Cheng Hongsheng smiled. "Chances are high. After 10 rounds, Palermo has 8 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, 25 points, tied with Roma for second, just 3 points behind Inter. I'd say for this season's title race, I'm willing to believe. Having faced tough opponents like Napoli, Juventus, Fiorentina, and still holding their ground, what does that show? The strength is there, and opponents acknowledge it." I heard that before the match, the Sampdoria coach was surrounded by reporters asking, "What is your goal for the away game against Palermo?" He directly replied, "Nowadays, who doesn't prepare for Palermo as if they were a top club?" That's quite a statement, isn't it? Li Xiujia nodded and added, "The key is still Lin Yi. In the first 10 rounds, 16 goals and 4 assists, averaging 1.6 goals per game. That efficiency is terrifying." Cheng Hongsheng slapped the table. "I've been watching Serie A since the early 90s, and I've never seen a rookie play like this in the first 10 rounds. Not to mention that free kick last game. The curve power angle, all placed where the goalkeeper would be most uncomfortable. If there's another well-positioned set piece in this match, we'll just sit back and enjoy the show." As the two were chatting enthusiastically, the teams had already lined up in the tunnel, ready to enter the field. Li Xiujia just received the starting lineup from the director. Sampdoria sticks with their usual 3-5-2. Pay close attention to Lucchini, the defensive wall, with 3 clean sheets recently. Striker Pizzini is in form, scoring 10 goals in 2 consecutive seasons and has 5 this season. Palermo still uses the old 4-4-2, with no changes in midfield and defense, but the front line. He paused abruptly. "Huh. Brito and Sario. Where's Lin Yi?" Cheng Hongsheng was startled. "Really not playing? That's unlike him. 1 match a week, no rotation plan." Li Xiujia looked down at the notes. At the pre-match press conference, Rossi said Lin Yi played too hard last game, his body was a bit exhausted, so this time he's on the bench to recover, but he's in the squad. Cheng Hongsheng frowned. The match against Fiorentina was brutal, but several starters played the full 90 minutes. Oh, why does he need to rest specifically? Besides, in the fitness tests, he was in the top 3. Not only the commentators were confused, but the fans at the scene also exploded. "Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. We want Lin Yi on the field." In the stands, the shouts rose wave after wave. For the fans who paid for tickets, they bought Lin Yi's name, not Palermo's badge. Without him, half the flavor of the match was gone. Rossi heard the roaring cheers, but didn't turn around. He just silently tightened his grip on the tactical board. How could he not want to send Lin Yi on? But this team needed to plan for the future. He had already figured it out. Try the lineup without him in the first half, then adapt in the second half. If the situation was deadlocked or they were behind, Lin Yi would be ready to go on at any time. The whistle blew and the match began. But as soon as it started, Rossi clenched his fists tightly, a vein bulging on his forehead. The situation on the field was completely wrong.